Chapter 321. Holy attributes and death attributes simply don't go together. It's true that Yingluo is a knight, but he's a divine light knight. Yingluo was impressed by the skeleton warhorse's attributes, but declined. President, my class quest includes a matching holy warhorse. Let's give this skeleton warhorse to someone who needs it more. Qin Chuan nodded. Okay, I arrange it. Xiao envied. Brother Ye's class is truly outstanding. He even comes with a mount. Why don't I get that privilege? Yinmi, +1. Why can't assassins fight on horseback? That's unsound. Jixing grumbled. An assassin fighting on horseback isn't really an assassin anymore. It's more like a cowboy. Dejaling you, President, give me this mount. I give you 30 million. Su Chongqing, what? A rich woman is right next to me. I'm not a water god. 30 million, just take it. I don't understand the world of rich women. Alia's very happy. Dijia, I'm asking my friend about this. He doesn't want to work hard anymore. Do you have any close friends you can introduce to him? Jixing, Xiao, there's no one here. Is that friend you're talking about you? The peak members chatted happily. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, and traded the skeleton warhorse to Dijialing Yu. Since he's Sakura Luo, the guild's only knight, doesn't need it, there's no need to make it so valuable. It can just be used as an ordinary mount. If Dijialing Yu wants it, then just sell it to her. It's not a big deal. At worst, you can find time to farm the 4 horsemen of doom a few more times. With the empty hands, there's always a chance you find them again. On a different note, even if you don't get the skeleton warhorse, other bosses do drop mounts. Unless you're incredibly unlucky, you likely find one sooner or later. Dijialing Yu readily transferred the funds, looking at the skeleton warhorse in her backpack with increasing satisfaction. There aren't many mounts in the game these days, and the ones that do exist are like dumb donkeys, nothing like the skeleton warhorse. This is the same model the boss uses. Dijialing Yu could imagine that appearing in the main city on a skeleton warhorse would turn heads like crazy, much more impressive than her sports car. The only drawback was that they were inside the fortress, which was considered indoors, so they couldn't summon a mount. Otherwise, they would have to show off right away. Qin Chuan glanced at the extra loot again. There was even a surprise. Death Knight class transfer certificate. Dark Gold used this to unlock the Death Knight class transfer quest. Completing it allows you to transfer to the Death Knight class, increasing all stat growth by 2. Strictly speaking, this item and the skeleton warhorse are a complete pairing. However, looking at the current top guilds, there are no warrior players, and the only knight player is Yingluo. But he's already a hidden class, the Divine Light Knight, and is no less capable than a Death Knight, so there's no need to force the transfer. Qin Chuan was momentarily unsure whether to keep or sell this thing. Having too few guild members was a real problem. Including himself, the peak guild Qin Chuan had founded currently had 11 members, barely enough to form 2 fully staffed teams. However, Qin Chuan had already planned to pursue an elite guild before founding the guild, so the number of members was a non-issue. To be honest, with his current fame, he could fill the guild's 1,000 slots instantly if he was willing to recruit members. But it was meaningless. When the God's Descent stage arrives, the battle won't simply be about numbers, it also depends on quality. All of these current members were among the best in their previous lives. I can't say how strong they are, but one thing is certain, they're incredibly lucky. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it to the God's Descent stage. These are the players Qin Chuan wants to unite against the gods. Going forward, the guild's strategy will remain unchanged, and will even be further refined. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan distributed the Death Knight class change certificate to the guild and asked, "This thing doesn't have a class limit. Does anyone want to try it?" Jixing, I just made the destroyer, and it's limited to being controlled by a mechanic. I definitely can't change my class. Chapter 322. Yingluo, I still prefer the Divine Light Knight. Xiao, don't Death Knights have to fight head-on? I don't think that's the case. It's more fun to stab people in the back. Jing, melee combat is too dangerous. I'd rather be a mage. Su Chongqing, I'm a little interested. Yinmi, no you don't want to. If you change your class, our guild's only healer will be gone. I sincerely oppose Uncle Su's class change. Su Chongqing, I told you so many times, I just turned 18 this year. Why don't you believe me? AOE is very happy, I believe it. I believe it very much. So Uncle Su, you can choose not to change your class. Class change? I heard your buff is powerful, I want to give it a try. I'm not the water god. If it weren't for the skill books the guild leader left in the guild warehouse, I might have switched. But now, I can only say Death Knight, you're too late. My heart belongs to Water Dragon Roaring Bullet. Dejaling you, don't look at me. How could you bear to let a beautiful, fragile girl switch to Death Knight? Snow Swordsman, girl. Where are the girls? Give me 2, but no one over 18. Qin Chuan, go play somewhere else. Snow Swordsman, okay. Seeing everyone's responses, Qin Chuan knew that none of them had any intention of switching classes. This was understandable. After all, the peak members' classes were all top tier, so there was no need to switch. Maybe they'd be even weaker after switching. Wouldn't that be a complete waste of effort? With this in mind, Qin Chuan decisively sent the attributes of the class change certificate to Longting Tianxia. Fuck. Longting Tianxia cursed. This caused everyone in the Dragon Dynasty to look askance. What's up with their guild leader again? Can't they learn from them and be more prudent? Longting Tianxia knew what his members were thinking at a glance and immediately posted the stats in the team chat. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! The whole place erupted in exclamations of wow. It's no wonder they lost their composure. This thing was simply too outrageous. The Death Knight, it turned out, was a hidden class, with additional stat growth, and across all stats. Even among hidden classes, it was quite exceptional. Priest Xiaoxiu had pushed her glasses and said seriously, Guild Leader Yushin, I wonder if you can bear to part with this. In fact, since Longting Tianxia had posted the item stats, it must have been given to him by Yushin. Yushin probably did this because his guild members had no use for it, so he had to sell it as a last resort. But he still had to ask, and he had to be polite. Qin Chuan said, normally, this item would be auctioned off to maximize its value, but I have a good relationship with guild leader Longting. As long as the price is right, I sell it to you. Hearing this, Longting Tianxia straightened his back. Did you hear that? The boss said, we have a good relationship. Looking across all of Apocalypse, how many people could afford such a privilege? Xiaoxiu had pondered for a moment, quickly calculating the item's value in her mind, and finally made an offer. Guild leader Yushin, let's not be so hesitant. 100 million, how about that? Having a job transfer certificate is one thing, but whether the player can fully utilize the class's abilities is another. The price was roughly in line with Qin Chuan's expectations. There was no further hesitation, and the transaction was completed. As for how Longting Tianxia planned to distribute the job transfer certificate, that was none of Qin Chuan's business. However, judging by Longting Tianxia's conflicted expression, he probably wanted to change his job himself, only to be rejected outright by Xiaoxiu. As the guild leader, he couldn't act too capriciously. The guild needed his heavy armor warrior class as the main tank to take damage. Seeing Longting Tianxia's pleading gaze, Qin Chuan simply ignored it and quickly said, let's keep going. We try to defeat the next boss in one fell swoop, grab the first clear reward, and call it a day. This was business, so Longting Tianxia could only put aside his lingering thoughts and said seriously, boss, you're right. I just don't know how many more bosses there are, and whether we'd be able to drop another top-tier item, like the class change certificate. Chapter 323. Qin Chuan casually said, we find out after we defeat a few bosses. As for the job change certificate, that's up to fate. He didn't know there were 2 more bosses, but could he tell them? No. After the 4 knights of disaster were defeated, the wall behind them suddenly opened, revealing a passage filled with an icy aura. The passage was covered in hoarfrost, and the oncoming chill could be felt from a distance of several hundred meters. Qin Chuan said, it looks like the next boss is ice attributed. Let's go, and see what it is. The group continued along the passage, unimpeded. Ji Xing said with a hint of regret, there are no more monsters. I was planning on leveling up 2 more. Ying Luo comforted him, don't be discouraged, Ji. You have the destroyer anyway. We can find a place to farm them later, and leveling up will be a breeze. Atsuyoshi added happily, I have a skill that can attract monsters in a large area. I used to be hesitant to use it alone, but now, with everyone here, I have no worries. Ji Xing looked delighted. Then it's settled. After we use Atsuyoshi to gather monsters and fill the black hole, I fire a few high-energy beams, and we all level up together. Overhearing the conversations of the peak members, Longting Tianxia was filled with envy. It was indeed a guild founded by a big boss. Everyone was full of talent. Really, if he weren't the president of Longting Dynasty, he would have begged the big boss to join the guild. After advancing for several minutes, the temperature dropped so low that it was causing continuous damage, and everyone finally saw a glimmer of light at the end of the passage. Passing through the passage, a shadow as huge as a mountain appeared before our eyes. A massive dragon, composed entirely of white bones, lay sleeping on the ground. Boss number 5, the Frost Dragon. Looking at the Frost Dragon, as big as a small mountain, Dijialingyu's eyes lit up. He eagerly said, "Guild leader, if I can get a Frost Dragon mount, I'd pay up to 300 million. Ahem. Longting Tianxia nearly choked on his saliva, and couldn't help but stare at Dijialingyu a few more times. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Is your last name Lin?" Dijialingyu asked curiously, "Do you know me?" Longting Tianxia immediately confirmed Dijialingyu's identity, and said with a smile, "I done business with your family several times, so I think I know you." He wouldn't have said more. If Dijialingyu hadn't been so generous, which had intrigued him, he wouldn't have asked rashly. To spend so much money in the game, especially on a mount, must come from a very special family. And having a good family background isn't enough. After all, wealthy people aren't fools, they wouldn't throw money away. This narrowed the scope considerably. Adding to that, Dijialingyu's familiar appearance prompted Longting Tianxia to ask a few more questions. Although Longting Tianxia also spent a lot of money, it was all spent on equipment and top-quality items, which would generate returns later. This was a fundamental difference. It wouldn't be such a waste to ask Longting Tianxia to spend 300 million on a mount. Of course, if it was a special mount capable of participating in battle, it might be considered. After all, everyone had witnessed the power of Night Wanderer's Black Dragon mount. Not only was it stylish, it also helped with leveling. Longting Tianxia was willing to spend money on a mount like that. After Dijialingyu's mention, Qin Chuan began to look forward to it. If they really managed to find a Frost Dragon mount, even if it wasn't a special one, it would still be quite impressive. After a brief discussion, the others cleverly retreated into the corridor, to avoid being drawn into the battle. But even if they were, it wouldn't have been a big deal, the boss wouldn't survive more than 3 seconds anyway. Qin Chuan activated Shadow Stealth, and focused his sniper attack. Dark Rain and Shadow Knives swung simultaneously, startling the Frost Dragon, whose roar resounded through the air. Then the attack came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 324. Boom. The Frost Dragon's corpse smashed against the ice. The dark blue soul fire in its eyes quickly extinguished. Boss battle over. Longting Tianxia and the others emerged from the passage, applauding, "Big brother, you're awesome." Qin Chuan waved his hand modestly. "You can do it too." Ji Xing took over, confidently saying, "When I reach level 100, I'd definitely be able to kill this guy in 1 second. Ying Luo looked thoughtful. "My skills deal bonus damage to undead, so I shouldn't need to reach level 100. The others estimated their own strength, then compared it to the Frost Dragon's 60 million health points. They felt that even at level 100, they wouldn't be able to kill this guy in 1 second. Others didn't know, but Qin Chuan had confidence in his guild members. They hadn't yet opened up a fundamental gap with the other players, but once their opportunity arrived, they would soar. As for where that opportunity lay, only time would reveal the answer. Under the expectant gaze of the entire team, Qin Chuan stepped forward and pocketed the 5 pieces of loot dropped by the Frost Dragon. No mount. He used his magic to obtain 3 more. Still nothing. Qin Chuan sighed and announced the result. Dijialingyu was deeply disappointed. But she also knew that the drop rate for mounts was extremely low to begin with, and with the skeleton warhorse she had previously obtained, she was quite content. In total, there were 8 pieces of loot, mostly equipment, but there was also one quite good item. Frost Dragon Magic Core, dark gold. When embedded in a weapon, it increases Frost spell damage by 20%, and attacks reduce the target's speed by 30%. This item is considered exclusive to Frost mages, but other classes can use it if they really want. For melee classes, for example, the Frost Dragon Core not only increases spell damage, but also has a slowing effect, which is very useful in PKs, allowing you to chase down your opponent. But that's a bit too extravagant. Most melee classes have slowing abilities, and forcing a Frost Dragon Core into their weapons is something they wouldn't do unless they have too much money to spend. Qin Chuan posted the core's attributes to the guild chat and asked, "Does anyone have a use for this?" "Water God, what do you think?" "I'm not the Water God. I'm a water mage, and don't have any ice skills. This thing is useless to me." AoE was delighted. "President, keep this for me. I have 2 ice ultimates, so it's fine for me." Qin Chuan nodded. "Okay, I put it in the warehouse for now. You can exchange it when you have enough contribution points." In fact, for AoE, the best inlay item is one that reduces cooldown or refreshes skills. After all, his skills were somewhat unique. They were all ultimates, dealing explosive damage and possessing a long cooldown. Basically, once he used all his skills, he had to be ready to flee. But precisely because of this, the damage multipliers for his ultimate skills were extremely high. Qin Chuan's mind flickered, and he remembered another item in his bag. Dragon Crystal, an epic item. When embedded in a staff, it increases spell damage by 50%. The embedding quality must be at least dark gold. Strictly speaking, this item's value would be maximized only if it were given to the ultimate. But at this stage, Qin Chuan wasn't ready to use it. After all, it was an epic item, so its value was still very high. Whether it was the ultimate, or whether it was the other members who joined the guild later, further observation was needed. They also had to prove their worth. As for the dark gold, that wasn't a big deal. Qin Chuan casually hung the Frost Dragon core in the guild warehouse. He didn't care who would eventually buy it. It could be the ultimate, or it could be a member who joined the guild later. Aside from the magic core, which is an item, the remaining valuable item is also an item. Ice Bloodline, dark gold item. Gain Ice Bloodline, increase your growth points by 3, increase your spiritual growth points by an additional 2, and increase your frost damage by 10%. This is also a bloodline factor, but it's different from the bloodline factor Qin Chuan previously obtained. Ice Bloodline is more like the embodiment of elemental power. However, its effects are also extremely powerful, allowing Ice Mage to compensate for their lack of damage. Chapter 325. Ice Bloodline and Frost Dragon Magic Core work best together. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan placed the Ice Bloodline in the guild warehouse. He possessed the Fire Dragon Bloodline factor, which far surpassed the Ice Bloodline in growth potential. Furthermore, their attributes were also opposing, so he naturally had no intention of absorbing it. I'm not a water god, upon seeing the Ice Bloodline, fell into deep thought. How about switching to a Frost Mage? But after looking at his own skill set, he saw everything from damage to control to recovery, a fairly comprehensive package. And the guild warehouse also had roaring water dragon bullets. After much deliberation, I'm not a water god decided to maintain my career choice and continue as a water mage. But something felt off. The term water mage sounded strange. Aside from the Frost Dragon Magic Core and the Ice Bloodline, the remaining 6 pieces of loot were all equipment. Longting Tianxia bought 2 of them, placed the remaining 2 in the guild warehouse, and the remaining 2 would be put up for sale in the shop. After finishing their business, they walked around the Frost Dragon's corpse and saw another passageway. Longting Tianxia grumbled, "This dungeon has so many passageways." Jixing agreed, "And many of them are so small that the destroyer can't even get through. You need to keep this in mind when you return to this dungeon." Yingluo reassured him, "Don't panic, Sister Ji. While the destroyer can't get through the passageways, they'd be very useful when we attack the fortress outside." Jixing pondered, and realized that made sense. This time, with the guild leader present, entering the fortress was particularly easy. However, a normal team would have faced a vast swarm of skeletons and endured artillery fire, which would have been incredibly stressful. The destroyer would be unleashed in such a situation. At this point, Longting Tianxia interrupted, "Ahem, I think a normal team needs to consider how to survive the waves of monsters at the entrance, rather than conquering the fortress." Longting Tianxia spread his hands and said, "To be honest, when we were dungeoneering, I also organized 2 teams to conquer the Pale Throne, but they were decimated by the first wave of monsters alone. They already given up and gone back to leveling." Qin Chuan smiled, "Players are too low level now, so it's normal to lose." This statement made the others ponder. Yes, it's normal to lose, so why had they already defeated 5 bosses? It was clear who was abnormal. Qin Chuan asked curiously, "Why are you all looking at me?" "Keep going." Longting Tianxia echoed, "Boss, you're right." He had now moved on. He walked forward along the passage, and a sinister voice came from the front. "Let me see which rat sneaked into my castle." This was undoubtedly the boss speaking. Longting Tianxia wondered, that guy claims this is his fortress and claims to be its master. Could he be the final boss? So, this raid has 6 bosses. Qin Chuan praised, "Good. You learned to answer questions quickly." Longting Tianxia smiled without saying anything, appearing very modest. At this moment Yingluo, walking in the lead, raised her shield and said warily, "Something's coming." Rumbling footsteps echoed from afar, accompanied by the decaying scent of the undead. Soon, a large number of skeleton soldiers appeared. Following the skeleton soldiers were over 3 meters tall, stitched together from various corpse parts. Added to this were the pale, disembodied banshees. This wave of monsters numbered just over 1,000, not a large number, or even quite small. But their quality was exceptionally high. Even the cannon fodder skeletons, sporting tattered armor compared to the previous skeletons, were clearly the best of the bunch. But in front of Qin Chuan, they made no difference. A single shadow flying knife shot out, instantly dispatching the first 5. Then, the poison blood plague began to wreak havoc, easily wiping out half the undead. After waiting for the remaining undead to advance and regroup, Dark Rain launched, completing the clearing. Chapter 326. The boss's voice fluctuated slightly. Strong rat. The footsteps of the undead echoed again, another wave approaching. A shadow knife launched the attack, and a focused sniper finished the attack. Very strong rat. The third wave of undead arrived. A shadow knife combined with the cooldown of Dark Rain. Done. 3 waves of undead were slain, but the boss's taunt ceased. Long Tongue Tianxia couldn't help but wonder, did the boss stall? Qin Chuan shook his head, I think he's holding back. As soon as he finished speaking, the passageway vibrated. A snail appeared in everyone's view. Snails are common. But snails with shells over 4 meters tall are rare. Highly poisonous snail. Level, 55. HP, 25, 000/25, 000. Skill, Ultimate. Dark green venom continuously dripped from the poisonous snail, corroding the ground and leaving deep pits. Long Tongue Tianxia exclaimed, if this were made into French escargot, how many meals would we have? Qin Chuan was stunned by his powerful intuition. This thing has a poisonous name, yet you even associate it with food? As expected of you, Long Tongue Tianxia. Long Tongue Tianxia realized his slip of the tongue, blushing, and defended himself. A friend of mine often mentions French escargot, so I brought it up. Don't misunderstand, I eat pretty normal food. Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. Long Tongue, we're all family here. There's no need to be so reserved. Is that friend you're talking about yourself? Amidst the banter, no one took the distant poisonous snail seriously. But in reality, this thing was incredibly difficult to defeat. This was because its ability was a guaranteed kill, killing anyone who touched it, meaning even the strongest main tank was useless. Similarly, the melee damage output was extremely limited. This passageway was already blocked once the entire team entered. The only way to survive was to kill the toxic snail before it could finish everyone off. Otherwise, the entire team would be annihilated in the passageway. With 25 million HP, after deducting melee damage, it was still quite difficult to defeat it with ranged damage alone. Qin Chuan analyzed the toxic snail's attack strategy, and everyone suddenly understood. Seeing that everyone had mastered it, Qin Chuan raised his hand and launched a shadow dagger, instantly killing the toxic snail. After waiting for the toxic snail's venom to dissipate, everyone continued their advance. After passing through the passageway, they faced a vast, boundless platform of bones. A lich, a skeleton, sat on the throne. Lich Kelthuzad, epic level 60. HP, 100, 000/100, 000. Attack, 120,000. Defense, 110,000. Skills, Death and Decay, Flesh Trap, AoE Thrust Bolt, Ice Armor, Frozen Field. Description, Master of the Pale Throne, Vanguard of the Undead Legion. Long Tongue Tianxia exclaimed, holy crap. 100 million HP. Qin Chuan remained calm, that's a lot? Not at all. The fire dragon Heloise he had previously slain had a whopping 120 million HP. And back then, his equipment, talents, and skills were far inferior to what they are now, yet he still managed to take down the fire dragon. Now, killing a lich is a piece of cake. Long Tongue Tianxia was about to say, isn't that a lot? But then he thought, the previous bosses had HP in the tens of millions, and they still couldn't last more than 3 seconds. This lich's 100 million HP didn't seem like a big deal. Qin Chuan calculated that if he wanted to take down the lich with a single skill, he'd have to utilize the reverse scales effect. When crafting the Death Shadow armor set, the reverse scale embedded in the Earth Dragon's lining had been removed and attached to the Death Shadow breastplate. The first 5 bosses had low health, so utilizing this effect wasn't necessary. But Kelthuzad had high health, so not using burst damage would be problematic. With this in mind, Qin Chuan immediately activated Shadow Stealth and the reverse scales effect, doubling his damage for 30 seconds. Insignificant mortal. Kelthuzad taunted as he entered the battle. Then, within 2 seconds, he sighed deeply and collapsed to the ground, motionless. Chapter 327. Boom. Upgrade beams of light appeared simultaneously on all 40 members of the team. Some even had more than one beam, illuminating the Lord's room, where Kelthuzad resided as bright as day. Epic bosses already offer a lot of experience, and with the added bonus of killing them above their own level, even Qin Chuan leveled up, not to mention the others, who all gained 3 levels. Instantly, the rankings on the level leaderboard shifted dramatically. Starting with the second place, all the names were replaced by those of other members of the team. Such a sudden change naturally caught the attention of other players, and sparked heated discussion. I told you all along that Night Wanderer was cheating, but you still didn't believe me. What does this have to do with Night Wanderer? It's obvious that Night Wanderer found a bug, and is taking them leveling up. I heard Night Wanderer took his guild, and some members of Dragon Dynasty to a dungeon. Yeah, my distant cousin's classmate is in Dragon Dynasty, and he told me that Night Wanderer found a raid. Raid? No wonder I saw so many guilds rushing out of Lingang City. They were going to the dungeon. Let's forget about it. I heard 2 groups from Dragon Dynasty went in, and didn't even see the first boss before being wiped out and had to come back to level up. It's a raid, as expected. It's terrifying. So, the reason Dragon Dynasty and the others leveled up so quickly is because Night Wanderer took them to the raid and earned them so much experience. Very likely. Amidst the outside chatter, Qin Chuan's team also exploded. Dragon World, holy crap. This boss gives way too much experience. I already reached level 23. Hey, can I equip the Bonebreaker Hammer? Lonting Tianxia dug into his backpack and took out the Bonebreaker Hammer, his excitement growing. With this weapon in hand, he could level up even faster. Even while excited, Lonting Tianxia didn't forget to transfer 50 million to Qin Chuan. Lonting Dynasty had truly made a killing this time. Including him, the levels of 29 core members had soared, which would surely elevate Lonting Dynasty's overall strength to a new level. It was probably because he spent a bit too much on equipment before. Otherwise, Lonting Tianxia might have even considered transferring 100 million directly to Night Wanderer. The peak players were also pleasantly surprised. They already been at a high level after their previous devastation in Lingang City with the Destroyer. Now, with the boss experience points dropping, the highest ranked player Ji Xing had even reached level 26, taking second place on the level leaderboard. Others, like Yingluo, Xiao, and Jing were also in the top 10. Even Snow Swordsman, who quit for 2 days, had already reached level 21 in one go. Dijiaolingyu reached level 23 and was in high spirits, sending a red envelope directly in the guild chat. The next moment, "I'm not the water god," exclaimed. Holy crap. Did I see that right? Those zeros. 1, 2, 3. 100,000? I snagged a 100,000 red envelope. Su Chongqing. I snagged 98,000. No, Dijia. How big a red envelope did you give out? Dijiaolingyu said matter-of-factly, not much, just 2 million. Ali was very happy. I asked my friend, Dijia, are you still short of a backup? Xiao, I want to lie down too, ask for me too. Jing, wow, I snagged 360,000 red envelopes. Is this really a dream? Dijiaolingyu, don't be surprised, Sister Jing. Come back and see what happens. Come find me, I take you flying. Ji Xing, why do I only have 120? Not 1200, not 1200, but 120. Holy crap. Dijiaolingyu, Sister Ji, your luck is impressive. Yinmi, looks like you all done it. Watch me out. Damn. 500. Snow Swordsman, ha ha, another shady guy. Actually, I haven't grabbed the red envelope yet. Watch me out. Yinmi, ha ha, even though you didn't say anything, I can tell from the numbers that you grabbed 8.8 yuan. You grabbed 8.8 yuan out of a 2 million yuan red envelope. That's legendary. I call you the best. Chapter 328. Swordsman in the Snow. Don't talk, I'm tired. Ji Xing, 10 people have claimed it. It seems the guild master hasn't claimed it yet. Dijiaolingyu, the guild master hasn't spoken yet. He must be busy. Just as Dijiaolingyu said, Qin Chuan was busy thinking about a title for his first clear. As the boss fell, he received numerous notifications, including one about naming the first clear team. This Pale Throne raid is the first server-wide kill. Rewards, 100 free attributes, 10 skill points, and 100 reputation points. This was the notification everyone in the team received upon clearing the raid. Some players even added all the attribute points quickly. This reward is significantly less than the first kill of an epic boss. But it's understandable. The first kill was Qin Chuan's personal effort. A raid is normally the result of the combined efforts of all 40 players. 1 versus 40. The difficulty levels are simply not on the same scale, so naturally, the rewards can't be lumped together. This wouldn't change even if Qin Chuan soloed the Pale Throne. It was for this reason that he chose to bring the Dragon Dynasty members along to share in the rewards, while also collecting some entrance fees. Besides the attribute rewards, the most important tip is the next one. Congratulations on leading your team to conquer the Pale Throne. Please name your team. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan decided to let Peak receive the honor alone. This was also what he and Dragon World had agreed upon beforehand. He would share in the first clear attribute rewards, but only Peak's name would appear on the server-wide announcement. Dragon World had no objection, nor was it in a position to object. To put it bluntly, if Night Wanderer hadn't thought highly of him and agreed to bring him to the raid, he wouldn't even have gotten the first clear rewards, let alone ask for more. Qin Chuan filled in Peak in the team name. Player Night Wanderer led the Peak team to the first clear of the Pale Throne dungeon. Their glorious deeds will be told throughout Apocalypse. Player Night Wanderer led the Peak team to the first clear of the Pale Throne dungeon. Their glorious deeds will be told throughout Apocalypse. Player Night Wanderer led the Peak team to the first clear of the Pale Throne dungeon. Their glorious deeds will be told throughout Apocalypse. This announcement wasn't just a server-wide one, but a global one. Servers in other countries also received it, naturally sparking a lot of discussion. The outside world's turmoil had little to do with Qin Chuan. He didn't care at all. He added all 100 free attribute points to agility, checked the guild chat log, and found a red envelope. He casually claimed it. 530,000. Yes, pocket money. But neither the attribute rewards nor the reputation rewards for first clearing it were anything compared to the dazzling orange light beside Kelthuzad's corpse. A level up drop, legendary loot. Kelthuzad is an epic boss, so the base drops are epic. Once a level up drop occurs, it's legendary. Qin Chuan hadn't held out much hope. After all, legendary drops are incredibly difficult to come by. But he never expected it to actually happen. The rest of the team also noticed the differently colored loot orb, and after a brief moment of confusion, they finally realized what was happening. Legendary. That's the highest level in the game right now, legendary. Long Tongue Tianxia excitedly said, looks like our first clear team still gets some perks. Even legendary loot has dropped. Boss, go collect it, and see what it is, so we can see what it is. Jixing also said, President, I never seen anything legendary before. Amidst everyone's expectant gazes, Qin Chuan stepped forward and pocketed all the loot. Ignoring the other epic loot, he looked directly at the legendary loot. Class exclusive skill book, legendary used to randomly grant a legendary skill unique to this class. Invincible. Qin Chuan's class is Shadow Assassin, the only one of its kind in the server. His class exclusive skills are absolutely powerful. Chapter 329. Considering that Edith likely has few skills to learn, obtaining this item is crucial for completing Qin Chuan's skill set. Distributing the item's attributes to the team drew everyone's admiration. Legendary skills, how powerful would that be? Long Tingtian said with longing. I only gotten one defensive dark gold skill so far, and it already seems ridiculously powerful. Legendary is 2 levels higher than dark gold, and I can't even imagine how powerful it is. Jixing agreed. Legendary is the highest tier in the game right now. Whether it's equipment, skills, or items, it's enough to transform an ordinary player. And as the guild leader, the strongest player in the server, if he continues to improve, we probably won't even be able to see his taillights. Qin Chuan waved his hand modestly. It's not as exaggerated as you say. He crushed the skill book in his hand. You have learned the class-specific skill, Darkness of Destiny, legendary. Darkness of Destiny. He had never heard of this skill in his previous life. Confused, Qin Chuan checked his new skill. Darkness of Fate, legendary passive skill. Allows you to sense the dark side of fate and avoid danger in advance. Trait, clearer hints of fate. Epic trait, immunity to instant death effects. Legendary trait, actively seek guidance from fate. Cooldown, 7 days. The description of Darkness of Fate plunged Qin Chuan into deep thought. This skill looked ordinary, but its powerful effect shocked him. He knew the true nature of the apocalypse, and that the two worlds would eventually merge. Darkness of Fate allowed him to receive hints from fate and avoid danger, which would be extremely important in the subsequent battles. If his guess was correct, as his strength increased, the ultimate effect of Darkness of Fate would most likely evolve into Foresight. Even if it didn't reach that level, it would at least allow him to avoid the enemy's hidden killing moves in battle, and thus preserve himself. Qin Chuan understood better than anyone the true meaning of the saying only by staying alive can you deal damage. For him, Darkness of Fate was more useful than acquiring 10 damage-dealing skills. And Darkness of Fate's legendary trait allowed him to receive Fate's guidance once every 7 days. This trait was arguably the essence of this skill. With this trait, Qin Chuan could receive Fate's gifts in advance, continuously accumulating advantages. He was confident that when the day of the gods descended, he would surely give the otherworldly gods a tremendous surprise. Qin Chuan immediately used Darkness of Fate's legendary trait. The threads of fate began to tug. In Sodi, you will gain eyes that see through illusions. This prompt appeared briefly, vanishing in the blink of an eye, as if it had never existed. However, Qin Chuan had already memorized the clue and began to interpret it. The Sodi River, he knew it. It was located north of Feathermoon Fortress, a river occupied by the Naga. Eyes that see through illusions? Qin Chuan pondered secretly. Perhaps I can obtain skills or equipment. In any case, he had to travel to the Sodi River. Gathering his mind, Qin Chuan used the Empty Hand spell on Kelthuzad's corpse, obtaining 3 more epic loot. The rest of the team didn't ask what skills Qin Chuan had gained, but instead changed the subject to discuss the epic loot dropped by the boss. Qin Chuan didn't let them guess and quickly revealed the answer. Excluding the legendary loot dropped by the boss, Kelthuzad had dropped a total of 5 epic items. These included 4 pieces of equipment and 1 item. Frost Staff, Epic, Magic Attack plus 18,000, Spirit plus 900, Level Requirement, 60. Special Effect 1, increases spell damage by 20%. Special Effect 2, reduces skill cooldown by 30%. Special Effect 3, spells have a 15% chance to freeze the target for 2 seconds. The moment the Frost Staff was unleashed, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Jing counted on his fingers. My current weapon's magic attack increased by 1,500, which is already quite good. And this staff actually increases it by 18,000? I'm not seeing things. Chapter 330. Secret Master is very cool. If I could use this staff and unleash my ultimate skill, I could instantly destroy any boss. Longtingtianxia, I learned a lot, truly learned a lot. It's true that following a master is truly eye-opening. Ji Xing, increased damage, reduced cooldown. This staff's actual damage is almost doubled. Is this epic equipment? Love it. Dijaling you. President, please keep this staff for me. I go back and get some pocket money. Su Chongqing, Sister D, please ask how much you're going to ask. Dijaling you, is 500 million enough? Su Chongqing, goodbye. I'm sorry for asking. Qin Chuan, this item is too high level. I keep it for now, and deal with it later. The equipment level is a whopping 60. Even with the Overlord certificate, you have to be level 50 to use it. Qin Chuan, the highest level player in the server, is only level 47, let alone the others. This staff will just sit there gathering dust for a while. No one else had any objections to Qin Chuan's arrangement. Longtingtianxia, however, asked, Boss, if you're looking to sell this staff, please let me know in advance so I can raise funds. Qin Chuan replied, sure. However, given Qin Chuan's personality, even if he were to sell it, he prioritized members of the guild. Don't forget, there's also a wealthy woman in the guild, Dijaling you. She's a mage. Then, Qin Chuan listed the second piece of equipment. Frost Robe, Epic, Defense plus 7,000, Health plus 6,000, Mana plus 10,000, Spirit plus 900, Level Requirement, 60. Special Effect 1, reduces damage taken by 20%. Special Effect 2, increases spellcasting speed by 15%. Special Effect 3, being struck has a 10% chance to freeze the attacker for 2 seconds. Dijaling you spoke again. Looks like I have to ask for more pocket money. The 2-piece frost had dropped by Kelthuzad. One freezes the enemy when attacking, and the other freezes the enemy when struck, is enough to give fragile casters enough time to react to sneak attacks. Furthermore, this freeze effect comes with epic level equipment. Without a strong removal skill, the duration of the freeze is essentially maximized. A fight between experts is a matter of a split second, let alone 2 seconds, which is enough to kill a squishy target 4 or 5 times. But again, the level requirements for these 2 pieces of equipment are too high, so Qin Chuan will have to keep them for now, and consider how to deal with them later when Dijaling you and the others level up. With this in mind, Qin Chuan slowly said, don't rush to buy the equipment yet. Maybe by the time you reach level 50 or 60, there will already be epic equipment for the corresponding slots. Dijaling you pondered for a moment, and felt it made sense, but added, President, I pre-order them anyway. If you need to dispose of these 2 pieces of equipment, please let me know. No problem. Qin Chuan agreed immediately. Then he looked at the third piece of equipment. Frost Necklace, Epic, Health plus 10,000, mana plus 10,000, spirit plus 900, level requirement 60. Special effect 1, frost damage plus 20%. Special effect 2, ice resistance plus 50%. Special effect 3, ice spell critical chance plus 15%. Another piece of magic equipment, and one specifically for ice mages. Considering that Kelthuzad is a Lich proficient in ice magic, it's understandable that he would drop this equipment. But even though he understood, Qin Chuan was still a little frustrated that no items he could use were dropped. As the equipment attributes were posted to the team channel, everyone started to discuss the situation again. I'm not the water god hesitated, saying, with so many items for frost mages, are you asking me to switch to frost mage? Ultimate is cool. I have 2 frost type abilities, Frost Hell and Ice Prison, which are suitable for this item. I guess I need to save up some contribution points. Su Cha-Ching, this boss drop doesn't seem to have much to do with me, a healer. Ji Xing, President, why are all the items you found for frost mages? Qin Chuan said helplessly, I'd love to find something I can use, but the boss won't give me the chance. Ying Luo, President, don't lose heart. Run it a few more times, and you eventually find something you can use. That's true. The raid has a 7-day cooldown. Run it 7, 8, or even a dozen times, and you find epic equipment you can use. Chapter 331. Tuck the frost necklace behind his back, revealing his 4th piece of equipment. A shield. Arctic barrier. Epic, defense plus 70,000, health plus 20,000, strength plus 900, level requirement 60. Special effect 1. Reduces damage taken by 20%. Special effect 2. Immune to force displacement effects. Special effect 3. The next attack that would have killed you will instead heal you, restoring 20% of your maximum health. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Long Teng Tianxia couldn't take his eyes off the effect of this shield, and his mouth watered. The added defense and health are both extremely high, and there's also a percentage damage reduction. These are crucial attributes for a main tank. And most importantly, the 3rd special effect greatly increases the chance of failure. Once triggered, you be possessed by Spring Brother, resurrecting on the spot. It's simply perfect. Boss, Longting Tianxia's eyes shone with eagerness. Will this shield be released? Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, then said, I haven't decided what to do with it yet. I'll let you know if I have any news. He himself couldn't use a shield. But Ying Luo could. His Divine Light Knight class boasted both offense and defense, capable of tanking, fighting, and healing, a truly versatile tool. If equipped with the polar barrier, solo bosses would be a piece of cake. However, considering Ying Luo's level, the shield wouldn't be available to him right now. Also, Qin Chuan vaguely remembered that the Night Wanderer class quests offered a complete set of equipment, but he wasn't sure if the shield was included. But keeping the shield for now wouldn't be a bad idea. Longting Tianxia didn't force it. It would be best to obtain the shield, but considering that the Summit Guild also has its own tank players, it's unlikely that this shield will be passed on to the outside world. But the question still needs to be asked. After examining the 4 pieces of equipment, the stats are all quite powerful, but the equipment requirements are too high, so they can only be kept with Qin Chuan for now. His storage ring has the feature of preventing items from being dropped, making it extremely safe. The epic loot dropped by Kelthuzad includes an item in addition to the equipment. Lich Knowledge, epic upon use, it grants a random Lich skill, learnable only by dark side magic classes. In layman's terms, this is a skill book. However, unlike ordinary skill books, this one has a certain specificity. The most common dark side magic classes are Necromancer and Warlock, and hidden classes like Shadow Priest also count. The Summit Guild does not have these classes. There were indeed 2 warlocks among the people Longting Tianxia had brought, but after careful consideration, Qin Chuan decided to keep the Lich lore for now. He planned to use it to trick an NPC. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan slowly said, I have a use for this. Longting Tianxia didn't say anything. After all, Night Wanderer had done all the hard work on this raid, so getting a first clear reward was already quite impressive. And Longting Tianxia had also bought several pieces of equipment before, so it was a pretty good return. Qin Chuan put the items away, and then examined the 3 pieces of loot Miesho Kong Kong had obtained. There was actually a usable item. Frost Shard, epic material when embedded in a weapon, attacks and spells deal 20% frost damage, and slow the target by 50%. This material is universal for all classes. It can be used by melee and ranged, but especially by casters. For Qin Chuan, embedding this fragment in his weapon would increase his damage by another 20%, a significant bonus, and he happily accepted it. Thanks to the Sniper God talent, This 20% frost damage is converted into true shadow, unaffected by ice resistance, allowing full damage. I ask Master Kamal for help when I get back to Belly City. It won't take long. Not bad, finally an improvement. Qin Chuan was very satisfied. He checked the next piece of extra loot, his eyes widening. Lich Class Transformation Certificate. Epic use this to unlock the Lich Class Transformation quest. Completing the class transformation allows you to become a Lich, increasing all attribute growth by 3 and spirit growth by an additional 3. Chapter 332. Wow, this thing actually got revealed. Liches are commander-level high-level undead in the Undead Legion, and their corresponding Lich class is considered top-tier among the hidden classes. Qin Chuan immediately decided to put this item up for auction in the shop, allowing all players on the server to bid. I imagine the leaders of the major guilds would be willing to pay a high price for it. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan posted the Lich class change certificate to the team chat, adding, "I'm planning to auction this off. Everyone, help me spread the word." Long Tongue Tianxia swallowed bitterly and said, "Boss, do we really need to promote this? Just post it, and it go up instantly, okay?" Ji Xing agreed. "President, your bonus loot grabbing skill is only for assassins. Do you think a mechanic like me still has a chance? I'd love to get a top-tier item too." Xiao Yinmi. "Do you have a pig?" Yinmi. "No, I just feel like a pig. I'm an assassin too." "Why?" "I don't know any of the guild master skills." Su Changqing. "Will this class change make me as powerful as the boss?" I didn't feel the boss was that strong. The guild master was killed so quickly, I didn't even notice." Dejaling you, Jing, would you like to class change to Lich? If so, I'd buy it for you. Jing. No, the Lich class doesn't sound like a good one. Aoi is very happy. Do you think I still have a chance? Longting Tianxia. Boss, can the auction be postponed for 2 days? I need to get back to raise some money. Qin Chuan. Okay, I put it up in the shop to warm up first, and then officially start the auction. Longting Tianxia. Thank you, sir. While chatting, Qin Chuan also sent the Lich class transformation certificate to a guild leader he knew, and their response was surprisingly consistent. They hoped Qin Chuan could hold the auction later. They needed to raise money. Although they didn't know the Lich's class characteristics, and had never heard of a player transforming into this class before, the epic quality alone told them it was definitely something special. And the bonus to growth was substantial. Not only did it increase all attributes by 3, but it also increased spirit. The key was that this growth was cumulative with their existing growth, like the icing on the cake. If they were already top-tier warlock players, transforming into a Lich would take their power to the next level. It was foreseeable that this item would trigger a new round of bidding frenzy, and the final price might even rival the guild token that previously fetched a whopping 270 million. The Lich class transformation certificate was put away. In fact, if this item were auctioned together with the previously revealed Lich knowledge, the price would be even higher. But Qin Chuan planned to use his Lich lore to trick NPCs into working for him. And no matter how high the auction price was, it would only improve him to a limited degree. In fact, if possible, Qin Chuan hoped to barter for an epic item he could use. Unfortunately, at this stage, he possessed almost all the epic equipment in the server, and no one else could afford to give it to him, so he had to give up. Maya Shikonkong had already seen 2 of the 3 loot items he had found, and the last one was equipment. Ice Crown. Epic, defense plus 7,000, health plus 10,000, mana plus 6,000, spirit plus 900, level requirement, 60. Special effect 1, immune to mind control. Special effect 2, 20% increased casting speed. Special effect 3, 15% increased frost damage. Mediocre stats, just stuffed into the ring and dealt with later when other players leveled up. Now that all the loot has been viewed and the rewards collected, it's time to return to the city. After Kelthuzad's death, a passage appeared behind his throne, allowing direct exit from the Pale Throne dungeon. Just as Qin Chuan was about to take a step, he heard Jing say, "President, I could open a portal directly to Belly City." Qin Chuan was a little surprised, but then he thought, Jing is a space mage, so it makes sense for him to know how to use portals. Being able to return directly to Belly City would also be great, saving him the trouble of flying back to Lingang City, and then teleporting. With this in mind, Qin Chuan immediately said, "Okay, open the door." Long Tongue Tianxia sighed slightly. "Boss Yushin, your guild members are all experts. No one in my guild has even mastered the portal yet." Qin Chuan smiled. "I estimate most mages can probably master 1 or 2. There's no need to rush, guild leader Long Tongue. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Jing finished casting his spell. A phantom ball of light appeared in midair, revealing the outlines of the buildings of Belly City. The team members advanced in an orderly fashion, their figures vanishing from the spot. When his vision returned, Qin Chuan found himself in the Belly City teleportation array, surrounded by a constant stream of players. Boss, thank you so much for this time. We get back to our business now. We say goodbye. Remember to call me next time you need something like this. Long Tongue Tianxia thanked him profusely, then bowed and took his leave. He would take his men back to digest their gains, then continue leveling up, striving to challenge the Pale Throne on his own as soon as possible. The Dragon Dynasty's men had left, and Ji Xing and the others had their own things to attend to. Ji Xing would continue crafting mechanical creations. She had only just created the destroyer, and she still had several blueprints lined up, a heavy workload. Yi Yingluo would continue completing her class quests to unlock the Sacred War Steed. And Di Jialingyu had already immediately summoned the Skeleton Warhorse, parading it around the streets, drawing the envy of countless players. At this stage, very few players had mounts, and Di Jialingyu was the only one with such a striking mount as the Skeleton Warhorse. Di Jialingyu was overjoyed. This turn of events was truly phenomenal, far more impressive than driving a sports car. Di Jialingyu immediately decided to parade around Belly City 3 times to show everyone their abilities. Tap tap tap. The skeletal warhorse took small, slow steps away. Qin Chuan shook his head helplessly. That was Di Jialingyu's personality, he had heard about it, but he didn't care. As the peak members left one after another, Qin Chuan also left Belly City, and headed for the black market. He planned to inlay the Arctic fragment first, then travel to the Sod Black River to obtain the eyes that see through illusions, and then unlock the epic quest scroll. Arriving at the black market, he walked with familiarity to the backyard of the tavern. The 3 Kamal brothers were still working furiously. Half of the remaining equipment materials had already been crafted into equipment and placed aside. Seeing Qin Chuan arrive, Kamal put down his hammer and excitedly came over to report the situation. Warrior, you're here. We crafted 6 pieces of dark gold equipment and 1 piece of epic equipment. Everything is here, please keep it. These items all met the level 50 requirements, and their stats were quite good. Qin Chuan glanced at the 6 pieces of dark gold equipment, confirming there were no replacements, and placed them all in the guild warehouse. As for the epic equipment, it was usable. Dragonhide shirt, epic, defense plus 3000, health plus 10,000, agility plus 750, level requirement, 50. Special effect 1, cushioning, reduces damage taken by 25%. Special effect 2, agility, increases movement speed by 15%. Special effect 3, dragon blood, increases all stats by 150. This equipment looked familiar to Qin Chuan. Wasn't it just an enhanced version of the Earth Dragon lining? Camel seemed to see Qin Chuan's thoughts and explained, your lining inspired me earlier. I asked an old friend for help to craft this shirt from the soft belly leather of a fire dragon. It will perfectly complement your Death Shadow breastplate. Hearing this, Qin Chuan immediately put it away and put it on. Just as Kamal said, even if he wore an extra shirt, it would not affect his movements at all. Chapter 333. Master Kamal, I wonder if your friend is still around? I wanted to express my gratitude in person. Qin Chuan said. This dragonhide shirt allows him to wear an extra piece of equipment, significantly improving its stats. The damage reduction and speed boosting properties further enhance his combat effectiveness. The damage reduction stat is decent, average, considering Qin Chuan already has a number of life-saving strategies. But the speed-boosting agility is quite practical. Combined with Qin Chuan's already 5-digit agility, he can move with the wind. If combined with the speed bonus from Shadow Stealth, Qin Chuan's stealth speed would even surpass many players' mounts. However, Kamal is an expert in blacksmithing. Leather sewing isn't his specialty. The friend he mentioned is likely a top-tier NPC tailor. If they could connect, commissioning him to make some equipment would be fantastic. Kamal replied, my friend left for something. I introduce him to you next time. Qin Chuan felt a little regretful, but didn't dwell on it. As long as he and Kamal maintained a good relationship, he eventually encountered those expert NPCs. Taking out the Frost Shard and the Forbidden Calamity, Qin Chuan said, Master Kamal, I have a humble request. I hope you can quickly inlay this material into your weapon. Kamal looked at the Frost Shard in surprise. This is a material only a Lich can refine. You killed a Lich? Qin Chuan nodded. It was a stroke of luck. Kamal's astonishment grew. This stranger had not only slain the fire dragon Heloise, but now the Lich as well. His power had risen at an incredible rate. Even for legendary heroes, achieving even one of these would be a remarkable feat, let alone two. Kamal was shocked, but also a little disappointed. It's a shame the Lich's skeleton isn't particularly impressive, so it can't be used as forging material. Then he took the materials and weapon, thought for a moment, and said, inlaying it will be much simpler, and it'd be done in about half an hour. Okay, I wait up front, Qin Chuan replied immediately. The half hour passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Chuan retrieved the forbidden calamity and held it before his eyes, sensing it. The dagger's blade held an icy energy. Combined with the forbidden calamity's inherent slowing effect, a single strike would render the enemy unable to move, rendering them vulnerable to destruction. Of course, with Qin Chuan's damage output, the enemy would be practically dead the moment the attack landed, making the slowing effect unlikely to be of much use. But if he later switched weapons, and these two weapons spread, it would be enough to drive all assassin players crazy. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan asked, Master Kamal, can these two weapons be reforged further? The effects of Calamity Forbidden and Tyrannical Plunder are very powerful. If they could be upgraded to level 70 or 80, it would be excellent. After all, weapon sets are rare. Kamal replied, these two weapons are limited by the initial forging materials. One more reforge is the limit. While maintaining epic quality, the equipment level should be able to reach level 70. With level 70 equipment and the Overlord certificate, Qin Chuan would be able to reforge it at level 60, then embark on his third-class advancement quest. Perfect. With this in mind, Qin Chuan immediately said, Master Kamal, please gather the necessary materials for the reforge in advance. Kamal nodded. That's not a difficult task. I ask Edith for help later, and I think we have everything ready soon. Qin Chuan was very satisfied. This is the benefit of connections. After a brief chat, Qin Chuan remembered something else and asked, Master Kamal, how much flame dragon materials are left? Kamal replied, about a third, and 6 more pieces of equipment will be enough. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and said, Master Kamal, if we lower the equipment requirements and use flame dragon materials as auxiliary materials, how many level 30 pieces of equipment can we forge? Chapter 334. As a master forger, Kamal didn't even need to calculate this sort of thing, he just blurted out, if it were level 30 dark gold equipment, I could craft at least 10 sets, but there are only 6 pieces. Epic gear is a bit too difficult, and the equipment level can't be kept down, it needs to be at least level 40. Furthermore, crafting epic gear would consume almost half of the remaining materials. After a pause, Kamal added, flame dragon materials are hard to come by, so forging lower-level equipment would be a bit of a waste. Qin Chuan had originally planned to craft several sets of level 30 epic equipment to help guild members complete their level 30 class advancement quest. But when Kamal explained that only dark gold could be crafted at level 30, he immediately abandoned the idea. With the strength of Yi Luo and the others, dark gold equipment wouldn't be a problem. As for level 40 epic equipment, unless they possessed the Overlord certificate, they couldn't wear it during their class advancement, making it meaningless. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan said, in that case, Master Camel, let's craft the remaining materials as planned. Camel agreed. Qin Chuan didn't linger long, decisively leaving the black market and returning to Belly City to prepare for teleportation. The area where the Sodi River lies is located in Skarn City, a multi-ethnic city where everyone is welcome. As long as one does not violate the law, one can settle there. 300 kilometers north of Skarn City lies the Feather Moon Fortress, where an elite force is stationed to monitor and defend the Naga population. North of the Feather Moon Fortress lies the Sodi River, occupied by the Naga. While pondering, Qin Chuan boarded the teleportation array and successfully arrived in Skarn City. Finally, no traffic jam this time. Qin Chuan grumbled inwardly. Then, when the undead appeared in Lingang City, countless players teleported in, completely clogging the entire teleportation channel. It was ridiculous. After his rant, Qin Chuan looked around. Humans, sand people, half-elves, goblins. Skarn City, as expected of a city that welcomes all, saw more races here than in all the other main cities combined. Qin Chuan even saw humans and goblins walking out of the customs hall arm in arm. He looked up at the sign. Orc Club. At the entrance stood a female orc, dressed glamorously but enough to scare off the demons of the underworld. Her tendons shone, her arms thicker than Qin Chuan's thighs. Qin Chuan immediately averted his gaze, feeling as if his eyes had been pierced, and at the same time, he felt sincere admiration for the two men. They were so daring. Their taste was truly unique, and their courage was truly remarkable. Shaking his head, Qin Chuan headed out of the city, found a deserted corner, summoned a shadow dragon, and charged north toward Feather Moon Fortress. I remember there's a quest to kill the Naga leader at Feather Moon Fortress. I might as well do it while I'm at it, Qin Chuan thought to himself. The commander of Feather Moon Fortress is an elven ranger general. She looks unremarkable, but in later versions, her identity will be linked to the current elven high priestess. Buffing her favorability in advance is a sure win. At the speed of a shadow dragon, 300 kilometers can be covered in a blink of an eye. All the way, Qin Chuan pondered the meaning of those eyes that saw through illusions. The result of a legendary skill, and one that was tied to fate. Qin Chuan felt it couldn't be simply equipment or a skill. But other than that, there didn't seem to be much else related to the eyes. A sudden thought struck Qin Chuan, and he had a bold guess. Perhaps the eyes I'm about to gain will affect the real world, although the fusion of the apocalypse and reality is still a long way off, at least judging by the progress in my past life, it's still quite a while. But the problem is that Qin Chuan has been reborn, and has learned some information he didn't have access to in his previous life. So, with the flutter of the butterfly's wings, the fusion of the two worlds is very likely to occur prematurely. Chapter 335. If that's the case, I'm afraid it's not good news. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. After the apocalypse merges with reality, players can transfer their characters' abilities to the real world, thereby fighting monsters that have escaped from the virtual world. This isn't a big problem. The problem lies in the day of the gods' arrival. As long as the apocalypse and reality have merged to a certain level, capable of bearing the dimensional shock of the gods' arrival, then they won't just sit there waiting in the void, they will surely descend at all costs. In his previous life, the apocalypse began to merge with reality in the 3rd year, and the gods descended in the 9th year. But now, Qin Chuan couldn't guarantee that things would proceed as before. There's a widely circulated proverb in Apocalypse: those who spy on fate will ultimately be fooled by it. Gaining the dark skill of fate is both an opportunity and a challenge. Huh? Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the skills were already in his possession, and he couldn't forget them even if he wanted to. Although he harbored a few concerns, it was better to seize the moment to improve his strength rather than worry about the unknown future. As long as his strength was strong enough, even if the gods descended prematurely, he could still rewrite his own destiny. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan's fighting spirit was rekindled. Only a few days after the server launch, he had already reached his current strength, a complete transformation compared to his previous life. The trajectory of fate had already changed, and the final outcome was bound to be different. Woo woo woo. A horn blasted at UUF Fortress, and the defenders nervously climbed the city walls, watching the giant dragon rapidly approaching in the sky. It was the Shadow Dragon. Observing the fortress's reaction, Qin Chuan immediately ordered the Shadow Dragon to lower its altitude, then retracted it, and walked towards UUF Fortress. Arriving at the fortress, a large number of defenders were already waiting for him in full battle formation. Half of them were human soldiers, the rest were elves. Tall and delicate, this was the elf, a race favored by the moon goddess. Who are you, and why are you connected to the dragon race? Chandri's Feathermoon, the commander of Feathermoon Fortress, dressed in ranger armor and carrying an eagle horn bow, approached Qin Chuan, surrounded by her guards, and questioned his intentions. Qin Chuan recalled that in the ancient days of the apocalypse, the elves and dragons had engaged in a protracted war. With the dragon's retreat, the war gradually subsided. But the hatred etched in her blood would not fade so easily. Seeing the shadow dragon appear, Chandri's Feathermoon could not ignore it, and had to question him thoroughly. Qin Chuan quickly explained, "Don't be nervous. It's all a misunderstanding. The dragon I tamed was my mount." "You?" Chandri's Yuyua looked at Qin Chuan, her eyes filled with suspicion. How could this stranger have tamed a dragon? You know, dragons are incredibly proud, and would rather die than surrender. But thinking back to the dragon's sudden disappearance, it felt like the effects of the dragon god's oath. Looking at Qin Chuan's equipment, Chandri's Yuyua was surprised. This is equipment made from dragon materials? Are you the stranger who killed the fire dragon Heloise? Qin Chuan humbly waved his hand. It's just a false title. You don't need to call me a dragon slayer. Chandri's Yuyua now believed that Qin Chuan had tamed the dragon. After all, Heloise's death had incurred the wrath of the fire dragon king, and the city of Skarn had also been affected. At that time, the Nagas had taken advantage of the situation to loot, but were repelled by the defenders led by Chandri's Feathermoon. This left a deep impression on her. Waving her hand to signal the surrounding defenders to lower their guard, Chandri's Feathermoon asked, "Stranger, what are you doing here?" "There are no dragons here." Qin Chuan replied, I'm bored, so I came here to kill a few Nagas for fun. I heard you're troubled by the Naga's activeness, and I wonder if there's anything I can do for you. Chandri's Feathermoon's eyes flickered. She actually had something she needed Qin Chuan's help with. Chapter 336. Since the stranger before her could kill Heloise, then killing the Naga leader here should be no problem. With the leader dead, the remaining Naga would be no more of a threat, and the fortress defenders would have time to recuperate. She had the strength to kill the Naga leader, but that didn't guarantee her safe escape. If she, the fortress commander, were injured, the other monsters in the wilderness would seize the opportunity to attack the fortress. This was not what Chandri's Feathermoon wanted. Thinking of this, Chandri's Feathermoon slowly said, "Warrior, I hope you can help me kill the Naga leader." Ding, you have triggered the hidden quest, Chandri's Feathermoon's concern. Quest requirements. Kill the Naga leader entrenched in the Sodi River. Quest rewards. 200,000 XP, 500 gold, 1 random dark gold level item, and 50 Chandri's Feathermoon's favorability increase. She could ignore the other rewards, but she must take the favorability reward. Qin Chuan immediately declared, "Everyone has a responsibility to kill the Naga. General, just wait for my news." After accepting the mission, Qin Chuan summoned Shadow Dragon and charged across the fortress toward the Sodi River. The Sodi River lies north of the fortress. From afar, the waters are dotted with figures chasing and playing. If you ignore the terrifying, hideous figures' heads, the scene is truly quite harmonious. As soon as Qin Chuan approached, the Naga on the surface launched an attack. Some fired arrows, others cast lightning spells, seemingly determined to fight Qin Chuan to the death. Qin Chuan casually waved his hand. "Shadow Dragon, I leave it to you." There was no need for him to take action against such a small Karami. Shadow Dragon could handle it. Although the Nagas were generally level 40 to 50 monsters, the Shadow Dragon, a dark gold level boss, could wipe out the entire area with a single breath of its dragon breath. The Naga's dying wails echoed, and more Nagas surged forward. Instantly, the entire surface of the water was covered in Naga heads, the sheer number awe-inspiring. Qin Chuan was also puzzled. The Nagas were incredibly fertile. As a monster, Nagas have a bloodline that's above average, meaning they don't breed in a single litter like goblins. But now, the number of Nagas visible within sight was almost as high as that of goblins. This was unusual. You have to remember, this place isn't far from Feathermoon Fortress, and Chandri's Feathermoon would regularly come here to clear out the Naga population. And yet, there were still so many Nagas. There were only a few possibilities. Or they had migrated from other areas, which would indicate the Nagas were planning an offensive against Feathermoon Fortress, which was bad news. Either the Naga had found a way to rapidly increase their numbers, which wasn't good news either. Looking around, Qin Chuan felt Feathermoon Fortress was teetering on the brink of collapse. Considering that Chandri's Feathermoon remained active in subsequent patches, this Naga crisis didn't destroy Feathermoon Fortress, at least not kill the fortress commander. But regardless, having arrived, he had to get to the bottom of things. Most importantly, Qin Chuan hadn't felt any further guidance from fate. His eyes, which saw through illusions, hadn't yet yielded any clues, so he figured he'd have to delve deeper. With this in mind, Qin Chuan raised his hand and unleashed a shadow-flying knife, easily dispatching nearly 100 Naga. Adding another dark rain, another 100 or so felled. When the Naga gathered again, he launched a swift, focused sniper attack, slaying as many as came. But even after suffering such heavy losses, the Naga showed no sign of retreat, and in fact, they charged even faster. Qin Chuan immediately realized that the Naga were hiding a secret, willing to sacrifice their lives just to find a chance to repel this outsider. Alas, the Naga's plan was doomed to fail. Whether to complete Chandri's Feathermoon's mission or to pursue Destiny's guidance, Qin Chuan could not leave. Chapter 337. Just slogging through the Nagas like this wasn't going to cut it. Qin Chuan casually swung out his cooled shadow knife, clearing out 100 or so Nagas, while sending his Shadow Dragon flying toward the shore. After landing and retracting the Shadow Dragon, Qin Chuan activated Shadow Stealth and headed upstream along the riverbank. He wanted to see what the Nagas were up to. The pursuing Nagas, having lost sight of Qin Chuan, could only roar angrily into the air before retreating back into the water. As he advanced along the riverbank, Qin Chuan discovered a problem. There were too few wild monsters here. Normally, the riverbank would be full of animals drinking, attracting predators. But now, not even a rabbit could be seen, let alone predators. The only plausible explanation was that the wild monsters near the Sodi River had been captured or killed by the Nagas. The reason for their actions was intriguing. Qin Chuan also detected an extremely faint, but unmistakable aura in the air. That aura, filled with twisted resentment, made Qin Chuan's hair stand on end. To possess such an aura, one had to be at least an epic-level boss, perhaps even more. Legendary-level boss? Qin Chuan licked his lips excitedly. If he could defeat a legendary-level boss, and then use his magic tricks, the rewards would be unparalleled and luxurious. It was truly fate's guidance. Even a small leak could net him a fortune. After advancing for a long time, the river widened to a point where it stretched as far as the eye could see, and the number of Naga on the shore began to dwindle. Qin Chuan stopped and looked toward the center of the river. There, a metal pipe protruded from the water, and white steam occasionally emanated from the pipe. Considering the Naga's habits, the area below was most likely their base, and that was where Qin Chuan was heading. After taking a potion of underwater breathing, Qin Chuan sneaked down into the river and swam along the current to the bottom. Beneath the surface, metal pipes stretched deep into the water, and at the same time, the distorted aura grew stronger. What did the Naga dig up? Qin Chuan couldn't help but wonder. Soon, his eyes focused. In the distance, a monstrous creature swam in the water. It was probably a Naga, but its arms sprouted tiny tentacles. The typical snake-tailed lower body of a Naga was gone, replaced by 3 thick tentacles. Deformed Naga. Level, 51. HP, 150,000. Attack, 7,500. Defense, 7,000. Skills, Tentacle Entanglement, Corrupted Water Rush, Mental Shock. It was a Naga, but deformed. As far as Qin Chuan knew, the causes of monster deformation were limited to a few things. The mad alchemist's biological experiments, the pollution of the monster's habitat, and the whispers of the ancient gods. As he pondered this, a faint sound echoed in Qin Chuan's mind. The sound was faint, and seemed to exist, but when he carefully traced its source, he could find no trace, making him wonder if he had misheard. But Qin Chuan knew he had indeed heard it. It also confirmed what had happened to the Naga. They had unearthed the ruins of the ancient gods, and then, contaminated by the power within, they became deformed. I knew fate wasn't that simple, Qin Chuan muttered. Who could have imagined that a simple Naga quest would be connected to the ancient gods? To be honest, Qin Chuan would rather face the Fire Dragon King than confront the ancient gods directly. Their power was too strange. Fortunately, from what we've seen so far, the Naga haven't unearthed the old god, but rather related ruins. The old god is sealed underground, separated from the surface by countless meters. Even the expert dwarves can't dig that deep, let alone the Naga. Furthermore, if they had truly unearthed the old god, Feathermoon Fortress would have been destroyed, and the main city of Skarn would have been wiped out. Chapter 338. Even the entire apocalypse world would sound the alarm. It would definitely not be the peaceful and prosperous scene we're experiencing now. Compared to the ancient gods, both the dragon's wrath and the undead siege were minor spectacles. While he was pondering, the distorted Naga before him seemed to sense something and glanced around in confusion, but there was no one else in the pitch-black waters. The distorted Naga roared with a frenzy, flicking its tentacles and continuing forward. Qin Chuan didn't attack. There was no need. It wasn't some epic or legendary boss. Defeating it in seconds would only give a small amount of experience, and it would also easily alert the enemy. He waited until the distorted Naga left before continuing forward. He planned to dive deeper along the metal pipe. He was sure he'd find something. I must ask Chandri's Feathermoon for more rewards when I get back. That's the ruins of the ancient gods, a terrifying place that ordinary people avoid. I have to pay more, Qin Chuan thought. It's clear that these metal pipes are a key target of Naga protection. Qin Chuan saw more distorted Nagas during his dive. If it weren't for his high shadow stealth rank and cautious movements, he would have been discovered after diving a few meters. During this time, Qin Chuan also saw Nagas with even greater distortions. They weren't Nagas, but more like distortions. Aside from their heads, which still bore a recognizable Naga appearance, the rest of them were completely unrelated. Based on this trend, the Naga leader might have also been affected and distorted. I wonder if his rank will increase. The quest reward for Chandri's Feathermoon is dark gold equipment, indicating that the Naga leader is at least a dark gold boss. But that's normal. Now, when a Naga unearths an ancient god ruin, it's deformed beyond recognition, but it also grants additional power. The Naga leader might even evolve to epic rank. If they're lucky, they might even find a sleeping ancient god subordinate within the ruins, and perhaps even score a legendary first kill. That's a tremendous reward. An epic first kill grants 500 attribute points, and a legendary kill would at least double that. 8,000 free attribute points is a significant boost for Qin Chuan. Even with a discount, that's still at least 700 or 800 points. I hope this trip isn't in vain, Qin Chuan thought to himself. At the same time, he stopped diving. It wasn't that they had reached their destination, but rather that there was no way forward. At the end of the metal tube was a massive underwater complex with a distinct Naga style. At least, that was how it had been. But now, giant tentacles occasionally swirl from within the buildings. If an unlucky deformed Naga were touched, a puff of dark green blood would immediately erupt in the water, the suction cups on their tentacles greedily consuming the nearby flesh and blood. But the nearby deformed Nagas showed no expressions of sorrow or anger. Instead, they were filled with fervent longing, as if being devoured by the tentacles was a supreme honor. This was the ancient god, fundamentally influencing the thinking of living beings, distorting them. And this was merely the lingering aura of the ancient god's ruins. If the ancient god had appeared directly, the scene would have been absolutely chaotic. In the previous life, the ancient god didn't appear directly, but he took advantage of the world fusion to expand his influence, causing numerous tragedies on Blue Star. The only good news might be that the ancient god and the otherworldly gods were not on the same page, but rather were in a hostile relationship. Otherwise, the Blue Star players would have been wiped out even faster. Shaking his head to put his thoughts aside, Qin Chuan began to search for an angle for invasion. But the next second, a sharp roar echoed from the building complex. Intruders! The nearby distorted Naga went berserk, their crimson eyes scanning the waters, as they deployed distorted jellyfish to intercept any incoming enemies. Seeing this, Qin Chuan realized stealth was pointless and took decisive action. Chapter 339. The dark rain combined with a focused sniper attack easily eliminated the distorted Naga in the area ahead. Under attack, the distorted Naga immediately counterattacked. They couldn't see Qin Chuan, but they could determine the source and direction of the attack and directly unleashed a large number of area of effect abilities. Instantly, the dim waters brightened. The tentacles within the buildings began to wave, causing the current to surge. If Qin Chuan chose to hold steady, the current would reveal his outline. If he went with the flow, the current would carry him toward the densely packed tentacle area. Qin Chuan chose the third option. He took the initiative. A single shadowy flying knife severed the tentacle at its root, leaving it struggling in the water. Catch him! The previous roar resurfaced. As expected, it was the voice of the Naga leader. Having decided to fight, Qin Chuan didn't bother to act. He exerted his full speed, engaging the distorted Naga and its tentacles. Although not as agile underwater as on land, Qin Chuan's agility was high enough, and his equipment provided speed bonuses, allowing him to maneuver around the enemy. A surprise attack would appear from directly below. The darkness of fate notification suddenly appeared, and Qin Chuan's heart trembled. He immediately used Shadow Leap to escape. The dark waters were filled with shadows, so he could jump anywhere. Boom! The dark shadow swooped up from below, moving at breakneck speed. The swirling current even crushed the nearby distorted Naga. When the mud and sand cleared, the shadow's true form was revealed. It was an exceptionally thick tentacle, over 5 meters in diameter, with numerous medium and small tentacles branching out from it. If struck by it, one would be subjected to continuous attacks. The 5 layers of shadow prism would undoubtedly be shattered instantly, and then Qin Chuan's true form would appear. Huh? A slightly puzzled sound drifted through the water. The attacker had clearly not expected Qin Chuan to dodge the blow. The attack came without warning, and its speed was fast enough that it shouldn't have missed. As Qin Chuan watched, a highly deformed Naga emerged from the building complex. Deformed Naga leader, epic. Level, 55. HP, 80, 000, 000/80, 000, 000. Attack, 110,000. Defense, 90,000. Skills, Absolute Obedience, Soul Drain, Arcane Blast, Painful Memories, Cataclysm Exhaustion, Lightning Orb. Description: a Naga leader, influenced by the whispers of the old gods, yearns to spread catastrophe to every corner of the world. Epic boss. This is undoubtedly a gift delivered to your doorstep. With 80 million HP, one set of skills could easily take him down. But before taking action, Qin Chuan decided to test the Naga leader's strength. Villains are often defeated by their talkativeness. These bosses always deliver a few harsh words before the battle. While pondering, the Naga leader spoke. Intruder, your strength has earned the master's approval. Lay down your weapons, and embrace the glory of the supreme ruler. Ding! Your decision quest has been triggered. Please choose carefully. Option 1. Accept the Naga leader's offer and join the ancient gods. Reward, plus 10 all attribute growth, plus 30% distortion. Option 2. Reject the Naga leader's offer and kill him. Reward, plus 10 ancient gods attention. Damn, Qin Chuan cursed inwardly. Both options were pitfalls. Option 1 aside, the 10-point attribute increase looked promising, but the 30% distortion wasn't a joke, it would likely turn him into a lunatic. The key point was that the distortion permanently affected the character, and even deleting and starting over wouldn't erase it. Once the player merged with the character, they would immediately become the pawns of the ancient gods. Qin Chuan didn't want to be the public enemy of humanity. As for the second option, being noticed by the ancient gods wasn't a good thing either. Who could stand hearing the ancient gods whispering from time to time? But Qin Chuan had no choice but to choose the second option. What kind of crappy quest is this? You call the ancient gods' attention a reward? Qin Chuan muttered inwardly. I should have just killed the Naga leader instead of waiting for the hidden quest to trigger. But Qin Chuan also knew that once he was associated with the ancient gods, he couldn't escape their attention, whether he wanted to or not. At this point, we should first eliminate the Naga leader, then attempt to locate the ancient gods' ruins. If my guess is correct, the eyes that see through illusions are within the ruins. At this thought, Qin Chuan's heart stirred. The most difficult thing about the ancient gods is their mental erosion, which causes victims to experience all sorts of illusions. If he could see through illusions, wouldn't that mean he could ignore the ancient gods' illusions? Thinking of this, Qin Chuan suddenly felt that this trip was the right one. Chapter 340. The deformed Naga leader waited a moment, but received no response. A twisted hatred flashed in his eyes. How dare you, a tiny mortal, refuse my master's embrace? Snap. The shadow knife, combined with the dark rain, instantly depleted the Naga leader's health bar. The level 55 epic boss, with its generous experience points, instantly boosted Qin Chuan's level by 2, reaching level 49, putting him within striking distance of level 50. Besides the experience boost, there were also 4 epic loot drops. This alone made this trip a truly rewarding one. The surrounding deformed Naga, without a moment's grief over their leader's death, immediately joined the fray, charging towards the corpse. If they could reach that spot and devour the leader's flesh and blood, they would, in time, become the next leader. However, the deformed Naga's plan was thwarted by Qin Chuan just as it began. With a single, instantaneous, focused sniper strike, he easily cleared the area. After the battle, Qin Chuan swam towards the Naga leader, first collecting all the spoils, then using his cunning hand to secure 3 additional trophies. He then cut off the Naga leader's head and stored it in his ring as proof of his quest. Having barely finished his task, before he could even count his gains, he felt the entire waters begin to tremble, and large bubbles rose from the mud. The underwater Naga buildings began to crumble, the ground tearing apart, revealing ruins buried in the rock. There was no doubt that these were the ruins of the ancient gods. They were also the root cause of the Naga's distortion. In the ruins, an eye the size of a football field suddenly opened. The intense mental pollution instantly plunged Qin Chuan into a world of hallucinations, and scenes from his past life flashed before his eyes. Brother Chuan, have you heard? Someone saw a goblin offline. I can actually transfer character attributes to the real world. Ha ha ha. I've been a great magician for 30 years, and finally I can cast a fireball. Brother Chuan, hurry up. This is a trap. You have high defense, so your chances of survival are the highest. If you can get out, remember to avenge your brothers. Brother Qin Chuan, are you ready? If we can successfully capture the Black Dragon's lair this time, our Yin Nation will have a new batch of Dragon Blood warriors, greatly increasing its potential. Fuck. Why are there 2 legendary dragons? Retreat, President, it's too late. The crack in the sky is getting bigger again. I just thought I saw a winged creature peering at us from behind the crack. Brother Chuan, what the hell is wrong with this world? General Qin, latest battle report. An incomprehensible entity has descended on South America, and there are no living people there anymore. Everyone, you are recognized as one of the world's top 100, and you know that this operation has only a 10% chance of success. Standing here means you prepared for the worst. On behalf of the surviving humanity, I pay my respects to you. I hope we meet again after the battle. Now let's set off. Someone must contain the arrow god. If he continues his attacks, everyone will die. I go. Bang. The illusion dissipated, and the eyeballs within the ruins held a moment of surprise, then quickly turned to interest. So, the veil of fate was blown back, about to return to its original position. The darkness of fate gave a hint. Dark energy emerged from Qin Chuan's shadow, and rapidly surged towards the eyeballs within the ruins. The moment they made contact, the eyeballs exploded, and dark red blood stained the entire waters. When the waters calmed again, the enormous eyeballs had vanished, leaving only 2 round balls radiating light within the ruins. Looking closely, it was a gem carved into the shape of an eye. Qin Chuan's mood remained utterly restless. What was the origin of the eyeball found in the ruins that could unearth the secrets deep within him? Some memories, even he himself had lost track of, still surfaced before his eyes. Chapter 341. This feeling is terrible. It feels like my underwear has been seen through. But what Qin Chuan was most concerned about was the reaction of the darkness of destiny. It had instantly blasted his eyeballs. That dark power must be the power of shadow. Destiny. The power of shadow. Rebirth? Qin Chuan muttered to himself. He knew his rebirth wouldn't be that simple. The question was, what was the motive? And why was it him? This first glimpse into fate brought a whole new mystery. After a moment's reflection, Qin Chuan suppressed his thoughts. There was no point dwelling on it. It was better to move forward with an open mind. The first thing to do was to collect the 2 gems from the ruins. The eyes that the darkness of destiny had mentioned, capable of seeing through illusions, must be this thing. It looked like a prop, but Qin Chuan could see no information at all. This was illogical. The apocalypse was currently in the game stage, where even a stone slab on the ground could reveal information like the floor if the player so desired. But the 2 gems were completely invisible. But having come all this way, he couldn't return empty-handed. There's an old saying in the Yin Kingdom, if you don't take what heaven has given you, you suffer the consequences. Since fate had led him here, he should boldly seize it. With this in mind, Qin Chuan immediately swam over and took the 2 gems in his hands. Before he could examine them more closely, the gems transformed into streams of light and rushed towards his eyes. Qin Chuan's vision went dark, but fortunately, he regained his vision immediately. You have obtained the eyes that see through illusions. The eyes of void. The game's prompt confirmed that he had found the right place. This was indeed the eyes that the darkness of fate had spoken of. But the problem was, Qin Chuan didn't see any information about the void-breaking eye on the control panel. It wasn't a skill, nor was it equipment or an item. Just a line of information and nothing else. Playing. Qin Chuan shook his head helplessly. He scanned the surroundings. After the eyeball exploded in the ruins lost their support, and the surrounding rock began to collapse, completely burying the ruins. If Qin Chuan wanted, he could clear the ruins and explore inside. But there was no need. The most important item in that ruins was the void-breaking eye. Now that he had it, there was no need to go back. Now, it was time to return to the fortress and submit the quest. Rising to the surface to summon the shadow dragon, Qin Chuan jumped onto its back, tore off a drying scroll to dry his equipment, and excitedly began to examine the loot dropped by the Naga leader. That was epic equipment, and at level 55, it could be used right now. If there was a replacement, that would be wonderful. He casually pulled it out. Lightning Orb Skill Book. Epic summons a lightning orb that lasts 5 seconds, dealing ability power asterisk 50% plus 2000 damage to up to 10 enemies per second. 3 hits on the same target stun them for 5 seconds. Consumes 1000 mana, 40-second cooldown. Traits. Damage increased by 30%. Epic traits. Orb duration increased by 2 seconds. Wow, the boss's signature skill has been revealed. Lightning Orb is a skill that delivers both damage and crowd control, making it incredibly powerful. The only drawback is that it's a spell-based skill, tied to ability power. Of course, Qin Chuan could insist on learning this skill. With his sniper talent, his damage wouldn't be 0. Aside from damage, the crowd control effect of the lightning orb was the key. But after careful consideration, Qin Chuan returned it to his ring. In his current combat, he wanted instant kills with every strike, no crowd control needed. The enemies he needed to control were incredibly fast, so the lightning orb could only deal damage once before being dodged, barely enough to trigger the 3 hits needed to stun him. This skill was useless to him. It would be better to find an opportunity to exchange it for some useful epic items. By the way, the NPC with Kanai's cube should be appearing soon. Chapter 342. Qin Chuan recalled silently. The Kanai's cube is a special item, as unique as the skull of a strange beast. Its sole function is transformation. It randomly transforms any item into an item of the same type and quality. For example, if Qin Chuan doesn't have a use for the Lightning Orb skill book, he can place it in the Kanai's cube and transform it into a random epic skill book. Theoretically, with enough transformations, one can always find the item he wants. Such a powerful item, Qin Chuan naturally wouldn't miss out. But this item is currently in the hands of an NPC, who only appeared a few days after the game launched. It should have first appeared in Qifeng City, the most eastern civilization like of the 12 main cities in the Yin Kingdom. Qin Chuan cleared his mind. He had already followed Fate's instructions and obtained the Eye of the Void. He would return to UUF Fortress to complete the quest and then use the epic quest scroll. Most quest scrolls have a time limit, so Qin Chuan didn't rush to use them. Instead, he took a trip to Sodi River. Now that his work is done, he can begin the quest. By the time the epic quest is complete, the special NPC will likely be arriving in Qifeng City soon, making it a good time to go there and obtain Kanai's cube. By then, I can slowly play around with any extra epic items I have. They eventually become useful. Skill books and items, in particular, have a longer lifespan than equipment. Recollecting his thoughts, Qin Chuan looked at the remaining loot. The boss itself dropped 4 items, and he only looked at the skill book. Adding the 3 items he found, there were still 6 pieces of loot left. 5 of them are equipment. They're still primarily magic-based, but with a focus on lightning and arcane bonuses, perfectly suiting the Naga leader's attributes. Thankfully, there's one item that works. Abyssal Mask, Epic, Defense plus 8,000, Health plus 18,000, Spirit plus 850, Level Requirement, 55. Special Effect 1, Spirit Resistance plus 50%. Special Effect 2, Hide your own information. Special Effect 3, Attacks increase the target's damage by 10%. With the Abyssal Mask, the Silver level Death Lame Mask is retired. This equipment increases Spirit, and its stats aren't quite as well matched, but it's clearly much stronger than its Silver level counterpart. Qin Chuan particularly enjoys its special effect of concealing information. When Apocalypse merges with reality, and the equipment can be retrieved into the real world, this mask, paired with a loose cloak, will perfectly conceal Qin Chuan's identity. Besides the stealth effect, Qin Chuan also needs the Abyss Mask's increased mental resistance and damage. If the attribute could be changed to agility or strength, it would be perfect. But it's good enough now. The other 4 pieces of magic equipment will be stored in the ring for now, to be dealt with later. The last piece of loot is an item. Deformed Tendon, Epic upon use, it permanently increases strength by 200, increases strength to attack conversion by 20%, and increases distortion by 20%. This item has strong positive effects, especially the increased strength to attack conversion. Normal, 1 strength equals 1 attack. If this deformed tendon is used, without considering other factors, 1 strength equals 1.2 attack. With high strength, the increase will be significant. But the negative effects should not be ignored. A 20% increase in distortion is no joke. Qin Chuan definitely won't use this item. He has always kept a distance from the ancient gods. A single eyeball from a relic had already put him on the fast track of life, so how could he bear any more ruthless consequences? Qin Chuan didn't plan to store it in the guild warehouse. That would only bring disaster upon his own people. Looks like Lu Sha Yudaism will have to take advantage of this, Qin Chuan muttered to himself. From what he had learned, Lu Sha Yudaism seemed to have found traces of the vampires again, and was leading the guild members to dig deeper, clearly targeting the vampires. Chapter 343. Since he no longer wanted to be a human, Qin Chuan figured giving him another great gift wouldn't be a big deal. I just don't know if the vampire's power can withstand the ancient god's erosion. If these two forces clash within Lu Sha Yudaism's body, he'd be in trouble. The more Qin Chuan thought about it, the more he felt this plan was a good one. Considering that he would definitely be blocked by Lu Sha Yudaism, Qin Chuan immediately asked a guild leader he knew to pass on a message, saying he had something to sell to Lu Sha Yudaism. Sha Yudaism's immediate reaction upon receiving the message was that the Night Wanderer was out to rip him off again. Vice President Lu Sha Quangxue was even more blunt. President, the Night Wanderer is going too far. What he's selling is definitely not good stuff. Lu Sha Yudaism was about to refuse outright, but for some reason, he opened his friend list, unblocked the Night Wanderer, and accepted the friend request. Qin Chuan, Guild Raksha, how are you? Sha Yudaism, Night Wanderer, what are you planning now? Qin Chuan, Guild Raksha, our last encounter in the vampire tomb was truly a misunderstanding. Based on the principle of reconciling grievances rather than creating them, I decided to give you a great opportunity. Sha Yudaism, do you think I fall for your trick? I think you're just trying to be nice to someone else, with ulterior motives. Qin Chuan didn't say much, simply sending the effect of the deformed tendon and adding, Guild Raksha, I'm an agility assassin, so this isn't going to be very useful to me. I heard you're a fury warrior with all your skills, so you definitely need this. Sha Yudaism was about to block Qin Chuan again, but seeing the deformed tendon stats, he changed his mind. If he could get his hands on such a top-notch item, he'd be in for a resurgence. But considering how much he suffered at the hands of Night Wanderer, Lu Xiaoyudaozhen was wary. Night Wanderer, this item's stats are good, but first, tell me what this distortion factor means. Lu Xiaoyudaozhen had never encountered an ancient god, and didn't know the effects of distortion, but he instinctively felt it wasn't a good thing. Furthermore, it was sent by Night Wanderer, so he had to be even more skeptical. Qin Chuan was prepared and quickly replied, this distortion factor, like the bloodline factor, only slightly alters the character. It's nothing serious. President Lu Xia, trust me. Buy it and try it out, and you see the effects. Lu Xiaoyudaozhen didn't believe Qin Chuan's words. But the effect of the distortion tendon made him reluctant to give it up. The 200 strength was secondary. The key was the increased conversion rate, a truly useful stat that could be used in the later stages. If I could gather 10,000 strength, it would be like getting 2,000 attack power for free, a significant increase. Rock Xiaoyudaozhen's face was troubled. Based on his usual behavior, Night Wanderer definitely had ulterior motives. The biggest problem was probably the distortion. If it was a character change like the bloodline factor, it wouldn't be unacceptable. The 2 bottles of bloodline factor Night Wanderer had previously displayed in his shop had been purchased and consumed. The characters had undergone some changes, but they were still within acceptable limits, not completely transforming into goblins or tide-treading giants. Rock Xiaoyudaozhen calculated that the 30% increase in distortion would probably mean the character would become a little uglier. Compared to the improvement, this side effect was acceptable. Thinking of this, Rock Xiaoyudaozhen gradually changed his mindset. However, to be on the safe side, he still sent a message to Qin Chuan. Night Wanderer, I heard you have a close relationship with Longting Tianxia. If this thing is really that good, why don't you sell it to him? This was actually Lu Xiaoyudaozhen's biggest question. Will he really get his share of this good stuff? Qin Chuan had been prepared for this. I was leading Longting Tianxia in a raid, and he spent a bit too much money, so he doesn't have enough right now. Lu Xiaoyudaozhen immediately retorted, then you could also look for other guild leaders you know. The leaders of Juesher and Legend Hall of Fame are both your friends, and they have considerable funds. Chapter 344. Qin Chuan, President Lu Xia, what you said makes perfect sense. I go ask them for the price right now. Bye. Lu Xiaoyudaozhen tried to send another message, but was reminded that he had been blocked. Fuck. Lu Xiaoyudaozhen cursed fiercely. Lu Xiaoquangxue, standing nearby, asked curiously, Guild Leader, what did Night Wanderer say that is you so angry? Lu Xiaoyudaozhen explained what had just happened, and Lu Xiaoquangxue immediately retorted, Guild Leader, you were too careless. Lu Xiaoyudaozhen suppressed his anger and asked, what did you say? Lu Xiaoquangxue analyzed, Guild Leader, Night Wanderer definitely has ulterior motives in selling that item. I suspect the distortion will appear in a later version. Normally, players can't defeat epic bosses right now. They might need to wait until the next version. Lu Xiaoyudaozhen nodded, go on. Lu Xiaoquangxue continued his analysis. The item from the next version has been revealed by Night Wanderer now. If it were a normal online game, it would definitely be. It's a ban. So I suspect Night Wanderer sold this to you to get you banned. After hearing his vice president's analysis, Lu Xiaoyudaozhen suddenly understood and exclaimed, damn Night Wanderer, he truly has bad intentions. I almost fell for his trick. Quangxue, thank goodness you warned me, otherwise I would have made a huge mistake. Lu Xiaoquangxue shook his head at the compliment and sighed, Guild President, you overlooked the most important point. Other games ban accounts, but Apocalypse is different. This game has such a high degree of freedom that banning doesn't exist. Otherwise, Night Wanderer's obvious cheating behavior would have been banned long ago, and he wouldn't have been able to survive until now. He's really not thinking straight if he wants to use a ban against you. Lu Xiaoyudaozhen was stunned. It seems that's the logic. Lu Xiaoyudaozhen pinched his brows and said slowly, so, what you're saying is that Night Wanderer wanted me to use the next version of the item and get banned, but since Apocalypse wouldn't ban me, using the deformed tendon would only benefit me, not harm me. Lu Xiaoquangxue nodded heavily. President, you finally figured it out. That's why I said you were being careless. You shouldn't have angered Night Wanderer and gotten him to block you. You should have been polite and negotiated as much as possible to get the item. Even if deformed is a negative stat in the next version, we can definitely get more equipment and upgrade ourselves during this time. All in all, it's a definite win. After some analysis, Lu Xiaoyudaozhen finally realized how careless he had been. But he couldn't bring himself to go back to Night Wanderer with such shame. After all, he was the president of the Lu Xia Hall, a prominent figure. How could he be so humble? At this moment, Lu Sha Quangxue stepped forward again. Guild leader, I go ask Night Wanderer to sell me the item, and then I give it to you. Lu Sha Yudaizan worriedly said, You're the vice leader of Lu Sha Hall. How can Night Wanderer sell you the item? Besides, I guess he's blocked you too. Lu Sha Quangxue looked a little embarrassed. Ahem, guild leader, I'm friends with Night Wanderer. Lu Sha Yudaizan, ? Lu Sha Quangxue explained, Guild leader, don't misunderstand me. Remember the ointment I put in the guild warehouse earlier? Lu Sha Yudaizan thought for a moment, uncertainly saying, You mean the ointment that looks like mud but actually restores health? Yes, that's it, Lu Sha Quangxue said quickly. That's a specialty of Night Wanderer's shop. I saw it was effective, so I contacted Night Wanderer to buy more for the benefit of the guild members. I didn't expect to add him as a friend right away. Lu Sha Yudaizan was a little confused. Let's have crazy blood delete Night Wanderer from our friend list. Then it'd be hard to buy ointment, and even harder to buy deformed tendon. But if I don't delete him, it feels weird. My vice president is friends with my sworn enemy, but I'm blocked. How can I justify this? Chapter 345. After much deliberation, Lu Sha Yudaizan waved his hand and said, Let's put the matter of our friend behind us. I leave the purchase of the deformed tendon to you. I'm expecting 80 million. Lu Sha Quangxue nodded and said, Don't worry, guild master. I make sure this goes smoothly. I can't believe Lu Sha Yudaizan has gotten smarter. Qin Chuan muttered to himself as he sat on Shadow Dragon's back. He didn't contact the guild masters of other guilds. Although Qin Chuan knew this item would be in high demand, and some would ignore the risks and install it for the sake of power, knowing the effects of distortion, Qin Chuan still didn't want it to harm innocent people. Forget it, let's put it aside for now, and throw it into Kanai's cube later, Qin Chuan thought to himself. Just as he was about to have Shadow Dragon speed towards the fortress, he received a message from Lu Sha Quangxue. Guild Master Yushin, how are you? After seeing Lu Sha Quangxue's message, Qin Chuan understood. Lu Sha Yudaizan still wanted to buy the deformed tendon, but because he'd been blocked, he couldn't send a message. He was too embarrassed to ask someone to remove him, so he could only pass the message through Lu Sha Quangxue. Qin Chuan, trying to play hard to get, changed the subject. Vice President Quangxue, are you out of the ointment? Don't worry, there's plenty. Lu Sha Quangxue chuckled, Not yet, there's more. Qin Chuan replied, Then, I wonder what Vice President Quangxue wants from me. Lu Sha Quangxue saw this, and knew that if he didn't make his intentions clear, Night Wanderer would probably argue with him all day. He immediately said, President Night Wanderer, I want to buy the deformed tendon you have. Aha, the fish took the bait. However, Qin Chuan feigned ignorance and replied, Vice President Quangxue, you want to buy the deformed tendon. Does Lu Sha Yudaizan know? Lu Sha Quangxue replied, To be honest, this was actually my personal action. Please, President Yushin, please don't tell anyone about this. Qin Chuan's mind was clear as a mirror. This was Lu Sha Yudaizan's instruction. But outwardly Qin Chuan still feigned interest. Is Vice President Quangxue planning to set up a new faction? I long seen that you're not one to be subordinated for long. Lu Sha Quangxue chuckled perfunctorily. Well, I have other plans. President Yushin, let's get down to business. How much are you willing to pay for that deformed tendon? Qin Chuan asked, I wonder what Vice President Quangxue's expectations are. Lu Sha Quangxue replied very frankly, 60 million. Based on Qin Chuan's understanding of Lu Sha Quangxue, he was definitely taking kickbacks, at least 10 million. However, he didn't want to delve too deeply into this matter. As long as the item ended up in Lu Sha Yudaizan's hands, that was all that mattered. 60 million is a bit low. 70 million, Qin Chuan replied. Lu Sha Quangxue pondered the matter and realized he could accept a 10 million yuan loss. He immediately said, President Yushin is truly generous. It's a deal, 70 million. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and said, Wait for me in Skarn City. After completing his quest at UUF Fortress, he planned to return to Skarn City and begin his epic quest. This way, even if he needed to travel to another major city, he could teleport there immediately, saving time. Lu Sha Quangxue readily agreed, then closed the dialogue box. He looked at Lu Sha Yudaizan with an embarrassed expression. Guild leader, Night Wanderer initially offered 100 million. I haggled with him for quite some time, and finally managed to get it down to 85 million. It's better than expected. What do you think we should do? Lu Sha Yudaizan waved his hand. It's only an extra 5 million. Okay. You cover it first, and I reimburse you once we get the item. Lu Sha Yudaizan was no fool. What if he gave the money without hesitation, and his vice president absconded with the deformed tendon? Wouldn't that mean he'd lose everything? He simply let Guangxue cover it first. That way, even if he did decide to flee, he wouldn't lose anything. He'd just miss out on a top-tier item. Luosha Guangxue didn't express any dissatisfaction. No problem. Guild leader, Night Wanderer told me to wait for him in Skarn City. I be leaving now. Chapter 346. Rakshasa Yadayasan nodded. Go ahead. When Shadow Dragon arrived at Feather Moon Fortress again, the defenders weren't as volatile as before. Led by the guards, Qin Chuan found Chandri's Feather Moon in the command room. Placing the Naga leader's head on the table, Qin Chuan wore a lingering fear. General Feather Moon, this guy was incredibly difficult to kill. He actually broke through to epic rank and almost didn't make it back. Chandri's Feather Moon was surprised and quickly said, Warrior, I was inconsiderate. This guy had always been dark gold rank before this. I didn't expect him to suddenly break through. It was my negligence. Qin Chuan waved his hand. What's done is done. It's nothing serious. It just cost me a few extra gold coins from my best tricks. It's nothing serious. Chandri's Feather Moon felt even more guilty. This was her mistake, and she must compensate. Ding, quest reward changed. The number of random dark gold items increased to 2. Although there wasn't an epic reward, an extra dark gold item wasn't bad either. Mainly, Chandri's Feather Moon wasn't wealthy enough to casually offer epic items as rewards. Chandri's Feather Moon waved her hand, and the elven guards beside her collected the Naga leader's head. Ding, quest completed. Gain 200,000 experience points, 500 gold coins, 2 random dark gold items, and Chandri's Feather Moon's favorability increased by 50. 50 points of favorability earned, making the trip worthwhile. As for the 2 dark gold items, both were level 50, with average stats. They were simply deposited into the guild warehouse. Qin Chuan took a quick look and noticed a significant increase in the number of 2,887 self-destruct robots in the guild warehouse. It seemed Jixing had been busy lately, probably tinkering with blueprints until sparks were about to fly. Jixing worked so hard, she deserves a commendation. Qin Chuan pondered. I try to get a few more blueprints for her to study. Leaving UUF Fortress, he flew directly to Skarn City on his Shadow Dragon. At the teleportation array, Qin Chuan spotted Luosha Guangxue. President Yushin, you're still as charming as ever, Luosha Guangxue complimented. Qin Chuan waved his hand. There's no need to repeat something everyone already knows. Okay, the stuff is here. Did you bring the money? Raksha Guangxue immediately said, yes, President Yushin, please check. Ding, 71 million has been credited to your virtual account. The system prompt made Qin Chuan look at Raksha Guangxue twice more and smile. President Guangxue, you gave too much. Raksha Guangxue said in a low voice, President Yushin, this 1 million is a small token of my appreciation. From now on, no matter who asks about the price of this deformed tendon, please keep your mouth shut. Qin Chuan praised, I heard that Vice President Guangxue is a master at making money. Seeing is believing. I admire you. Raksha Guangxue, knowing that Yushin had agreed, immediately responded modestly, President Yushin is too polite. When it comes to making money, you are the real hero of our time. The two of them exchanged business praises, a feeling of mutual admiration evident. After completing the transaction, Luosha Guangxue didn't linger, stepping onto the teleportation array and traveling to Lingang City. He handed the deformed tendon to Luosha Yadayasan, who had been waiting for a long time. Seeing the gift in hand, Luosha Yadayasan felt a little ashamed. He had misunderstood Guangxue. This vice president was only thinking about him, so asking him to advance the funds seemed a bit unreasonable. With this in mind, Luosha Yadayasan immediately transferred an additional 1 million. Guangxue, you did a great job this time. Take this money and enjoy yourself. I heard Honglingman has new tea coming out soon, you should go try it. Luosha Guangxue's face was ecstatic. Thank you, President. He had been a little upset about missing out on 1 million, but that wasn't the case anymore. The president reimbursed him. Luosha Yadayasan's expression was calm. He took the deformed tendon in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then chose to use it. His strength instantly increased by 200 points, and with the increased conversion rate, his attack power increased by over 200. His confidence suddenly swelled. Chapter 347. Looking at his character again, aside from a few suction cup-like bumps on his arms, and a few tiny tentacles behind his head, nothing else had changed. Wearing armed guards and a helmet would cover them up, so it wasn't a big deal. Night Wanderer, you really miscalculated this time, Luosha Yadayasan thought. Standing at the edge of the teleportation array, Qin Chuan used an epic quest scroll. Ding, you triggered the epic quest. Amnesia. Quest description. Travel to Qifeng City to find the mysterious visitor and assist them in recovering their memories. Please note, the mysterious visitor will leave Qifeng City in 1 day. Quest reward, Epic Class Skill Book *1. Qin Chuan had originally planned to complete the quest and go to Qifeng City to obtain Kanai's cube, but he didn't expect this epic quest scroll to direct him there as well. And if he was right, the mysterious visitor was the NPC carrying Kanai's cube. This quest was a two-pronged approach. Not only could he gain epic class skills, but he could also obtain Kanai's cube. It couldn't be more perfect. After receiving the quest, Qin Chuan immediately stepped onto the teleportation array and headed for Qifeng City. As the main city closest to Eastern civilization, Qifeng City's architecture resembles that of ancient Yin Kingdom, and the NPCs who come and go all have black hair, dark eyes, and wear long robes. This also meant that Qin Chuan's quest would be easy to begin. The NPC carrying Kanai's cube was clearly different from the style of Qifeng City, making it instantly recognizable. And the quickest way to find him was to ask the guards. After spending 10 silver coins, Qin Chuan quickly became familiar with the patrolling guards. Brothers, have any outsiders come to Qifeng City recently? Qin Chuan asked calmly. The squad leader recalled for a moment, then said uncertainly, countless people enter the city every day. I wonder if you could be more specific. Qin Chuan described them, probably those wearing cloaks, with skin color and accents that don't resemble locals. The squad leader pondered for a moment, then said with a look of sudden realization, you mean foreign merchants? There's been a caravan arriving from the western regions recently, and the person you're looking for might be there. I remember they were staying at the Tongfu Inn. Tongfu Inn. Qin Chuan's mouth twitched, sensing Tianqi's mischievousness. Qin Chuan bowed to the captain and said, thank you very much. Arriving at the Tongfu Inn, the waiter greeted him. Sir, are you stopping by or staying the night? Qin Chuan casually said, looking for someone. The waiter looked hesitant. Sir, we never disclose guest information. Qin Chuan's palm was facing downward, 2 silver coins between his fingers. Where is the merchant from the western regions? The waiter didn't move, but with a flick of his wrist, the 2 silver coins vanished from Qin Chuan's hand. He lowered his voice and said, in the backyard. Qin Chuan nodded and crossed the lobby, heading straight for the backyard. There was indeed a group of NPCs dressed as traveling merchants busy at work. Qin Chuan's attention had already been drawn to an NPC sitting against the wall in the corner. Even though he was wearing a cloak and had his head lowered, his unique aura clearly distinguished him from the surrounding NPCs. Qin Chuan stepped forward and stated his purpose directly. If you want to regain your memory, follow me. The mysterious NPC looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing his dark face, but then calmed down and said dejectedly, I tried countless methods, but still haven't succeeded. How can you possibly do it? Before Qin Chuan could reply, the busy merchant NPC nearby approached and said with ill intent, Friend, please don't disturb our guests. Just kidding. This cloaked fellow is so generous. He'd earn a handsome reward if he were to travel around the world. If he were poached, he'd be in big trouble. Qin Chuan casually swung a shadowy flying knife into the ground, creating a bottomless hole. The merchant leader's expression immediately changed, his eyes clearing. You two can catch up slowly. I won't interrupt you. Chapter 348. After saying this, he quickly led the rest of the caravan out of the backyard. Qin Chuan's attack, however, caused the mysterious NPC's tone to change slightly. This power feels familiar and repulsive to me. Who are you? Qin Chuan walked outside. If you want to know, follow me. The mysterious NPC hesitated for a moment, but finally stood up and followed Qin Chuan. The two of them walked in silence, leaving Qifeng City directly through the east gate. The mysterious NPC finally couldn't hold it in any longer and stopped, saying, Where are we going? Qin Chuan pointed eastward. About 100 miles ahead, there's a village. A few days ago, a flying star descended, accidentally breaking the underground seal and releasing many evil spirits. If you continue fighting, you will be able to revive the power within you and eventually regain your memories. Is it that simple? It's that simple. The mysterious NPC was a little skeptical. After all, he had fought before, but never felt anything. So what was different this time? The mysterious NPC's heart skipped a beat. Flying star. It seems the secret to his memory recovery lies within that flying star. Thinking of this, the mysterious NPC removed his hood, revealing a dark, bald head. He said solemnly, My name is Ruer. Qin Chuan replied, Night Wanderer. This time, Qin Chuan didn't summon a shadow dragon, instead relying on his own legs. Thankfully, Ru'er was quite fast, and the two soon reached the village Qin Chuan had mentioned. This village, nestled in a mountainous basin, was rarely visited, so word of the events there hadn't yet reached Qinfeng City. Similarly, there were no players here, only villagers transformed into zombie monsters. The flying star broke the underground seal, turning this place into a place of great danger. Ru'er's face was filled with pity, and he subconsciously gestured, "May heaven guide their souls." Qin Chuan didn't respond. He knew Ru'er's true identity, but rashly revealing it wouldn't convince him. Only by gradually guiding him, allowing him to awaken naturally, could he regain his power and recover his lost memories. That was the only way to complete the mission. Qin Chuan's words alone were useless. Ah, the zombies wandering in the distance, smelling the presence of the living, roared and rushed over. Qin Chuan looked at Ru'er. "Do you need me to help?" Riel untied the long sword from his waist and grasped it, eager to try. "No, let me do it." He vaguely sensed his mission, to guide the souls of the dead to their rightful place. Such a sacred cause could not be entrusted to others. Qin Chuan said nothing, simply watching Ru'er charge out, slamming into the zombie swarm like a swarm of undead. Even if Ru'er hadn't regained his full strength, these ordinary villagers transformed into zombies were no match for him, and they were all wiped out in a matter of seconds. By the time the battle was over, Qin Chuan had already circled the village and found the deep pit created by the flying star. Following the pit, he could reach the underground seal. There lay the key to Ru'er's memory recovery. Riel approached Qin Chuan, his tone agitated. "I seem to have remembered something." "It seems you're right. This place really can help me recover my memories." Looking at Ru'er's excited expression, Qin Chuan remained silent. "When you regain all your memories, you understand why you forgot them in the first place." Standing at the pit's mouth, feeling the resentment rising from within, Ru'er's expression was grim. He could hear the wails of the dead, clearly suffering immensely. This was unforgivable in Riel's heart. "Friend Night Wanderer, let's go down and rescue those souls," Riel said impatiently. Even after just experiencing battle, his face showed no sign of fatigue, even his breathing remained the same. Qin Chuan, naturally, didn't care and nodded, "Okay." Following the crater created by the flying star, they descended over 10 meters in a few jumps, and a dilapidated underground complex came into view. Chapter 349. Riel was a little surprised. "I never thought there were buildings underground." Qin Chuan analyzed. Perhaps a mudslide or some other disaster buried the old structures, and later records were lost. It was assumed this place was uninhabited, so refugees gathered and built a village. Then, a flying star appeared, causing these underground structures to reappear. Riel pondered for a moment, finding this explanation quite plausible. He couldn't help but praise her. "Friend, Night Wanderer, your analysis is very sound. Listening to your description makes me feel like I'm actually there." Qin Chuan thought to himself, "I didn't see the scene, but I seen the game cut scenes." The two chatted casually, but Riel's expression grew serious. He re-gripped his sword and said, "Something's coming." "Ah!" Zombies and skeletons rushed out from the shadows. "Lost souls, this is not the place for you," Riel shouted, charging forward and finishing the battle with a few blows. But more footsteps could be heard, and monsters attacked from all directions. Riel grew more courageous as the battle wore on, his energy aura rising steadily. A faint white mist swirled around him, making him look even more majestic. "It seems this archangel is about to awaken," Qin Chuan thought to himself. He knew Riel's true identity, an angel fallen from heaven. In fact, Riel wasn't his full name. It was Tyrell, also known as Qin Duanyu. When Qin Chuan had previously used the shadow knife to frighten off the caravan NPC, Riel said the knife's aura was familiar and repulsive to him. This was precisely why. Heaven's power was of the light element, and it was definitely no match for his shadow power. It was a good thing they hadn't engaged in a direct confrontation. As for whether this would affect the completion of the quest and the acquisition of Kanai's cube, Qin Chuan wasn't worried. Tyrell had come down from heaven because he was rebelling against its indifference. He opposed the power of shadows, but he wouldn't turn against them outright. At most, they would just cut off contact. While pondering, Tyrell had already dispatched several waves of attacking monsters, but instead of breaking the siege, he had fallen deeper into the encirclement. After all, he hadn't awakened his full power, so it was a good thing he managed to hold out until now. Qin Chuan raised his hand and cleared the area with a single shadow knife, saying calmly, "Let's go, keep moving forward." Tyrell's expression was conflicted. He had been hacking away for a long time, but his friend ended the fight with a single skill. But for some reason, his wariness of that power had only deepened, an instinctive resistance. Tyrell worried that he might lose control and raise his weapon against someone else. With this in mind, Tyrell said in a serious tone, "Friend Night Wanderer, if I lose control, please show no mercy." Qin Chuan nodded. "It's okay. I sneak away the moment I get the chance. There are quite a few underground structures here. Even though some are completely buried in mud and rock, the remaining areas still cover a considerable area. The buildings in the central area are shaped like churches, completely different from the village style above ground. This is quite normal. Apocalypse's history is so ancient that Qifeng City was only established 100 years ago, and the underground buildings are at least 1,000 years old." Tyrell mowed down the zombies around him and, gazing at the church in the distance, said with some doubt, "I feel something calling me from there." Qin Chuan replied, "It's that flying star. It's actually a suit of armor, the same one Tyrell wore in heaven. It's only natural for him to receive a call." Tyrell said, "Keep going." He truly believed now that he could recover his lost memories here. But a voice deep within him kept telling him not to think. Shaking his head, Tyrell was about to move forward when he felt an extremely evil aura erupt from the front. A sharp voice, as if emanating from the underworld, called out, "The breath of a living being. Such fresh flesh and blood." Chapter 350. Monster. Die! Tyrell shouted righteously, charging with his sword raised. Qin Chuan followed behind, using his skills to clear the way for him, but inwardly he wondered, what kind of angel is this guy? He loves charging so much. He should be a god of war. Boom! The church wall in the distance collapsed, and a flesh puppet, over 4 meters tall, rushed towards Tyrell, a meat hook in its left hand, and a bone-chopping knife in its right, resembling a butcher. In fact, this was the butcher. Butcher, dark gold level 55. Health, 35, 000, 000/35, 000, 000. Attack, 85,000. Defense, 80,000. Skills, Flesh Devour, Poison Mist, Deadly Hook, Massive Suppression, Frenzy Slash. Description: there once was a butcher's shop. No one had ever seen goods transported, yet the shop never ran out of meat. Tyrell's face was solemn, and he said with determination, "Friend, I hold it back. You run." Snap. Shadow Knife depleted the butcher's health bar. Qin Chuan stepped forward, happily pocketing the 3 loot. With a deft move, he acquired 3 more. A quick glance at the stats revealed they were all good, with the butcher's hook being the most useful. Butcher's hook, dark gold item, stuns the target for 2 seconds and drags them in front of you. Cooldown, 10 minutes. This item is a weaker version of the Grasp of the Dead, particularly useful against ranged classes. Just go up and throw a hook, then unleash your full power for a close-range attack. Most squishy ranged enemies will end up with nothing but regret. Of the other 5 loot, 4 are equipment, and 1 is a material. Poisonous meat chunk, dark gold grade material perhaps. It could be used to make food. Eating this would be a dreadful act, but it's quite useful as bait for traps, or extracting the toxin from it and applying it to weapons to significantly increase damage. The 4 pieces of equipment were thrown into the guild warehouse, while the butcher's hook and the poisonous meat chunk were kept for themselves. After disposing of the items, Qin Chuan looked at Tyrell and asked, "What did you say?" Tyrell hung his sword back on his waist and said calmly, "Nothing." What else could he say? The butcher was defeated, and Tyrell said, "Let's uncover the true identity of Fei Xing." Qin Chuan shook his head, keeping a vigilant eye on the shadows in the distance. Don't rush. Even after the butcher's death, the distant church still lingered with a lingering evil aura. A phantom slowly emerged, scanning the scene of the battle before focusing its gaze on the butcher. Useless waste. The phantom cursed, waved his hand, and pulled out the butcher's soul. He toyed with it for a moment before swallowing it in one gulp. With a cold gaze, he turned to Qin Chuan and Tyrell. "You have interfered with my plan, and you will be punished by heaven." 2 red lights sank into Qin Chuan and Tyrell's bodies. At the same moment, Qin Chuan received a notification. Ding! You have been cursed with flesh and blood. You will die of exhaustion in 10 days. The source of the curse is in the city of Yellow Sands, and the king has been replaced by an evil entity. Tyrell, standing nearby, also learned of the curse. His face darkened, and his tone was apologetic. "I'm sorry, my friend. I caused you to face this. But don't worry, I will find a way to lift the curse." Qin Chuan waved his hand. "I have some experience in lifting the curse. The simplest way is to find this guy's true form and kill him." Qin Chuan was referring, of course, to the phantom that had appeared in the church. Since this guy could unleash such a powerful curse, he must be more than just a 1,000-year-old phantom, but a real entity. In fact, even without the hint from the darkness of fate, Qin Chuan knew where this guy was hiding. 10 days? I take you down today. The phantom laughed triumphantly at Qin Chuan's words. You found my true form? Then I'd be waiting. Enjoy these last 10 days of your lives, ha ha. With a burst of wild laughter, the phantom vanished. The evil aura that had lingered here also completely dissipated. Chapter 351. It wasn't that Phantom didn't want to kill the two men who had sabotaged his plan. It was simply that Phantom had been struck by the flying star, leaving him with limited energy. Casting the flesh curse was already the limit. In reality, even if Phantom wanted to stay here any longer, he couldn't. But it didn't matter. The curse had already struck. He could just wait for news of the two men's deaths. He could also use this time to regroup and send personnel to explore the underground structure. This had to happen quickly, because the flying star couldn't be concealed for too long. Once more people knew about it, he wouldn't be able to keep the secret to himself. Seeing Phantom leave, Tyrell said bitterly, that coward. Cursing is nothing. If you have the guts, fight him fair and square. If I don't beat him until he begs for mercy, I write my name upside down. Qin Chuan praised, Brother Ruer is truly a man of character. The battle was over, and it was time to move on from the mission. Qin Chuan said, let's go. Let's see what the flying star is. Tyrell readily agreed. The two entered the roofless church and saw a deep pit in the floor, and within it, a suit of armor shrouded in white fluorescence. Clang. Tyrell's sword dropped to the ground, and he clutched his head with his hands, a look of pain on his face. The moment he saw the armor, countless memories flooded back like a tide. The will to avoid them fought against them, causing Tyrell to suffer a tremendous mental shock. After a moment, Tyrell's expression calmed down a bit. He fell to one knee, leaning on his sword and breathing heavily. He recalled some of his memories, and realized that his memory loss wasn't entirely due to external factors. A large part of it came from himself. He wanted to forget the past. Tyrell's expression was conflicted. If he truly came from heaven, then this fellow Night Wanderer was a complete opposite of his own in power. What should he do? Explode and slay him, or imprison him? But he had been kind enough to help him restore his memory, and that was why he had been cursed with flesh and blood. Tyrell was in turmoil. Qin Chuan observed from the sidelines, and breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, no need to use shadow stealth to escape. Tyrell was indeed fundamentally different from the other archangels. Simply put, he was more human, not a pure light-based killing machine. Any other archangel, the moment they regained their memories, would have turned their swords on this fellow archangel, who wielded the power of shadow. Qin Chuan calmly asked Rael, are you okay? Tyrell hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, I regained some of my memories. My real name is Tyrell. Qin Chuan, possessed by a sense of drama, exclaimed in delight, you regained your memories? That's wonderful. Life is a play, it all depends on your acting. Qin Chuan had spent 10 years in Apocalypse, and knew how to interact with NPCs. The surprise on his face, and the joy in his tone were impeccable. This, in turn, made Tyrell feel even more guilty. Nightwalker was a true friend. Even if he possessed a power that opposed the light, it didn't mean he was evil. How wrong it was for him to harbor unfavorable thoughts towards him while he was regaining his memories. With this thought, Tyrell pulled out a quaint box from his bosom and said earnestly, Friend Nightwanderer, you helped me regain my memory. I truly cannot repay you. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation. Tyrell held in his hand the renowned Kanai's cube from Apocalypse. Qin Chuan declined, Friend Tyrell, what are you doing? We didn't agree on anything before we came here. Tyrell thrust the Kanai's cube directly into Qin Chuan's hands, and said sternly, I'm making this preparation in advance to prevent myself from losing myself after regaining my memory, and becoming an enemy of you. I'm simply giving this to you first. Qin Chuan accepted it and asked, Where did you get this? Chapter 352. Tyrell reminisced for a moment and said, When I was searching for my memories, I met a wandering mage. He was dying of thirst. I gave him some fresh water, and he gave me this in return, then teleported away. Before leaving, he told me to deal with the box myself and give it to someone I could trust. My friend, Night Wanderer, I think you're that person. Qin Chuan thought to himself that mages all knew how to create water. They only die from mana depletion, never thirst. Since the other party was able to teleport away, he clearly had an abundance of mana. But the question was, why did he go to such great lengths to give Tyrell Kanai's cube? It can't be me, Qin Chuan thought to himself. That's unlikely. Because in his previous life, he wasn't the player who obtained Kanai's cube. According to the normal game process, it was impossible to predict who would ultimately possess Tyrell's Kanai's cube. Forget it, there's no point in dwelling on this. Qin Chuan gathered his thoughts, and looked at the Kanai's cube in his bag. Kanai's cube, unique item. Effect. Place any item in it to convert it, and obtain an item of equal value. Cooldown time is 24 hours. In line with the principle of early use and early cooldown, Qin Chuan immediately threw the Lightning Orb skill book he had obtained into it. You have lost the Lightning Orb skill book. You have obtained the Shadow Curtain skill book. Shadow Curtain skill book. Epic uses shadow power to create a curtain that lasts for 15 seconds, hiding the traces of the team and team members within 30 meters. Consumes 200 mana points. Cooldown time is 5 minutes. Features. The probability of being discovered is greatly reduced. Epic features. The duration of the curtain is increased by 5 seconds. A great skill for team battles. This was Qin Chuan's first reaction when he saw the Shadow Curtain skill. The group stealth lasting for 20 seconds is enough to get behind the enemy and suddenly burst out, which can definitely catch the opponent off guard. You know, the other members of the peak team are all improving rapidly, and will eventually grow into top-level masters. With the Shadow Curtain, the operating space is infinite. The second reaction was that he was really lucky to have obtained a skill that he could use in the first transformation. And judging from the skill description, it is likely to be a skill exclusive to the Shadow Assassin. This made him even happier. After happily learning the Shadow Veil, Qin Chuan looked at Tyrell, who looked conflicted, and asked, "Haven't you decided yet whether to wear this armor again?" Tyrell nodded. "I have a feeling that wearing this armor will allow me to regain more memories and greater power. But I'm hesitant, afraid of returning to my former, emotionless self." Qin Chuan had little say in this matter. The final decision rested with Tyrell himself. However, judging by his past life, he eventually regained all his memories and powers. But he didn't return to his former Archangel, retaining his humanity. This was difficult to address directly, so Qin Chuan could only euphemistically say, "Just follow your heart." Tyrell pondered for a long time, before finally making up his mind, and resolutely approaching the armor ahead. He would continue the fight. Not only for himself, but also to lift the curse from his Night Wanderer friend. The moment Tyrell touched the armor, it levitated and attached itself to Tyrell. Holy power filled the entire underground space, dispelling all darkness. The corpses of both the butcher and the zombies melted in the divine light. Under the holy light, the seal at the center of the church emerged. The impact of the falling star, or Tyrell's armor, had broken the seal, allowing the evil energy to leak out. This was the primary cause of the zombies' rampage. Qin Chuan remembered that a soul stone, from an ancient demon, was sealed beneath it. Chapter 353. Rest in peace, souls that died in vain. Tyrell sighed, and countless phantom souls emerged around him, bathed in holy light, slowly rising into the sky and disappearing. "This is all I can do," Tyrell said in a low voice. He then looked at the seal before him, pondered for a moment, and said, "A demon's body can be destroyed, but its soul cannot, at least not with my current strength. Breaking the soul stone rashly will only allow the demon to reappear. I plan to excavate it, reseal it, and then remove it from this place, seeking a way to completely destroy it. What do you think?" After Tyrell regained his strength, he could sense the sealed soul stone and, considering his own strength, proposed this plan. As far as Qin Chuan knew, Tyrell had traveled through most of Apocalypse, presumably to find a way to destroy the demon's soul stone. Qin Chuan naturally wouldn't object. The main point was that it didn't matter whether he objected or not. At this stage, players simply couldn't destroy the demon, not even him. Simply let Tyrell wander around with this thing. Qin Chuan knew that several major events to come would depend on Tyrell and this soul stone. If he stopped them, he would miss out on further progress. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan immediately said, "Tyrell, I truly admire your selfless spirit." Tyrell's dark face, illuminated by the light of his armor, radiated a divine aura. He spoke passionately, "Destroying the demons is my unshirkable duty." As he spoke, Tyrell broke the seal and took the soul stone, emanating a dark aura. Dark energy immediately began to erode Tyrell's form, but the divine power within him dispelled it. Burning rays of holy light, the soul stone dimmed, and the dark energy retreated completely. Putting the soul stone away, Tyrell said, "Now, let's find that guy's true form and finish him off." Ding, mission updated. Mission description. Please find the source of the flesh curse and assist Tyrell in destroying it. Mission reward. Epic class skill book *1. After receiving the notification, Qin Chuan knew that sneaking away was out of the question. Originally, he planned to take down the guy himself. After all, he had shadow stealth, so finding his target and striking with a single blade would be enough to end the fight. But now, the mission required him to bring Tyrell along. Given Apocalypse's nature, if Tyrell didn't join the fight, even if he managed to remove the flesh curse, he likely wouldn't complete the mission. Qin Chuan said decisively, "When I arrived, I heard strange things were happening in a desert city. Many residents had died of exhaustion, yet no trace of injury could be found on their bodies. I suspect the flesh curse is at work." Tyrell's sense of responsibility immediately flared, and he declared righteously, "How could such a thing happen? Friend, please lend me a hand. Let's rescue those innocent residents." Ding, hidden quest triggered. Tyrell's request. Quest description. Upon hearing the news of the flesh curse, Tyrell is distraught. Please assist him in breaking the curse. Quest reward. 1 Holy Light Fragment, plus 30 Tyrell favorability. I didn't expect to pick up a Holy Light Fragment for free. Really nice. The Holy Light Fragment's effect is similar to the Frigid Fragment embedded in Qin Chuan's weapon. It also deals additional damage, but it's holy damage. With his Sniper God talent, all damage types are converted to true damage, so there's no need to worry about holy damage conflicting with his own strength. Also, obtaining a Holy Light Fragment offers a hidden benefit. That is, after the apocalypse arrives, researching and deciphering the power within will be crucial in the future battle against the God of Light. Having secured his mission, Qin Chuan excitedly declared, "Quick, let's go. I can't wait to rescue the innocent." Tyrell was deeply moved by this. Chapter 354. Although this friend possesses the power of shadow, he possesses an extremely kind heart. As expected, the form of power doesn't determine a person's goodness or badness. His decision to leave heaven was the right one. Qin Chuan and Tyrell returned to the surface the way they had come. Tyrell said, "Shouldn't we notify Qifeng City and have them handle the aftermath?" Qin Chuan replied, "I informed the Qifeng City guards before coming here. They're probably on their way." Tyrell's admiration grew. This friend was truly meticulous, as if he had everything under control. Just as Qin Chuan was about to summon the Shadow Dragon to take Tyrell to the city of Yellow Sand, he received a message from Longting Qinxia. "Boss, that Lu Sha Yudaizhen guy has summoned the guild members to leave Lingang City. Their whereabouts are currently unknown. I only know he bought a lot of cooling supplies, and is probably heading to some hot area." Qin Chuan pinched his chin in thought. It can't be such a coincidence that Lu Sha Yudaizhen is also heading to the Yellow Sand City. The apocalypse world is incredibly vast, and besides the desert, there are also high-temperature areas, like the Crimson Mountains, where fire monsters gather. You can't judge Lu Sha Palace's destination based solely on cooling items. But whether Lu Sha Yudaizhen goes to the Yellow Sand City or not doesn't affect Qin Chuan's decision. After chatting with Longting Qinxia for a while, Qin Chuan summoned Shadow Dragon and said to Tyrell, "Let's go to the Yellow Sand City and put an end to the tragedy there." Tyrell suppressed his sacred aura and cautiously jumped onto Shadow Dragon's back. He said apologetically, "Shadow Dragon, don't be nervous. I mean no harm." In fact, the moment Shadow Dragon was summoned, it sensed Tyrell's presence and immediately became alert. Had Qin Chuan not been nearby, it would have attacked long ago. Now, after hearing Tyrell's apology and Qin Chuan's reassurance, Shadow Dragon knew that this being, imbued with divine power, was no enemy, and immediately lowered its guard. However, expecting it to get along with Tyrell was impossible. "For Lord Shadow's sake, I won't bother with you, a bald man." Shadow Dragon thought to himself, flying quickly westward. Yellow Sand City isn't the player's main city, but a foreign city populated by the Sand people. Located over 1,000 kilometers west of Qifeng City, it's quite remote. The journey begins with a hilly area, then gradually transitions to sandy land, ultimately transforming into an endless sea of sand. Yellow Sand City is nestled within the Sea of Sand, having thrived alongside the largest oasis. If it weren't for a quest, current players wouldn't venture all that far there. The monsters on the road were well over level 40 or 50, easily capable of instantly killing ordinary players. The Shadow Dragon was swift, quickly flying across the hilly area and reaching the sandy border. Here, Qin Chuan saw hundreds of figures riding camels. Judging from the diversely designed equipment, they were clearly players. Looking at the character nicknames, Rakshasa G. Boda, Rakshasa Milky White Snow Child, Rakshasa Turkey Flavored Guaba. Qin Chuan's expression was a little subtle. Wow, I actually encountered the Rakshasa Temple. This direction, needless to say, is definitely heading to the city of Yellow Sand. As for the camels ridden by the Rakshasa temple members, they weren't mounts they dropped, but rather temporary transportation rented from NPCs. Moving forward, Qin Chuan spotted Lu Sha Yudaizhen, his face livid. He immediately slowed Shadow Dragon and shouted mid-air, "President Lu Sha, we meet again." Lu Sha Yudaizhen grumbled, "Night Wanderer. It's you again." Qin Chuan smiled, "Yes, it's me again. How's the effect of the deformed tendon?" 20% distortion wasn't enough to completely disfigure Lu Sha Yudaizhen, but judging from the fact that he wasn't hiding his helmet, some abnormality might have occurred on his head. Chapter 355. Actually, there's no need. As players continue to unlock various bloodline factors, the appearances of their characters are becoming more diverse. It's just a few tentacles. Lu Sha Yudaizhen has no need to feel inferior. Hearing about the deformed tendon, Lu Sha Yudaizhen snorted coldly without replying. As for the effect, it's naturally excellent. 200 strength, coupled with the increased conversion rate, has significantly increased his attack power. He has also led guild members in defeating many bosses, gaining popularity, and earning a lot of UNZ. It shouldn't be long before he can earn back the money he spent on the tendon. After that, it's just free money. This also convinced Lu Sha Yudaizhen that the Night Wanderer had miscalculated, and that his selling of the deformed tendon would ultimately backfire. But Lu Sha Yudaizhen soon thought of another question. Why was the Night Wanderer here? Recalling the direction Night Wanderer had come from and calculating his approximate destination, Lu Sha Yudaizhen's expression darkened. Could he be intercepted by Night Wanderer again? But asking directly would be embarrassing. At the crucial moment, Lu Sha Quangxue stepped forward, bowing and asking, "President Night Wanderer, where are you going?" Qin Chuan casually said, "Just a stroll." Lu Sha Quangxue chuckled, "A stroll is good, it's good for your health." Lu Sha Yudaizhen couldn't stand it anymore, and said angrily, "Quangxue, why are you talking to this guy? He's definitely here to ruin our plans." Qin Chuan objected, saying sternly, "President Lu Sha, that's wrong. I don't even know what you're up to, so how could I possibly ruin your plans?" Lu Sha Yudaizhen was about to speak when he became alert and said cautiously, "You're trying to trick me? Forget it." Qin Chuan smacked his lips. Lu Sha Yudaizhen had truly become clever. But even if Lu Sha Yudaizhen hadn't said it, Qin Chuan could guess why he went to Yellow Sand City. It was most likely related to the king of Yellow Sand City. The hint in Dark Fate clearly indicated that the king of Yellow Sand City had been replaced by an evil entity, and to spread evil, he had issued many hidden quests. Perhaps some of them were accepted by members of the Lu Sha Hall. I remember the king of Yellow Sand City's quest offered the deceiver's bloodline factor. Is Lu Sha Yudaizhen planning to abandon his vampire race and embrace the deceiver? Qin Chuan pondered secretly. Why would Lu Sha Yudaizhen give up his vampire gene out of the blue? Oh, what an unfaithful man. Although Qin Chuan couldn't help but wonder what he could get out of it, he waved at Lu Sha Yudaizhen and said, "Chairman Lu Sha, see you later." With that, he instructed the Shadow Dragon to continue its advance, transforming into a black meteor and disappearing into the sky. Lu Sha Quangxue exclaimed, "What a fast dragon." Lu Sha Yudaizhen said angrily, "Don't encourage others. Our camels are not slow either. Let's open a few more speed scrolls and reach the mission point as quickly as possible." As the speed scrolls were used, the camel felt the wind under its feet and ran excitedly. But compared to the Shadow Dragon, it would be no exaggeration to say it was snail-paced. On the Shadow Dragon's back, Tyrell gazed into the distance, his expression growing increasingly serious. "I sense a very sinister aura ahead. It's chilling." Qin Chuan nodded. A large-scale flesh curse has appeared in the city of Yellow Sand, but the outside world hasn't received much information. This suggests that the higher-ups there have been infiltrated and controlled. This battle will be difficult. Tyrell felt increasingly guilty. It was because of him that his friend was cursed with flesh and blood. No matter how difficult this battle might be, he would eliminate the evil and lift the curse. Crossing the sandy plains, Qin Chuan officially entered the endless sea of sand. The blazing sun scorched the desert, and every breath felt like a flame burning in his chest. Ding! You have entered a high-temperature zone. Your strength is rapidly depleting. Please move to a cooler area as soon as possible. Chapter 356. No wonder Lu Sha Yudaizhen needed to purchase cooling items. In this environment, ordinary players would die before even reaching the Yellow Sand City. The Shadow Dragon unleashed its shadow power, insulating itself from the surrounding heat. After battling the Flame Dragon's domain, its control over it had become increasingly adept. Feeling the cooler air, Qin Chuan was about to praise the Shadow Dragon when he caught sight of a battle in the distance. That wasn't the point. The point was that Qin Chuan had spotted the destroyer. Looking closer, he saw several familiar figures beneath the destroyer. It was Ji Xing and Ying Luo and their group. "President, why are you here?" This was Ying Luo's first words after Qin Chuan landed. Qin Chuan, also surprised, asked, "Why are you here?" He remembered that after defeating the Pale Throne, they teleported back to Belly City. Afterwards, Qin Chuan ran to the Sodi River in search of the eyes that could see through illusions, while the others continued leveling. How did they end up leveling here? However, considering Ji Xing has the destroyer, leveling in low-level maps is a complete waste of time. The monsters in the Sand Sea are above level 40, and the bonus experience rewards are generous. For them to come here to level up this is totally unacceptable. With so many leveling points, there's no need to travel so far. The destroyer would have been able to kill thousands of monsters on the way. Besides, the monster density in the Sand Sea isn't high, or even very low. Apocalypse is a science follower. A desert like this wouldn't have many creatures. With this in mind, Qin Chuan asked, "Are you here for a quest?" Ji Xing looked surprised. "President, you really can't hide anything from you." This quest was given to Brother Xuezhong. He said he was commissioned by Qifeng City to investigate the mystery of the missing envoys. "Let's follow the direction we're heading, and see if we can find any clues." Qifeng City is one of the major cities closest to Eastern civilization, and Snow Swordsman's profession is a Jinui, so it's only natural that he would receive a mission in Qifeng City. As for the mission content, Qifeng City and Yellow Sand City have always maintained contact, regularly sending envoys to exchange information. With the envoy's disappearance, Qifeng City will definitely investigate thoroughly. But with Snow Swordsman's current level, he definitely couldn't complete the mission alone, so he called in Ji Xing. This guy had previously earned 270 million from selling guild tokens. After deducting the extravagant spending, the remaining amount was enough to cover the destroyer's appearance fee. In addition, Ying Luo and the others who were traveling with him would also contribute to the cost, so it wasn't much. Qin Chuan just took a look and saw that besides Ji Xing, Ying Luo, and Snow Swordsman, there were also Aoe Hin Shuang, Yin Ye, and Su Changqing. As for the others, Di Jiaolingyu was still circling the main cities, having already moved from Belly City to Lingang City. It looked like she was planning to visit all 12 main cities. Xiao and Jing were offline. I'm Not the Water God, though, was online. Judging from previous chats, he was on a solo quest, claiming he'd learn a good silver-level skill, so I didn't come along. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan said, "Since we met, let's go together. I know how to complete the quests in the snow." Snow Swordsman asked curiously, "President, have you received a quest as well?" Qin Chuan shook his head, "No, but we're on the way. I'm also going to the city of Yellow Sand to help Tyrell kill the king there." Plop. Snow Swordsman dropped his long sword onto the sand, his expression growing excited. "President, are we finally going to rule the mountain? I don't ask for much, just let me manage the music bureau." Qin Chuan slowly typed a question mark. "Your thinking is flawed." Qin Chuan said unhappily, "Go play somewhere else." Snow Swordsman, "Okay." At this moment, Tyrell spoke up, "My friend, do you think there's something wrong with the king of Yellow Sand City?" Qin Chuan analyzed. With the flesh curse appearing in Yellow Sand City, and the Qifeng City envoys missing, it's completely unreasonable to say the king is fine. Furthermore, if we want to completely blockade Yellow Sand City, targeting the king is the most effective way. Tyrell was convinced and said sincerely, "It's unfortunate that the enemy has provoked you this time." Qin Chuan waved his hand modestly. "Let's stop chatting here. Let's go inside the city first." Before meeting Qin Chuan, Ji Xing and his companions had planned to head towards Yellow Sand City, killing monsters along the way while searching for clues to the missing envoys. However, Qin Chuan said the mission was in Yellow Sand City, so there was no need to wait. He simply put away the destroyer and let Shadow Dragon carry him straight ahead. With Shadow Dragon's speed, the outline of Yellow Sand City quickly came into view. This city, developed by the Oasis, should have been a hope in the endless sea of sand. But now, the air was filled with a dead air. The guards at the city gates yawned profusely, completely exhausted. In this state, a wave of wild monsters could easily breach the city. As they headed towards the city gates, a swordsman in the snow wondered, "I remember from the records of Qifeng City that Yellow Sand City, while resource poor, was vibrant. How did it become like this?" Tyrell interrupted, "Everyone, be careful. I sense a deeply sinister force within the city." Silver Coin led the way, and everyone entered the city smoothly. Once inside the city, the sense of something amiss was palpable. Many NPCs lay in the streets, their cheeks sunken and bloodless, like breathing corpses. Tyrell felt a pang of pity and wanted to cast holy light, but was afraid to expose himself. Qin Chuan calmly said, "There's no point in hiding. We have the flesh curse upon us. We'd probably be discovered before we even enter the city." He pointed to a distant street corner and said, "Look, they're coming." Amidst the clatter of footsteps, well-equipped guards appeared at the ends of the streets. Jixing asked, "Chairman, do you need the destroyer?" Yi Yingluo gripped her sword and shield tightly, walked to the front of the group, and urged, "Uncle Su, remember to heal me." Su Chongqing said helplessly, "I told you so many times, don't call me uncle." Ao Yishuang took off his staff and said, "Okay, Uncle Su." Yinmi also activated stealth. "Ready to strike?" The swordsman in the snow pulled a token from his bosom and shouted, "The Imperial Guards are investigating. Get out of my way." The guards remained unmoved and continued advancing. The swordsman in the snow immediately put the token away. It seems the Imperial Guards haven't infiltrated this area yet. Qin Chuan, however, had a different perspective. Whether it was Jixing and his companions or Tyrell, they saw the guards as just that, guards. But in Qin Chuan's eyes, these guards were clearly monsters in human skin, shrouded in a black demonic aura. This was the effect of the void-splitting eye. No illusion could deceive him. Considering the potential for direct action, which would have a disastrous impact and could have harmed innocent NPCs, Qin Chuan surveyed his surroundings, searching for a retreat to avoid the onslaught. The main concern was Tyrell nearby. If he went on a killing spree, the former Archangel would certainly not sit idly by. If his favorability rating dropped to negative, that would be a disaster. There was a hidden passage underground. The hint from the darkness of Fei gave Qin Chuan an idea. Pointing to the ground, he said, "There's an underground passage in this city. Let's go there to avoid the public." Just as everyone was searching for the entrance to the passage, a tile in the corner was lifted up, and a small head poked out, beckoning, "Come here quickly." It was an NPC named Yade. From Qin Chuan's perspective, Yade hadn't been corrupted by the demonic energy. Presumably, he was a survivor of the Yellow Sand City, so following him shouldn't be a problem. With this in mind, Qin Chuan immediately said, "Go that way." At the same time, a shadow curtain appeared, obscuring everyone's presence. Chapter 357. Under the veil of shadow, everyone followed Yade underground. When the corrupted guards surrounded them, they could find no trace of him. In the underground passage, Tyrell said with some surprise, "This place is cloaked in cloaking magic, completely cut off from the surface." Qin Chuan looked around and saw no signs of corruption, indicating that there was no danger here. At least not yet. As for the reason, it was probably the cloaking magic Tyrell had mentioned. The evil being that replaced the king hadn't yet spread its evil here, but it was only a matter of time. The entire Yellow Sand City was under its control. Where could these survivors hiding in the underground passages escape? With this in mind, Qin Chuan looked at the NPC Yade and said, "You're risking your life to save us outsiders, not just out of kindness, but for other reasons too." Yade didn't answer directly, but said, "The guards on the ground will discover this place sooner or later. Let's leave first." As he spoke, Yade pulled out several crystal balls from his pocket and placed them where he had fallen. Tyrell warned, "The energy in these crystal balls is very unstable. The slightest movement could cause them to explode." Yade replied nonchalantly, "It's okay. I set so many of them, and I haven't failed yet." Qin Chuan asked, "Has anyone else failed?" Yade thought for a moment and said truthfully, "I usually don't fail. I just die on the spot." What a cold joke. After Yade finished setting the explosive trap, he dusted off his hands and said in a low voice, "Let's go. Follow me." Since the situation was unclear, he decided to follow Yade. Qin Chuan had a feeling they would encounter many underground survivors and gain a clearer understanding of what had happened to the city. Jixing and the others didn't object. Since they had come all this way, they couldn't go back empty-handed. And judging by the current situation, this trip should be quite interesting. Led by Yade, the group twisted and turned through the underground passage. Shortly after they left, a rumbling explosion echoed behind them. A scorching blast of air spread through the underground passage, messing up everyone's hair. Faintly, angry roars could be heard from above. Yade's eyes flashed with hatred as he cursed, "Monster? Sooner or later, I kill you." Qin Chuan calmly asked, "You mean monsters? Are there monsters in this city? Hasn't the king ordered their extermination?" Hearing this, Yade's emotions intensified, and he waved his arms and shouted, "The king? The king is the biggest monster." Hearing this, Tyrell looked at Qin Chuan with even greater admiration. Before arriving, this friend had already analyzed that something was amiss with the city's top brass, even the king. Now that even the locals were saying it, it seemed even more credible. The swordsman in the snow beside him mused, the king has become a monster. No wonder the envoys disappeared. They must have discovered something, and were trying to bring the news back to Chifeng City, but were ambushed along the way. At this point, the swordsman in the snow looked at Yade and asked, Kid, have you seen the Chifeng City envoys? Yade replied unhappily, my name isn't Kid, it's Yade. As for the envoys you mentioned, I think they arrived about 2 weeks ago, and there's been no news since. The swordsman in the snow nodded. Okay, Yade, Kid, thank you for the information. Yade rolled his eyes. If he hadn't set up a trap with his crystal ball, he would have blown that damn thing to pieces. Qin Chuan interrupted Yade. Is there anyone else here besides you? As he finished speaking, dozens of men wearing sand people cloaks emerged from the nearby passage, eyeing Qin Chuan and the others warily. One of them shouted at Yade, Yade, why did you bring outsiders back? What if they're spies? Yade replied, they're outsiders. They were targeted by monsters the moment they entered the city. They're definitely not from the same group. Chapter 358. As he spoke, Tyrell took 2 steps forward, a white light emanating from his body. He declared righteously, we are here to eliminate evil. The power of the holy light immediately dispelled the sand people's doubts. The leading man stepped forward and apologized, I apologize for misunderstanding you. Tyrell withdrew his power and waved his hand, it's okay. You're also concerned about your own safety. I want to know what happened here, and why the evil aura in the city is so strong. To be honest, when I entered the city, I thought there were no living people here. The man sighed, his mood becoming very low. This place used to be full of vitality and joy, but 6 months ago, everything changed. A strange disease suddenly appeared in the city. Anyone infected will eventually die of exhaustion, and no treatment can cure it. And the king is so busy enjoying himself in the palace that he has no time to bother. He doesn't care about the lives of the people in the city. Yad added, the prime minister went to the palace to plead with the king to save his people, but he never came out again. Those who managed to escape the palace say the current king eats more than 12 people every day. What else could he be but a monster? Tyrell's sense of justice swelled immensely. He had never imagined things would get this serious. He immediately gripped his sword and said urgently, can you find a way to get us into the palace? We're going to slay this evil. The man was tempted, but then thought of his previous failures and became dejected. How can we possibly succeed with just you guys? Hearing this, the swordsman in the snow grew unhappy and shouted, don't look down on me. Our president has even killed dragons. And I'm a renowned Jinui. Jinui, you heard of them? They're a high-ranking profession that kills people with just a few clashes. The man ignored the snow swordsman's subsequent words and looked Qin Chuan up and down, his tone slightly fluctuating. You have the aura of a dragon. Could you be the recently appeared dragon slayer? Qin Chuan's expression was calm. Yes. The man rushed to Qin Chuan, grabbed his arm, and excitedly said, warrior, please help us. Ding, you have triggered the limited-time mission to rescue the Sand People. Mission description. An evil entity has taken over the Yellow Sand City. The Sand People here are facing a life-or-death situation. Please eliminate the evil and save the Sand People. Mission reward. Yellow Sand City reputation plus 200, title of Desert Hero. When Qin Chuan received the mission notification, Ji Xing and the others also received it. Qin Chuan had already recruited them into the team before entering the city. Ji Xing said happily, as expected, following the president brings good food. I didn't expect we get missions too. Ying Lu agreed, President, next time you have something like this, remember to call me. Snow Swordsman protested, this NPC is so blind to recognize a great talent. I'm also very powerful, why are they only paying attention to the president? AoE smiled happily, as long as you slay a dragon, these NPCs will definitely know your reputation. Snow Swordsman thought for a moment, and said seriously, I think 1 dragon slayer is enough for each guild. I don't want to steal the president's limelight. After receiving the missions, everyone looked at Qin Chuan, awaiting the next step. Qin Chuan looked at the man who had spoken earlier and asked, what's your plan? The man lowered his voice, we plan to storm the palace tonight, kill that imposter, and save our city. Qin Chuan nodded, good strategy. We follow you then. With the battle plan tentatively finalized, all that remained was to wait. Led by Hanzi, Qin Chuan and the others advanced through the underground passage and arrived at the gathering point of the Sand People. Excluding those who had escaped the city, the several hundred Sand People gathered here were practically the last survivors of the Yellow Sand City. Under normal circumstances, the Yellow Sand City would have thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands, of NPCs, demonstrating the severity of the situation. Chapter 359. Tyrole's heart of justice raced, and he longed to charge into the palace, but he held back. A little impatience can ruin a great plan. While waiting, Qin Xuan called Ji Xing and the others over and began to arrange the follow-up action. When the fight starts, remember to prioritize saving your own skin, Qin Xuan warned. Ji Xing took over. President, we understand. In Akatsuki's words, this is an easy win. Speaking of which, I don't know what rank this boss is, but it's gotta be epic to take over an entire NPC city. Ying Luo nodded in agreement. I'm betting it's epic. Snow's swordsman was filled with emotion. I used to think I was so awesome for soloing a bronze-level boss. Now, epic bosses are being easily defeated by the guild leader. Isn't the gap that big? Ao Yishuang felt the same way. His class wasn't bad, and his equipment was decent, but soloing an epic boss was out of the question. While his powerful attacks would certainly knock some HP off the boss's attacks would quickly carry him off, unless he possessed the same high-level stealth skill as the guild master. But then again, besides the guild master also had two assassins, Xiao and Yinmi, who also knew stealth, but trying to solo an epic boss was equally impossible. Across the entire apocalypse, the guild master's playstyle was unique. Thinking of this, Ali couldn't help but ask, Guild Master, your talent is ranged, right? How did you choose an assassin? Logically, Apocalypse would have recommended a marksman when you created your character. It's no secret that Night Wanderer possesses a ranged talent. Anyone who's witnessed Qin Xuan in combat can deduce the general direction, but the specific effects of the talent are uncertain. Hearing Ali's question, Qin Xuan smiled faintly. Tianqi did suggest it, but I rejected it. Su Chongqing, with a look of joy as if he had found a confidant, said, President, I finally found a soulmate. Tianqi also suggested a purely supportive cleric, but I firmly chose an all-around cleric who can carry, heal, deal damage, and buff allies. Yinmi calculated, and was somewhat surprised. Uncle Su, even a half-baked support like you is so strong. A purely supportive cleric would be incredibly powerful, with full buffs. At least it can double your teammates' combat effectiveness, right? Su Chongqing said uncertainly, judging from the data, the full buff should triple the effect. Wow, I'm just saying wow. Ali said with a look of deep sorrow. Uncle Su, if you were a pure support player, we wouldn't even need a full 40 people, just a dozen or so could tackle the raid. Ji Xing, on the other hand, was quite open-minded, saying casually, what's the big deal? Just have fun playing the game. Yinmi thought about it, and felt that this was indeed the truth. Aoi was very happy and reflected, don't take Uncle Su's words to heart. Just maintain your current situation. It's me who lacks perspective. I should learn from the guild master and strive to solo the boss. Su Chongqing was deeply moved. Thank you for your understanding. Also, can you please not call me uncle? I'm really 18. Swordsman in the Snow's eyes lit up. 18? How can I be 18? Qin Xuan, go play somewhere else. Swordsman in the Snow, okay, guild master. Everyone chatted and laughed, and time slowly passed. Unbeknownst to them, Liu Sha Yudaizhen and the members of the Liu Sha Hall, after surviving countless attacks from wild monsters, finally arrived at the city of Yellow Sand. Gazing at the city under the night sky, Liu Sha Yudaizhen called over Liu Sha and your love River Nian Nian, the guild member who had received the quest, and asked, what's the next step? Love River Nian Nian glanced at the quest description and said, Guild leader, someone should be here to help. As he spoke, a guard approached from a distance, his face stiff, and he asked, you are the one who found my king's token? Chapter 360. Ihan Yao Niao pulled a pitch black token from her backpack. After the guard verified it, she nodded and said, follow me. Led by the guards, the Rakshasa Palace members headed towards the palace. All the way, Raksha Yudaizhen kept looking around, fearing that the Night Wanderer would burst out from some corner and strike him. Raksha Quangxue consoled him, President, perhaps you're overthinking it. This city is so peaceful. It doesn't look like the Night Wanderer has been wreaking havoc. Perhaps he hasn't been here. Raksha Yudaizhen felt a little worried, but he couldn't see the Night Wanderer. With a sudden thought, Liu Sha Yudaizhen asked the guard leading the way, has anyone on a dragon been here before? The guard's voice was a little dry and odd. You know when you meet my king. Liu Sha Yudaizhen was a little angry. That's completely irrelevant. Are all the NPCs in this game idiots? Liu Sha Quangxue quickly said, President, calm down. Why bother with the NPCs? Then he changed the subject. Based on past experience, the king NPC is much more intelligent. Now that we have the king's token, as long as, with a little effort, we can have the local king issue a wanted order for the Night Wanderer. If he dares to come, he'd be without a fight. Hearing this, Lu Xiaodaozin's expression relaxed, and he exclaimed repeatedly, "That makes sense, that makes sense. Let's cut off the Night Wanderer's escape route, and make his mission impossible." The thought of that scene filled Lu Xiaodaozin with jubilation. He didn't even notice the something moving beneath the guard's arm, or the stone-faced residents of the houses lining the road, staring at them with bloodthirsty eyes. Standing before the palace, Lu Xiaodaozin sighed, "Oh my god, covering the roof with gold? The king here is so wealthy." Just as he finished speaking, a sudden explosion occurred in the distance, blowing away the palace floor. A large number of NPCs rushed out from the underground passage and engaged the guards. Lu Xiaodaozin was shocked. What was going on? Were the NPCs rebelling? Before Lu Xiaodaozin could comprehend the situation, Lu Xiaoquangxue, who was standing beside him, pointed into the distance and exclaimed, "President, look! It's the Night Wanderer." The moment he saw the Night Wanderer, Lu Xiaodaozin's good mood vanished. What you fear truly comes true. Ever since he saw the Night Wanderer in the desert, Lu Xiaodaozin had been worried about a reunion. Now, his worries were finally over. They had indeed met. And it looked like they were on opposing sides once again. Lu Xiaodaozin was accompanying the guards to the palace for an audience with the king, but Night Wanderer, upon his arrival, unleashed a brutal slaughter upon the guards, clearly revealing their respective positions. "Night Wanderer, you deserve to die." Lu Xiaodaozin, his nose crooked with rage, ordered, "Brothers of Lu Xia Hall, kill Night Wanderer." The surrounding Lu Xia Hall members hadn't reacted yet. Ihan Yao Niao hesitated, saying, "President, could this be a misunderstanding?" Lu Xiaoquangxue also advised, "President, let's examine the situation first before making a decision." Lu Xiaodaozin pondered for a moment, and felt that his suggestion made some sense. But soon, he received a mission notification. "Ding, you triggered a countermission. Defend the palace. Please assist the king's guards in repelling the underground resistance." Seeing this, Lu Xiaodaozin suddenly perked up and shouted, "Quick, kill all those NPCs emerging from the tunnels." With that, he charged forward, greatsword in hand. But he was cautious and didn't rush towards Qin Chuan. For now, he should complete the mission first. If he could avoid provoking the Night Wanderer, it would be best not to. What if the Night Wanderer also received the mission to defend the palace? But Qin Chuan had already received the mission to attack the palace, so how could he sit idly by and watch Lu Xia Hall disrupt the situation? Seeing Lu Xiaodaozin leading the charge, he raised his hand and launched a shadowy flying knife. Chapter 361. Pa. Lu Xiaodaozin's health bar was instantly emptied. A shadow flying knife ricocheted, sending several nearby vice presidents flying. Then a poisonous blood plague erupted, and the entire Lu Xia Hall, who had been following the president's charge, couldn't hold out for even a second, falling in droves. At the resurrection point, Lu Xiaodaozin looked at the growing number of people, his face turning green. Damn! Night Wanderer is going too far. Lu Xiaodaozin kicked the sand viciously. I didn't even attack him, and he attacked me first. Lu Xiaoquangxue, who had been sent back with him, was also quite angry. He shouted, "President, we can't just let this go. Lead our brothers to charge again." Although he had just made a small profit on a deal with Night Wanderer, business is business, and positions are positions. Lu Xiaodaozin thought the word sounded familiar, but he didn't dwell on it. The problem before him was now clear. If he allowed the Night Wanderer to attack, the palace would undoubtedly be breached, and the king would be slain, rendering their mission in vain. But returning to stop the Night Wanderer seemed impossible. A single skill wiped out most of their Rakshasa Hall members. What the hell? The Rakshasa Hall members present looked at each other in bewilderment. What should they do? In the silence, Rakshasa Xiaodaozin came up with an idea and encouraged his men, "Let's go back, but don't attack directly. A city this large must have strong defenses. Let's wait until the Night Wanderer and the NPCs are overwhelmed, and then launch a surprise attack. We can definitely send the Night Wanderer to his resurrection point." Xiaoquangxue immediately raised his arms and shouted, "President, you're wise." The other members responded in unison. Guild leader, wise. Lu Xiaodaozin, a look of satisfaction on his face, led the guild members back to the Yellow Sand City. In the Yellow Sand City, the resistance army, made up of hundreds of Sand People survivors, surged forward like a force unstoppable, slaughtering the palace guards in a crushing defeat. It wasn't that they were particularly strong, but rather that Qin Chuan's every strike decimated the enemy. As the battle progressed, the palace guards gradually revealed their true forms. Horns sprouted from their heads, their faces became distorted and hideous, their bodies covered in rough, thick skin, and their legs became twisted and jointed, all hallmarks of abyssal demons. And it wasn't just the palace guards who underwent the transformation. The city's former NPC residents also transformed into demons after a period of distortion, joining the battle. Looking down from the sky, the entire city was shrouded in demonic energy. Qin Chuan and his men, along with the Sand People Resistance Army, were like a small boat on a raging sea, poised to capsize at any moment. At least, that was the case in terms of numbers. But the actual battle unfolded in stark contrast. Qin Chuan dispatched dozens, even hundreds, of demon guards with each strike. Jixing and his companions, unwilling to be outdone, employed their own methods, achieving equally impressive results. In their excitement, Jixing summoned the destroyer, whose fierce fire lit up the night. Liu Xiaoyudaozhen, returning to the Yellow Sand City, saw this and became increasingly anxious. They had witnessed the destroyer's firepower during the undead siege of Lingang City. It's no exaggeration to say that even without the Night Wanderer, the destroyer's firepower alone would have made the palace guards howl in despair. But what shocked Liu Xiaoyudaozhen even more was the monsters scurrying through the streets. Liu Xiaoyudaozhen looked puzzled. Quangxue, are we in the wrong place? Is this still the city of Yellow Sand? Liu Quangxue was also confused. He glanced at the map and said uncertainly, President, looking at the coordinates, we are indeed in the city of Yellow Sand. I just don't know where these monsters came from. At this time, a Lusha Hall member, who had not been sent back to the resurrection point, said, President, these monsters are transformed from the city's residents. What? Liu Xiaoyudaozhen was shocked. What kind of mission had they accepted? They had simply walked into a den of thieves. Chapter 362. Raksha Quangxue asked, President, what should we do now? Should we still help defend the palace? Raksha Xiaoyudaozhen hesitated. This situation clearly wasn't right. But soon, his expression grew resolute. Because his mission had been updated. Ding, mission updated. Mission description. The Lord of Lies and Deception requires you to defeat the Sand People's resistance. Mission reward. Deceiver's bloodline factor. Raksha Xiaoyudaozhen's eyes lit up. He had long sought to obtain the vampire factor, and had even found the tomb of the vampire Viscount, but the Night Wanderer's intervention had thwarted his efforts. Unexpectedly, instead of finding the vampire factor, the Deceiver's bloodline factor presented itself to him. Although the Lord of Lies and Deception didn't sound like a positive character, the demons roaming the streets proved this point. But was this important? It wasn't. It's just a game, so who cares about the pros and cons? Attribute improvements are tangible benefits. All the members of the Rakshasa Hall present had received their mission updates, and were eager to get started. President, this is our chance. If we can obtain the Deceiver's bloodline, we definitely become the top guild in Apocalypse. Yes, President. Lead the brothers in a charge. I lead the charge, and slay the Night Wanderer. We clearly encountered a major mission. This Deceiver stats are definitely impressive. We absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Amidst the crowd's discussions, Rakshasa Xiaoyudaozhen, his face determined, declared, Night Wanderer and I are sworn enemies. Brothers, protect our Lord of Lies and Deception. After accepting the Lord of Lies and Deception quest, the names of the demons on the street turned green to the eyes of the Rakshasa Hall. This meant they were allies. The names of the Sand People rebels in the distance were a bright red. The nicknames of players nearby, like Night Wanderer and Jixing, were also red. It was clear that the two sides were on opposite sides. But simply charging in would obviously not end well. They had already been to the resurrection point once before. Raksha Xiaoyudaozhen, with a sudden inspiration, looked at the demon nearby and asked, Is there a secret passage leading into the palace? The demon guard shook his head. As Raksha Xiaoyudaozhen looked at him with disappointment, the demon guard spread his flesh-covered wings, grabbed Raksha Xiaoyudaozhen's arm, and flew away. The surrounding demons followed suit, leading the Rakshasa Hall crowd towards the palace. Liu Xiaoyudaozhen praised the demon guards. I didn't realize you were so clever. Elsewhere, Jixing also spotted the demon guards in the sky, and the members of the Rakshasa Palace they were holding. He immediately said, President, the Rakshasa Palace is trying to fly into the palace. Qin Chuan waved his hand, and a shadow dragon roared into the sky, releasing a stream of dragon breath. Nearly 100 members of the Rakshasa Palace, along with the demon guards, were reduced to ash and dissipated in midair. The demon guards' counterattacks were completely ineffective against the shadow dragons. A dark gold level shadow dragon's strength was simply not comparable to these cannon fodder demons. Liu Xiaoyudaozhen was so furious that his lungs were about to explode. He shouted at Qin Chuan, Night Wanderer, don't go too far. If you have the guts, let me into the palace, and we have a full-scale fight. Qin Chuan smiled and said, President Lu Sha, it seems you've been assigned to guard the palace. Sorry, our mission is to take down the palace boss. Apologies. He then ordered in the team chat, Ji Xing, take them down. Ji Xing immediately raised the destroyer's muzzle and unleashed a barrage of fire, instantly wiping out dozens of Lu Sha Hall members. Shadow Dragon followed suit with a second breath of Dragon's Breath, decimating most of the Lu Sha Hall. The remaining Lu Sha Hall players were no better off. Qin Chuan added Dark Rain, and with 25 attacks combined with Poison Blood Plague, he easily eliminated nearly 100 players. In the blink of an eye, Lu Sha Yudaism was left without a single one. I'm so... Rakshasa hadn't finished his words when Shadow Knife sent him back to his respawn point. Chapter 363. At the resurrection point, Lu Sha Quangxiu's voice was a little low. President, what should we do now? Being sent back to the resurrection point twice in a row was truly too much of a blow. I had originally thought that with the demon guards flying with me, I could easily reach the palace, but I had forgotten about Night Wanderer's flying dragon. Lusha Yudaism was also feeling a bit of a headache. I couldn't walk on the ground, and I couldn't fly in the sky. The palace was so close, yet so far away. After thinking it over, Lu Sha Yudaism said, we can only wait for Night Wanderer and his men to enter the palace, and then we follow them in. I hope the king can help, and not be killed instantly. At this point, this seemed to be the only solution. Lusha Yudaism regrouped his troops, and headed towards the city of Yellow Sand. As long as he could obtain the Deceiver's bloodline factor, this setback was nothing. Let alone returning to the resurrection point twice, even returning 100 times would be worth it. After clearing out the Rakshasa palace that attempted to escape, Qin Chuan commanded Shadow Dragon to clear out the surrounding demons, while leading the resistance forces in a continuous push. More demons escaped from the palace, their ranks gradually rising from iron to bronze and silver. Occasionally, a gold-level demon leader would appear. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least several thousand players to break through. In fact, rescuing the city of Yellow Sands was a major undertaking, not something that could be accomplished by a few players. Players needed to reach level 30 or 40, gradually explore the endless sea of sand, accept various quests, and then gradually unravel the mystery of the city of Yellow Sands, ultimately uncovering the king's true identity and saving the city. But now, thanks to Qin Chuan's appearance, the event had progressed significantly, jumping straight to the attack on the palace. As the battle progressed, the evil within the palace finally gave way. Boom! The palace gates swung open, and the king emerged, flanked by guards. His voice was icy. Foolish Sand People! How dare you challenge the king's majesty? The Sand People rebels instinctively flinched upon seeing the king. But then, remembering that this was evil in disguise, they regained their spirits. The leader shouted, Damn demon! You can't fool us! Seeing the king, Tyrell immediately declared, This guy is not normal. He exudes a strong evil aura. I'm afraid he's the source, the one who inflicted the blood curse upon us. Qin Chuan nodded. He could see more. The king in his eyes was no human at all, but a gigantic demon, Beryl, the incarnation of the Lord of Lies and Deception, legendary. Level, 70. HP, 450, 000, 000/450, 000, 000. Attack, 1,500,000. Defense, 1,400,000. Skills, Deadly Lies, Summon Demons, Deceiver Transformation, Mind Control, Curse of Flesh, Infinite Illusion. Description, the Demon King from the Abyss, the incarnation of the Lord of Lies and Deception. This incarnation alone has reached legendary status. If its true form descended, it would likely be no less powerful than an otherworldly deity. Qin Chuan's expression was grave as he warned, This is a legendary boss. Everyone, be careful. Hearing this, Ji Xing and the others were startled. I thought epic was enough, but it's actually legendary. Snow Swordsman looked shocked. Although I can't see where the boss is, since the guild master said so, it must be right. Is this a boss we can fight? What quest did I accept? Others, lacking the void-splitting eye, couldn't see the king's true form, and naturally couldn't see Belial's attributes. Ji Xing analyzed, Your quest is to investigate the envoys. Normally, this boss shouldn't be triggered. Ying Lu agreed. A boss of this level would require a major event to trigger, just like when the guild master triggered Dragon's Wrath, and a legendary dragon appeared. Snow Swordsman breathed a sigh of relief. So, we don't have to fight this boss this time? We can just wait for it to retreat on its own? Chapter 364. Xin Chuan shook his head. No, we must fight this time. He has a flesh curse. If we don't kill him, we have to find a way to remove it. That's too much trouble. As he spoke, Tyrell erupted with endless holy light, and his voice resonated through the city like thunder. Demon! Reveal your true form. Raising his hand, an arrow of holy light flew towards the disguised king. Snap! The king easily crushed the arrow, but the power contained within it burned his skin. Since the demons in the city had been exposed, Belial no longer sought to conceal himself. He expanded his body, rupturing the king's skin and revealing a massive frame tens of meters tall. Even in the 20-meter-high destroyer cockpit, Ji Xing had to look up to see the other men's full form. To say nothing of the others. A swordsman in the snow raised his head, swallowed hard, and said in a dry voice, Guild leader, why don't we just run? How can we defeat this thing? As Belial's avatar appeared, the evil aura of the entire Yellow Sand city grew thicker. Thick clouds obscured the moonlight, and it seemed as if only darkness remained between heaven and earth. The Sand People rebels, holding torches, gathered together, shielding each other. But their figures were as insignificant as ants before the boss. Rakshasa Yudayazan, who had returned to the Yellow Sand city with his men, was surprised at first, then overjoyed. The Lord of Lies and Deception was actually a legendary boss, and this was just an avatar. What about his true form? By analogy, the Deceiver's bloodline is undoubtedly incredibly powerful. Rakshasa Yudayazan was overjoyed and excitedly declared, Brothers, with such a powerful boss, the Night Wanderer is doomed, and none of those Sand People NPCs will survive either. Let's just win this one and wait for the bloodline factor. All the members of the Rakshasa Hall beamed with joy. This trip had truly been a bonanza. Although the drop rates for bloodline factors were increasing as players' levels gradually rose, they were still only a tiny fraction. The few that escaped, even if they were black iron grade, would cost hundreds of thousands, far beyond the reach of ordinary players. Furthermore, the bonuses for low-level bloodline factors were minimal. For example, black iron grade bloodline factors only added a single primary attribute per level up, not enough for them. Now, a bloodline factor of at least gold grade was before them, free of charge. How could they resist? Even gold grade was an understatement. Given the boss's strength, he might even give a dark gold grade or even epic grade bloodline factor, which would offer a significant bonus. Luosha Quangxue was also quite excited, exclaiming repeatedly, President, if we complete this quest and obtain the Deceiver's bloodline factor, our Luosha Palace will surely become the top guild in Apocalypse. Luosha Yudayazan beamed, imagining a scene where he would crush the other guilds beneath his feet. Thinking for a moment, Luosha Yudayazan said, Speaking of which, we have Night Wanderer to thank for this quest. If he hadn't led his men straight into the palace and put pressure on the boss, our quest reward wouldn't have been updated to the bloodline factor. Luosha Quangxue nodded repeatedly, President, you're right. Once we complete the quest, we must publicize it on the forums and collectively thank Night Wanderer. Ha ha ha. Luosha Yudayazan laughed heartily, eager to see Night Wanderer's frustrated expression. He didn't think anything would go wrong. That's a legendary boss, with 450 million HP and millions of attack and defense. How could Night Wanderer defeat it? No matter how skilled Night Wanderer is, he didn't fight back when he faced a legendary boss. I imagine this time will be no exception. Oh, what a shame. Rakshasa slashed with his sword, beating his chest and stamping his feet, his face filled with regret. Rakshasa Quangxue asked curiously, President, what's so regretful? Chapter 365. Rakshasa Yudayazan analyzed, I forgot to leave a few brothers at the respawn point. Think about it, the Night Wanderer is about to be killed instantly by the boss, so he definitely go to the respawn point. We can't expect to block him there. As long as we can capture the Night Wanderer at the respawn point, that would be breaking news, don't you think? Rakshasa Quangxue suddenly realized and praised him heartily, President, you're so smart and quick-witted. Why didn't I think of that? So why send brothers over there now? Rakshasa Yudayazan waved his hand, forget it. The mission is important. We need to submit it as soon as possible after completing it to avoid any complications. Just as Rakshasa Yudayazan was daydreaming about the future, he saw from the corner of his eye that the boss's health bar, which had grown to the sky, suddenly dropped by nearly a third. Considering the boss's health, this damage was close to 150 million. Damn, am I seeing things? Rakshasa Quangxue, standing next to him, cried out, having a bad feeling. Luosha Yudayazan's face also trembled, unable to believe what he was seeing. He had deformed tendons, and wore gold-grade equipment, so his damage barely reached the 10,000 mark. And now, Tell him that Night Wanderer dealt over 100 million in one blow. The damage disparity was a terrifying 10,000 times. Unacceptable. This was absolutely unacceptable. Is anyone going to stop Night Wanderer's cheating? Luo Xiaoyadaizhen complained bitterly. Elsewhere, Jixing and the others, hiding in a corner, exchanged bewildered glances. The swordsman in the snow rubbed his eyes, and said uncertainly, I just saw a 9-digit damage number. Did you see that? Su Chongqing let out a long sigh. So you saw it too? I thought I was seeing things. Aoishan Shuang lowered his head, and calculated for a long time, then said bitterly, even if I unleash all my ultimate skills, the damage will only be a fraction of the guild master's. What kind of damage is that? It's ridiculous. Jixing looked up to the sky and sighed. 10 destroyers combined are no match for the guild master. I'm tired. Let's destroy him. Yinni squatted on the ground and drew circles. I want to change my class. This assassin thing is meaningless. If I had known, I would have asked Sister D for a loan and obtained the Death Knight class change certificate. Yingluo, however, was thinking further. This is a legendary boss, and a high one at that. Thanks to the guildmaster, we're in the same group. The experience points we earn will definitely allow us to reach level 30 and begin our second career advancement quest. We can't let the guildmaster down. We should improve ourselves as quickly as possible and strive to keep up with him. Jixing nodded in agreement. It's not good that the guildmaster has always led us. We can't say how good we can be, but we should at least help him get some useful items, like the concentrated sniper skill we used earlier. I think he needed it. Before they finished their discussion, the distant boss's health bar had dwindled to a quarter. Not only were the players present shocked, even Belial was a bit stunned. What's going on? Although this is just one of his incarnations, suppressed by the Apocalypse world, it's still a legendary, with extremely explosive stats. How come he looks like he's about to die within 2 seconds of the fight? Isn't this stranger's strength a bit too much? They only been in Apocalypse for a few days, and they already taken on their own avatars. If they were given a few more months, wouldn't they be able to slay demons and gods? Mortal, your strength astounds me. Offer your loyalty, and I will share this world with you. Beryl's voice echoed, beckoning. Qin Chuan also received a notification. Ding, you triggered a decision quest. Please choose carefully. Option 1. Join the Lord of Lies and Betrayal. Reward, Special Class, Apostle of the Abyss. Chapter 366. Option 2. Refuse the Lord of Lies and Betrayal. Reward, none. As expected of the Abyss Demon Lord, he was generous. Belial's sincerity was undeniable. As far as Qin Chuan knew, the Abyss Apostle class, when evolved to the later stages, possessed power comparable to that of a demigod. But like all apostles, they were subject to the control of their grantors, their life and death hanging in the balance. How could Qin Chuan entrust his life and property to someone else? The Abyss Apostle was completely unattractive to him. He might consider it, if Belial offered him the position of Lord of Lies and Deception. But that was impossible. So, this time, there was no need to choose, only battle would resolve the issue. Qin Chuan piloted the Shadow Dragon in circles around Belial, waiting for the Shadow Knife to cool down. Belial's health was already below 100 million, and the next skill would send him back home. In the previous battle, a single skill dealt 150 million damage, thanks not only to Qin Chuan's own strength, but also to the support of his teammates. With reverse scale activated, Qin Chuan's damage at a distance of 100 meters was already close to 90 million. The remaining 60 million damage came from the boosts provided by buffs. Of these, Yi Sakura Luo's King's Blessing increased all 4 attributes by 10%, a modest improvement. This was normal, as the Divine Light Knight was a tank-focused class, so the buffs were limited. The main boost came from Su Chongqing's buffs. Weapon Blessing increased attack power by 25%. Honor Blessing increased strength and constitution by 30%. Wings of Faith added 15% holy damage to attacks. With these 3 buff skills, Qin Chuan's combat effectiveness skyrocketed. This also allowed Shadow Knife to deal a terrifying 150 million damage. 9-digit damage, let alone at this stage, even in the mid to late stages of his previous life, is a terrifying number that most people wouldn't dare to even think about. And this isn't even Qin Chuan's full form. First, his Sniper God talent is only at level 3, with at least 7 more levels of potential to increase, potentially more than doubling his damage. He's only advanced twice, and his equipment is only at level 50 epic. If he reaches level 100, completes 4 career advancements, and then equips himself with all legendary gear, breaking 6-digit stats will no longer be a luxury. And don't forget, if he can improve, so can Su Chongqing and the others. Su Chongqing hasn't reached his current limit yet either. If he were to learn the ultimate skill, Final Judgment, the boost he bestowed on his teammates would instantly reach tens or even dozens of times. This level of boost, combined with Qin Chuan's terrifying damage output, would create an unimaginably powerful effect. Qin Chuan believed that with another divine descent, he wouldn't need a mutually assured destruction strategy to slay the god. Belly's Abyss Apostle held no appeal at all. Testing him with this thing? It was a joke. What Reborn couldn't withstand such a test? Facing no response, Belial unleashed boundless demonic energy, attempting to finish Qin Chuan off. Inwardly, Belial pondered a question. If he hadn't struck the flesh curse, would this scene never have occurred? Why couldn't he control his hands? Amidst the swirling demonic energy, the shadow dragon swayed left and right, struggling to dodge. It was only at the dark gold level, no match for a legendary boss. Dodging its attacks required it to exert all its strength. That means his flight speed has increased, otherwise he would have crashed long ago. Qin Chuan's face was as gloomy as water, and he waited for his skill to cool down. A moment later, the shadowy flying knife accurately struck Belial's body, dealing a massive 150 million in damage, instantly depleting his health bar. Boom. Chapter 367. In the corner of the ground, beams of light shone continuously, and Jixing, Yingluo, and the others soared to level 30 in one fell swoop. The experience value of a level 75 legendary boss was already extremely high, and with the rewards for killing it above their level, it was more than enough to support them reaching level 35 and beyond. Completing the career advancement quests would lift the level cap. Jixing murmured, "I'm not dreaming, am I?" Snow Swordsman sighed, "I thought I'd fall behind after quitting the game for a few days, but I didn't expect to reach level 30 before everyone else. I'm so proud of you." The others were also filled with emotion. I had originally just wanted to help Snow Swordsman complete a normal quest and level up, but who would have thought I'd witness the first kill of a legendary boss? When luck strikes, it's unstoppable. Jixing, Yingluo, and the others' levels soared, and Qin Chuan's level didn't fall behind either. The upgrade beam flashed several times, and he soared from level 47 to level 52, a full 5 levels higher. This was all thanks to the team-building effort. If he were alone, he could easily have reached level 60. However, Qin Chuan didn't feel any regret. While his leveling was exhilarating, his teammates couldn't be left behind. If Su Chongqing hadn't been there this time, defeating Belial would have required at least a few more shadow knives. Or perhaps, increase the distance. These were all variables. Delays lead to unexpected events. Facing a legendary boss, even a second of delay could lead to countless unexpected events. Gathering his attention, Qin Chuan checked the series of system prompts. This was the first time he had killed a legendary boss, and the rewards were extremely generous. This kill marks a server-wide first for the legendary Belial avatar, rewarding 1,000 free attributes and 1 designated legendary item. The Curse of Flesh has vanished. You are the first player to kill the Demon Lord avatar, earning the title of Demon Slayer, increasing your damage against demons by 20%. Your reputation with Belial has decreased by 10,000 points, and your current status is Dead Enemy. Your reputation with the other Abyssal Lords has increased by 1,000 points, and they have shown interest in you. This first kill will be announced soon. Do you want to hide your nickname? No. Of course, a server-wide announcement is essential. Player Night Wanderer has achieved the first kill of the legendary boss, Demon Lord Belial avatar. His glorious deeds will be told throughout Apocalypse. Player Night Wanderer has achieved the first kill of the legendary boss, Demon Lord Belial avatar. His glorious deeds will be told throughout Apocalypse. Player Night Wanderer achieved the first kill of the legendary boss, Demon Lord Belial's avatar. His glorious deeds will be etched in Apocalypse. 3 notifications echoed throughout Apocalypse world, broadcast simultaneously across all war zones. Players worldwide pause their activities. Are you kidding me? It's only been a few days since the server launch, and Night Wanderer has already slain a legendary boss. Are they even going to be spared? Are the authorities truly ignoring this cheater? Protest, a serious protest. Ban this account? This must be banned. Qin Chuan paid no attention to what others thought. He invested 1,000 free attribute points in agility, and began to consider legendary items. In fact, there was no need to dwell on it. Talent upgrade stones. That's what Qin Chuan needed most. I want the talent upgrade stones. Qin Chuan made his decision. Talent upgrade stones in hand, he used them immediately. Ding! Your talent level has been upgraded. From LV3 to LV4. Sniper God LV4, SSS level. Effect 1. ranged attacks are guaranteed to hit, and the damage type is changed to true damage. Effect 2. Damage increases by 40% for every meter of distance to the target. A huge boost. With the Sniper God talent upgrade, Qin Chuan's damage soared again, and he edged closer to his goal of reaching level 10. I get the talent potion from Irina sooner or later, which means I still need to find a way to reach level 5. Qin Chuan pondered silently. He then gathered his thoughts, and looked at Belial's corpse. The incarnation of the Abyss Lord began to petrify and crumble, smashing the magnificent palace into rubble. Chapter 368. At the same time, the demons wreaking havoc in the palace and the city wailed, emanating countless black auras before dissolving in the distorted state. Without Belial's avatar, they could no longer remain in this world, and had been sent back to the Abyss, awaiting the next invasion. Qin Chuan smacked his lips with regret. These were just experiences. But it wasn't a big deal. Compared to the legendary loot Belial had dropped, this was nothing. On the ground, 5 orange loot balls lay amidst the ruins, illuminating an area 100 meters around. 5 legendary items. This was a massive explosion. Ji Xing and the others were also quite excited, saying to the group, "Chairman, let's go see what's been revealed. Let's also see what's new." Qin Chuan immediately swooped down on his shadow dragon and pocketed all the loot. After checking the stats of the beast's skull and accumulating a few more evolution points, he chose to evolve the Empty Hand skill. This was a legendary boss, so using an epic level Empty Hand seemed insincere. Ding! Empty Hands has evolved. Quality upgraded from epic to legendary. Empty Hands, a legendary level active skill. When used on a boss's corpse, it grants a 100% chance to receive an additional loot and a 30% chance to receive a second loot. Trait, increases the chance of receiving a second loot to 100%. Epic trait, receives a third additional loot. Legendary trait, gains free stat points based on the boss's level and quality. This effect can only be applied once per instance. The newly added legendary trait doesn't increase the amount of loot, but its effect far exceeds simply receiving 1 or 2 more pieces of loot. With Qin Chuan's strength, his equipment would eventually be fully upgraded, and at that point, this aspect of his improvement would have reached its limit. The only way to improve further was to focus on stat points. However, there were only so many ways to gain free stat points, making it difficult to achieve unlimited improvement. But that was before. Now, Qin Chuan could confidently say that his stat increases would have no limit. He was having a blast defeating bosses. Legendary and epic bosses were hard to find, but dark gold and gold bosses were readily available. When the time came, he could just use the magic hand to increase his stat points. In high spirits, Qin Chuan used the magic hand on Belial's corpse, happily acquiring 3 more legendary items and a full 490 free stat points. The lowest quality boss is Black Iron, which counts as the first tier, so legendary is the 7th tier. Belial's incarnation is level 70, multiplied by 7, that's 490 free stat points. Qin Chuan immediately understood the principle behind the magic hand's ability to gain stat points, and felt a surge of potential. He knew the locations of many dungeons. Choosing the highest difficulty, and defeating the gold and dark gold bosses within would earn him at least a few thousand free stat points. Adding in the wild and raid bosses, it would easily exceed 10,000 in total. And this was just the current stage of the apocalypse. With the subsequent release of new versions, and the expansion of boss types, there would be another round of exciting harvests. Awesome. So awesome. It was a shame the bosses couldn't harvest stat points back and forth, otherwise Qin Chuan would have been ready to pounce on every single one, boosting all their stats to 9 nines. This time, of the 490 stat points, he would have added 100 to strength, constitution, and spirit, and the rest to agility. And that wasn't the end of it. In previous battles, many demon bosses had been slain, but they weren't sent back to the abyss. The demons in the palace, in particular, were of high level and quality. After completing the round, Qin Chuan gained a full 1550 free attribute points. As for the various silver, gold, and dark gold level equipment, he filled his backpack with them, selected a few decent items, and tossed the rest into the guild warehouse. Add 300 each to strength, stamina, and essence, and the remaining 650 to agility. Qin Chuan quickly distributed the attribute points, and his dashboard looked brand new. Chapter 369. Attributes. Strength 1674 plus 2100, Constitution 1759 plus 1800, Agility 4310 plus 9850, Spirit 1650 plus 2550. What does invincibility mean? This is it. At level 55, he surpasses the average player's level 100 board. At this moment, Ji Xing and the others gathered around, curiously asking what kind of legendary item had been dropped. They couldn't wait to see it. Qin Chuan didn't waste any time and directly posted the first piece of loot to the team channel. Wandering Agent Coat, Legendary, Defense plus 15,000, Health plus 30,000, Agility plus 2,800, Level Requirement, 70. Special Effect 1, Movement Speed plus 10%. Special Effect 2, reduces the chance of being detected while stealthed by 30%. Special Effect 3, attacks ignore 15% armor. Legendary, double the damage of the next 5 normal attacks. Cooldown of 2 minutes. Yinni exclaimed in amazement, wow! A single piece of equipment grants more agility than all my agility combined. That's incredible. And it even reduces detection. This is absolutely the ultimate assassin item. The others shared the same sentiment. Qin Chuan, however, felt a bit disappointed. In terms of stats alone, the Wandering Agent's coat was absolutely top tier. But the problem was, he already had the Death Shadow set, and the AP set's death immunity was irreplaceable. The stat boost from the Wandering Agent's coat couldn't compensate for the loss of the set's benefits. Furthermore, the Wandering Agent's legendary effect didn't work well with Qin Chuan. He didn't even have a chance to attack normally, so the effect was completely wasted. I could only put it aside for now, and transform it in Kanai's cube later. This also gave Qin Chuan an idea. He planned to go back to Kamal to discuss upgrading the Death Shadow set. Upgrading to Legendary might be difficult, but raising the equipment level, and thus improving its stats shouldn't be difficult. It was just a matter of materials. Recovering his focus, Qin Chuan took out his second piece of equipment. Gloves of Cunning, Legendary, Defense plus 15,000, Health plus 30,000, Strength plus 1,000, Agility plus 1,800, Level Requirement, 70, Assassin Class. Special Effect 1, Attack Speed plus 30%. Special Effect 2, Dodge Rate plus 10%. Special Effect 3, Agility plus 1,500. Legendary, uses Deception to confuse the target, causing them to miss their next 3 attacks. Cunning 1/8. This is actually a legendary set piece, and it's specifically for assassins. Yinni immediately said, President, you're an assassin, this equipment is perfect for you. Although he was also an assassin, he knew his limitations. This battle, he was just here for sightseeing, and most killing a few demon minions, and had no involvement in the boss fight. How could he have the nerve to take the equipment? Besides, the equipment requires a whopping level of 70, making it completely useless to him. Looking across all of Apocalypse, the only one who could use this equipment is the President. Qin Chuan, however, was considering another question. If he used the Cunning Gloves to deceive him, would the guaranteed hit effect of the Sniper God talent still be effective? The Cunning Gloves possess powerful stats, and are part of a legendary set. If one could complete the set with all 8 pieces, the effect would undoubtedly surpass that of the Death Shadow set. After all, the Death Shadow set is only an epic set, and only at level 50. For Qin Chuan right now, it's a bit behind the times. But collecting all 8 pieces of the Cunning Glove set is incredibly difficult. He had just taken a quick look. The boss's own 5 loot items, plus the 3 items obtained from the empty-handed attack, totaling 8 legendary items, and only 1 Cunning Glove. Considering that legendary bosses aren't everywhere yet, collecting the Cunning Glove set would be incredibly difficult. Or even easier than climbing to the sky. Putting the Cunning Gloves into his ring, Qin Chuan said, I keep this for now, and see if I can complete the set. Ji Xing exclaimed, a legendary set. How powerful would it be if I could complete it? Ying Luo spread her hands. Poverty has limited my imagination. I only have 1 gold level set, a 4-piece one at that. How could I possibly imagine what a legendary AP set would look like? Hearing this, Qin Chuan paused for a moment and said, you all reached level 30, and are ready for your second-class advancement. My advice is, don't rush into quests. Instead, upgrade your equipment first, and try taking on the more difficult advancement quests. Chapter 370. Ying Luo nodded repeatedly. President, you're right. I had the same idea. My gear level is a bit low, so I plan to do some more dungeon runs over the next 2 days to level it up. Ji Xing echoed, the 6 of us level 30 guys can team up for dungeon runs. Ali agreed immediately. Sister Ji, that's a great idea. It's settled. Su Chongqing said thoughtfully, after watching the guild leaders battle this time, I plan to focus on improving my support abilities, so that he can instantly defeat a legendary boss. Qin Chuan smiled. Xiao Su is quite ambitious. You deserve praise. Su Chongqing's eyes were filled with emotion. President, you're the first one to call me Xiao Su. It's so hard for me. As they spoke, the guild chat room became lively. I'm not the water god. Ha ha ha. My quest is complete. That silver level skill is pretty cool. I'm not the water god. No, how did you guys get to level 30? What happened? Jixing, didn't you hear the guild leader just kill the first legendary boss? I'm not the water god. I did. Yixing Luo, we were lucky enough to be invited into the guild by the guild leader, so we got some boss experience. I'm not the water god. What? Aren't you guys helping Shuizhong with his quest? Snow Swordsman, we just happened to run into the guild leader while we were on the quest. Isn't that a coincidence? Dijia Lingyu, what? What did I miss? Jixing, sister you were blinded by the skeleton warhorse and missed this chance to win easily. Dijia Lingyu, that seems to be true, but it doesn't matter. We can level up, but there aren't many opportunities to ride skeleton warhorses around the city. At this time, Xiao and Jing also came online. Xiao, I saw on the forum that you, guild master, have killed the first legendary boss. Congratulations. Jing, guild master, you're awesome. Xiao, wait, how come you're level 30? Haven't I been online in 2 days? That shouldn't be the case. Jixing explained what had just happened, and Xiao sighed to the sky. I never thought I, the immortal of easy wins, would miss such a great opportunity. Everyone chatted and laughed, their minds at peace. Xiao and the others weren't upset about missing out on some experience. Their own leveling speed wasn't slow either. A few days delay at most wasn't a big deal. Seeing that everyone else was online, Qin Chuan simply posted the remaining equipment attributes in the guild chat. This served as a little motivation for them, letting them know how powerful the later equipment attributes would be, so they could work harder at leveling and obtaining equipment. Posted the attributes of the third piece of legendary equipment in the guild chat. Abyssal Bulwark, Legendary, Defense plus 150,000, Health plus 50,000, Strength plus 1,000, Constitution plus 1,000, Level Requirement, 70. Special Effect 1, Block Chance plus 30%. Special Effect 2, Reduces damage taken by 20%. Special Effect 3, Reduces damage taken by a fixed 2,000 points. Legendary, perfectly blocks the next 3 attacks. Cooldown, 5 minutes. A top-tier tank. It's no exaggeration to say that this shield alone is enough to make a top-tier main tank, with a whopping 150,000 defense. Even for players at level 60 or 70, it's still a significant amount, making it challenging for ordinary players to penetrate it. Not to mention that the Abyssal Bulwark also provides a fixed damage reduction. Any damage less than 2,000 will be completely waived. With the Abyssal Bulwark and heavy armor, it's no exaggeration to describe it as a humanoid tank. Yinglu's eyes lit up, and she requested, President, can you keep this shield? I trade it with you when I get some skill books. Qin Chuan nodded, sure. The cooldown on Kanai's cube is a whopping 24 hours, and he already has other items to trade, so keeping the demonic bulwark isn't a big deal. And judging by Yinglu's sparkling eyes, he definitely redoubled his efforts, which is undoubtedly good news. Although the others won't have any use for the demonic bulwark, they're equally inspired. Who wouldn't want top-tier equipment? Watching Jixing and the others excitedly discussing, Qin Chuan nodded calmly. Chapter 371. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan looked at the fourth piece of trophy, but he didn't rush to add its attributes. Apostle Seal of the Lord of Lies and Deception, legendary item. Effect 1. Hold this seal to gain the equivalent of an apostle's status. Effect 2. Opens the gateway to the abyss. The duration of the passage varies with the user's level, with a 15-day cooldown. Effect 3. Hold this seal and journey into the abyss, and you be watched by the Lord of Lies and Deception. No wonder Belial is testing me with the status of an apostle. It turns out he's prepared everything ahead of time. Qin Chuan thought to himself. The seal in his hand wasn't in its full form. If he had accepted Belial's offer, Belial would have imbued it with demonic energy, granting it the true power of an apostle. But because Qin Chuan had defeated Belial's incarnation, this step hadn't been necessary. The Apostle Seal was merely an item that could allow one to journey into the abyss. The abyss was dangerous, teeming with demons. But danger often harbors opportunity. Those demon lords scattered across the ground are truly a mobile treasure trove. Especially since Qin Chuan's miraculous hands evolved to legendary, enabling him to plunder attribute points, his need for bosses has reached an unprecedented level. That's why miraculous hands is limited to bosses, otherwise, even the stray dogs on the roadside would have received a slap from Qin Chuan. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan posted another piece of equipment to the guild channel. He'd better keep the apostle seal. The abyss isn't all that fun. Even Qin Chuan needs to be fully prepared before entering. Of the 5 pieces of loot dropped by Belial's avatar, 4 were equipment, plus the apostle seal, for a total of 5. The last piece of equipment Qin Chuan posted was the last one. A weapon. True Lie, legendary, attack damage plus 14,000, strength plus 1,000, agility plus 1,500, level requirement, 70. Special effect 1, backstab damage increased by 50%. Special effect 2, attacks deal 1,500 true damage. Special effect 3, attacks have a 5% chance to frighten the target, rendering them unable to move for 3 seconds. Legendary, each attack increases damage by 3%, lasting 20 seconds, stacking up to 10 times. The attributes are quite powerful. With 14,000 attack damage and a high damage increase, as long as you continuously deal damage, you can maintain a full 10 stacks of damage increase. This weapon is best suited for the assassin branch of the assassin class, who use backstabs as their primary means of output. Equipped with True Lie and activating the burst skill, a single backstab can easily kill a squishy class, enough to intimidate any enemy. The only problem is that it doesn't work well with Qin Chuan. If the bonus from Effect 1 removed the backstab restriction and simply increased damage by 50%, it would be perfect, enough for him to forego the Forbidden and Plunder set bonuses and equip this weapon piece instead. Unfortunately, it only adds backstab, making it a bit useless and dispensable. Even if he upgraded to level 60 and upgraded to this weapon, the damage wouldn't increase much compared to the Forbidden and Plunder 2-piece set. After all, the Forbidden and Plunder sets only increase attack power by 6,000 and damage by 30%, which is about the same as True Lies. Unless another legendary weapon arrives. Yinmi drooled as he looked at the weapon stats in the guild chat. But he was only level 30 right now. Even if he completed the class advancement quests and unlocked the level lock, he would at most reach level 30 or so, a long way from being able to equip this weapon. Again, he couldn't equip this thing even if he was given it. But he could apply for it first. With this in mind, Yinmi cautiously said, "President, if this weapon is still in your possession by the time I reach level 70, I trade it for something else. Is that okay?" Xiao also popped up at the right moment. "Me too." He was also an assassin, and couldn't ignore such a top-notch weapon. Qin Chuan estimated that by the time Yinmi or Xiao reached level 70, he would have already broken through level 100 and upgraded to a more powerful weapon. This True Lie would naturally be useless, making it a perfect replacement for someone else. Chapter 372. Qin Chuan immediately said, "No problem. I keep this weapon for now. You two must work hard." "Yinmi, don't worry, Guild Master. I'm planning to play games for 22 hours a day. I won't let you down." "Xiao, I'm going to apply for a leave of absence, then fill up my game pod with nutrient solution and play for 24 hours a day." "Jing, brother, my parents will beat you to death if you do that." "Xiao, good sister, do me a favor this time and perjure yourself. I do you a favor in return." "Jing, 3. "Xiao, you truly are my sister." "Okay, I promise." He put the True Lie into his backpack, and then examined the 3 pieces of loot Mayashukong had found. 1 piece of equipment, 1 item, and a skill book. He casually posted the equipment's attributes to the guild channel. Whispering Pendant, legendary, magic points plus 14,000, constitution plus 1,000, spirit plus 1,500, level requirement, 70. Special effect 1, increases damage to demons by 15%. Special effect 2, blocks 1 spell attack, cooldown 2 minutes. Special effect 3, increases spell resistance by 20%. Legend, the demon within the pendant will periodically reveal information, so be cautious when judging authenticity. This is a necklace, and its attributes suggest a spell-based effect. However, Qin Chuan's current necklace is a level 55 dark gold item, with average stats. He can definitely use it as a transitional item until level 60, as he doesn't need another 200 or 300 points of strength and agility. Compared to its damage output, the Whispering Pendant's defensive attributes are more important to him. Additionally, this pendant increases damage to demons, which will be quite useful during subsequent explorations of the Abyss. However, these attributes are secondary. What Qin Chuan cares most about is the legendary trait. Is there a demon sealed within this pendant? Jixing and the others also saw the equipment description. Jixing explained, as expected of a demon, the information it gives you actually requires you to judge its authenticity. If it's a fake message, And you can't tell, you probably be at a disadvantage. Ying Luo, legendary equipment is really interesting. You can actually play with it this way. Su Chongqing, I don't know how irregular this is. I hope it only sends a message every few months. That would be too boring. AoE is very happy. A few months is fine. I'm just worried it'd send a message every few minutes. That would be annoying. Su Chongqing, hey, that makes sense. What if it's a chatty demon? I'd rather not have this equipment. Snow Swordsman, I wonder what Jin of the demon inside is. A friend of mine has a bold idea. I'm not the water god. Tell me about that bold idea. The guild members chatted and laughed, but no one suggested asking Qin Chuan to keep the equipment for a future exchange. Who knows what strange information that demon will reveal? Instead of wasting time guessing its truth, it's better to choose equipment with normal stats. Aside from the legendary trait, this necklace isn't much stronger than epic equipment. Qin Chuan put the necklace away and looked at the last two pieces of loot. He had just given it a quick look. It could be said that these two items, along with the Apostle Seal from before, are the most valuable loot from this boss battle. The remaining equipment is just transitional. First, the items. Trickster Class Change Certificate. Legendary item. Use this to unlock the Trickster Class Change quest. Completing the quest grants you the subclass Trickster, increasing all stats by +5, and agility by an additional +5. Subclass. Qin Chuan hadn't expected to find this item this time. For now, players who want to acquire a subclass will likely have to wait for several more updates. Even in his previous life, only a few players had subclasses. Many people don't even understand their main class, so why would they bother adding a secondary class? But Qin Chuan didn't have that concern. In addition, he vaguely remembered that the Trickster survival abilities were exceptional, with skills like feigning death and creating a deceptive clone. This perfectly suited Qin Chuan's needs. Furthermore, if the Trickster was mastered, he could even deceive the gods and manipulate them. Chapter 373. Of course, reaching that level requires incredibly high standards. After all, even Belial, the Lord of Lies and Deception, wouldn't guarantee he could toy with the gods. But there was a thought. There was nothing much to say. This item must be kept for personal use. After receiving the Trickster's job transfer certificate, Qin Chuan's mood grew even more exhilarated. He had a bold idea. To replace Belial and become the new Lord of Lies and Deception, and this was a power derived from his secondary class, and wouldn't conflict with his Shadow Assassin class. In other words, he could easily possess 2 steps to godhood. You thought I was the heir to the power of Shadow, but I'm actually a trickster. You thought I was a trickster who only cared about saving my life, but I can actually kill you with a single flying knife. True and false, false and true, who wouldn't be confused, but now wasn't the time to start the quest directly. Qin Chuan put away the job transfer certificate and examined the last piece of loot, a legendary skill book. Lie, legendary skill makes the target's next 3 statements a lie. Cooldown, 12 hours. Trait, reduces cooldown by 6 hours. Epic trait, the target cannot be replaced. Legendary trait, ignores silence effects, forcing the target to answer. Interesting skill. This is clearly a good match for the Trickster class. This skill might seem useless, since the target is only telling lies, so it's a waste of effort. But precisely because the target is only telling lies, you can actually get the correct answer. It just requires a little questioning skill, forcing the target to choose between 2 answers. Eliminate the wrong answers, and only the correct ones remain, right? Great skill. Learn it right away. After reading everything, Qin Chuan wanted to tell Belial, don't be so impulsive next time. If Belial's phantom hadn't inflicted the flesh curse on Qin Chuan, this boss battle wouldn't have happened. Although Qin Chuan knew, thanks to his memories of his past life, that the king here had been replaced, the problem was that without bringing Tyrell with him, he couldn't expose the true face of Belial, the Lord of Lies and Deception. Only the power of heaven wielded by Tyrell could pierce Belial's disguise and trigger the boss battle. For this reason, even if Qin Chuan had traveled to the site of the falling star ahead of time, lured out the phantom there, and was struck by the flesh curse, he would be helpless. The entire quest was interconnected. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan decisively opened the quest interface. He had come with a quest. Now that Belial's avatar had been defeated, the quest should be complete. While he was pondering, Tyrell approached with the Sand People resistance, his expression unconcealed with joy. Friends, we succeeded. We purged this place of evil. Ding! Epic class quest completed. Skill book Shadow Reforge obtained. Ding! Hidden quest Tyrell's request completed. 1 holy light fragment, Tyrell's favorability increased by 30. Ding! Limited time quest saved the Sand People completed, Yellow Sand City reputation increased by 200, and the title Desert Hero was obtained. After completing the 3 quests, the abundant experience points allowed Qin Chuan to level up instantly, reaching level 53, leading all players in the server. Compared to experience, Qin Chuan cared more about the rewards, especially the epic skill Shadow Reforge. Shadow Reforge, an epic skill that harnesses the power of shadow to reforge equipment, increasing its level and quality. It requires additional equipment or materials. Feature: Reforging does not damage equipment. Epic feature: allows the user to customize equipment attributes. This skill perfectly solves Qin Chuan's problem of leveling up too quickly and leaving his equipment behind. Simply put, he possesses abilities comparable to those of the forging master Kamal, allowing him to reforge his equipment. Qin Chuan greatly enjoys the effects of the Death Shadow set. The AP set's death immunity and invincibility bonus, in particular, is a stroke of genius. Due to limited equipment materials, even Kamal himself could only achieve limited improvements. Chapter 374. But now, Qin Chuan is Shadow Reforge. As long as he has the materials, he can upgrade the Death Shadow to a level 100 legendary set, or even beyond legendary, and during the reforge process, he can even replace inappropriate stats to perfectly suit his suit. Take the Death Shadow Helmet, for example. Death Shadow Helmet, Epic, Defense plus 7,500, Health plus 15,000, Agility plus 750, Level Requirement, 50. Special Effect 1, True Sight, immune to blindness, increases the chance of seeing through illusions by 100%. Special Effect 2, Will Protection, immune to mind control, increases mental resistance by 50%. Special Effect 3, Dragon Blood, increases all stats by 150. After obtaining the Void Breaking Eye, the first effect was clearly wasted. And with the increased stats, the Dragon Blood entry is a bit underwhelming. What good is 150 all stats? 1500 is more than enough. Now, Qin Chuan can completely replace more useful stats through Shadow Reforge. Modifying all of his gear adds up to a massive improvement that can't be ignored. As for the equipment and materials needed for reforging, is that a problem? Not at all. Qin Chuan is incredibly fast at bosses, instantly dispatching any less than legendary level. Add to that the extra loot from Yao Shou Kong Kong, and he's got plenty of gear. That gear is perfect for reforging. The value of Shadow Reforging is truly immeasurable. The reward for this quest alone is worth the journey to the city of Yellow Sands, the immense risk he took, and the bloody battle with Belial's incarnation. While pondering, Tyrell pulled a gleaming white fragment from his cloak and said sincerely, "Friend, you helped me so much. I have no way to repay you, so I can only give you this." This was the rewarded Holy Light Fragment. Holy Light Fragment, legendary material socketed in a weapon, attacks and spells gain 35% holy damage. Tyrell hadn't been so wealthy. Qin Chuan had thought epic materials were the limit, but he hadn't expected legendary materials. Another unexpected surprise. As for the reward for saving the Sand People, the Desert Hero title granted a 20% bonus to stats in the desert, and the right to hold an official position in the city of Yellow Sand. Qin Chuan didn't much care for the title. After all, he couldn't stay in the city of Yellow Sand for long. The swordsman in the snow, however, had a gleaming look in his eyes, as he pulled the Sand People's leader aside, repeatedly demanding details. A moment later, the swordsman in the snow returned with a satisfied expression. Once the Yellow Sand city is rebuilt and Prince Muhan becomes king, he will re-establish diplomatic ties with Qifeng City and invite me to serve as its ambassador. I be provided with a residence and several beautiful maids. The Prince Muhan the swordsman in the snow was referring to was the true leader of the Sand People's resistance, and considered the sole heir of the Yellow Sand City royal family. Yellow Sand City suffered a devastating blow, leaving only a few hundred residents dead, but it will not vanish. The scattered Sand People will gather and rebuild the city. The swordsman in the snow's presence here will also benefit the Peak Guild. Subsequent members joining the guild can come here to accept quests. With a trusted ambassador serving as the ambassador, hidden quests are readily available. However, Qin Chuan knew that his true target was the beautiful maids. The men of the Sand People have rough skin, but the women are fair and beautiful, exuding an exotic charm and gaining widespread acclaim in Apocalypse. The fellow AoE was very happy, his eyes sparkling, and he seemed to be considering seeking an official position. After all, he also held the title of Desert Hero. This trip to the city of Yellow Sands had concluded successfully. Qin Chuan completed the epic class quest, happily acquiring the Shadow Reforge skill and resolving his equipment restrictions. He also received Kanai's cube and a fragment of holy light from Tyrell. Add to that the generous rewards for first killing a legendary boss, and he made a killing. Chapter 375. Even far exceeding expectations. Ji Xing and the others followed suit, their levels soaring to level 30, sweeping the ranks from 2nd to 7th on the level leaderboard. Qin Chuan made a big profit, winning once. Ji Xing and the others made small profits, winning twice. Tyrell regained his memory and fulfilled his long-cherished wish to eradicate evil, winning 3 times. The Sand People recaptured their city, winning 4 times. This was a happy ending for everyone, a delightful occasion. However, Qin Chuan felt as if he had missed something. He took stock but couldn't find the problem, so he stopped dwelling on it. The battle was over, and the Sand People rebels began searching the city for possible survivors. But hope was slim. Tyrell circled around and returned, saying with some regret, "The evil here is only an avatar. Its true form isn't here, so I can't seal it." Tyrell patted the soul stone hanging from his waist. "This guy is unlucky. Its true form descended, and then it was sealed. Demons cannot be killed, they can only be sealed. And the prerequisite for sealing is finding their true form. Belial, the Lord of Lies and Deception, is so cunning, how could he let his true form come here to cause trouble? Sending down an avatar was the greatest risk he could take." However, some demon lords refused to believe in evil, leaving the abyss, and personally leading an attack on the human world of Apocalypse. The result was not good. It became the soul stone in Tyrell's hands, sealed until it reappeared in the human world during this falling star. Belly had known of the soul stone's existence before, but had never been able to find it. This time, he finally discovered its location and planned to send his men to secretly excavate it. As long as he absorbed the soul stone, he would gain a second abyssal authority. But then, he encountered Qin Chuan, and not only did he not obtain the soul stone, but his own avatar was also destroyed, destroying the entire management plan for the city of Yellow Sand. Looking back, it was all because of Belial's carelessness. To be honest, if it weren't for the curse of flesh and blood, Qin Chuan really didn't know how he would have persuaded Tyrell to come to the city of Yellow Sand. So, don't use your skills recklessly. You never know if you might run into someone pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Qin Chuan muttered to himself. Raksha Yadayasan looked at the bright red word failure on the task list, his eyes bloodshot. Night Wanderer again. He had previously tried to obtain the vampire factor, but failed. This time, he finally had the chance to obtain the Deceiver bloodline factor, thinking it was a sure win, but failed again. That was a legendary boss. How could he be so weak, being killed by the Night Wanderer in seconds? Vice President Liu Sha Quanxua said, "President, what should we do now? Should we go and ask Night Wanderer for an explanation?" Liu Sha Yadayasan angrily said, "Is Night Wanderer a reasonable person?" Liu Sha Quanxua thought for a moment. It must be said, Night Wanderer seemed quite reasonable. But he absolutely couldn't say that. He immediately adopted an indignant expression and said emphatically, "President, we can't let this go." Liu Sha Yadayasan agreed, but a head-on confrontation with Night Wanderer was a dead end. The fact that they had been collectively sent back to the resurrection point had already proven that point. Leaving like that felt a bit humiliating. How could he swallow the humiliation of losing the bloodline factor he had secured? Just as Liu Sha Yadayasan was pondering a solution, he suddenly noticed a change in the task list marked as failed. Ding, mission changed. Mission description. The Lord of Lies and Deception requires you to gather the following materials to forge a demonic portal in preparation for the abyssal invasion. Mission reward. High-level demonic bloodline factor. Rakshasa Yadayasan remained silent, saying calmly, "Forget it. Since the mission failed, let's go back. Staying here is a waste of time. But I remember this grudge. I settle the score with Night Wanderer later." Chapter 376. The people of Luosha Hall shouted, "Guild leader, wise." They also wanted to flee quickly. After all, the city was now monster-free. If the night-wandering god came looking for them, they would have to go to the respawn point again. Luosha Yadayasan nodded secretly. It seemed that the others hadn't received this quest. Elsewhere, Luosha Quanxua looked at the changing quest list and heard his guild leader say that the quest had failed, and he couldn't help but get excited. Hidden quest. He had received a hidden quest. Guild leader, we're going to clear the dungeon. Ji Xing walked over and asked, "What are your plans?" Qin Chuan naturally planned to complete the Trickster quest and obtain a secondary class. But there was a problem. After unlocking a secondary class, the experience points gained are automatically split in half, evenly distributed between the two classes, causing the original primary class to level up more slowly. For an ordinary player, leveling up one class would be a pain, and adding another would be a maddening task. But Qin Chuan was different. His leveling speed was incredibly fast, and it wasn't affected at all. It's just a matter of killing more monsters. What he's interested in is the stat boost from his secondary class. Secondary classes start at level 1 and, at his current level of 53, gain significant stat bonuses. Not to mention that secondary classes can also progress through class advancement, which grants even greater stat bonuses. Considering the characteristics of the third class advancement, Qin Chuan plans to level up the Trickster first. In addition, he needs to find materials for shadow reforging his equipment. And there's the boss plundering skill. All of these things need to be done. With this in mind, Qin Chuan immediately said, I'm going to complete a quest first, then go to the dungeon. I bring the water god, and the others with me to level up a bit. Ji Xing excitedly asked, President, are you trying to take over the entire ranking list? Qin Chuan smiled confidently, we take as many spots as the guild has. But since we're short on people right now, we can only take the top 11. At this point, Qin Chuan added, while you're leveling and farming for equipment, you can identify suitable candidates and recruit them into the guild once they pass the assessment. We can't always just have the 11 of us. Qin Chuan has actually been working on this, with his primary target being the final top 100 masters from his previous life. Ji Xing and Yi Yingluo were on this list, and were successfully recruited into the guild. But recruiting the others has been slow. The main reason is that many haven't yet entered the game. Qin Chuan even considered finding those people offline and forcing them into the game. A forced melon may not be sweet, but it quenches thirst. But this is just a matter of thought. Order hasn't collapsed yet. If he really went offline to recruit them, he'd probably just be treated to a drink. And what was Qin Chuan's identity? I couldn't just say, hello, I'm Night Wanderer. As soon as we met. That would be completely awkward. The best approach was to wait patiently. I shared my idea with the guild, and Yu and the others enthusiastically agreed. The world's strongest player, Night Wanderer, personally leading a dungeon, a privilege unavailable to outsiders. Xiao was even more excited, exclaiming, my easy win immortal is about to make a comeback. Qin Chuan calculated that he needed to complete the Trickster unlocking quest, then progress through his first class advancement to unlock the subclass level cap, then complete his second class advancement to raise the subclass level cap to level 60, and then finally tackle the dungeon again to avoid wasting experience points. With this in mind, Qin Chuan typed into the guild chat, I need to complete a few quests first, which will probably take some time. It's nighttime in game now, so let's meet in Belly City at noon. Yu. Okay, I wait for you on horseback in Belly City. Xiao, then I go do a couple of quests too. Jing, Sister D, I'm short of a main tank. Do you have time? Yu, of course. Team me up. It's a shame for the players in Belly City. They won't be able to see the skeleton warhorse. Chapter 377. I'm not the water god. I'm going to try out my new skills. After agreeing on a time with the others, Qin Chuan closed the chat interface and heard Tyrell say, Friend, I'm leaving. Qin Chuan wasn't surprised. Tyrell held the Demon Soul Stone, and given his personality, he would definitely find a way to completely destroy it to prevent the Demon King from resurrecting. This trip to the city of Yellow Sands was also to remove the flesh curse from him and Qin Chuan. Otherwise, after Tyrell gave Kanai's cube in the underground church, he would have simply left. So, Belial's current fate was entirely his own fault. What's so annoying? Tyrell sighed. Friend, although we only known each other for a short time, I will remember this journey in my heart. I hope we meet again in the future. Qin Chuan smiled. There will be a chance. This wasn't just a polite remark, but the truth. Because Qin Chuan knew that Tyrell wasn't going to die so easily, and the soul stone in his hand wasn't going to be destroyed so easily. Most importantly, several major events will be triggered by Tyrell, and he will reappear in the player's view at that time. Tyrell left without disturbing anyone, nor did he seek credit for his actions with the Sand People rebels. He pulled his cloak together and disappeared into the wind and sand outside the city. Qin Chuan didn't intend to linger any longer. He summoned a shadow dragon and flew towards Qifeng City, using the class change certificate in his hand. Ding, you have triggered the Trickster class quest. Quest requirements: travel to the exiled city to find the con man Linden and reveal his true identity. Quest reward: unlock the secondary class Trickster. Like Yellow Sand City, Exile City is also a city primarily populated by NPCs. Located north of Qifeng City, it's home to countless thieves, con artists, and assassins. But among them, there's no one named Linden, That's understandable. After all, who doesn't have a nickname when out and about? Looking across Exile City, fewer than 1/10 of the NPCs reveal their true identities. Under these circumstances, finding someone in the city is harder than finding a needle in a haystack. But for Qin Chuan, the last thing he fears is disguise. A sweep of his void-splitting eyes reveals that any disguise is ineffective. But simply identifying Linden's identity wouldn't complete the mission. The mission requires revealing it, meaning others must also know Linden's true identity, and they must be NPCs. That's no easy task. Thankfully, Qin Chuan already had a plan in mind. Completing the mission wouldn't be a problem for him. Confirming the mission would take him to Exile City, Qin Chuan immediately redirected his shadow dragon and flew directly towards it. He had originally returned to Qifeng City to teleport in time, but Exile City lacked a teleportation array, requiring only direct travel. Naturally, there was no need to return to Qifeng City. Using Shadow Dragon's speed, Qin Chuan spotted Exile City at dawn. It was a city built on a mountaintop. But unlike ordinary mountaintops, this one was more like a platform. The entire top of the mountain looked as if it had been shaved off, leaving a flat area several thousand meters in diameter. Landing on the mountainside, Qin Chuan headed straight for the summit. Although Exile City was a chaotic place, it also had a certain order. The three most powerful factions in the city maintained a delicate balance of power, wary of each other. After paying the entrance fee, Qin Chuan headed straight for the gambling house. If you want to find a cheat, you should go to either the gambling house or the morgue. As soon as Qin Chuan entered the gambling house, he felt a stream of malicious glances scanning him. As a stranger, he was clearly being treated as a fat sheep. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan took out a few gold coins, weighed them in his hand, and said slowly, "Take me to the largest gambling house." Swish. The gold coins vanished into thin air. A middle-aged man with a serene face stood before Qin Chuan, smiling and saying, "Sir, this is your first time here, right? I'm the head of the gambling house here. Just tell me anything you need." Chapter 378. The city of Exile is close to Qifeng City, so its speaking habits naturally resemble those of Eastern civilization. The middle-aged man's name was Fang Zheng Liurniu, and his tone was normal, seeming quite trustworthy. But in Qin Chuan's eyes, he saw another name. The bankrupt gambling addict Wang Liuhu. Qin Chuan smiled and casually said, "Then I trouble you, brother Liuhu." Liurniu's expression froze, but quickly faded. He chuckled dryly and said, "Sir, you got the wrong person. My name is Liurniu." Qin Chuan slapped his forehead and apologized, "Sorry, I got the wrong person." The NPC observing from the side had a flickering look in his eyes, a thoughtful expression. This unfamiliar fellow didn't seem easy to deal with. He didn't seem like a defenseless, fat sheep. Led by Liurniu, Qin Chuan arrived at an exquisite six-story wooden building. Even before he entered, he could hear the boisterous shouting from within. Thump. A hapless wretch, left with nothing but his underwear, was thrown out. Qin Chuan glanced around. Not Linden. He had been constantly observing the surrounding NPCs along the way, but he hadn't found Linden. However, Qin Chuan believed that he would come looking for him sooner or later. For a conman, it was impossible to let a fat sheep pass by without even getting a single fleece. All Qin Chuan had to do was play a few rounds, presenting himself as a newbie who relied purely on luck, and thus lure out Linden. It didn't matter that he didn't know how to gamble, the darkness of fate would guide him in his bets. Whether he wanted to lose or gain was entirely up to Qin Chuan. Regaining his composure, Qin Chuan took out a few more gold coins and handed them to Liurniu. "Thank you, Fang Zheng, for leading the way." Receiving the gold coins should have been a joyous occasion, but Liurniu wasn't. As he accepted them, a secret message reached his ears. "Bankrupt gambler Wang Liuhu, return all my gold coins later, or I kill you." After a brief moment of psychological deliberation, Wang Liuhu tactfully returned the coins to Qin Chuan, saying righteously, "As the head of this neighborhood, it's my duty to help friends who have come from afar. How can I possibly accept money?" Qin Chuan checked the number of coins, 2 extra, and accepted them with great satisfaction. He lowered his voice and said, "Brother Liuhu, don't worry. No one will know your true identity." Wang Liuhu's eyes flickered, and he stepped aside with a smile, disappearing into the crowd in the blink of an eye. This was only a minor incident, but it put many of the onlookers on guard. This kid, he's not here with good intentions. Liurniu had hit a wall this time. But the question was, how did he do it? They had lived in this exiled city for a long time, and knew that Liurniu was notorious for his love of money. Forget about asking him to pay you, and even if you put money into his pocket, you wouldn't even think of getting a single copper back. Why was he acting so strangely today? Qin Chuan didn't care what the surrounding NPCs thought and kicked open the gambling house door. Hey, are you looking for trouble? Several burly thugs surrounded him. Then they retreated back the way they had come. For the sake of the gold coins, they ignored the kicking. The steward in the hall shouted, "Someone, tear down the door for me. Get out of this young man's way." Qin Chuan glanced across the hall and sat down at a random dice table. The dealer looked at the steward with a questioning look in his eyes. The steward nodded slightly, suggesting that he let this guy win a few rounds first, and then wait until he was completely trapped before taking advantage. With the steward's signal, the dealer had a clear idea in mind and casually shook the dice cup and placed it on the table. Big. The timely reminder from the darkness of destiny brought a smile to Qin Chuan's face. With this magical skill, he was already invincible. Of course, if the darkness of destiny had consciousness and knew it was being used to play dice, it would probably rather rot in the ground. Qin Chuan casually threw 10 gold coins into the big cup and took back 20. Chapter 379. He held the gold coins in his hand, letting them dance between his fingers. He said with a smile, "Looks like I'm lucky." He then pocketed the 10 coins with a satisfied expression. "At least, my principal is back." The steward watched coldly. "Laugh, you cry later." The dealer shook the dice cup and shouted, come on, buy and leave, buy and leave." Big. 10 more bets, and I get back 20. Qin Chuan whistled. As expected, newbies have newbie luck. I guess I need to bet more. The steward flattered him. "Young master, you're so lucky." Inwardly he muttered, "You're so good with the coins, who would believe you're a newbie?" According to the darkness of fate, Qin Chuan placed more than a dozen bets, winning more than he lost, and soon he had accumulated over 300 gold coins. He behaved exactly like a novice. He beamed with joy when he won, but gritted his teeth when he lost, doubling his bets in an attempt to recoup his losses. This behavior made many gamblers eager to make a move. This kid, relying solely on luck, was a lucrative opportunity. But the problem was that he was playing sick bow against the dealer. No matter how skillful their tactics were, they couldn't take a penny from him. They had to find a way to get him to switch to another style. Qin Chuan observed from the sidelines, realizing the situation was getting tense. He immediately stood up and shouted, "This is boring. This game is too easy to win." The manager's eyes twitched. "Do you want to hear what you're saying?" He then gave the dealer a stern look. "You traitor. You actually colluded with outsiders to win money from the casino. You're truly fed up with life." The dealer's legs were shaking, and he groaned inwardly. He had some tricks. But the problem was, this kid was incredibly unpredictable, always managing to pull off thrilling victories. There was even one time when the dealer confidently rolled a small, only to have the dice roll a big. He nearly popped his eyes out. Now, seeing Qin Chuan switching tables, the dealer secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't continue winning at this table, he still had a chance of survival. As the hall was churning with undercurrents, a nonchalant voice echoed from the crowd. "Boy, your family knows you're so arrogant. I play with you." Turning around, he saw the NPC named Zheng Daqian pushing his way through the crowd. And in Qin Chuan's eyes, there was another name, the con man Linden. "The fish has taken the bait." The surrounding NPCs immediately exclaimed, "It's Master Zheng. Master Zheng is about to strike. Master Zheng has been running the gambling den for years, unmatched. I never thought I had the chance to see him today. This kid is clueless. I'm afraid Master Zheng will completely vanquish him." Hearing the surrounding discussions, Qin Chuan's mouth twitched. "No way, there's a shock player here too? You NPCs, are you really doing your job? You're really setting the scene." Collecting his thoughts, Qin Chuan looked at the disguised Linden and said arrogantly, "You want to play with me? Fine, just don't deny your losses." Linden snorted coldly and threw a purse onto the table, spilling golden coins. The dealer tactfully made room for Master Zheng Daqian. Qin Chuan said, "Old man first." Linden was so angry he nearly had a heart attack. "I'm not even 40 yet." "Good boy, you're so sharp-tongued." Linden picked up the dice cup, shook it, and slammed it down hard. Before Linden could say anything, Qin Chuan had already secretly activated his nonsense skill and slowly said, "Did you just cheat?" Wow. The NPCs watching were in an uproar. While everyone present knew a little bit of cheating, no one would say it out loud. It was a taboo. But now, this kid was asking without hesitation. Does he even understand the rules? The manager's face darkened. He seriously suspected Qin Chuan was here to cause trouble. Linden, sitting across from Qin Chuan, sneered. "You're a little naive to try to trick me." Just when he was shaking the dice, Linden hadn't used a single trick. Chapter 380. Firstly, he wanted to test Qin Chuan's abilities, and secondly, he didn't want to resort to cheating right away. He had to give it a try a few times to see how it went. So Linden confidently prepared to say no, but as the words reached his lips, he uttered a resolute yes. The scene was a bit quiet. The NPCs watching thought they had misheard. They were all gambling deniers, so even when suspected, they would remain calm and say they hadn't cheated. Admitting to cheating, even amputation would be the least of their punishment. Mr. Zheng was a seasoned gambler after all. How could he make such a low-level mistake? Cold sweat covered Linden's forehead, using the alias Zheng Daqian. What was going on? Why would he admit to cheating? As the looks around him grew more questioning, a flash of thunder struck Linden's mind, and he cried out in horror. Nonsense! You use nonsense. Zheng Daqian, aka Linden, his words resonated like a thunderbolt through the hall. This young man had actually mastered the power of falsehood. Many NPCs were suddenly enlightened. No wonder Master Zheng had admitted to cheating. He hadn't cheated at all. But under the power of falsehood, he could only lie, effectively admitting to cheating. But even now, that the truth was revealed and Master Zheng's words were insincere, he couldn't survive in this gambling house. A con man publicly admitting to cheating is no different from death, perhaps even more terrifying. No gambling house would be willing to entertain him. Outsiders who mentioned him would only laugh at his foolishness, not care that he had been fooled by falsehood. But some people had new doubts. With Master Zheng's methods, he should be able to redirect the falsehood to another target. Unless, this young man's deception skills have reached perfection. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Linden's face paled even further. This time, he was doomed. From now on, the identity of Zheng Daqian would have to be abandoned, and everything connected with it would have to be renounced. He had painstakingly cultivated this identity for years. Abandoning it now would be a devastating loss. Thinking of this, Linden's eyes blazed red. He stared intently at Qin Chuan, uttering each word with a measured tone. Boy, I'm not done with you. Linden had already decided to kill this brat once he left the gambling house, then leave the exiled city and start a new life somewhere else. Qin Chuan smiled, his words making Linden want to die. I have 2 more questions. Hiss. Many NPCs took 2 steps back, distanced themselves. Who on earth was this kid, to be able to make deception work 3 times? Even the strongest fraudster in the exiled city couldn't do that. It was over. Master Zheng was doomed this time. Qin Chuan posed a second question. Is Zheng Daqian your real name? Yes. If the answer is yes, then it's not. This was within the other's expectations. When navigating the underworld, one must prepare multiple identities. This Mr. Zheng's real name was definitely not this. After all, everyone wore a disguise, so it was just a matter of the pot calling the kettle black. Seeing Qin Chuan was about to ask more, Linden grew anxious. He was worried that he would reveal his real name. If he denied it, it would be a confession. Back when he was Linden, he had committed several major crimes. If those people knew he was still alive, he would surely face a disastrous end. With a fierce determination, Linden pulled out a dagger and cut off his tongue. Better to be mute than a corpse. Zheng Daqian's ruthlessness chilled many onlookers, while also sparking a sense of curiosity. What was Mr. Zheng's true identity? He would rather cut off his own tongue than be influenced by rumors. Looking at the half-tongue on the table, Zheng Daqian's eyes flashed with madness. He was determined to kill this brat. Qin Chuan smiled and said slowly, Do you think you can't speak without a tongue? Hearing this, Linden's face paled. The expressions of the onlookers also changed. Chapter 381. Could it be that this young man's outrageous words have reached a point where he defies silence? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Chuan asked his third question. Are you Linden? Zheng Daqian's face paled. He truly knew. Though tongueless, Linden felt an inexplicable force enveloping him, compelling him to answer. No. With his outrageous words, denial became admission. A blaze erupted above Linden's name, transforming from Zheng Daqian into the con man Linden. It's Linden. I remember that name. I heard he tricked a king and was hunted for a long time. He disappeared after that, and I thought he was dead, but he's actually here. Oh my God, who's this young man? Who's his background? He ignored the severed tongue. Has his nonsense reached legendary level? How did he practice it? Master Zheng is dead. You're still calling him Master Zheng? That's Linden. Amidst the discussion, Linden's face was as pale as death. He lost, completely. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have coveted this young man's money. This kid can't afford to play. I just wanted his money, and he actually wanted my life. At this thought, Lyndon's eyes flashed with madness. Since there's no way out, let's all die together. Qin Chuan observed Lyndon's expression and shouted, "Be careful, this guy's going to fight." With that, he immediately activated Shadow Stealth and fled. The mission is complete. Why keep him around? Anyway, everyone here is a gambler, and their life or death has nothing to do with him. Boom! A violent explosion engulfed the entire gambling hall, so powerful it even collapsed. The guests playing upstairs were caught off guard and buried in the rubble. But soon, someone burst out of the ruins, standing in midair and cursing, "Damn it! I'm just playing cards. What's wrong with blowing up the building?" Those who managed to survive in the exiled city were all capable, and wouldn't be easily killed by a bomb. Before the man could find the culprit, a figure flew up from the distance, its voice blaring before it even arrived. "I let you gamble, and see how I deal with you." The one who had threatened earlier immediately fled, being chased away in panic. No matter how powerful a human is, they will be defeated by a tigress. Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze from the excitement, and the notification sounded continuously. Ding! You revealed the true identity of the con man Lyndon. Quest completed, unlocking the secondary class, the Trickster. Ding! Your reputation in the City of Exile has decreased by 1,000 points, and you've been listed as a wanted target. Having secured his secondary class, Qin Chuan whistled with satisfaction, sneaked outside the city, summoned a shadow dragon, and fled. He didn't want to fight the three major factions of the City of Exile to the bitter end. He had to come back here again to pick up quests. Next, it was time to increase the Trickster's level. After completing 2 class advancements, he could clear dungeons and plunder boss attributes. Just like the primary class, advancement in the secondary class required finding a corresponding class mentor. Of course, given the reputation of the Trickster, high-level Tricksters couldn't be called class mentors, they should be called wanted criminals. Every high-level Trickster was a prominent figure on the wanted list. Most people couldn't find them even if they tried. But Qin Chuan was different. He knew a key figure. Edith. The Bailey City black market is teeming with talent. Even if I can't find a high-level Trickster, at least reaching intermediate is no problem. Completing the first 2 class advancements won't be difficult. It's a good opportunity to show Edith my skills, let her see my current strength, and try to unlock a few more hidden quests. With this in mind, Qin Chuan immediately flew towards Qinfeng City. He flew his shadow dragon at low altitude, hurling his flying knife at any monsters he encountered. Trickster level increased, current level 2. Trickster level increased, current level 3. A series of notifications sounded, and by the time Qin Chuan arrived in Qifeng City, he had already advanced his secondary class, Trickster, to level 10. He only needed to find the Trickster NPC to receive the advancement quest. Chapter 382. After arriving in Bailey City via the teleportation array from Qifeng City, Qin Chuan first visited the shop to check out the situation. Irina's alchemy skills were related to the refining of her gifted potions. In the shop's backyard, the slaves she had previously purchased were stirring a black gelatinous substance in a crucible, occasionally bubbling. Just looking at the appearance of this thing, no one would believe it could actually restore health. But with a slight modification to the packaging, it wouldn't hinder sales. Now, this thing has become the shop's flagship product, and gold coins are pouring into Qin Chuan's pocket. According to the previous agreement, Irina would receive half of the profits from the ointment, making her a wealthy woman, free to purchase materials for her alchemy research. Bang! A slight explosion accompanied a puff of black smoke. Irina, with her afro and a messy afro, appeared, her face as adorable as a cat's, and she asked with a troubled expression, "What's wrong?" Qin Chuan asked curiously, "What kind of potion are you mixing?" Irina brushed off the soot and replied, "A secret potion for mental stimulation that speeds up mana recovery. Many customers have been asking about it, and I'm thinking of improving it." The ointment Irina had previously prepared was a health-restoring consumable, good for melee combat. However, ranged classes, especially mages, don't lose much health and need mana restoration more. And mana potions are significantly more expensive than health potions. This undoubtedly holds a huge business opportunity. Qin Chuan casually said, "Try adding some ice-cap grass. Ice-cap grass can clear distractions and improve concentration, which should help restore mana." Irina's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Yeah, why didn't I think of that?" After saying this, she rushed back to the explosion site, cleared the smoke, and resumed her research. Soon, Irina returned with a small bottle of azure liquid, her face radiating uncontrollable excitement. Success! Then she looked at Qin Chuan and asked curiously, "Mr. Shadow, have you studied potions?" Qin Chuan shook his head. No, I only heard about the effects of icecap grass. In his previous life, using icecap grass to make large blue was a must-have skill for potion players, earning a lot of gold from mages. This recipe was actually taught to players by Irina. Of course, not the current Irina, but after she became a high-level potionist. Qin Chuan didn't know much about potions, he was just a porter of potion formulas. Irina, unaware of this, said with some emotion, anyone who could come up with this method must be a genius. I really hope to meet them, and discuss potion knowledge. Qin Chuan thought to himself, this isn't that simple, just look in the mirror. But that was just a quiet thought. At this point, Irina had already completed the preparation of the secret stimulant, awaiting further refinements before it could be put on the shelves of the shop, generating a steady stream of revenue. Qin Chuan was naturally pleased to see this happen. After a tour of the shop and a check of the accounts to confirm that everything was in order, Qin Chuan wandered off to the black market. In the backyard of the tavern, Master Kamal was already putting the finishing touches. He and his two brothers had crafted the remaining items into 10 pieces of dark gold equipment, all meeting the requirements for level 50, with decent stats. Qin Chuan selected 3 pieces, and placed them in the guild warehouse. He then tossed the rest into his ring, then used shadow reforging to smelt them all and enhance the death shadow set. He planned to be fully prepared before reaching level 60, upgrading all his attributes and equipment skills to better prepare for his third career advancement. While he was pondering, the tavern attendant arrived in the backyard, announcing Edith's return. Arriving on the second floor, Qin Chuan said with a smile, Teacher Edith, you're such a busy man. Edith looked Qin Chuan up and down, sighing, the speed at which your strength is improving is somewhat baffling to me. Chapter 383. After sensing it again, he was even more surprised. You smell like a trickster. Qin Chuan nodded. I was lucky enough to get the trickster subclass. Edith pondered for a moment, somewhat puzzled. The trickster class doesn't seem to have much to do with shadow power. At this point, Edith added, generally, subclasses serve a supporting purpose to the main class. For example, my necromancer class specializes in poisons, corpses, and souls, which is helpful for assassinations and allows for more accurate identification of fatal weaknesses. Qin Chuan replied, tricksters are masters of disguise, which allows them to more accurately approach their targets, right? Edith pondered for a moment and felt that this seemed to make some sense. But a trickster doesn't possess much combat ability. Even if they stand before their target, if they lack the strength to defeat it, it won't be of much use. However, considering that the man before them is a ruthless individual capable of slaying a dragon, Edith felt that this question wasn't even a problem. Edith asked, so you came here to ask me to help you find a fraudster to advance your profession? Qin Chuan couldn't help but praise him, as expected of you, Teacher Edith. You got it right the first time. Edith waved his hand, stop the polite talk. I do know a fraudster, but he's got a strange temper. If you get scammed, don't blame me. Every fraudster is listed on a wanted list. Deception has become instinctive. Dealing with them requires extreme caution. The slightest mistake can lead you into trouble. Qin Chuan was naturally prepared. He nodded and said, don't worry, Teacher Edith. I understand. Edith took out a seal, and pushed it in front of Qin Chuan, saying, 200 steps to the right after leaving the tavern, there's a stall. The owner is a fraudster. For the sake of this seal, he probably won't kill you. Qin Chuan's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but ask, Teacher, what level of fraudster is that guy? Edith casually replied, not very impressive. Just a high-level fraudster who's completed 3 advancements. The player's career advancement actually applies to NPCs as well, usually divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and expert levels. Qin Chuan had complained about this more than once in his previous life. He never expected that even NPCs in the apocalypse world would have to go through the professional rating process. However, the existence of a high-level fraudster in the black market was definitely good news. This meant that Qin Chuan could at least complete 3 advancements without any problems and earn a high-level title. As for the 4th advancement, that would have to wait until level 100, which was still a long way off. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan said, thank you, Teacher Edith, for the information. It saved me a lot of trouble. Edith waved his hand. It's a small matter. After a pause, Edith hesitated and said, if that guy asks you where you got the seal, just say you stole it or robbed it. Don't ever say I gave it to you. After all, you're a fraudster and an assassin, so a poor reputation won't hurt. In our black market, the worse your reputation, the higher your prestige. Qin Chuan suddenly had a bad feeling and asked cautiously, Teacher Edith, do you owe him money? At the word owe, Edith fumed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. How could I be cheated? Absolutely not. If you go, you lose at most 100 gold coins. 200 gold coins is nothing to you. If you can get guidance from a high-level con artist for 300, the 500 gold coins are well spent. After all, you've slain dragons before, and you have a ton of equipment crafted from dragon materials, priceless. If you lose 1,000 gold coins, you just have to earn it back. The 10 dragon scales you gave Gazlo are worth far more than these 1,500 gold coins. Qin Chuan's sweat broke out as he listened. Seeing Edith about to throw out the bill, he quickly said, "Teacher Edith, stop talking. I'm feeling a little dizzy." Edith said with concern, "Are you okay? Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal." Chapter 384. However, after Qin Chuan's interruption, Edith didn't bring up the bill again. Qin Chuan couldn't help but ask, "Instructor, with your skills, you shouldn't be fooled by a high-level fraudster, right?" Edith felt a little guilty. "I certainly wouldn't be fooled now, but I just completed the intermediate assessment, and in my excitement, I played a couple of cards and accidentally lost a little bit." Qin Chuan thought for a moment. The high-level fraudster in the black market probably didn't expect Edith to grow so quickly. In the blink of an eye, he went from an intermediate assassin to an advanced assassin, also known as an expert, and even went further, becoming a professional instructor recognized by Tianqi. So, the original debt was settled. No matter how powerful a high-level fraudster is, no matter how many tricks they have, facing an expert-level assassin or even higher, they can only wait for death. However, it was precisely because of this debt that he enjoyed Edith's protection to a certain extent, allowing him to stay in the black market without worrying about being hunted down and killed. Now that Qin Chuan had acquired the fraudster secondary class, Edith could only hold his nose and bring up the past. Thinking that Edith wouldn't give him too much trouble for his sake, Qin Chuan said, "Teacher, I will definitely help you get back at your wit's end." Edith immediately asked, "Really?" Then, realizing that this statement seemed a bit inappropriate, he explained, "What I meant was, if you can successfully pass the test, it will prove that I taught you well, and it will also be a good reputation if I spread the word." Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. "Teacher, you're right." After lingering for a moment, and seeing no signs of triggering the hidden quest, Qin Chuan decisively took his leave. He figured that if he could complete the conman class advancement and, in doing so, avenge Edith's death, it would surely improve Edith's favorability, making the quest easier to trigger. Carrying the seal, Qin Chuan left the tavern and walked 200 steps to the right. He saw a shop with a sign that read a century-old antique shop. The shop was filled with old items. At the back sat the sleepy owner, whose name was Luwen the antique dealer. But in the void-breaking eyes field of view, the name was Swan, the senior con man. Qin Chuan walked over and knocked on the counter. "Swan, you've been caught." The owner, who had been unable to open his eyes, jumped up and instinctively looked for a way out. Then, realizing what he was doing, he angrily said, "My name is Luwen, not Swan." Qin Chuan smiled meaningfully. "You can't fool me." Swan stared into Qin Chuan's eyes and hesitated. "Your eyes?" Qin Chuan didn't answer, but his calm expression said it all. Swan felt a bit of a headache. He run into a tough guy. A trickster's forte was deception, often combining sleight of hand with illusion to achieve optimal results. But no matter how ingenious the sleight of hand, or how convincing the illusion, it would be completely useless against certain special eyes. Swan had already become suspicious when Qin Chuan had called out his name. After all, he was confident that this name had never been revealed in Bailey City, and even others in the black market didn't know his true identity. Still, Swan had a lingering suspicion. How could he be so unlucky as to encounter eyes that could see through illusions? With this in mind, Swan calmed down and slumped back into his chair, saying listlessly, "You don't look like you're here to buy antiques. Go have some fun and don't disturb my rest." Qin Chuan knocked on the counter and said, "I'm here to advance to the fraudster class." Swan perked up a bit, cracking his eyes, observing for a moment before closing them again and spreading his palm. 200 gold coins, guaranteed to pass. Qin Chuan waved his hand and placed the Edith seal in Swan's hand. Swan waited and smiled. "So you're here to help Edith. Boy, if you didn't take the seal, I'd be kind enough to let you pass the test. But now, all I can say is forget it. I won't let you advance." Chapter 385. As he spoke, Swan secretly observed Qin Chuan, hoping to see a look of regret on his face. But to Swan's disappointment, Qin Chuan's expression remained unchanged. Of course, Qin Chuan would not regret it, because he was facing Swan, a high-level fraudster. If he had followed his advice and thought that he shouldn't have produced the seal of Edith, he would have been gravely mistaken. He had been led astray. Qin Chuan remained unmoved, saying in a deep voice, "Produce the advanced quest, or I go around saying that you defrauded Edith of 20,000 gold coins." Swan was shocked. "Don't!" He quickly retorted, "Not 20,000 gold coins." If it had been Edith from before, Swan wouldn't have been afraid. Although a fraudster's combat abilities were extremely poor, that didn't mean they were completely incapable. As a high-level fraudster, he could easily take on a mid-level assassin. But now Edith has surpassed the expert level, capable of hanging him up and beating him with a single hand. After the death of Hook Jack, the owner of the Wild Arena, Edith continued his attacks, bringing all other factions to heel. Now, Edith has essentially the sole authority over the black market. If word gets out that he's defrauded Edith of his money, the humiliated Edith will definitely not let him off. Swandering shuddered at the thought of Edith's methods. But Swander quickly recovered. The young man before him was also an assassin, with the forbidden judgment and robbery sashes on his waist. He was clearly Edith's prized disciple. He was already struggling to defend Edith, so how could he sit idly by and watch his mentor's reputation suffer? Swandering concluded. He'd been tricked. Swan looked at Qin Chuan, his expression gloomy. Okay, that's how it's going to work, huh? Ahem. Swan cleared his throat and said seriously, "If you want to be a trickster, you have to be agile to avoid being beaten to death if your trick fails. Don't you agree?" Qin Chuan shook his head. "If the trick shows any signs of failure, then I just kill the person and avoid failure at the root. Since there's no failure, then it's a success." Swan was choked and speechless. "Your words really make sense, kid." Swan found himself in a dilemma. The person before him most likely possessed special eyes that could see through illusions, rendering many of his deceptions useless. If he couldn't outsmart them, he had to consider a brute force attack. But considering the other party had even taken Edith's daggers, clearly having been tested by Edith, it was hard to say who would win if a fight really came to a head. The most crucial thing was, if this got out of hand and Edith was implicated, his original scheme to trap Edith would be exposed, and there would be no way back. After pondering for so long and failing to find a way out, Swander decisively pulled a scroll of parchment from the counter drawer, placed it on the table, and said sincerely, "You just want to advance to the fraudster class, don't you? Take it away, and I acknowledge your success." Qin Chuan glanced at him. Junior Fraudster Advancement Certificate, a disposable consumable item. Upon use, you can advance to the first fraudster class, increasing your dodge rate by 10%. Qin Chuan smiled and praised, "There's an old saying in Qifeng City, he who understands the times is a hero. Congratulations, Mr. Swander, for making such a wise choice." Despite the praise, Swander couldn't seem to cheer up. "Are our positions reversed? I'm the senior fraudster." Unable to swallow this insult, Swander couldn't help but say, "You and your teacher are truly alike." Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Swander, for the compliment." Swandering with frustration, he waved his hands angrily. "Go away, get out of my shop. I don't want to see you again." "No way," Qin Chuan flatly refused. "I have to go for my second professional advancement soon." "You're not going anywhere today." Swander's mouth twisted with anger, and he trembled as he shouted, "Don't go too far. I close the shop once you leave, and you never find me again." Chapter 386. Bang. Qin Chuan slammed the apostle seal on the table and said fiercely, "I even destroyed the Lord of Deception's incarnation, so why would I be afraid of you? If you dare leave, I kill you." Swan leaped up from behind the counter, completely ignoring Qin Chuan's threats. Instead, he stared at the apostle seal, his entire body trembling, his voice changing in pitch. "Where did you get this?" This was the seal of the Lord of Lies and Deception, a treasure every fraudster coveted. But the Lord of Lies and Deception was a being on par with gods, and how could he bestow a gift so easily? Forget that Swan was only a high-level fraudster. Even if he became an expert fraudster, he wouldn't be able to obtain the apostle seal, unless he could perform a peerless fraud that would earn the Lord of Lies and Deception's praise. Swan believed he couldn't do it. And now, he saw it in the hands of a novice fraudster. Incredible, simply unbelievable. Qin Chuan wasn't surprised by Swan's reaction. Many equipment and items in Apocalypse not only empower players, but also have the same effect when acquired by NPCs. Holding this seal is equivalent to becoming an apostle of the Lord of Lies and Deception. For a trickster, it's an irresistible temptation. Furthermore, this seal can open a passage to the abyss, granting the opportunity to meet the Lord of Lies and Deception, a supreme honor for a trickster. For example, Qin Chuan, having acquired the Trickster subclass, actually wanted to meet the Lord of Lies and Deception. But the time hadn't come yet. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Chuan put the seal away, saying with a hint of regret, It's a pity Mr. Swan is leaving soon, otherwise I'd like to talk more about this seal. Swan immediately said, leave? Who wants to leave? You must have heard wrong. He then pulled a skill book from his pocket, and said sincerely, it just occurred to me that a title without skills doesn't make a qualified trickster. Keep this false face for now. It allows you to quickly change your appearance and body shape. False face. Silver level skill changes appearance, maintaining it indefinitely without revealing it. This skill requires a continuous consumption of mana. Exclusive to tricksters. Qin Chuan put away the mask skill book and asked, are there any more? Swan was furious. Don't go too far. Qin Chuan said with some regret, I was hoping you'd take a closer look at the seal, but since Mr. Swan doesn't want to, I'd be leaving now. Wait! Swan immediately put on a smile, quickly adjusting his demeanor, and pleaded, let me take a closer look. That fleeting glimpse had already given Swan a deeper understanding of the art of deception. If he could continue to observe the Apostle's seal, he would definitely find the path to becoming an expert con artist. Seeing Qin Chuan completely unmoved, Swan gritted his teeth and pulled 2 dice from his pocket. With some reluctance, he said, this is a good thing I stumbled upon. I'm passing it on to you now. I hope you don't neglect it. Lucky dice, gold level item. Effect, roll the desired number. This item isn't particularly powerful, but it's certainly good enough for fun. Qin Chuan accepted it without hesitation. Swander rubbed his hands together, expectantly saying, I got the stuff. Can I see the seal? Qin Chuan asked curiously, when did I ever say I show you the seal? Swan's face sank, and just as he was about to explode, he heard Qin Chuan say slowly, all's fair in war, Mr. Swander. As a fraud, how could you possibly not understand that? Swan fell silent, then clapped his hands and said with a smile, you're already a qualified fraud. I have nothing more to teach you. Qin Chuan said irritably, that's so fake. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter, as if they had found a soulmate. But Qin Chuan knew that Swan would definitely try to trick him into giving him the Apostle Seal. Of course, he would also try to get more goodies from Swan. Chapter 387. Currently, he has the greater advantage, for he holds what Swan desires most. But it would be a grave mistake to let his guard down. The reason Swan has managed to survive all these years of black market fraud is not only because of Edith, but also largely due to his shrewd tactics. While the black market has its own rules, if you're caught, you can only blame your own incompetence. But there will always be someone who turns the tables and chooses to take action. Swan has survived this long, and he's responsible for many deaths. This guy is publicly a high-level fraudster, but secretly, no one knows what secondary or even primary profession he possesses. Apocalypse World NPCs of any caliber typically possess dual professions, and Swan is no exception. Qin Chuan used his fraudster class change certificate to remove the level cap, and after learning the mask skill, he had made the initial foray into the fraudster realm. Mr. Swan, please stay put. I'll be back soon. Before setting off to level up, Qin Chuan returned to the tavern. Placing the lucky dice on the table, Qin Chuan said, Teacher Edith, I had no use for this, so I'm giving it to you. Edith picked up the dice, holding it between his fingers. A hint of regret lingered in his voice. I can't believe Swander actually gave it all away. What did you do? Qin Chuan smiled. Perhaps Mr. Swander saw that I had a good relationship with him, so he offered his knowledge without reservation. Edith put the lucky dice away. Since you're so sincere about giving it to me, I won't hold back. There are a few noble ladies in Bailey City who have too much money to spend. To protect them from being targeted by people like Swander, I take the trouble to help keep their money safe. This will also help prevent the loss of Bailey City's assets. Qin Chuan's lips twitched as he praised her heartfeltly. Teacher Edith is a man of great integrity. He always considers others, and constantly shares the burdens of Bailey City. I truly admire you. Hearing this, Edith waved his hand modestly. This is what I should do. After a moment's pause, Edith said, I received news that the Hand of the Dead is still intent on harming Bailey City. Qin Chuan immediately said, it's our duty to protect Bailey City. Teacher Edith, just tell me what you want me to do. What? Edith handed over a note. My informant said the Hand of the Dead has gathered a number of goblins at this coordinate. Go verify it. If it's true, kill them all. Ding, you have triggered the chain quest, the Hand of the Dead's conspiracy. Quest description. Despite numerous failures, the Hand of the Dead has yet to give up on destroying the city of Belly and has returned. Please proceed to the following coordinates to eliminate the threat. Quest reward. 1 random gold level piece of equipment, Edith's favorability plus 10. It's a humble little quest, But with the inclusion of the chain quest, it becomes something special. But then again, the Hand of the Dead truly lives up to its reputation as the villain of the first version. It's too much of a sticky plaster, impossible to shake off. I thought they quiet down after Viscount Harris's death, but they start stirring up trouble again. Qin Chuan reminisced. Speaking of which, he made a killing from the goblins back then, especially the death sacrifices triggered by the Bonebreaker, which had allowed him to obtain a talent upgrade stone from the Deathbringer. Even now, it was a rare surprise. This time, it was the goblins again, and Qin Chuan wasn't asking for much. Another talent upgrade stone wouldn't be too much. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan said, "Teacher Edith, I'm leaving." There were still 3 hours until the agreed-upon dungeon run time with Dijiaolingyu and the others, more than enough time to run a few rounds and raise his Trickster to level 30. Of course, that presumed the goblins were high enough this time. Leaving the black market, Qin Chuan summoned a shadow dragon and charged straight towards the coordinates. The straight line distance was about 100 kilometers, not far at all. Chapter 388. Landing near the coordinates, Qin Chuan sheathed his shadow dragon and began shadow stealth, moving forward. He quickly spotted a gathering of goblins. These goblins were all above level 30. For ordinary players, that was high, often requiring a detour, but for Qin Chuan, it was completely inadequate. His main class, Shadow Assassin, had already reached level 53, so fighting these goblins was a complete waste of effort. Thankfully, his level as a trickster was low, allowing him to gain the remaining experience points, making the trip less of a waste. Of course, even if he gained nothing from this trip, it wouldn't be a complete loss. After all, it was only the first quest in a chain, with many more to come. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan continued his investigation. He wanted to see what the Hand of the Dead had up his sleeve this time. The goblins were truly incredible. After being tricked by the Hand of the Dead before, they were still willing to trust them this time. They were truly great teammates in the national server. After passing the useless goblin outposts, Qin Chuan saw more goblins and a large number of ogres. These massive creatures, standing 4 or 5 meters tall, were each thick-skinned and tough, practically human tanks. Among them were fierce characters like the heavily armored ogre warlord, as well as the rare ogre magi. Goblins are low-level monsters, while ogres are standard high-level ones. No wonder the Hand of the Dead had returned. It turned out they had found new allies. Among the ogres, several cloaked Hand of the Dead members could be seen tinkering with a variety of unique gadgets. Goblin creations. Wow, Qin Chuan exclaimed. The Hand of the Dead was well prepared this time, seemingly determined to avenge their previous defeat. Sneaking closer, Qin Chuan prepared to listen to what these guys were saying. Will we succeed this time? Of course we can. Harris's murder was an accident. This time, we united several ogre tribes, and we can definitely break through Belly City's defenses. Plus, we have these goblin bombs. If we place them under the city walls, they definitely bring them down. Why do I have a bad feeling? Coward. Our operation is so secretive this time, there's nothing to worry about. I heard a high-ranking official is traveling with the Deathly Hallows this time. We start once these goblins and ogre idiots are mostly dead. By initiating the death sacrifice, one could temporarily possess the power of a Deathbringer, crushing the tiny city of Belly with ease. Such a good thing exists. Look at what you're saying. Hey, why haven't I seen you before? Which branch are you from? I'm with Edith. Edith? Why does that name sound so familiar? Damn, it's Belly City's assassin mentor. This guy's a spy. Kill him! Amidst a burst of exclamations, the members of the Hand of the Dead drew their weapons, ready to dispatch this creature who had appeared out of nowhere. Then, they were struck by a flying knife, instantly dying. The poisonous blood plague erupted, wiping out all the Hand of the Dead present. Some ogres were close by and were also infected. Even their strong bodies could not withstand the horrific damage and died instantly. The gathering place was instantly in chaos. The roars of the ogres, the screams of the goblins, and the exasperated greetings of the Hand of the Dead intertwined into a symphony of death. With a few flings of his skills, the gathering monsters were largely decimated. Qin Chuan's Shadow Assassin experience bar remained unchanged. Fortunately, his secondary class, Trickster, had been leveled up, providing significant attribute point bonuses. As the number of monsters rapidly dwindled, the hidden Hand of the Dead's leaders grew restless. With a single skill, they dispatched a large number of goblins, preventing the further spread of the poisonous blood plague. Then, staring intently at Qin Chuan, their voice brimming with uncontrollable fury, they asked, "Who are you, and why are you an enemy of my sect?" Qin Chuan casually removed the effects of his mask. Take another look. Chapter 389. The Hand of the Dead's high-ranking officials grew increasingly furious. You were the one who killed the Bonebreaker earlier, weren't you? I didn't expect her still alive. Qin Chuan smiled. Even if you die, I won't. Stop the nonsense. Show us your deathly hallows, or we have no chance. Qin Chuan had intended to observe secretly to see what the Hand of the Dead were up to, but when he heard that one of the high-ranking officials had brought a deathly hallows, he immediately became intrigued. The deathly hallows is a general term for holy objects related to death. Hallows are of legendary quality or higher, and each one possesses extremely powerful effects. In his previous life, each appearance of the deathly hallows caused massive casualties. And not just the players, but even the NPCs of the Apocalypse world suffered heavy casualties. Of course, by that stage, NPCs were no longer NPCs, but real, living beings. However, given the power of the deathly hallows, they shouldn't have appeared so soon. Even if they did, they shouldn't have been in the hands of a little Karami. The so-called Hand of the Dead leader before him was merely a level 60 intermediate curse sorcerer, lacking even a senior title. He was nothing more than a top leader. Qin Chuan suspected that this man intended to use this operation to complete his advancement ritual and become a senior curse sorcerer. Alas, his plan was foiled before it even began, and Qin Chuan, along with him, killed all the monsters present, leaving him alone. On the other hand, the Hand of the Dead curse sorcerer was utterly furious. He had armed himself with the deathly hallows, confidently intending to raise the city of Belly to the ground, but before he could even begin, all his subordinates were wiped out. This is a hoot. And the culprit is the very guy in front of him, who's always been fighting against the Hand of the Dead. The cursed warlock sneered. You knew I had the deathly hallows, yet you didn't run away. Should I praise your courage, or call you foolish? Edith's courage in sending you here shows she has great confidence in you. So, I kill you and see how Edith reacts. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment. If he accidentally died, Edith would probably observe a 2-second silence, then instantly change her attitude and confiscate his shop. This wasn't groundless worry, it was an inevitable fact. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan said, First, show me the deathly hallows. Then you know whether I'm brave or foolish, don't you think? This display left the opposing cursed warlock somewhat unsure. Such arrogance. Is he truly confident, or just bluffing? After a moment's reflection, the cursed warlock concluded that Qin Chuan was bluffing. Are you kidding? This is the deathly hallows. The leader's solemn tone when he handed it to him still lingers in my ears. ABA, this item is related to the survival of our sect. Even if you die outside, you must return it, understand? On the way here, he had studied it, and found that the deathly hallows was indeed as powerful as the rumor said. Confident, the cursed warlock spoke a little louder. Since you are so eager to die, I will grant you your wish. He reached into his cloak, and pulled out a slightly worn cup, made entirely of gold and inlaid with various gems. The cursed warlock grew more confident. I originally wanted to use this unholy chalice during the attack on Belly City, but now that the goblins and ogres are mostly dead, the effect is not much different. Qin Chuan observed secretly. Judging from its appearance, it was indeed the unholy chalice. It's a pity it's just a replica. The moment the original, evil Holy Grail was unleashed, a chilling wind erupted, ghosts howled, and the sky was enveloped by a gigantic phantom of the Holy Grail. When the extremely concentrated negative energy within the Holy Grail poured down, not only the city of Belly, but even the entire kingdom of St. Bis would be doomed. Chapter 390. In a previous life, the true evil Holy Grail appeared only once. That time, nearly 300,000 square kilometers of land vanished from the map. With the aid of billions of dead souls, a terrifying evil god was born. Now, the evil Holy Grail in the cursed warlock's hands didn't even threaten Qin Chuan. It was clearly not the real thing. Although Qin Chuan knew the chances of encountering the true evil Holy Grail were low, he couldn't help but feel disappointed when the answer was revealed. But getting a replica wasn't a loss. With this in mind, Qin Chuan decided to wait and let the cursed warlock perform the ritual to replenish the evil Holy Grail's energy, and then he would reap the rewards. A shadowy flying knife slashed out, slaying all the remaining monsters behind the cursed warlock. Qin Chuan urged, perform the ritual quickly, or you have no chance. The cursed warlock subconsciously wanted to retort. You can't just do it because you say so. Do I have any respect left? But the words reached his lips, and he swallowed them back. Why would he argue with a dead man? The other party wanted to see the unholy Holy Grail so badly. Then I grant you my wish. The cursed warlock raised the unholy Holy Grail high above his head, muttering an ancient incantation. A black mist flowed from the unholy Holy Grail, snaking across the ground and devouring the corpses scattered across it. With each corpse consumed, the black mist grew stronger. Soon, the ground within a radius of several hundred meters was completely enveloped by the black mist. The cursed warlock, holding the unholy Holy Grail, slowly descended to the ground. The black mist enveloped him, and then flowed back into the Holy Grail. Qin Chuan could clearly see black liquid condensing within the Holy Grail. At the same time, a complexly patterned magic circle appeared on the ground. Qin Chuan had seen this thing several times. It was a magic circle that summoned the Deathbringer. The Deathly Hallows were related to death, so naturally, the Deathbringer was inseparable from it. A rip in the sky tore open, and the shadowy figure of the Deathbringer emerged, staring down at the cursed warlock holding the Holy Grail. His voice was emotionless. "Mortal, why summon me?" The cursed warlock was about to make a wish when he was suddenly struck by a flying knife. His health bar emptied out instantly, and he died. The cursed warlock had originally wanted to taunt Qin Chuan for overestimating his abilities, saying that he had all the defensive items he could use. Whether it was ranged or melee, he could defend himself. But his consciousness instantly faded, and he was completely unable to react. Qin Chuan guessed that he probably didn't know what happened to the hand of the dead group outside Feiyun City. If he had known, he wouldn't have stood before him so confidently. Before the Holy Grail could hit the ground, Qin Chuan stepped forward and caught it steadily. Then, looking at the Death Messenger, he said, "I want to make a wish." The effect of the unholy Holy Grail is to grant wishes through the aura of death. The Death Messenger didn't answer, but instead looked at Qin Chuan with a hint of approval. "I can't believe you were able to defeat Belial's incarnation and even grasp some of his power. I'm looking forward to your next performance." Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and asked, "How is your relationship with the Abyss?" The Death Messenger gave a fair assessment. "I think it's very good." Qin Chuan pressed on. "For example." The Death Messenger gave an example. "Every time we go to the Abyss, Belial and his men warmly welcome us and give us countless demon souls. Do you think our relationship is good?" Qin Chuan rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment, then pointed out the key point. "Did those demons give their souls voluntarily?" After careful consideration, the Death Messenger confidently said, "I think so." "I think so" was a statement filled with subjective judgment. But Qin Chuan didn't want to investigate whether the demons were willing or not. He just wanted to know that the Death Messenger and the Abyss Demon King were at odds. What kind of warm welcome? It was clearly the Abyss Demon King leading his demonic army to surround and kill the Death Messenger. But each time, he returned empty-handed. Chapter 391. As for why the Death Messenger went to the Abyss to cause trouble, it was, of course, because the Abyss demons were also experts at manipulating souls, and their business clashed with the Death Messengers. Those who would perform death sacrifices were likely to have no moral compunction, and selling souls to demons was commonplace. So the question arose. How could a single soul be divided into two? Neither the Death Messenger nor the Abyss Demon was willing to share, so conflict was inevitable. After chatting for a while, Qin Chuan remembered his business. "I want to make a wish." The Death Messenger conjured an illusory arm and waved. All right, I get it." "Seriously, what's wrong with chatting for a bit?" The Death Messenger had many avatars. The one before him was clearly not the one who had previously gifted the talent upgrade stone, because their personalities were completely different. The previous one had a clean and efficient style, arriving quickly and leaving even faster. He had only said a few more words when gifting the talent upgrade stone. As for this one, a bit of a chatterbox. The Death Messenger reached out and grasped the black liquid in the unholy chalice, which floated up and vanished silently. "The taste is a bit mixed, not pure enough, but it's passable." The Death Messenger tasted it and gave his assessment, then said, "The price has been paid. Tell me your wish." Qin Chuan asked a question he had prepared. "I want clues to the power of shadow." The Death Messenger seemed to have anticipated Qin Chuan's question. A piece of parchment appeared before him. "Go to these coordinates." Wish fulfilled. Goodbye. The magic circle on the ground disappeared, and the black mist in the sky dissipated with it. Qin Chuan looked at the unholy Holy Grail in his hand. A replica of the unholy Holy Grail, broken. This thing is a disposable item. Once the ritual is completed and the wish is granted, it becomes worthless. But Qin Chuan put it away anyway. Just because it can't grant wishes doesn't mean the replica is worthless. It could still be quite useful for deceiving others. He's a trickster, so he can just embellish the Holy Grail later. He put away the Holy Grail and looked at the parchment. Just as the Deathbringer had said, it contained only a single coordinate. Qin Chuan guessed that this was another place for the trial. He definitely had to go to that coordinate, but not now. After the previous battle, Qin Xuan's Trickster level had risen to 19, still within reach of level 30. Since he was already here, he might as well reach level 30 before returning. He summoned a shadow dragon and flew across the wilderness. He unleashed 2 skills at a monster gathering point, then rushed to the next location without looking back. The Trickster's level also rapidly increased during this process. In just over half an hour, Qin Xuan had reached level 30, enabling him to advance to his second class. It was time to return to Swan. Back at the black market, Qin Xuan first found Edith and recounted his previous experiences, delighted to receive a pair of gold-level gloves. Edith pondered for a moment and said, "The hand of the dead actually produced the Deathly Hallows. Although it's only a replica, its power cannot be underestimated." Qin Xuan nodded in agreement. "Yes, I fought a hard battle to defeat them. Teacher Edith, shouldn't you give me a generous reward?" Edith jumped straight into the next topic. "I tracked down the Deathly Hallows and let you know when I have more information." With that, he stepped under the oil lamp and activated stealth, demonstrating his determination to see the guest off. Qin Xuan didn't care. He smiled and left the tavern to find Swan. "You're finally back." Swan rushed over upon seeing Qin Xuan, pulled out a scroll from his arms, and said eagerly, "This is your advancement certificate. Keep it. Intermediate Trickster Advancement Certificate, a disposable consumable item. Use it to complete the second Trickster advancement, granting you a Trickster skill book and an additional 5 free attribute points upon leveling up." Chapter 392. Swan asked expectantly, "Can I see the Apostle Seal now?" Qin Xuan held the certificate of advancement in his hand and rubbed his fingers together. "Mr. Swan, your sincerity isn't enough," Swan said angrily. "Don't go too far, kid. I'm already breaking the rules by letting you advance directly to the Trickster level. I advise you to quit while you're ahead." Qin Xuan didn't waste any words. He took the broken unholy chalice and shook it in his hand. "Mr. Swan, look at this. You robbed the hand of the dead?" Swan's expression was a little strange. He bowed and said seriously, "I remembered I still have some clothes at home. Goodbye." He tried to escape, but Qin Xuan grabbed him. Qin Xuan asked curiously, "You seem very afraid of the hand of the dead?" After a moment's thought, Qin Xuan suddenly said, "I see. You deceived the leader of the hand of the dead." Swan quickly defended himself. How can a fraudster's actions be called deception? This reaction made Qin Xuan suspect that this guy had definitely deceived the hand of the dead. Looking at the broken holy grail in his hand again, a bold thought came to his mind. He couldn't help but lower his voice and said, "Mr. Swan, you couldn't have sold this counterfeit holy grail to the hand of the dead, did you?" Swan's eyes flashed with panic, and he stiffened his neck and said, I didn't, don't talk nonsense." This reaction completely confirmed the truth. Qin Xuan had never expected that this thing was actually sold by Swan to the hand of the dead. Immediately, Qin Xuan became interested in the origins of this Holy Grail replica. Where did Swan find it? Qin Xuan raised his doubts. Swan sighed and said mysteriously, "I advise you not to ask too much. I won't tell you about this even if you kill me." Qin Xuan nodded, a shadowy flying knife condensing in his hand, a look of nostalgia crossing his face. "Mr. Swan, I will always remember your teachings. Rest in peace." Seeing Qin Xuan about to fling the knife, Swan's expression suddenly changed. "I suddenly want to find someone to talk to, so that my story can be passed on and not be lost in the dust of history. What do you think?" Qin Xuan nodded in agreement. "I think so." Swan chuckled dryly. "So, can you put this shadowy flying knife away? It would be terrible if it were to go astray." Qin Xuan waved his hand casually. "It's okay. I won't get hurt anyway." Swan was speechless. "You definitely won't get hurt." But circumstances proved overwhelming, and Swan could only follow his inner guidance. He quickly said, "I once stumbled into a ruin and found some treasures there, including an exquisitely shaped cup, the unholy holy grail you hold in your hand. Of course, I only later learned it was a replica." Before Swan could begin to reminisce, Qin Xuan interrupted, "Several holy grails." "1. Mr. Swan, I remember." Okay, I said 3. Actually, there were 3 holy grails." Qin Xuan nodded. "Swan, where are the remaining 4 holy grails?" Swan said 3, so there must be at least 5. Tricksters never speak the truth. Whether there were 6, 7, or more is hard to say. Swan was the only one who knew the number of holy grail replicas. He was determined to keep it a secret, so Qin Xuan couldn't force him to reveal it unless he visited Swan every 6 hours, and used the power of delusion to coax him into revealing himself. At this thought, Qin Chuan's heart stirred, and he slowly said, "Mr. Swan, I accidentally acquired a skill called delusion. Have you heard of it?" Swan's eye twitched. He really wanted to know if you were Edith's disciple. Why would an assassin learn such a bunch of nonsense skills? Just do your job, you bastard. But Swan couldn't bring himself to say that. He could only force a smile and say, "Delusion? That's a great thing, a skill every trickster wants to possess. Where did you get it?" Chapter 393. Qin Chuan casually said, "I discovered Belial's incarnation and killed him. Not only did I obtain the Apostle Seal, I also learned the skill of deception." Swan then realized how something as precious as the Apostle Seal could end up in the hands of an assassin. He, a high-ranking deception master, had spent most of his life searching for clues, but hadn't found any. Now the answer was revealed. It turned out to be murder and robbery. But precisely because of this, Swan was even more frightened. Who was Belial? He was the infamous Lord of Lies and Deception, the demon who controlled the abyss, possessing supreme power comparable to that of a god. One of his clones was also an extremely terrifying existence. And yet, he was defeated by this brat before him? The city of Yellow Sands wasn't the player's main city, and there were no direct teleportation channels. The events there hadn't been widely publicized, so it was understandable that Swan didn't know. But it wasn't too late for him to know now. Swander suddenly realized that Edith's threats were nothing. The man before him was far more terrifying. Thinking of this, Swander said rationally, "Actually, I originally obtained 6 holy grails. I sold 3 to the hand of the dead, used the remaining 2 to complete my trickster advancement, and now I have the last one." Qin Chuan naturally reached out. "Give it to me." Swan said angrily, "Don't go too far." Qin Chuan weighed the shadow-flying knife and said calmly, "I think this request is reasonable." "Paw." Swan slammed the golden cup onto the table. "Take your things and leave quickly. Don't let me see you again." Swan's expression was filled with grief, as if his life had lost hope. He was a high-ranking fraudster, yet he was blackmailed. And not just once. If he told anyone about this, he'd be utterly disgraced. He'd never be able to hang around in the fraudster world again. Qin Chuan looked at the golden cup. Unholy Holy Grail replica, special one-time item. Effect, grant one wish, 0/1001, at the cost of the deceased's resentment. 1001 souls in exchange for one wish. Qin Chuan couldn't judge whether this deal was fair. The key issue lies in that extra one. That's the wisher's soul. When Qin Chuan made his wish, the Holy Grail replica already had the words 1001/1001 on it. The cursed warlock of the Hand of the Dead had already sacrificed his soul, activating the unholy Holy Grail. Otherwise, why would Qin Chuan have waited for him to complete the ritual before taking action? After placing the Holy Grail in his ring, Qin Chuan said, "It's best to leave such a dangerous item in my care. Mr. Swan, rest assured that the Hand of the Dead will never learn of your presence." Swan sneered, "Then I truly owe you a debt of gratitude." Qin Chuan waved his hand modestly. "Helping others is my motto. Mr. Swan, don't take it to heart. Would you mind recalling anything you missed?" Swan's eyes twitched, feeling like he was on the verge of paralysis. He tried to suppress his tremors. He angrily said, "No. Get out of here. I don't want to see you again." Qin Chuan casually used up his intermediate trickster advancement certificate, unlocking his trickster level cap. He smiled and said, "I probably won't come to see you again today." Swan's response was also firm. "I hope you never come to see me again." "That won't do," Qin Chuan argued. "Once I reach trickster level 60, I have to come to Mr. Swan to accept the advancement quest." Swan closed his eyes in despair. It was over. This young man would become his lingering nightmare. With such potential, why would he want to be a trickster? He could just be a nightmare. Swan waved his hand weakly. "Go, go." Qin Chuan said with concern, "Mr. Swan, you must take care of yourself and live longer. I look forward to our next meeting." He then turned and walked out of Swan's antique shop. Bang. The shop door behind him was shut roughly, and it looked like it wouldn't open for a while. Chapter 394. Qin Chuan couldn't help but feel sorry for the collectors in Bailey City. Without Mr. Swan, where would they go to appreciate fresh antiques? Having completed the second level of the Trickster and unlocked the level cap, with only an hour or so left before the scheduled dungeon time, Qin Chuan decided to log off. It wasn't good to lie in the game cabin all the time. After exiting the game, Qin Chuan slowly stood up and stretched. Currently, the time difference between the game and real life was 12 hours. It was a little after 10 in the morning, and it was a little after 10 in the evening in real life. Stretching his muscles while walking around the villa, Qin Chuan arrived at the third-floor balcony. His eyes felt a little sore, and his vision was blurry. Myopia? That's not right. Holographic games don't require eyes. Qin Chuan was puzzled. Thankfully, the discomfort in his eyes quickly subsided, replaced by a coolness. But the scene before him stopped Qin Chuan's smile. Everywhere he looked, there were beams of light shooting straight into the sky. Very thin, yet clearly visible, impossible to ignore. Even from the villa next door, 3 beams of light shot up into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. The entire neighborhood boasted hundreds of beams. Farther away, in Jianghai City, under the night sky, the number of beams was countless. A rough estimate would be at least 100,000. An idea struck Qin Chuan. He turned and looked at the villa behind him. A beam of light shot up into the sky. However, it was somewhat different from the surrounding beams, not as clear. And the source of the beam was, surprisingly, his gaming cabin. Qin Chuan's heart sank. He vaguely knew what it was. A positioning anchor. It was used to assist in the positioning of the apocalypse world, thus breaking the barrier of time and space. The appearance of the pillar of light signifies the arrival of the apocalypse. Back in his previous life, Qin Chuan, like the other surviving players, often pondered a question: when exactly did the apocalypse descend upon Blue Planet? When did the first monster appear in reality? Or when did the first player extract their in-game abilities into reality? No one knew the answer. But now Qin Chuan knew. The moment the apocalypse server launched, its arrival had already begun. These game pods and helmets served as apocalypse's location anchors. The longer players played, the more accurate their location became. In other words, it was humanity that brought the apocalypse to Blue Planet, but this was an inevitable outcome, and there was no point dwelling on it. The apocalypse server had already launched, and even if all humanity gave up the game, it wouldn't be able to prevent its eventual arrival. Without the constant guidance of the location anchors, it would simply arrive later. Not playing Apocalypse, not gaining abilities, would only lead to a faster demise. What Qin Chuan cared about was why he could see these pillars of light. Eyes that saw through delusion. A thought flashed through Qin Chuan's mind. The eyes he obtained with the darkness of fate had no in-game attribute descriptions, but they were indeed effective. It now seemed that the void-breaking eyes worked not only in the game, but also in the real world, because Qin Chuan couldn't find any other explanation. He hadn't seen these pillars of light the last few times he logged off. The difference, this time, was the void-breaking eyes. Qin Chuan's thoughts raced. In a sense, whether he could see these pillars of light or not didn't really matter. Even if he knew the apocalypse had begun, what good would it do? Without access to his in-game abilities, he was just an ordinary person. But Qin Chuan felt that the appearance of the void-breaking eyes was definitely not that simple. Fate doesn't give random directions. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan returned to his bedroom, researched some information online, and then lay back in his game cabin to log in. He decided to remain constant and focus on improving his character. That way, when he could access his attributes, any trouble he encountered would be easily resolved. Of course, these light beams must be continuously observed and recorded. Chapter 395. Logged into the game. Yu and the others were chatting in the guild channel. Yu, the guild master is online. Xiao, I told you he was only offline temporarily, but he wouldn't forget our agreement. I declare, I'm back. Jing, Sister Ji, and the others are also clearing the dungeon to upgrade their equipment, but I think our team can definitely finish it first. I'm not the water god. I always heard the guild master's dungeon clearing speed is unmatched, and today I finally get to see it for myself. Qin Chuan typed in the guild, since everyone's here, let's gather. I'm in Belly City. Where are you guys? Yu, we're all here too. Seeing this, Qin Chuan immediately assembled the others, and gathered outside the shop. Yu, Xiao, and Jing were all level 22 in the team. I'm not the water god at level 23, not far from level 30. If they had followed Ji Xing and his group to the Yellow Sand City to complete quests and gain the experience gained by Barrel's avatar, they would have surely reached level 30. But that wasn't a big problem. As players explored, they had discovered several small dungeons. If they ran through all of them at nightmare difficulty, Yu and the others would definitely have reached level 30. Based on Qin Chuan's understanding of the rules of Apocalypse, he knew that it was impossible to repeatedly plunder the attributes of bosses at different difficulties in the same dungeon. Even if he started at normal level, the ultimate stat points he gained wouldn't be many. Since that was the case, he naturally started with the highest difficulty. The first place they had to go was the Rich Mine, a dungeon outside of Beryl City. This dungeon was triggered by Ji Xing's class quest and brought him considerable income, allowing him to purchase materials to craft the destroyer and various mechanical artifacts. The nightmare level rich mine, with the first few bosses being gold level and the final boss being dark gold, boasts excellent equipment and stat points. The only drawback is its low level. Forget shadow assassins, even tricksters struggle to level up quickly. But for the equipment and stat points, it's worth a trip. Hundreds of free stat points per trip, so don't miss it. In addition, Qin Chuan needs to accumulate more equipment and use Shadow Reforged to update his gear, replacing unusable attributes and creating the most perfect death shadow set possible. Some equipment, while low level, has good attributes and can be very useful. As they chatted, the group arrived at the rich mine. It was bustling here. Running through adventure difficulty 5 to 1, need a healer. Leveling up a normal difficulty group, need a mage with a freezer to gather monsters. Dragon Dynasty sincerely invites all experts to explore King difficulty. Bring your talents and chat privately. Gear at a high price. As the first tier players gradually reached level 15 and above, the rich mine became their primary target. Upgrade and upgrade equipment at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. However, only top tier teams could clear the adventure level, while most players still challenged the normal level. King level difficulty? The clearance records can be counted on one hand. As for the nightmare level, there has only been one cleared record to date. That was when Qin Chuan led Ji Xing and the others through it. You looked at the clearance record and sighed, "What a shame I didn't make it to the rich mine with the guild master last time." Qin Chuan smiled, "You weren't a member yet, so it couldn't be helped." Xiao said smugly, "I was there, and I tell you, it was an easy win. I didn't even stand a chance." The discussion caught the attention of the nearby players, who observed for a moment and exclaimed, "Holy crap, Peak! Holy crap, Night Wanderer! What the hell? Isn't Night Wanderer already level 50? Why is he running this low-level dungeon? He must be leading a group. Didn't you see there were several Peak guilds nearby? I envy you. I want to experience the feeling of being led by a master." Chapter 396. As long as you can join Peak, you can too. How do I get there? You ask me, who should I ask? If I knew, would I still be here? I'd be living the high life with the bosses. Can you give me a chance to join Peak? I even pay for it. The buzz around them made Xiao and the others on the team quite proud. They didn't pay to join. Yu sighed. Seeing others will make you realize just how awesome a guild I joined. Xiao, I pledge my loyalty to the guild leader. I'm not the water god. I just received a private message from Aoi. They're also in the rich mine and just finished defeating the second nightmare level boss. They want to compete with us in speed. Jing, you can tell Aoi we definitely finished before them. Xiao, the last time we made it through the dungeon, Aoi hadn't joined yet, so he naturally didn't know the guild leader's strength. This time, let him stab me in the ass and open my eyes. Qin Chuan selected the dungeon difficulty and entered with Yu and the others. Standing at the entrance, Qin Chuan pondered how to end the battle as quickly as possible. Instant kills all the way through would be fast, but it would still take time. While pondering, Qin Chuan caught sight of Xiao from the corner of his eye. Remembering his class as a speed-based assassin, he had a bold idea. Xiao shuddered suddenly, a bad feeling welling up in her stomach. Ahem. Qin Chuan cleared his throat and looked at Xiao. "Xiao, how long have you been a member?" Xiao was a little confused, but after calculating for a moment, she replied, "Less than a week." Qin Chuan reached out and patted Xiao's shoulder. "I have a mission for you. Is that okay?" Xiao immediately straightened his back. "Go through fire and water, President." Qin Chuan pointed at the patrolling monsters in the distance and offered his own idea. "I heard you're very fast. How about this? You go gather all the monsters in the dungeon, and I take them all out in one go, saving everyone time." Before Xiao could say anything, Jing spoke up. "Brother, this is your chance to prove your strength. Whether you can become the second best assassin depends on your performance." Aoi was very happy and encouraged him. "Right. Look, Yinmi just touched the boss and instantly soared to level 30. He'd be able to advance to the second class soon. If you don't make an effort, you really just be the last place assassin." Xiao pondered, and it seemed to make sense. He also felt the need to prove himself, and eagerly declared, "President, I want to test my limits." Qin Chuan's face was filled with satisfaction. "Go ahead, I'm very optimistic about you." He had asked Xiao to pull the monsters because his own level was too high. The monsters' aggro range against him was only 1 or 2 meters at most. Unless he ran right up to them, he wouldn't be able to attract the monsters. But Xiao was different. At only level 22, he could easily attract the monsters. With a well-chosen route, he could pull all the monsters in the dungeon together. Qin Chuan could easily clear the dungeon with a single skill to trigger Poison Blood Plague. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Xiao took a determined step, stealth activated, and headed towards the final boss. The correct way to pull the train was to move from the inside out, using various skills and items to pull all the monsters and bosses together to the dungeon entrance. Less than 3 minutes after Xiao left, Yinmi reported victory in the guild chat. We reached the third boss. Where are you, guild leader? I'm not the water god, at the dungeon entrance. Yinmi, hey, haven't you been in the dungeon for a few minutes? Why are you still at the entrance? Guild leader's damage shouldn't be that slow. Dejaling you. Guild leader is preparing a surge, sending Xiao to pull the monsters. Ji Xing, as expected of guild leader, your tactics are unique. Ultimate is very cool. Sister Ji, it seems we can play this way. Brother, you can hold the boss, and I use my ultimate to clear the monsters. With Uncle Su here, Brother Ye's health should be relatively safe. Ying Luo, what if I can't hold the boss? Chapter 397. The ultimate skill is quite impressive. Zombie run. Su Chongqing, you're such a clever little bastard. Xiao, is it really okay for you guys to chat like this? I'm almost being chased to death by the boss. As he spoke, clouds of dust billowed in the distance, accompanied by the angry roars of countless goblins. Also, there was the rumbling of the blades of a goblin helicopter. At the front of the monster group was Xiao, who wished he could run away on all fours. Qin Chuan casually typed into the guild chat, Ji Xing, when will the goblin helicopter be finished? Ji Xing, guild leader, please spare me. I've been making self-destruct robots for the past 2 days, and they're practically blasting me with sparks. Give me a break for 2 days, just 2 days. Qin Chuan, half a day at most. Ji Xing, guild leader, you black-hearted capitalist, ah. Xiao, guild leader, stop chatting. I'm almost dead. Qin Chuan, don't panic. Closing the chat window, Qin Chuan aimed a shadow dagger at the ace pilot, looking at the monster pile less than 100 meters away. In the past, with 3.5 million HP, Qin Chuan would have had to consider using a stealth-breaking attack. But now, he could kill him with his eyes closed. Boom, ace pilot Cook's HP bar was depleted, and the goblin helicopter he was piloting lurched from midair, erupting in flames on the ground. The poisonous blood plague erupted, instantly wiping out all the minions present, leaving only 3 bosses to continue their charge. A swipe of dark rain ended the battle. An upgraded beam of light floated over Dejaling Yu and the others. At the same time, Qin Chuan received a system notification. You have broken the record for clearing the nightmare difficulty level in the Rich Mine. An update will be released soon. Do you want to hide your nickname? No. Every dungeon has a clearance record leaderboard. It's not announced server-wide, and there are no special rewards. It's simply for reputation building. In previous lives, many guilds would create dedicated record-breaking teams to advertise their guilds. Qin Chuan's Peak Guild naturally didn't need such a hassle. He himself was the most recognizable face. Soon, players outside the dungeon were surprised to discover an additional entry on the clearance record leaderboard. Nightmare level clearance record for the Rich Mine, NO. 1. Captain Yushin, team members Dejaling Yu, Xiao Jing, I'm not the water god time, 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Damn! Beating nightmare level in 4 minutes? Is this the skill of the strongest players in Apocalypse? I'm so nervous even when clearing normal level, afraid of dying mid-game, but others can't even reach nightmare level in 5 minutes. Is this justice? Honestly, I really want to know where Night Wanderer bought this cheat. Holographic games don't have keyboards, so I can't press F1. Otherwise, how could Night Wanderer be so dominant? Wake up, even pressing F1 1,000 times won't help. In the dungeon, Xiao excitedly typed in the guild chat at Ultimate is awesome. We're done. Where are you guys? Don't mention we're still fighting the third boss. Alia's very happy. What? Ji Xing, really? The president's name is on the list outside. For minutes and 12 seconds, how exaggerated. Ying Luo, that's not the president's limit. If Xiao can run faster, breaking the 4-minute mark won't be difficult. Alia's very happy at Xiao. You're holding us back. You should know your shame. Xiao, jealous, you're just jealous. While the others were chatting, Qin Chuan had already looked through the gold and dark gold equipment dropped by several bosses, and looted them with his magic hand. He gained a total of 365 free attributes, all of which he added to his agility. Adding the attribute points gained from the Trickster upgrade, Qin Chuan's panel has now reached a new level. Attributes: Strength 1850 plus 2100, Constitution 1940 plus 1800, Agility 5007 plus 9850, Spirit 1826 plus 2550. Base agility has officially surpassed 5,000 points. Through this trip to the Rich Mine, neither the Shadow Assassin class nor the Trickster secondary class has leveled up. It can't be helped. Even the Trickster secondary class has reached level 30, far exceeding the Rich Mine level. But this trip wasn't without reward. Chapter 398. The 365 free attribute points alone are worth the price of admission. Add to that the equipment and items scattered across the ground, and it's a huge win. You have to remember that the current first-tier players are generally between level 15 and 20, and there's a huge demand for equipment in this range. The equipment dropped in the Rich Mine is all level 20, except for the final boss, which is level 25. That's just right. The 4 bosses' own drops, including the ones found by Maya Shukong, total 20 gold level items, and 7 dark gold level items, all highly sought after items. The final boss even dropped a rare dark gold level blueprint. Thermal missile blueprint dark gold. Material requirements: 10 high gunpowder, 5 fragmentation casings, 1 eternal gold tail. The goblin helicopter's external weapon. Qin Chuan smiled. What a coincidence. He previously said he'd give Ji Xing some blueprints to research, and now they dropped. He immediately sent a message to the guild chat. Ji Xing, research them later, and get them into mass production as soon as possible. Ji Xing, guild leader, thank you for listening. Qin Chuan, you're welcome. Aside from the thermal missile blueprints, Qin Chuan had no use for the remaining equipment. Mainly, they lacked the appropriate attributes, making them useless even for shadow reforging. Furthermore, the equipment was too low level, barely even suitable for use as embryos. With a wave of his hand, he simply dumped them all into the guild warehouse. The low-level equipment and materials dropped by the monsters were collected by Dijiaolingyu, and the others for their own disposal. Shao calculated for a moment and said, Guild leader, although these equipment and materials are low-grade, they can still fetch at least 100,000. We haven't done anything with them, so it's not appropriate to take them. Jing also said, President, I'm already satisfied that you're willing to bring us here to gain experience. How could I ask for anything else? Qin Chuan casually said, it's too much trouble to handle so much stuff. I could just kill one more dark gold boss with this time, and it would all be back. Jing was speechless for a moment. President, you're right. But I'm a little curious, are dark gold bosses really that easy to kill? Dijiaolingyu stepped in to smooth things over, saying, just do as you say. If you truly want to repay the guild, work hard to improve yourself, and don't hold the guild back. I'm not the water god, who agreed, echoed, the guild leader is willing to bring us here because he wants to help us. We can't let him down. Seeing this, Xiao and Jing stopped talking. After putting away all the stuff, Qin Chuan said, let's go to the next dungeon. Currently, besides this newly discovered mining area, there are 3 smaller dungeons, and the Pale Throne raid. However, the raid reset took a full 7 days, so even if they wanted to, they couldn't run it now, so they had to put it on hold for now. The remaining 3 dungeons were of similar level to the Rich Mine. Clearing them all would earn them around 1,000 free attribute points, a reward only granted for first killing a legendary boss. Legendary bosses with nothing to show for it, terrifying. After completing these dungeons, Qin Chuan planned to take Dijiaolingyu and the others to 2 higher-level smaller dungeons, hoping they could successfully reach level 30. As they left the Rich Mine, they were immediately surrounded by other players. There was no way around it. Clearing the nightmare level in 4 minutes and 12 seconds was truly appalling. But Qin Chuan knew that wasn't the limit. In his previous life, the fastest clear of the nightmare level Rich Mine was a mere 3 seconds. The record holder was Ji Xing. The method was simple. She simply dropped a nuclear bomb into the dungeon, completely destroying it. However, the nuclear bomb was too powerful, leaking energy out of the instance and permanently shutting down the Baofu mine. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan secretly wondered if he should keep an eye on Ji Xing's nuclear bomb production progress to prevent the Baofu mine from being bombed again. After escaping the crowd of overly enthusiastic players, Qin Chuan and Dijiaolingyu returned to Bailey City and teleported to Lingang City. Chapter 399. There's a dungeon here called the Dark Abyss, a Murloc-centric dungeon. Previously, a sea tribe attacked outside Lingang City. The leading Tidewalker giant was killed by Qin Chuan, and the sea tribe's offensive failed. Later, while leveling here, players triggered hidden quests and eventually unlocked the Dark Abyss. Qin Chuan and his group arrived at the dungeon entrance. Xiao looked at the clearance list and excitedly said, "Guild leader, no one has cleared Nightmare yet. Looks like we can get a small first kill." He then volunteered, "I lure the monsters out and do another wave attack?" Qin Chuan recalled the Dark Abyss dungeon structure and shook his head. It's very difficult. Part of the Dark Abyss path is underwater, which slows down the player's speed, but the Murlocs aren't affected and may even be faster, making them easy to catch up. Xiao confidently said, "Don't worry, guild leader. I have a skill that allows me to maintain my movement speed regardless of terrain. Combined with a speed potion, I should be able to pull all the monsters out." Qin Chuan replied, "Since you say so, let's give it a try." After seeing the pillars of light rising into the sky, Qin Chuan not only needed to accelerate his own improvement, but also the growth of his guildmates. Only then could he gain the upper hand during the gods' descent stage and fight, and even kill the descending otherworldly gods. In Zhao's previous life, he also reached the gods' descent stage and became one of the top 100 warriors. He has immense potential, so it wouldn't be a bad thing to let him experience more trials. The others entered the dungeon, and Xiao used stealth to infiltrate deeper into the dungeon. Left behind were Qin Chuan and the others, chatting and waiting at the dungeon entrance. Jing said with some concern, "I heard this Dark Abyss dungeon is full of twists and turns, with narrow passages and many corners. It's easy to run into monsters head-on. Will my brother be able to make it back?" Jiaoling reassured him, "Don't worry, Sister Jing. I believe Xiao can handle it. If things really don't work out, just run away. I'm not a water god. Xiao has a lot of movement skills. As long as we arrange them in the right order, it shouldn't be a problem. Xiao, my life is like walking on thin ice. Can I ever make it to the other side?" Qin Chuan, "You're still in the mood to chat? It seems there's no problem." Jiaoling, "Look, Sister Jing, I told you your brother is fine." Xiao, ahem. "Everyone, I'm having a little trouble." Qin Chuan, Jing, Is this considered an instant slap in the face? Jiaoling, "Is there still time for me to retract my previous message?" Xiao, "I calculated that it would take 2 trips, and at most I can only pull half of the monsters, and the boss in front." Qin Chuan, "Okay, come back first, clear this wave, and then continue." Soon, the unique, eerie cry of the Murlocs could be heard from the distant passage. Woo woo woo. Zhao's figure flashed out of the tunnel, his legs leaving a shadow behind. Behind him lay a vast horde of Murlocs, their eyes wide open, knives and forks clutched, their expressions determined. Judging from their appearance, they wouldn't stop unless Xiao fled the dungeon. Qin Chuan raised his hand and unleashed Shadow Knife and Dark Rain, ending the battle instantly. Unlike the vast land-based mining area, nearly a third of the Dark Abyss was underwater. Xiao could certainly ignore the water and maintain his movement speed. But the problem was that Murlocs had a bonus speed in water. Xiao had calculated that even with a speed potion, he wouldn't be able to escape the water before the Murlocs caught up. And these were just ordinary Murlocs, the boss inside was even faster underwater. So he had to turn back and bring back the monsters ahead to finish them off. In the first half, there were 2 bosses, both level 20 gold, a giant turtle, and a Murloc wielding dual blades. The outcome was the same in both cases, instantly destroyed upon their appearance. Qin Chuan stepped forward and performed his miraculous hand, happily earning 160 free attribute points. Jiaoling and the others didn't know Qin Chuan could harvest attributes, but they did know he could get extra loot. Chapter 400. Xiao, with a strong thirst for knowledge, asked, "President, where did you learn this corpse-grabbing skill? Tell me." Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, then said, "You must first learn dagger mastery from Instructor Ulrich. Before your second-class advancement, raise your base agility to over 500. This will trigger a hidden quest. Completing this quest will grant you the Empty Hand, which is my loot-grabbing skill." Zhao's face was bleak. "I'm fully agile, and my base agility is barely 200 now. Even if I increase my agility by a few levels, it won't reach 500. Qin Chuan shrugged. "That's the prerequisite Ulrich himself stated, and I can't change it." After a pause, Qin Chuan said, "I also got so many first kills, and had a lot of bonus attribute points to trigger the quest. To be honest, I almost missed this skill." Qin Chuan leveled up quickly. He had gone to Ulrich to learn dagger mastery. If he had been a day later, he would have been over level 30, and completed the second advancement. Xiao closed his eyes in agony. "President, please stop talking. I'd better think of other ways to obtain the miraculous hands." Qin Chuan's mind stirred. He remembered the waiter he met at the Tongfu and when he gone to Qifeng City to look for Tyrol. That guy's technique was also very skillful. Perhaps he had a clue about the miraculous hands. Even if it wasn't the miraculous hands, it was a similar skill. If Xiao could learn it, it would be a great help in the later stages. With this in mind, Qin Chuan said, "You can try your luck at the Tongfu Inn in Qifeng City. Perhaps there's a clue there." Xiao immediately opened his eyes and beamed. "Thank you, President. If not, I'd like to take you as my godfather." Qin Chuan waved his hand firmly. "That's not necessary." As they chatted and laughed, they finished dealing with all the dropped items and immediately headed deeper into the dungeon. At the same time, Qin Chuan reminded Yinmi in the guild, asking him to try and see if he could gain any skills. Yinmi was overjoyed and quickly replied, "Don't worry, guild master. Sister Ji and I will go after we finish the dungeon." Jixing pointedly said, "Xiao Yinmi, and everyone else in the guild, don't spread what the guild master said." Yi Luo, "That's right. The guild master is willing to share such a secret, and that's his character, but we can't be so mean as to spread it around." Xiao, "Don't worry, I won't say a word without my godfather's permission." Su Chongqing, "Where did you get your godfather?" Xiao will. Long. Ali is very happy. "No, when did this happen?" Xiao, "Just now." Qin Chuan, "Xiao is just joking. Don't take it seriously, but Jixing is right. It's best not to spread this information about Misho Kong Kong. Make a fortune quietly, don't make a big deal about it." Xiao and Yinmi, "Godfather is right." Qin Chuan, Ignoring these two idiots, Qin Chuan and Dijiaolingyu successfully crossed the underground waters, cleared out the murlocs, and reached the second half of the dungeon. At this point, the dark abyss revealed its true nature. The monster type changed from murlocs to Naga. Qin Chuan remembered that the third boss was a Naga mage, who could touch a water vine staff, granting the ability to breathe underwater. Even in the mid to late stages of Apocalypse, many players would come here to farm just for the water vine staff. After all, in later versions, there will be underwater maps to explore, and relying solely on underwater breathing potions would be too expensive. The water vine staff perfectly solves this problem. The fourth and final boss is a Hydra tamed by the Naga in the Dark Abyss. After the apocalypse descends upon reality, the dungeon still exists. If the monsters within aren't regularly cleared, they overflow and eventually burst out of the dungeon. That Hydra has caused several minor disasters. After crossing the underground waters and stepping back onto the surface, Xiao eagerly asked, "Shall I finish off the next wave?" Qin Chuan shook his head. "The third boss's room is locked. We need to defeat the boss before we can open the door and proceed to the back. Let's just go and kill them." Chapter 401. Although we can't attack all at once, we can still gather monsters. Xiao ran quickly at the front of the group, followed by a group of monsters. When the number of monsters was almost the same, Qin Chuan ended the battle with a shadow dagger. After repeating this several times, he arrived at the third boss. Invasion. Snap. The battle was over. Qin Chuan walked forward and touched it. Wow, the Water Vine Staff. Water Vine Staff, Gold Grade, Spell Power plus 800, Spirit plus 60, Equipment Requirement, 20. Special Effect, allows underwater breathing when equipped. Based solely on stats, the Water Vine Staff is significantly inferior to Gold Grade arrays of the same level. After all, it lacks a special stat. But the underwater breathing stat is still very useful in critical moments. And putting aside the underwater breathing issue, the Water Vine Staff is, after all, a level 20 gold weapon. Its basic stats are there, making it superior to silver grade weapons in every way. Qin Chuan looked at Jing and Dijiaolingyu and asked, "How about you two?" Dijiaolingyu raised the slender light sword in her hand. "I'm going to go tanky, so I need to equip a magic sword." "Sister Jing, how about you?" Jing took out his own weapon, a level 20 gold grade staff with a special effect that increased spell penetration. Its damage was much higher than the Water Vine Staff. Qin Chuan said, "In that case, I keep this weapon for now." When the underwater map opened, he would extract the Water Vine Array's attributes and apply them to his weapons as a transition. If both daggers were fully equipped with top-level attributes, he have a spare, it would always come in handy. In addition to the equipment, he also gained 80 attribute points, again adding them to agility. After processing the spoils, the group reached the other end of the boss room and pushed open the heavy stone door. Ah, a terrifying roar echoed from the depths of the passage. Before Xiao could volunteer to pull the monster, a chaotic sound of footsteps could be heard in the distance. A large number of murlocs, driven by the Naga, rushed forward fearlessly, determined to devour the invaders' flesh and blood. Swish. Shadow knives flew, leaving a streak of corpses on the ground. Fighting their way through the mixed forces of Murlocs and Naga, Qin Chuan and his group finally reached the final boss. It was a gigantic monster with 3 snake heads, its head rising as high as a 3-story building. Its fat body and short limbs looked extremely disproportionate. Hydra, Dark Gold level 25. HP, 3, 500, 000/3, 500, 000. Attack, 12,000. Defense, 10,000. Skills, Flesh Regeneration, Poison Breath, Frost Breath, Confused Mind. Description, a Naga-crafted flesh and blood combat weapon with exceptional regenerative abilities. Qin Chuan looked at the Hydra and explained, if you don't destroy its heads quickly and simultaneously, it will regenerate after a while, restoring a certain amount of health. This can be quite challenging. With that, he launched a shadowy flying knife, completely depleting the Hydra's health. Shao pointed at the boss's corpse and said, President, you call this a tough one? Dijialing remained calm. Don't forget that before, the President and Sister Ji defeated legendary bosses. A mere level 25 Dark Gold boss was no problem. I'm not the water god, no problem. Qin Chuan stepped forward and touched it. He found 3 additional Dark Gold level loot, plus 125 free stats, a huge win. Looking at the loot again, there was another surprise. Hydra Pet Egg, Dark Gold, hatching progress 0%. Unlike the Flame Dragon Egg Qin Chuan had obtained previously, this Hydra Egg hadn't yet begun to hatch. At Dark Gold quality, hatching it would cost around 40 to 50 million Yuangue coins, and subsequent training costs would be even higher. It wasn't something that most people could handle. For Qin Chuan, he already had a Shadow Dragon and a Flame Dragon Egg. Even if the Hydra hatched, it wouldn't be of much use. Qin Chuan looked at Dijialing. This wealthy woman should be interested. But Dijialing's answer was beyond Qin Chuan's expectations. Too ugly, no. Dijialing said. Shao spread his hands and said, I'm an assassin. Bringing a combat pet would easily give away my position. Chapter 402. Jing, it's a bit ugly, I don't really like it. I'm not the water god. I can't afford it. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, then put the Hydra egg into his ring. Never mind, he'd deal with it later. Besides the egg, the Hydra also contributed a fair bit of equipment, including level 25 Dark Gold gear, perfect for guild members. All of it was thrown into the guild warehouse. Thus, the Dark Abyss journey concluded. The harvest wasn't bad. At least Qin Chuan was quite satisfied. At the same time, a new line of information appeared on the clearance record outside the Dark Abyss dungeon. Dark Abyss Nightmare Level Clearance Record, NO. 1. Captain Yushin, Team Members Dijialing, Shao Jing, I'm not the water god, 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Players outside the dungeon weren't surprised. After all, Yushin and his team had just broken the clearance record for the rich mine, so the Dark Abyss was no problem. As the players chatted, a small team emerged from the dungeon, led by none other than Lu Xiaodaizhen. Quanxue, this dungeon run yielded some good results, and I mastered the gameplay. I think we can challenge the king tier, Lu Xiaodaizhen said confidently. Lu Xiaoquanxue, a member of the team, nodded in agreement. President, you're absolutely right. I think we can do it. The two were still discussing tactics, when another member of the team pointed to the clearance record and said, President, the Night Wanderer has also arrived in the Dark Abyss. Lu Xiaodaizhen looked at the clearance record, his mood utterly bleak. Why is it the Night Wanderer again? How lingering is this guy? Is he going to ruin his plans again? But then he thought, he was just clearing the dungeon this time. No matter how powerful the Night Wanderer was, could he really charge into the dungeon and fight him? He immediately calmed down and said, Don't worry about him. Feeling a lack of momentum, he added, Night Wanderer took 4 minutes to conquer the rich mine, but this time it took 7. He's slowed down, that's all. Just as he finished speaking, several more figures appeared at the dungeon entrance. It was Qin Chuan and Dijialing. Seeing Lu Xiaodaizhen, Qin Chuan, in a good mood, waved and greeted him. Isn't this President Lu Xia? What goodies have you brought me again? Lu Xiaodaizhen's mouth twitched. Is this human speech? Lu Xiaoquanxue tried to smooth things over. President Night Wanderer, how are you? It's been a while since I last saw you, and you're still as charming as ever. Qin Chuan smiled. It wasn't that long ago. Didn't we just meet in the city of Yellow Sand? Hearing the name of the city of Yellow Sand, Lu Xiaodaizhen was instantly enraged. It would have been fine if Night Wanderer hadn't said anything, but once he did, he was filled with rage. I had thought I could easily earn the Deceiver's bloodline factor, but the legendary boss failed to rise. The duck that was about to be grabbed flew away, leaving Lu Xiaodaozhen so angry that he couldn't even eat. Guangxue, stop talking to this guy and let's go. Lu Xiaodaozhen's tone was stiff. He adjusted the dungeon difficulty and plunged into the dark abyss. Lu Guangxue smiled apologetically and said, President Yushin, see you later. He then led the other team members into the dungeon. Qin Chuan didn't care and ordered, return to Lingang City first, then teleport to Feiyan City. There's also a dungeon there. After that, go to Balian City. That way, you have completed all 4 small dungeons. Dijialing calculated and said, about level 27 or 28. After clearing the dark abyss, the others all reached level 25. Without the bonus experience, gaining more than 1 level per dungeon was pretty much the limit. There was still a long way to go before reaching level 30. Luckily Qin Chuan had made preparations. He knew the distribution of all the dungeons, so finding 2 dungeons above level 30 was no problem. The only caveat was finding dungeons that had no prerequisites and could be directly conquered. Qin Chuan already had 2 suitable targets. Not only would they help Dijialing and the others reach level 30, but they would also allow him to level up his Trickster class and gain a significant amount of attribute points. Chapter 403. It's a win-win situation. Arriving in Feiyan City, after walking a dozen miles east out of the city, a constantly rotating dungeon entrance appeared before my eyes. This dungeon is called the Summit of the Whirlwind, and its interior is a temple suspended in midair. It perfectly suits the style of Feiyan City. Feiyan City is built on a high mountain, so naturally dungeons here are also inspired by the sky. The appearance of Qin Chuan and his companions excited the players of Feiyan City. They already knew about Yi Yoshin's successive raids on the rich mining area and the Dark Abyss. They also knew that Yi Yoshin had brought 4 team members, all of whom were high-ranking players and members of the Peak Guild. Many players expressed their admiration for the benefits of joining the Peak Guild, having the best players in the server to help them level up. I still remember when Longting Tianxia, the president of the Dragon Dynasty, asked Yi Yoshin to help him level up, paying him 2 million. Chu. Long Tongue Tianxia, who was leveling up in the rich mine, sneezed. Who's got his eye on me? Could it be that Lu Xiaodaozhen kid? It seems he's ready for another beating after not fighting for a few days. Xiaoxue, check where Lu Xiaodaozhen was. You dare to curse me behind my back? I won't tolerate that. The Summit of the Whirlwind is a temple floating in midair, but it's been shattered into pieces. Even so, each fragment is larger than a football field. If they were pieced together, the area would be comparable to the fortress where the 4 Knights of the Pale Throne reside. In fact, there's also a raid dungeon in Feiyan City called the Throne of the Wind God, but no player has yet triggered the prerequisite quests. Even if Qin Chuan knew the entrance, he wouldn't be able to enter. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan pointed to the edge of the suspended debris and said, there's a jump point there that takes us to the next fragment area. We can't attack all at once here, so let's take our time. He said take our time, but the speed depended on how fast they could move. Whether it was a small monster or a boss, it was a matter of skill. Qin Chuan estimated that this level should take just over 10 minutes. The monsters at the top of the vortex were elemental creatures composed of a mass of gusts of wind. They were shaped like an inverted cone, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, like a small, walking tornado. Snap! A shadowy flying knife flew past, and the poisonous blood plague erupted, easily clearing the monsters on the suspended fragments. After continuously jumping between the fragments, the first boss appeared before them. The level 20 gold level boss, before Xiao and the others could even see its attributes and skills, had already been emptied by Qin Chuan's health bar, leaving a streak of loot on the ground. He touched it and found 80 attribute points. As for the loot, it's all standard gold level equipment, nothing spectacular. If you put it in a shop later, it definitely sell like hotcakes. Right now, level 20 gold level equipment is the most sought after, even more popular than dark gold equipment. It's not that dark gold equipment is bad, it's just too expensive. It's also because there are too few ways to obtain it. There are many wild bosses, but few dark golds. Even if you use a massive human wave to kill them, you only drop a few pieces of equipment, which isn't enough to share. As for dungeon farming, only the final boss in a nightmare dungeon is a dark gold. Even if you grind diligently, how much can you expect to yield? And nightmare dungeons aren't that easy to beat. Looking at Apocalypse, only a very small number of players have a chance of clearing it. The low yield leads to high prices. The price of dark gold equipment around level 20 is even rising. In comparison, the prices of gold and silver tier equipment were not so prohibitive, and their stats weren't bad either, making them the top choice for top players. Qin Chuan's equipment not only sold quickly, but also at a high price. Soon, the second and third bosses were also defeated, earning him another 160 attribute points. Chapter 404. In addition to a host of equipment, the two bosses also gave away a gold-level skill book. Storm Dash, gold active skill that summons the power of a violent wind, allowing you to dash forward quickly. The distance you move is proportional to your movement speed, with a 30-second cooldown. This is a very good movement skill book. Even an average player can easily dash 20 or 30 meters. With Qin Chuan's current agility of over 10,000, dashing a few hundred meters is a piece of cake. After a moment's deliberation, Qin Chuan simply gave the skill book to Xiao. Xiao took the skill book but didn't study it. Instead, he said with a hint of surprise, "President, why are you giving it to me? I've been lying down all this time and haven't done anything. Besides, my movement skills are more than sufficient. You should take it." Qin Chuan, however, had his own considerations. He had Shadow Leap and Blink, and he should gain the ability to move in shadows later, which would also provide him with movement. Furthermore, Storm Dash didn't quite match his combat style. Without stealth, even dashing a few hundred meters wouldn't be very meaningful. It would be better to give it to Xiao. This skill will be most effective in his hands. With a damage boost from travel distance, it can deal considerable damage. Qin Chuan waved his hand, "Take it if you're told to. If I want this skill, I just have to grind it a few more times." With Maya Shukonkankon around, Qin Chuan's chances of finding a skill book were pretty high. Xiao was about to say something, but Jing spoke up, "Brother, this is a kind gesture from the guild president. Don't refuse. We grind for the skill book he needs later." At this point, Xiao no longer hesitated, and generously learned the skill, saying, "Thank you, guild president." The group arrived before the final boss. The water god, looking at the 6 to 7 meter tall giant, pinched his chin and said, "Why do I feel like this guy is a bit like the genie from Aladdin's lamp?" Yu didn't dwell on the boss's appearance. Instead, he looked at the magic carpet he was riding. He looked at Qin Chuan and asked, "President, can this boss's magic carpet drop?" Qin Chuan recalled it, and it seemed possible. It was a special mount called the Flying Magic Carpet. Not only could it fly, it could also be worn as a cloak. The drop rate, however, was quite low. In his previous life, Qin Chuan had only seen it a few times. With this in mind, Qin Chuan said, "I hope it does." Jiaoling's eyes lit up, and she explained, "President, if it does, I buy it." "I'm not a water god," said Sister D. "Don't you have a skeletal warhorse?" Jiaoling said matter-of-factly, "I bought 7 sports cars, each with a different one every day. I definitely need a mount too." Xiao gave a thumbs up. "Sister D, you're awesome." Jiaoling looked at Jing. "Sister Jing, if the magic carpet does drop, I take you flying." Xiao stood in front of her sister, warily saying, "Sister D, something's wrong with you. Are you being too enthusiastic about my sister?" Qin Chuan stepped forward to interrupt their chatter, gathering a shadowy flying knife in his hand. "Watch me." Swish. The boss fell headfirst from the magic carpet and lay motionless on the ground. Qin Chuan stepped forward, performing a masterful trick. He glanced at the loot and smiled. "Looks like we're lucky. We actually got a magic carpet." He then posted the stats in the team chat. Flying magic carpet, dark gold mount movement speed increased by 280%, allowing flight. Can be converted into a dark gold cloak. "President, I admire you so much." Jiaoling jumped for joy. She wasn't particularly particular about equipment. If she had it, it was best. If she didn't, she'd just make do. But when it came to mounts, she adhered to the principle of absolutely not missing out. If she saw one, she had to grab it. Qin Chuan had a shadow dragon, so he naturally had no use for the flying magic carpet. Since Jiaoling wanted it, he could give it to her. Jiaoling said, "I paid 30 million for the skeleton horse last time. This flying magic carpet can fly, so the price is at least double that. And it can also be transformed into a dark gold cloak, so the price is not low. How about this, 80 million for one price?" Chapter 405. This price is truly exorbitant. Xiao gasped. "Sister D, who are you, exactly? You're so rich, just saying you can take such a large sum?" Jiaoling smiled and said, "If you want to know, come to the Magic City with Sister Jing. I personally entertain you. You find out who I really am." Xiao said sternly, "Next time, I definitely do it." Jiaoling bought the flying magic carpet for 80 million, which seemed like a bit of a bargain. But Qin Chuan knew that Jiaoling was a master at making money. She'd make it back quickly, and even more. The simplest way to monetize it was to hang a banner advertising the flying magic carpet. Don't forget, the flying magic carpet is one of the only flying mounts currently available. It's undoubtedly impressive, attracting countless attention wherever it goes. Advertising in the real world would require considering placement. But Qianqi didn't have to worry about that. Just stop in the main city, and all passing players would see it. This was more effective than any other promotion. Considering Dijiaolingyu's family already has businesses, Qin Chuan speculated that she bought this flying magic carpet partly to satisfy her desire for prestige, but also to generate tangible returns. Dijiaolingyu's previous wanderings through the 12 main cities on a skeletal warhorse weren't simply due to idleness. Among the members of the Peak Guild, Dijiaolingyu's reputation rivaled that of Ji Xing and Yi Luo. Ji Xing's fame stemmed from his destroyer. During the undead siege of Lingang City, the destroyer's powerful firepower left a deep impression on the players. As for Yi Luo, her enchanting appearance was truly unforgettable. Now, Dijiaolingyu has achieved considerable fame through her own efforts, and her methods should not be underestimated. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan traded the flying magic carpet to Dijiaolingyu and transferred 2 million each to Xiao, Jing, and Shueishan. This is called whoever sees it gets a share. Xiao was so happy, he was practically shaking. He had never imagined that following him would even earn him a share of the profits. Jing was also beaming, "Thank you, Guild Master." Shueishan even tagged Ali in the guild, "Wow, I can get a share of the profits just by following you. I'm so lucky." Ali was delighted. What happened? Dijiaolingyu posted the flying magic carpet in the guild chat, and the others understood. It turned out to be a mount, and one that could fly. Given Dijiaolingyu's generosity, the price was bound to be high, and a share of the profits was a given. Ali exclaimed, "Following the guild master is a good way to get the meat." Everyone chatted and laughed as Qin Chuan led his team out of the dungeon. The only record for nightmare level clearance appeared on the clearance log outside. Nightmare level clearance record for Whirlwind Summit. No. 1. Captain Yushin, team members Dijiaolingyu, Xiao Jing, I'm not the water god, 11 minutes and 26 seconds. Without a single strike raid, the clearance speed is roughly equivalent to exploring the entire map. Furthermore, the unique structure of Whirlwind Summit requires each move to pass through a jump point, using the wind to float to the other side, which adds some time. But even so, this 11-minute record will not be broken for a long time. All 365 attribute points earned from this dungeon are still added to agility. Qin Chuan's base agility has already reached 5,737, and clearing one more dungeon will bring it over 6,000. Finding 2 more advanced dungeons, reaching 7,000 is no problem. Qin Chuan even had an idea, to push his base agility to over 10,000 before completing his 3rd class advancement at level 60. Based on the current progress, it was very possible. Concentrating his mind, Qin Chuan and his companions teleported to Balian City. This main city was built atop a mine, half occupied by the apocalypse humans and half by the dwarves. The magma flowing beneath the city provided a constant supply of heat, fueling several large furnaces where countless forgers busied themselves. It's no exaggeration to say that nearly a quarter of the equipment in the entire apocalypse world was produced in Balian City. As soon as they stepped out of the teleportation array, they were immediately greeted by a scorching heat. Due to the underground magma, the temperature in Balian City was extremely high, fostering the passionate, bold, and even somewhat rude character of its residents. In Balian City, violence at the slightest disagreement was no joke. Dijiaolingyu pulled a cooling potion from her backpack, fanned herself with her hand, and grumbled, "It's too hot here. Will any players come here to complete quests?" Qin Chuan smiled, "Of course they will. Each major city has its own unique set of quests. Players who aspire to become blacksmiths will definitely come here." Dijiaolingyu pondered for a moment, convinced that this was indeed the case, and stopped dwelling on it. She summoned the flying carpet, and excitedly patted the empty seat next to her. "Jing, sister, come on up. I take you flying." Jing smiled and stepped onto the carpet, ignoring Zhao's warning glances. The flying carpet slowly rose. The surrounding players stared in amazement. Holy crap! This carpet can actually fly. Someone immediately took a photo and posted it on the forum, sparking a heated discussion. I know this person. She's from the Peak Guild. She was riding a skeleton warhorse around the main city for a long time. Now that you mention it, I remember. It's only been a short time, and she's already got a flying magic carpet. That thing isn't cheap, right? I'm guessing it's at least 1,000,000 or 800,000. 1,000,000 or 800,000. Brother, think about that. The previously non-flying skeleton warhorse was worth 30 million. How much do you think this flying magic carpet is worth? Fuck, 30 million for a skeleton warhorse. That's just not treating money like money. Hey, most people wouldn't even have the chance to spend that kind of money. There are actually quite a few wealthy players who can spare 30 million, but they can't even afford a skeleton warhorse or a flying magic carpet. It's not about money, you know. In the end, isn't it just that the Night Wanderer is so powerful that he can drop these things? Why can't our guild leader reach nightmare level? He should have some shame. Brother, run. I just saw your guild leader coming after you with a knife. You controlled the magic carpet as it flew forward, keeping an eye on the forums. She thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. The 80 million was well spent. She had already figured out a way to make money, advertising. On this point, Qin Chuan and Yu were on the same page. By the time they reached the city gate, a large number of players had gathered behind the flying magic carpet, following the excitement. Yu kept a constant control on the magic carpet's speed, otherwise, with a 280-degree speed bonus, it would have vanished into thin air. After Yu had her fill, Qin Chuan said, "Let's go to the next dungeon." He casually summoned a shadow dragon, and flew forward with Xiao and the water god. As for Yu and Jing, they prepared to take the flying carpet. Although Xiao strongly objected, her objection was ineffective. On Shadow Dragon's back, Xiao wore a worried expression, sighing repeatedly, "I always feel like my sister's going to be kidnapped by Sister D." Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, Yu is very measured in her actions." This wasn't just empty comfort, it was the truth. Yu came from a good family, and wasn't the type to mess around. But turning around to glance at Yu and Jing, who were in a tizzy, Qin Chuan wondered if he'd been too confident. Should everything be alright? Chapter 406. Amid Zhao's fears, everyone finally arrived at the dungeon entrance. Dismounting his flying mount, Xiao pulled Jing aside, whispered a few instructions, and then followed Qin Chuan into the dungeon. This dungeon is called the Raging Flame Rift, and it's an underground cave-like dungeon. Due to its connection to the underground magma, the temperature throughout the dungeon is exceptionally high. Without cooling potions, one will continue to suffer damage from the flames. This dungeon originated when a group of evil orcs wandered near Balian City. Using the underground magma as a power source, they set up a summoning array and summoned fire demons from the demonic fire abyss. The demons then lost control and enslaved the evil orcs, using them to build furnaces and craft equipment. This is the background of the dungeon. After the apocalypse descended on Blue Star, like other small dungeons, the number of fire demons and evil orcs here will continue to grow. If not promptly cleared, they will burst out of the dungeon and commit murderous acts. At this stage, however, it's still a low-level dungeon. Compared to the Rich Mine and Dark Abyss, this dungeon was slightly higher level. The first few bosses were level 25, and the final boss reached level 30. As usual, we chose Nightmare level, and started clearing straight away. The entire Raging Rift was filled with flowing lava, so one had to be careful even when treading. But Xiao wanted to challenge himself, and asked for a chance to pull it. Qin Chuan immediately agreed. Xiao slipped out in stealth, and the others chatted and waited. Just then, the guild chat came through. Ji Xing and Yi Luo had finally cleared the Nightmare level Rich Mine, and were ready to depart for Dark Abyss. Ji Xing sighed, "It took 45 minutes. Seeing the guild master's 4-minute record makes me feel ashamed." Yi Luo, "The gap is quite large indeed." Snow Swordsman, "Yeah, the first 3 bosses plus the minions took us half an hour, mainly because the last one was so tough." Yinmi, "This ace pilot is incredibly tanky, worthy of a dark gold tier boss. If it weren't for Uncle Sue's buff, we have a hard time breaking through. Brother Ye's holy damage isn't affected much, but he's the main tank after all, so his damage is limited." Su Chongqing, "Don't call me uncle. We were slow, but at least we cleared it. Look at the Nightmare tier clearance records. Besides the guild master, our team is the only one who's cleared it, and we changed our gear this time. It would definitely be faster to farm the Dark Abyss." Aoya's very happy. "I ran out of steam after using my skills, holding everyone back." Snow Swordsman, "Relax, although you finished quickly, your performance wasn't bad." Aoya's very happy. "You seem to be praising me, but not quite." Xiao, "He said you were fast, I can't stand it." "I'm not the water god. Brother Xiao, weren't you pulling monsters? How did you have time to chat?" Xiao, "I'm lost." Qin Chuan, He had forgotten that the terrain of Rage Fire Chasm is complex, and it's easy to get lost if you're not careful. However, judging by Zhao's health in the team, he hadn't been chased and attacked by the monsters. Xiao, I think I found the way, Guild Master. Prepare to take on the monsters. As he spoke, the furious roar of the Demon Lord echoed from afar. You bunch of orc idiots, kill the invaders. Not long after, a swarm of monsters appeared around a distant corner, chasing Xiao. Qin Chuan had been waiting for a long time, and he rushed forward with shadow daggers and dark rain to end the battle. This time, the final boss was more resourceful, hiding at the very back of the monster cluster. But it was pointless. After the poison blood plague had cleared all the minions, it, a lone commander, stood out. It was instantly blasted into a hornet's nest by dark rain, contributing its own experience and loot. The clearance list outside the dungeon was immediately updated. Raging Rift Nightmare level clearance record. Number 1, Captain Night Wanderer, team members dejaling you, Xiao, Jing, I'm not the water god, in 8 minutes and 35 seconds. If Xiao hadn't gotten lost along the way, the time could have been even shorter. Chapter 407. Raging Fire Rift also has 4 bosses. The first 3 are level 25 gold, and the final boss is level 30 dark gold. This grants Qin Chuan a full 450 free attribute points, all of which go towards agility. Qin Chuan's base agility has surpassed 6,000, adding the nearly 10,000 agility points from his gear. He can already break the speed of sound when running at full speed. In the real world, he'd be a true Superman. The legendary level of the magical hand is so powerful. Why haven't I heard of it in my past life? Qin Chuan frowned and thought. Soon, he figured it out. His current possession of the legendary magical hand is the result of a combination of factors. First and foremost, the beast's skull. This unique item is key to evolving skills. The player who obtained the beast's skull in his previous life was a marksman and couldn't even learn magical hand, let alone the legendary level. Without the beast's skull, even if one learns the skill of empty hands, it would be difficult to upgrade it to legendary rank. After all, this skill only provides a minimal improvement in combat, and with limited resources, most players only upgrade their combat skills to a limited degree. Upgrading the skill of empty hands to dark gold rank and gaining a single trait is already a stretch, let alone legendary rank. Recovering his focus, Qin Chuan quickly browsed through the loot, saving a few items with good attributes for shadow reforging. He also kept a few items, and the rest went to the guild warehouse. In particular, several level 30 dark gold items were perfect for Jixing, Yingluo, and the others. They had previously accumulated a considerable amount of contribution points, and immediately exchanged them for the equipment they desired, confidently heading out to challenge the nightmare level Dark Abyss. It can't even be called a challenge, because with their strength, they're bound to clear it. It's just a matter of time. Jixing typed in the guild. After we finish the 4 mini-dungeons, we'd be almost ready for the class advancement quests. Yingluo, I plan to finish the dungeons, then do the class skill quests, and then advance. AoE is very happy. If I hadn't gotten some legendary boss experience from the guild leader, we'd still be leveling right now. Swordsman in the Snow, I always said that the guild leader is my idol. It was his advice that allowed me to sell the guild token for such a high price. Su Chongqing, I would have forgotten about this if you hadn't mentioned it. Speaking of which, you suddenly became rich by over 200 million. Didn't you run into any trouble? Swordsman in the Snow, don't mention it. I was offline for 2 days, and suddenly dozens of people appeared. I'm almost annoyed to death by the relatives I met asking for loans of 5 or 8 million. And then, there are those elementary and high school classmates who keep showing up. Qin Chuan's heart skipped a beat, and he reminded him, be careful of your safety. Snow Swordsman, don't worry, Guild Master, I made preparations. I wasn't just playing MMC during my 2 days offline. I also bought a villa in a well-secured neighborhood. I'm currently playing games there with everyone. Yinmi, I'm so envious. Xiao, I want a villa too. Sister, please sponsor me. Jing, okay, the rule of the game is that 9 out of 13 return. Xiao, thank you, my dear sister. For the income of those at the top level, buying a house is nothing. Forget about anything else. Just the amount of equipment Qin Chuan has dumped into the guild warehouse. If he could just exchange 1 or 2 for contribution points and resell them, he'd make a ton of money. But so far, no one has done that. A person should have a conscience. The guild leader, despite owning his own shop, still deposited equipment, top quality equipment, at that, into the guild's warehouse. This selfless spirit earned the admiration of Jixing and the others. They had discussed this topic privately, feeling that such heartless behavior was unacceptable. In fact, Qin Chuan didn't mind this. He had obtained a vast amount of equipment. With only a few members in the guild, Even if everyone replaced their gear, there would still be plenty left. Chapter 408. However, Qin Chuan also knew the old saying, a little bit of kindness pays off, a little bit of resentment pays off, so exchanging equipment required contribution points. Setting a threshold made exchanging equipment more rewarding for others. Also, contribution points required active guild membership, which helped to strengthen Ji Xing and the other's sense of belonging. The benefits weren't obvious now, but they would become more apparent later. In the previous life, when the apocalypse struck Blue Star, many guilds collapsed overnight, and even many top players were eliminated offline. The situation was extremely chaotic. Recovering his mind, Qin Chuan checked his experience bar. The Shadow Assassin class, naturally, remained unchanged. The Trickster had reached level 33, not bad. And the members of the team, including Dijiaolingyu, had all reached level 27, not far from level 30. Dijiaolingyu said, "Thank you, Guild Master, for guiding me through 4 dungeons. Shao, from now on, I follow you, Father Ding, and I go through fire and water for you. I'm not the water god, me too. Jing, Guild Master, what are the plans for next? How about we level up on our own? I feel bad for keeping you up for so long." Qin Chuan waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. Let's get through the dungeons first. I know you definitely be level 30 after clearing 2 higher level dungeons. This time, clearing 4 smaller dungeons wasn't about leveling up or getting gear. The real deal was earning stat points with my bare hands." For Qin Chuan, leveling up wasn't a big deal. Even a level 53 Shadow Assassin wouldn't take too long to reach level 60. With Shadow Dragon around, he could easily navigate all sorts of high-level maps. By comparison, accumulating stat points was more important. To put it bluntly, once Apocalypse fully merges with reality, the core metric for measuring strength will be attribute points. Even at the God's Descent stage, facing the gods directly, attribute points remain essential. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan led everyone out of Ragefire Chasm and ordered, "Teleport to Skarn City." Qin Chuan had previously traveled to Skarn City to gain the eyes that could see through illusions at the Thordblack River. In fact, east of Feathermoon Fortress, there's a small dungeon called Eye of Azhara. Similar to Black Abyss, it's also a Naga-themed dungeon. However, the level is higher, with monsters above level 30 and bosses between levels 35 and 40. Naturally, the rest of the team wouldn't object to Qin Chuan's arrangement. Dijiaolingyu summoned a flying magic carpet and invited Jing to join them. Shao, standing on the back of the Shadow Dragon, sighed, "Why do I feel like it would have been better if the flying carpet hadn't dropped?" The water god comforted, "For your debut, bear with it." Shao pinched his chin, a little puzzled, and said, "That doesn't sound right." After arriving in Skarn City, Qin Chuan didn't rush to lead the team into the dungeon, but instead flew to Feathermoon Fortress first. He had some acquaintance with Chandri's Feathermoon, and thought he might be able to trigger the quest regarding the Eye of Azhara. Arriving at the fortress, Qin Chuan quickly met Chandri's Feathermoon. The Ranger General's brow was tinged with fatigue and worry, clearly troubled by the Naga and other monsters. Chandri's Feathermoon's eyes lit up at the sight of Qin Chuan. He was a dragon slayer, having slain epic Naga leaders. He seemed to be able to alleviate her worries. Before Qin Chuan could figure out what to say to trigger the quest, Chandri's Yuyue spoke up, "Warrior, you're here. I need your help." Qin Chuan immediately smiled. "General Chandri's, please tell me." "I do my best." Shao muttered to the team, "Why do I feel like the guild master and this elf girl are very familiar with each other?" Jing analyzed, "I guess the guild master has been here before." Dijiaolingyu, "No wonder the guild master came here first. It seems he's here to take us on a quest. There aren't many men as thoughtful as the guild master." Shueishan, "Sister Di, why don't you just marry the guild master? You can get a mount cheaper later." Shao retorted, "If you really marry the guild master, will you still have to pay for a mount later? Is the guild master that stingy? You must be kidding. He'd definitely just give it to you." Chapter 409. Dijiaolingyu's eyes flickered as she pondered the feasibility of this plan. Shao breathed a sigh of relief. "President, I'm sorry, but a Lich King is essential. For my sister's safety, I trouble you for a moment." But then, Shao saw his sister begin to ponder, and his heart trembled. As Qin Chuan spoke, he brought Chandri's Feathermoon over and introduced them. "General Chandri's, these are my companions. They're trustworthy. Just give them any missions you have, and they complete them." Chandri's Feathermoon paused for a moment, then said, "I received scout reports of unusual activity in the Eye of Azhara to the east. The Naga within are unusually active, but we don't have enough manpower in the fortress to investigate. Warriors, Are you willing to go and gather clues? Ding. Mission triggered. Chandri's Feathermoon's commission. Requirements. Go to the Eye of Azhara and investigate the unusual activity there. Rewards. 1 random gold level item, plus 10 Chandri's Feathermoon's favorability, plus 100 reputation with the Night Elves. This quest is open to all teams. Xiao looked at the quest and asked, puzzled, where did the Night Elves come from? Qin Chuan said to the team, don't you notice that General Chandri's Feathermoon looks a little different from the average elf? She's a ranger general from the Night Elves. Dejaling you. As expected of the guild master, you're truly knowledgeable. Jing, the guild master is awesome. I'm not the water god. I can't wait. Go, go, go. I hope the quest gives me some usable equipment. Dejaling you. Speaking of which, isn't the majority of the gold level and above equipment dropping across the server right now the product of the guild master? Xiao, now that you mention it, it seems so. Doesn't that count as monopoly? I'm not the water god. I have a feeling the guild master is going to single-handedly drive down the price of gold level equipment. Qin Chuan smiled. I'm doing this for my family. After accepting the quest, Qin Chuan's team headed straight for the Eye of Azhara. No other players were seen at the dungeon entrance. At the entrance, Qin Chuan observed the area for a moment and noticed signs of tentacles spreading, with occasional bones scattered in the grass. Jing frowned, carefully observing her surroundings. She said nervously, it looks eerie here. Dejialing Yu stepped forward, took Jing's hand, and said, don't be afraid, Jing, sister. I protect you. The water god crouched aside, staring intently at the ground for a moment. Pointing at the slime, he said, these traces look like they were left by aquatic animals, but this is land. Qin Chuan said, there are Naga to the north of Feathermoon Fortress, and this dungeon is also dominated by Naga. They're probably a group. And since tis Feathermoon asked us to investigate the anomaly, I think there's a connection. Xiao nodded in agreement, then waved her hand nonchalantly. Don't worry about the dungeon settings. I can't wait to get ready for a raid. Ever since experiencing a raid in a single raid, Xiao no longer had much interest in the standard approach. It was too slow. Qin Chuan, however, was not in a hurry. He surveyed his surroundings, pondering. In his previous life, he had also cleared the Eye of Azhara dungeon, but he vaguely remembered no tentacles appearing. Of course, it's possible that he arrived too late, and the tentacle-related incident had already been resolved. Or perhaps, he simply didn't notice anything unusual. In this life, his progress was faster, so perhaps he discovered something different. Speaking of tentacles, Qin Chuan's first thought was the ancient god ruins he seen at the Sod Black River. However, the large eyeball within the ruins had been instantly destroyed by the darkness of fate, so it shouldn't have been able to continue corrupting the Naga. Qin Chuan's mind fluttered. Could it be that the source of the corruption wasn't the Sod Black River, but the Eye of Azhara instance? Normally, changes in a dungeon are external. Because of the dungeon's unique nature, it's difficult for it to undergo fundamental changes. Chapter 410. Players typically follow the NPC's instructions, completing quests step by step, eventually discovering the affected dungeon, defeating the boss, and then turning in the quest for the reward. Everyone is happy. Qin Chuan originally believed so. But now, he has a different perspective. The Naga aberration near Feathermoon Fortress may be centered around the Eye of Azhara. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan said, let's enter the dungeon. He then selected Nightmare difficulty, and led the others in. As soon as he entered the dungeon, Qin Chuan heard unidentified whispers. Looking at the status bar, he saw a new eyeball icon. You've been noticed. Qin Chuan recalled a decision quest he had triggered when he had killed the distorted Naga leader. At that time, he had vehemently rejected the leader's offer, and instead killed him with a flying knife. The reward for that quest was an old god's attention bonus of 10. At the time, he had even complained about what a reward it was. Now, as soon as they entered the Eye of Azhara, they were being watched. It was clear that the presence of the old gods was also present here. Qin Chuan looked at Dejialing Yu and the others and found that they were not acting out of the ordinary, nor did they mention being the subject of attention. It seems the presence of the old gods isn't very strong here, Qin Chuan thought to himself. It's also possible that the relevant presence hasn't activated, remaining dormant and hidden. While pondering, Xiao was already eager to try. Looking at the patrolling Naga guards in the distance, he excitedly said, there are a lot of melee monsters, so a single wave attack should be no problem. Before Xiao could set off, Dejialing Yu pointed at a giant water elemental in the distance and said, that should be the final boss. It looks like it's imprisoned. I guess it won't activate until we defeat the previous bosses. Qin Chuan took over. Each boss guards an altar. 3 altars need to be activated to unlock the final boss. Xiao said with regret. We can't attack all at once. Qin Chuan shook his head. It's still possible. Xiao, pull the first 3 bosses and their minions over here. Then, Shueishan, Dijiaolingyu, and Jing, the 3 of you go activate the altars and regroup later. This will save a lot of time. President, I'm going too. Xiao called out, then slipped into stealth and strolled forward. Qin Chuan took this opportunity to continue observing the dungeon. Besides being watched, he could occasionally hear the whispers of the ancient god. Soon, Qin Chuan made a discovery. He clearly remembered that when he first entered the dungeon, the monsters were all normal Nagas. But now, these Nagas had undergone a deformation. Along their chins, there were varying numbers of tiny tentacles, and their limbs were transforming into tentacles. Undoubtedly, these Nagas had also been corrupted. Furthermore, the closer one gets to the center of the instance, the more pronounced the Naga corruption becomes. The giant, imprisoned water elemental at the very center is the most severely deformed, having transformed into a twisting mass of dark red flesh. A steady stream of foul energy seeps into the pool beneath it, continuously contaminating the entire instance. In Qin Chuan's field of vision, the boss's name shifted slightly. Imprisoned water elemental, mild pollution. Qin Chuan wondered, if transforming from a water elemental into a flesh monster could be considered mild pollution, what would moderate or even severe pollution look like? However, the mild pollution indicator also made Qin Chuan realize that the water elemental boss wasn't the source of the pollution. Qin Chuan lowered his gaze to the pool beneath the boss. Pool of pollution. Using the void-breaking eye, Qin Chuan clearly saw the pool's name, confirming his suspicions. The source of the pollution was indeed this pool. Come to think of it, the Eye of Azhara instance seemed to have been blown up in the end, transforming the area dozens of miles in radius into a deep pit. The Thordblack River flows into it, forming Thordblack Lake. Qin Chuan pondered silently. Many insignificant details from his past life, when recalled now, revealed something extraordinary. Chapter 411. For example, why did the Eye of Azhara explode? At the time, players generally believed that excessive dungeon clearing led to an energy imbalance, which in turn caused the dungeon to fail. Plus, the apocalypse had already arrived, and monsters were everywhere in the real world, so the destruction of a dungeon didn't attract much attention. Looking back now, it's likely the work of the old gods, who were attempting to break the seal. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan felt the fog before his eyes clear slightly. Obtaining the void-breaking, I had indeed given him many new clues. While he was pondering, Xiao called out from afar, "President, I'm back." Behind Xiao, countless Nagas scurried by. To Qin Chuan, they looked like a bunch of twisted, monstrous things. The sight was terrifying. I wonder what Xiao would think if he knew he had attracted so many creatures. A single flying knife dispatched the particularly conspicuous boss. Once Poison Blood Plague had cleared out the minions, the remaining 2 bosses were like fireflies in the night, dispatched with a single dark rain. A beam of light instantly rose, and with the help of these level 30+ minions, Dijiaolingyu and the others reached levels 28 and 29, respectively. Without bothering to deal with the scattered orbs of loot, the 3 immediately headed to the 3 bosses' locations to activate the altars. Qin Chuan used his miraculous hand on all 3 bosses, happily earning 420 attribute points and 9 additional level 35 gold-grade equipment. Adding the boss's own drops, he unearthed nearly 20 items, a truly lucrative trip. Choosing carefully, Qin Chuan kept only 1. Tidal Orb, gold-level item. Effect: allows the holder to walk on water. Place it in your backpack to activate. This tidal orb is still useful in indoor waters where mounts can't be summoned. Especially in those highly toxic pools, carrying the orb allows safe passage, saving a lot of trouble. Among the remaining loot, the most valuable one is a skill book. Floating Bubble, gold-level active skill, releases a bubble forward, levitating enemies hit, dealing magic damage asterisk 200% plus 800 damage. Costs 2000 mana, with a 20-second cooldown. Qin Chuan posted the skill book to the team chat. Water God, this is for you. I'm not the water god. I'm running around the map, preparing to activate the altar. Hearing this, my steps quickened. This is a gold-level skill, and it also has a strong crowd control effect. If sold outside, it would fetch at least several million. But the president gave it to him directly. What a great favor. To put it bluntly, they were just following along to gain experience, not to claim the spoils. Besides, he hadn't been a member of the guild long, yet he had received such a precious gift from the guild leader. He immediately replied to the team, "Godfather?" Qin Chuan put his hand to his forehead. "Damn it! Even the water god had been led astray by Xiao. Xiao, the source of all evil, was still looking around, occasionally muttering why the dungeon hadn't been activated yet. Noticing Qin Chuan's gaze, he curiously asked, "Godfather, what's going on?" Qin Chuan closed his eyes helplessly. This guy was hopeless. He selected a few pieces of gold-level equipment and placed them in the guild warehouse. The rest were stored in his ring. As for the other lower-grade equipment, as usual, Yu and the others would divide it up later. Just as they finished disposing of the equipment, a red light shot up into the sky in the distance. Yu announced to the team, "The altar has been activated." At the same time, the imprisoned water element at the center of the dungeon began to sway, and a deep voice drifted through the dungeon. Not enough. Soon, Jing and the water god also activated their altars, 3 beams of light standing out in the dungeon. The imprisoned water element exerted force, completely breaking free from its bonds. "I'm finally free." The water element's entire body trembled with excitement, spraying water droplets around. Xiao waved a hand in disdain. "This thing is so unhygienic." But in Qin Chuan's eyes, it saw a different scene. Chapter 412. The splashing water droplets were actually finger-sized strips of dark red flesh. They made a hissing sound as they landed on the ground, corroding the ground. As the strips landed, they seemed to be pulled, wriggling along the ground, eventually converging into the pool beneath the boss, making it even more turbid and dark. Qin Chuan also noticed that some of the strips landed on Xiao, attempting to corrode his body, but were blocked by an invisible membrane. After a few attempts, they fell powerlessly to the ground. The reason for this phenomenon is that we are currently in the game stage. Furthermore, the ancient gods are not welcome in the apocalypse world. Unless they choose to do so, the player's character will not be corroded by the ancient gods for the time being. This is also good news. Xiao brushed off the water droplets and muttered, "These water droplets are poisonous, right? I'm feeling a little itchy." Qin Chuan calmly replied, "Look, the pool where this water elemental is imprisoned has turned black. It's a good thing it didn't corrode you. A little itching is nothing." Xiao pondered for a moment, and felt that there was some truth to his words. When Yu and the other two returned, Qin Chuan gathered his shadowy flying knives in his hands, ready to instantly dispatch the boss. The contaminated water elemental seemed to sense something, and stared at Qin Chuan. "Ding, you have triggered the voting task. The final result will be determined by the team vote. Option 1, release the imprisoned water elemental. Quest rewards, personal, 1 altar tendon, strength plus 50, team, 2 random dark gold level equipment. Option 2, defeat the imprisoned water elemental. Quest rewards, personal, strength plus 50, team, night elf fame plus 50. Another daunting decision-making quest. The good news is that this quest is decided by the team as a whole, rather than being issued individually. Xiao said to the team, "This quest is completely devoid of sincerity. Only 2 dark gold items were given after defeating the boss. It's better to just kill it. Maybe 3 or 4 more will drop. It seems the altar tendon must be quite valuable," Yu analyzed. "I just don't know what it's used for, and there's no explanation." Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, and decided to give the guild members a heads up. He immediately announced, "When fighting Nagas, if you encounter a decision quest, I recommend always choosing the kill option." Jixing, "Oh? What's the explanation?" "Guildmaster, do you know something?" Ying Luo, "The Guildmaster must have a point." "I have no objection." "AoE is very happy. Follow the Guildmaster, and you get some meat." "AO, and the Nagas are sworn enemies." "Snow Swordsman, what can the Nagas give? Is the Guildmaster as generous as you?" "Definitely not." "I agree with AoE. Opinion?" Yimia Xiao. "Did you encounter the Naga?" Xiao, almost. "We're clearing the Eye of Ishara and just activated the final boss, a water elemental. It gave us a decision quest. The reward for releasing the boss is a mutated tendon. I don't know what the effect is." Jixing, "I heard Lu Sha Quangxue bought a mutated tendon from the guild master, and Lu Sha Yishazhen used it. Judging by the guild master's character, selling it to Lu Sha Yishazhen must be a scam. This mutated tendon has a similar name to mutated tendon, so there must be something wrong with it." Su Chongqing, "Sister G's analysis makes sense. Yu, I feel sick just seeing this boss. It's clearly not a good thing. The option to release the boss has hidden ulterior motives." Qin Chuan didn't expect that his casual remark would garner unanimous approval from the others. That's the charm of personality. However, he had one point to refute, and immediately spoke to the guild. "Jixing, what did you say about my character?" Jixing, "What a beautiful day today." Jing, Sister Ji, you're panicking. Ji Xing, Sister Jing, let's see the truth without saying anything. Let's continue being friends. After the casual chat, the 5 members of Qin Chuan's team unanimously chose option 2. Not receiving the response they wanted, the imprisoned water elemental became extremely angry. It raised its arms, formed from condensed water, high above its head, ready to unleash its abilities to eliminate these outsiders. Chapter 413. Xiao angrily said, "We activated the altar and released it, and now you dare to turn the tables on us. This is a recipe for death." "I'm not the water god," agreed. "I declare this fellow expelled from the water clan." Qin Chuan, nearly dying of laughter at these 2 clowns, raised his hand and launched a shadow knife. Crash! The boss's body exploded, scattering here and there. As he dealt with the water elemental, Qin Chuan could sense a hint of anger in the gazes he was receiving. Clearly, the old gods had gone to great lengths to pollute this boss, not just for show. As the boss's body transformed into flowing sewage, the Eye of Azhara cleared, and the external clearance record was immediately broken. Eye of Azhara Nightmare Level Clearance Record. Number 1, Captain Night Wanderer, Team members Dijialing Yu, Xiao Jing, I'm not the water god, in 7 minutes and 6 seconds. This is the advantage of a single strike attack. Clearing the dungeon in a fraction of the time is incredibly quick. Even clearing the entire dungeon wouldn't take too long. Of course, this strategy is a privilege reserved for a very small number of players. Most teams will still have to diligently clear the dungeon. Want to pull both the boss and its minions together? That depends on whether the main tank can handle it. Just as Qin Chuan was about to loot the corpse for attribute points, something unexpected happened. The pool beneath the water elemental boss began to churn violently. Large bubbles surged up from the bottom, carrying with them the eerie skeletons that had sunk to the surface. Xiao glanced around, like a curious child. What's going on? Did we trigger a hidden boss? The water god suddenly interrupted. The water elemental spirits here are wailing. They tell me that an evil force lurks beneath the pool. They hope I can purify this evil. Qin Chuan's eyes flickered. I'm not the water god. This guy is worthy of being the strongest water mage. To receive a hint from the water elemental so early, his talent must be quite high. If he remembered correctly, the water god's talent should be the Azure Heart, which enhances the effectiveness of water magic and provides guidance from the water elemental. During the game, the spirit's guidance would occasionally give the water god quest hints, guiding him to various skills and items. Now, due to the old god's erosion, the water elemental in the Eye of Azhara has issued a call for help, hoping the water god can help them. Qin Chuan was also curious, because this step hadn't been included when he first came here to farm. As the group exchanged glances, a dark figure leaped from the pool, looking down at them. From its appearance, it looked like a Naga. But its lower limbs had been twisted and split, its slender fish tail transformed into 3 thick tentacles. It looked very similar to the deformed Naga leader from the Sod Black River. They're a perfect match. Aberrant Naga Witch Unique Gold. Level 50. HP 11 000 000 /11 000 000. Attack 60,000. Defense 45,000. Skills: Chain Lightning, Sewage Shield, Corrupted Blast, Terror Scream, Calling Waves. Description: a vanguard of the Aberrant Naga, continually corrupting the creatures deep within the Eye of Azhara. Xiao exclaimed, "Wow, there really is a hidden boss. But why is it a unique gold? I thought it was an epic with all the noise." Dijialing Yu pondered. No wonder it's so rare to enter. I feel uncomfortable after completing this dungeon. It seems this guy is behind this. I'm not the water god. He stared at the boss and said firmly, "It's this guy." The water elemental spirits have expressed their disgust and hostility towards him. Jing pondered for a moment, then said uncertainly, "Speaking of which, the alien tendon awarded in the previous quest was given by this guy to the water elemental boss. Could it be that after using it, it will also turn into this bizarre shape? It's too ugly. Thank goodness the guild leader reminded me. If I ended up like this, I would rather delete my account." Chapter 414. Qin Chuan nodded and said, "It should have an impact." Xiao asked curiously, "Will anyone really accept the quest this ugly thing issues?" Qin Chuan shrugged, "Who knows? There are always those with unique interests." Honestly, Qin Chuan was more curious about why this boss was activated. Hopefully, the boss could give some answers. It was for this reason that he didn't just attack and kill it instantly. Otherwise, with only 11 million HP, a single skill would wipe it out. The distorted Naga Witch turned her gaze towards Qin Chuan, her expression twisted, her tone filled with jealousy. A mere mortal, how dare you command the attention of my lord? Xiao glanced over, a look of sudden realization on her face. I was wondering how the boss was triggered. It turned out to be the guild master. Alright then. Dijialing nodded in agreement. Guild master, you're truly worthy of your abilities. Even the Nagas are captivated by your unbridled charisma. Qin Chuan hadn't expected the ancient god's attention upon him to attract this distorted Naga witch. He had thought it was a setup by the ancient gods, but now it seemed this creature acted on its own, seeking to gain more of the ancient god's attention. After understanding the reason, Qin Chuan didn't bother to continue. He unleashed a dark rain, ending the battle instantly. Plop. The Naga witch's corpse fell from midair. The upgrade beam flashed continuously. Dijialing Yu Xiao and Jing, who had previously reached level 28, successfully reached level 29, heading towards level 30 along with the water god. Qin Chuan's trickster class also reached level 34. What concerned Qin Chuan was that the aura of corruption within the dungeon had not subsided, indicating that the true source was not the deformed Naga witch. This wasn't surprising. A single dark gold level boss clearly wasn't qualified to corrupt an entire instance, or even the areas beyond it. The true source lay far beneath the surface. However, the enemy showed no sign of surfacing, leaving Qin Chuan unable to attack. He could only wait for an opportunity. Even if he didn't make any moves, the ancient god wouldn't stop. After ensuring no other bosses had emerged, Qin Chuan approached and used his empty hand technique on 2 dark gold level bosses, plundering 450 attribute points in one go. Adding the points gained by the previous 3 bosses, he plundered a total of 870. The results were impressive. The appearance of the abnormal Naga witch in particular helped Qin Chuan's base agility surpass 7,000, making his death not entirely meaningless. The additional loot from the 2 dark gold level bosses also had impressive stats, perfect for shadow reforging. After processing the loot, the group discovered 5 strips of meat amidst the remains of the water elemental boss. This is a quest item. Take it back to Chandri's Yue to complete the quest and obtain gold level equipment. Xiao held the meat strip in front of her eyes, examining it carefully. She asked, puzzled, where did the water elemental boss hide this? Isn't it just a ball of water? Qin Chuan casually said, there's no need to be so specific about the apocalypse. I'm not the water god, excitedly saying, President, you instantly killed the Naga witch, and the water elemental spirit's quest for me is considered complete. You gave me this item. Soul cleansing water, gold level item after use, it permanently increases spirit by 100 and pollution resistance by 10%. This is a great item. The key is the increased pollution resistance, allowing you to die with dignity when facing the old gods. Qin Chuan said, since it's a quest reward, then take it. You're a mage, aren't you? Your spiritual stat is just right. I'm not the water god, shook his head. No, I can't take this. You take it, guild master. Don't refuse yet. Think of it as me trading it for the levitation skill book. How about that? Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, then accepted the soul cleansing water without pretense, guzzling it down in one gulp. This Eye of Azhara raid was incredibly rewarding. Especially the soul cleansing water, the water god quest reward. Its actual value far exceeds even a single gold level skill book. Chapter 415. However, considering that most players never face the old gods directly, the high value of this item is truly limited to top players. For Qin Chuan, this item is even more valuable than a piece of legendary equipment. He has been targeted by the old gods, and there's no way to hide. However, Qin Chuan knows at least 3 ways to increase pollution resistance, so he won't force the water god to hand over the item. If the water god returns the favor and gives him the item, Qin Chuan won't refuse. After sorting the equipment, the group left the dungeon and headed directly for Feathermoon Fortress. Chandri's Feathermoon looked at the meat strips handed over, her expression grave. She could sense the aura of corruption. In the distant past, the ancestors of the Night Elves had fought the old gods and knew the horrors of those beings. Compared to Chandri's Feathermoon's melancholy, Xiao and the others were completely different. They compared the random gold level equipment they had obtained within their group. The water god looked at his newly changed gloves, his satisfaction growing with each passing moment. Jing received a ring, a ruby the size of an egg set in it, gleaming brightly. Jing immediately activated the game's built-in screenshot function and took several pictures. Dijialing received a cloak and gave it to Jing. She had a flying magic carpet that doubled as a cloak when not flying, so a cloak was completely unnecessary for her. The 3 of them were beaming with joy, but Xiao was the only one staring blankly at the halberd in his backpack. What good would that do to him? An assassin? He couldn't possibly use it to backstab, could he? That wouldn't even be a backstab, it would be a lethal blow. Undeterred, Xiao took out the halberd, gripped it in his hand, and practiced it a few times. Then, seemingly finding his rhythm, he slammed it into the ground and asked Sister, "Do you think I look like Lu Bu?" Jing was so focused on the ring that she didn't even look up. "Yes." "Xiao, hey girl, could you please be more careful with your words?" Jing finally looked up this time and examined it for 2 seconds. Very similar. Xiao quickly shifted focus to Qin Chuan. "President, no Godfather, do you think I look like Feng Xian?" Qin Chuan's eyes twitched, but he decisively ignored her. Xiao played with his halberd for a moment, then put it back into his backpack and typed in the guild at Yinmi. "I show you something nice later." "Yinmi, what nice thing?" "Xiao, you know when the time comes." "Yinmi, you're being so secretive. If the goods aren't genuine, I won't pay." "Snow Swordsman, I get the feeling you're onto something, Yinmi. Your tone is just like those foremen." Ali was very happy. "Tell me more, foreman." "Snow Swordsman, Ali, if you want to know, call Xiao and Uncle Su later, and we go to that place and have some fun." "Su Chongqing, I just turned 18. I'm going to that kind of place." "It's a bad place, isn't it?" "Xiao, I'm 20, I can handle it." Ali is very happy. "Why not call me President?" "Swordsman in the snow. The President is obviously a seasoned internet addict. Women would only slow him down." "Ying Luo, then why not call me Swordsman in the snow?" "Brother Yi, if you go there, it affect the library's atmosphere. Those idiots will definitely hound you for your WeChat." "Ying Luo, question mark." "Su Chongqing, wait, what do you call the library in the snow?" Ali is very happy. "Same question. Swordsman in the snow, why not call it something else? At our age, we should be sailing in the ocean of knowledge." "Yinmi, goodbye." "Xiao, block." Ali was very happy. It's held. Looking at the guild's lively bunch, Qin Chuan smiled helplessly. Just as he was about to lead the team to the next dungeon, Shawnee's Yue stopped them and gave them a new quest. "Ding, you triggered the quest. Deepening corruption." Quest description. Chandri's Feathermoon has noticed some unknown changes in the Eye of Azhara and requires you to thoroughly investigate. Please travel to the source of the Thornblack River and purify the corrupted spring there. Quest reward. 1 random gold level equipment, plus 10 Chandri's Feathermoon's favorability, plus 200 Night Elf reputation. Xiao excitedly said, "Wow wow. This is actually a chain quest." Dijialing Yu analyzed, generally speaking, the final reward for a chain quest is at least 1 level higher. Does this mean we have a chance to obtain dark gold equipment? Jing, following the president is a good way to get the meat. I'm not a water god, Godfather. Qin Chuan hadn't expected the quest to have a sequel. And Chandri's Feathermoon is much more straightforward than Edith. She actually gives out quests when she has them. After accepting the quest, Xiaoxing rushed out of the fortress. Go, go, go! Let's strike while the iron is hot, and complete these quests. Qin Chuan waved his hand. Don't leave just yet. He then looked at Chandri's Yue, a look of embarrassment on his face. General Chandri's, it's not that I don't want to help, but we simply don't know how to purify the corrupted spring. Could you offer some guidance? Perhaps a purification spell? Chandri's Yue pondered for a moment and agreed, indeed, it's a bit inappropriate to send you directly. Then she looked at the water god and said happily, you have a water mage in your team? That's perfect. She then took out a skill book and handed it to Qin Chuan. With this, you should be able to complete the mission smoothly. Water purification. Silver, an active skill that continuously channels energy into the target water area, clearing away negative factors. This skill isn't particularly valuable, but it's very useful. The key is, it's free. Qin Chuan handed the skill book directly to the water god. Learn it, it'd be useful for the quest. Xiao was stunned for a moment, and after a while, he muttered, can I even ask for things from NPCs? Qin Chuan casually said, why not? Apocalypse isn't a traditional online game. You need to be open-minded. The water god took the skill book and studied it. Leave this quest to me. Jialing you, President, there shouldn't be anything else to take. Qin Chuan nodded. No, let's go and complete the quest first. With flying mounts, it wouldn't take long to reach the source of the Sodi River. Besides, Jialing you and the others were about to reach level 30, so completing this chain of quests would probably be enough. The group left the fortress and flew north. At the Sodi River, the number of Naga had decreased compared to before, but it was still quite dense. And these Naga were showing signs of deformation again. Jing, peering down from the magic carpet, asked curiously, I remember an NPC mentioned that the Naga are a relatively powerful monster race. Haven't they noticed the changes in themselves? Jin Chuan looked at the Naga and said gravely, even the Naga Queen has been corrupted. How can ordinary Nagas be spared? As he spoke, a spring emitting a pungent odor appeared in the distance. Near the spring, densely packed black water elementals. Chapter 416. Normally, water elementals are mostly pale blue, though occasionally emerald green appears depending on the region. There's even a rare variety like purple water elementals. But no matter what color a water elemental is, it's definitely not black. This thing is clearly abnormal. Xiao looked around, wondering, why can't I see the boss? That shouldn't be the case. I'm not the water god. Eyes lit up, and he excitedly said, President, the water elemental spirits here have given me another quest. Xiao enviously said, why haven't any elemental spirits given me quests? This is professional discrimination. This is discriminatory treatment. I protest. Isn't this bullying an honest person? Jing covered his eyes speechlessly, unable to bear the sight. Jin Chuan casually said, this doesn't have much to do with the class. It's more about talent. Does your talent have anything to do with elements? Xiao tilted his head, thinking for a moment, then asked uncertainly, does Happy Windman sound like he has something to do with elements? Water God flatly rejected it. No. After a pause, he calmly asked, I once encountered a 0/22/0 Yasuo. Was that you? Xiao shook his head. No, I'm at most January 17th. Qioshan said unhappily, you're quite proud. As they spoke, Dijialing Yu pointed to the spring in the distance and said, I think I see a dark figure beneath the water. Jing nervously grasped Dijialing Yu's arm. No way. Jin Chuan gathered a shadowy flying knife in his hand and whispered, the boss is coming. Boom. With a roar, the dark spring water surged into the air, and an exceptionally large water elemental emerged from the spring, staring at Jin Chuan and the others in midair. This was a level 50, gold-grade water elemental boss, already corrupted. The Xiaos appeared merely blackened, but to Jin Chuan, it was transformed into a twisted, grotesque flesh ball, like the water elemental boss in the Eye of Azhara. A single shadow dagger blast ended the battle, and the surrounding water elemental minions were annihilated by the poisonous blood plague. But the quest wasn't over yet. Everyone landed at the spring's edge, and the water god stepped forward, unleashing his newly acquired skills. Ding! You triggered the defensive mission, protect the purifier. Requirement, resist monster attacks and ensure the purification is complete. Reward, blessing of the source water, reduces incoming damage by 5%. Unexpectedly, there were more surprises. As the quest was triggered, hideous heads began to surface in the water in the distance. They were corrupted Naga. The first wave of Naga numbered 50, all level 40. Clearly, this quest wasn't something players could undertake at this stage. This was indeed the case. Without Jin Chuan's guidance, Xiao and his companions wouldn't even be able to receive the preliminary quests. After all, they didn't have much goodwill with Chandri's Feathermoon. Even if they did receive the quests, they wouldn't be able to reach the Eye of Azhara. But now with Jin Chuan here, things were completely different. Even 100 or 200 more Naga wouldn't be a problem, let alone a mere 50. Xiao laughed out loud. With the president here, what's the harm in another 500 Naga? As soon as he finished speaking, a dense mass of Naga heads emerged from the water in the distance. Although the water god was maintaining his purification spell, he was also paying attention to the surrounding situation. Seeing this, he immediately shouted, Xiao, please stop talking. Jing also gave him a warning look, the meaning clear, silence. Xiao rubbed his head awkwardly, chuckling dryly, coincidence, pure coincidence. Jin Chuan didn't take it seriously. He cast a dark rain of erosion far away, counting the Naga in the hemisphere, then hurled a shadow knife in the other direction, completely eliminating the hundreds of newly appeared Naga. But the quest completion notification didn't appear. Soon, new Naga appeared, but their number was drastically reduced to just 2. The 2 level 50, silver-ranked Naga bosses had their health bars depleted after swimming out just 2 meters. Xiao asked, Water God, have you completed your quest? Chapter 417. The Water God shook his head. We're just 1 step short, but the water elemental spirit told me a large creature is approaching. Xiao looked surprised. Are there any more experts? Swish. The burly Naga leader appeared, also gold rank, level 50. A single flying knife. As the Naga leader fell, news of victory arrived from the god of refuge. A pure aura enveloped the spring, and the once dark, pungent water gradually became clear and translucent. Ding! You have received the source water blessing. The cool aura lingered on the surface of the body, finally sinking into the body and disappearing. The source water blessing is a permanent buff, effective even until the apocalypse. To be honest, Qin Chuan was quite delighted to receive the source water blessing here. Xiao and the others also smiled. Big win. The water god sheathed his staff and walked over, posting a message on the team chat. Water fragment, gold level item increases water spell damage by 5%. Qin Chuan said bluntly, keep this for yourself, it's useless to me. Given the water god's personality, he definitely want to give it to him. But there was no need. He'd taken the soul cleansing water because he saw a real need for it, but this water fragment was truly useless. The water god didn't hesitate for long, simply using the item. Qin Chuan then used the empty hand skill on the water elemental boss, and the Naga. Equipment was secondary, after all, only gold and silver level, but the stat points couldn't be missed. Thanks to the boss's high level, the total stat points gained amounted to a staggering 700. After completing their tasks, the group rode their flying mount straight to Feathermoon Fortress, where Chandri's Feathermoon readily distributed the quest rewards. Qin Chuan picked up a gold-grade belt, level 50, with decent stats, perfect for shadow reforging. Jing had another ring on his hand, and he examined it with delight. The rewards from the water god and Dijialing Yu were all useful. Xiao, contemplating the second halberd, lost himself in thought. He asked Yinmi if he was interested. They would guard the guild leader, one on each side. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Qin Chuan shuddered for no apparent reason, and he couldn't help but wonder which villain was trying to harm him. Thinking over it, Qin Chuan locked onto his target. It had to be Lu Xiao. I give him some tough stuff when I see him again, Qin Chuan thought to himself. Then he looked at Shani's Yu again, expectantly asking, General Shani's, is there anything else I can do for you? Xiao and the water god also looked expectant. This elven general was truly generous. Not only were the quests readily granted, but the rewards were also generous. And the first two quests already gave gold level equipment. If there were any follow-up quests, the final one would definitely be dark gold, Chandri's Feathermoon pondered. She indeed had a lot to handle guarding this fortress, especially the defense, which was indeed very stressful. But she also had concerns about delegating more tasks to outsiders. But soon, Chandri's Feathermoon's hesitation subsided. Skarn City regional event triggered. The Naga are about to launch a large-scale attack on Feathermoon Fortress. Players are requested to assist in the defense. Countdown to the event begins. 59:59. The resounding announcement excited players across the Yen Kingdom region. This was a special event announced to the entire server. The last Dragon's Wrath World event had made players a fortune, especially the experience points gained, which were incredibly high. The main benefit was that players could share the experience points gained by NPCs, which was quite satisfying. This event isn't as high profile as the last, but it's still a grand occasion not to be missed. But then again, how did this event happen again? Who is so brave? The truth will soon be revealed. Night Wanderer, it's Night Wanderer. Many players excitedly expressed their readiness on the forums, ready to give it a try and strive to level up another level or two. The top 11 players on the level leaderboard are all top-tier players. What are your thoughts? Chapter 418. I just wanted to ask when Peak will expand its enrollment. For this special event, I hope our president can strive to be the best and achieve satisfactory results, otherwise I will transfer. That's right, if you don't do it, there are plenty of other presidents who can do it. You're simply rebelling against Tian Gang. Which guild are you from? Rakshasa Hall passerby. If you have the guts, go find our president. Okay, Rakshasa one sword slash, right? I got that in mind. Hu, Rakshasa Yadeazan sneezed, scratched his hair in confusion, and muttered, can you catch a cold in the game? Next to him, Rakshasa Quangshua said, guild leader, is that Longting Tianxia kid talking behind your back? Rakshasa Yadeazan suddenly realized something and angrily said, I knew it was Longting Tianxia. Quangshua, the incident will start soon. Find out where Longting Tianxia is, surround him, and kill him. Rakshasa Quangshua rubbed his hands together, guild leader, I take care of this. You can rest assured I handle it. Rakshasa Yadeazan nodded, and led his guildmates toward the teleportation array, preparing to teleport to Skarn City, and then to Feathermoon Fortress to participate in the incident. Besides Rakshasa Palace, other guilds also took action. While players in the Yen Kingdom region were celebrating the new year with joy, players in other regions were less relaxed. Yumekoa Kukoa, the Kingdom of Rhea. Why is it that only the Yen Kingdom region is experiencing major incidents? Aren't we, the players of the Kingdom of Rhea, human? Are we human at all? Biden of the Kingdom of Gale. I suggest that the Apocalypse authorities impose sanctions on the Yin Kingdom region. Andrew of the Kingdom of Gale, what are our top players doing? Isn't Richardson known for his SSS talent? Where are they? Lisa 3, the sun never sets. Yin Nation players are rapidly leveling up during large-scale events, which is unfair to players in other regions. Park Wichong, Daka Nation. Our experts have discovered that the Night Wanderer's ancestors were from our great Daka people. Reno, the Gallic Chicken. The top 11 players on the global rankings are all Yin Nation players, and they're all from the same guild. There's definitely something fishy going on. I demand that the Apocalypse officials ban the Night Wanderer to ensure a fair playing field for everyone. Richardson, the Gale Nation. Humph, I only rested for 2 days, and a mere Yin Nation is already jumping around. I regroup and return, and I definitely be back at the top of the rankings. Hikawa Gangsaka, the Ryan Nation, number 1 in the Sea Nation. As expected of Lord Richardson, Arrow breaks the sky, the Yin Nation. Richardson, you haven't even reached number 1, how can you even think of returning? And how can you possibly contend with my nemesis? Yin Nation basketball playing Rooster. I'm so far from Night Wanderer. Night Wanderer can help us level up. Yin Nation Wind Whisperer. Friends from other regions, sorry, we already decided on this event. On the international forums, players from various countries were arguing. It would be a lie to say that players from other regions weren't envious of Yin Nation players being able to participate in major events. After all, it's a rare opportunity to get a bargain from NPCs. Whether it's getting equipment or simply leveling up, it's a rare opportunity. Unfortunately, so far, players haven't found a reliable way to trigger the event. Some players also suggested it might be a level issue. After all, both events were related to Night Wanderer, and he was at the higher level. Many players hoped to get answers from Night Wanderer. Unfortunately, nothing was found. In Feathermoon Fortress, a new mission appeared before Qin Chuan and his companions. Ding, you have triggered the limited time defense mission. Defend Feathermoon Fortress. Mission description. Kill the Naga invading Feathermoon Fortress and ensure Chandri's Feathermoon's survival. Mission reward. 1 random dark gold level equipment, plus 30 Chandri's Feathermoon's favorability, plus 500 Night Elf reputation. Please note, failure will result in a wanted list by the Night Elves. Shao looked at the mission and grumbled, we're clearly assisting in the defense, yet they're still putting us on the wanted list. These Night Elves are truly overbearing. Qin Chuan knew the reason. The core reason lay in Chandri's Feathermoon's identity. Qin Chuan casually said, since the mission won't fail, there's no penalty for failure. Shao nodded repeatedly, President, oh no, Godfather is right. Qin Chuan decisively turned to look at the Water God and Dijialing Yu and the others, saying, by the end of this event, you probably be level 30. You arrived just in time. Jing asked curiously, why did this special event trigger so suddenly? The Water God analyzed, perhaps our purification of the spring has caused the Naga in the Sodi River to become uncomfortable with the climate. So let them go. Let's go all out and attack the fortress. As long as we can crush Feathermoon Fortress, the Sod Black River won't matter. Dijialing Yu said casually, Naga? I make sure he never returns. Shao asked in the guild, Sister Ji, where are you guys farming? Can you still make it here in time? Ji Xing, the time is about right. By the way, what did you do? How did the Naga go on such a crazy attack that it became a regional incident? Shao, no big deal. We just killed a dark gold level Naga witch and the source of corruption within has been purified. Su Changqing, you call that doing nothing? Snow Swordsman, given the guild leader's strength, he certainly didn't do much. Only 1 dark gold rank was killed, not even an epic rank. That's quite low-key. Yinmi, that makes some sense. Qin Chuan, with your team strength, you can definitely achieve a good result, which will definitely increase Chandri's Feathermoon's favorability. You can come here to complete quests later, which will help you build good relations with the Night Elves. Ji Xing, since the president has said so, I have to get serious. I just developed the second form of the Destroyer, so let's make this special event our first show. Shao, Sister Ji, what have you come up with? Dijialing Yu, I'd like to ask if it's possible to make a Destroyer-shaped mecha mount. It doesn't need combat capabilities, just something that looks cool. Ji Xing, it's not that I don't want to help, I just don't have the time. Qin Chuan, hey Ji Xing, are you busy? What are you up to? Chapter 419. As the countdown to the event began ticking towards 0, the number of players gathering at Feathermoon Fortress rapidly increased, quickly becoming a throng of people, shoulder to shoulder. Although Feathermoon Fortress boasts a high-level map, with monsters generally starting at level 40, the sheer number of players is no match for the overwhelming number. Players rushed forward, overwhelming the monsters. Some even attempted to proactively attack, breaking up the assembled Naga forces and recreating Qin Chuan's glorious exploits in Belly City. But they were met with lightning magic from the Naga Witch, sending them all back to their respawn points. This also made many players realize that not everyone could reach the level of the Night Wanderer. After the event was triggered, Chandri's Feathermoon became busy deploying scouts to investigate the Naga's movements and moving defensive equipment closer to the Sodi River for defensive readiness. Qin Chuan and Xiao wandered the fortress, hoping to trigger 2 more quests. Although the mission didn't arrive, he did meet a number of old acquaintances. Longting Tianxia, accompanied by several hundred guild members, approached, expectantly asking, "Boss, is there any inside information about this incident?" Qin Chuan thought for a moment and replied, "It's nothing, just some casual fighting." Longting Squad's archer, Jian Patsangqiong, said, "Boss, that Richardson was clamoring to surpass you and reach the top of the rankings, but we scolded him back." Qin Chuan had also heard about this incident. He had even attended the Apocalypse Global Forum. When Jian Patsangqiong mentioned it, he smiled confidently and said, "Richardson? I think he's just a pile of bones in a grave." This statement actually had 2 meanings. On the one hand, it indicated he wasn't afraid of Richardson's challenge. On the other hand, it indicated Qin Chuan had already preemptively pronounced Richardson's fate. In his previous life, Richardson hadn't even made it to the God's Descent stage. He was too reckless. Not only had he revealed his SSS talent early on, but he even let slip his talent attributes while drunk, ultimately leading to his targeted killing. However, the others were unaware of this, and simply thought Qin Chuan was speaking with confidence. Jian Patsangqiong sighed, "As expected of my nemesis, you speak with such a domineering air." Xiao asked curiously, "President, is your nemesis? Tell me what happened." Jian Patsangqiong was about to recount the reasons for his 50-50 split with Night Wanderer, but Longtung Tianxia interrupted, "Boss, please save some soup for us when the Naga arrives." Qin Chuan nodded, "I try to hold back." Elsewhere, Xiao and Jian Patsangqiong had already begun chatting, occasionally exclaiming in awe, "Oh, so it's possible." Before long, Xiao was arm in arm with Jian Patsangqiong, looking as if they met too late. Xiao quickly said, "I introduce Nia to you later. I'm sure you two will get along." Jian Patsangqiong also said, "We have an assassin named Ing Sha on our team. It's a good opportunity for them to get acquainted." Qin Chuan and Longtung Tianxia both looked as if they didn't want to meet these two. As they spoke, a slight commotion was heard in the distance. "Holy crap! So dazzled. Shu, the leader is wearing plate armor. So beautiful and cool, I'm in love. She's from the Peak Guild. But I don't think there are any female knights in Peak. This outfit is probably a mix of gold and dark gold gear, worth tens of millions combined. This isn't just a small group, they're a walking Yin Kingdom currency. It's Ji Xing. She built the Destroyer mech. Many mechanic players call her the Mechanic Queen. I know that person next to him. He's the swordsman in the snow. He was the one who conspired with Night Wanderer to trick Lu Sha into losing over 200 million with a single strike. That mage-like guy must be really good at ultimates. I heard he has all the ultimate skills, and a burst of power can instantly kill a boss. I know who the knight leading the group is. His name is Yi Luo, and he's male. I heard the guild president Longting fell in love with him at first sight, but was given the nice guy card and cried for 3 days and 3 nights. Chapter 420. I'm even more excited. Wow, everyone in the Peak Guild is so talented. No wonder Night Wanderer was accepted into the guild. Why is there an uncle? Don't call me uncle. I just turned 18. Su Chongqing, who had previously been proud of his position in the team, couldn't contain his anger and shouted back. What kind of talk is this? When he evaluated Ji Xing and Yi Ge and the others, he mentioned their glorious deeds, but now, he was just commenting on their appearance. Is there anything wrong with looking mature? Longtung Tianxia was also unable to contain his anger, scanning the crowd with a sharp gaze. He wanted to see who was spreading rumors about him. What did it mean to cry for 3 days and 3 nights? Is that right? After searching for no one, Longtung Tianxia angrily said, it must be Lu Sha Yideazan who sent people to spread rumors. What kind of man is it to act without taking responsibility? Come out if you have the guts. Lu Sha Yideazan, who had just arrived at UUF Fortress, sneezed. Turning around, he heard Longtung Tianxia's words and flew into a rage, shouting, Longtung Tianxia, what do you mean? When did I spread rumors? You need evidence when you speak. Don't slander good people. Nearby Lu Sha Quangxua whispered, President, we're sending people to the Black Dragon Forum. Tingtian is coming. Lu Xiaodaozhen remained calm and said bluntly, the Longting Guild has also slandered us, so we can only call it a draw. Lu Xiaoquanxue bowed and said, Guild leader, you're right. Then, secretly observing the scale of the Longting dynasty, he said with a hint of concern, Guild leader, the Longting Guild has a lot of people coming. Are we going to fight them later? Lu Xiaodaozhen nodded confidently, we must fight. I prepared some good stuff this time, and I'm sure that old man Longting Tianxia will be in trouble. If I can't defeat Yushin, how can I not defeat Longting Tianxia? Elsewhere, Longting Tianxia was also issuing orders within the guild. The Nagas will charge over soon. Send the Rakshasa Hall members to the respawn point first. Longting Tianxia and Rakshasa Xiaodaozhen exchanged glances, snorting coldly, and turning their heads away. Qin Chuan also instructed in the guild chat, Ji Xing, use the destroyer to fire 2 rounds at the Rakshasa Hall position later. I've been feeling uneasy, thinking Rakshasa Xiaodaozhen was secretly cursing me. Ji Xing readily agreed, it's a piece of cake. Leave it to me. Soon, Ji Xing, and Yi Yingluo, and the others successfully reunited with Qin Chuan and the others, and the entire Peak Guild was present. Although small in number, they were the undisputed center of attention. 11 members from one guild dominated the top 11 of the global rankings. Such strength was hard to ignore. The Peak members felt the envious gazes from the other players, and felt quite proud. Looking across all of Apocalypse, which other guild could achieve such a feat? This is the confidence that Peak status brings them. By the time the countdown ended, the number of players within Feathermoon Fortress had surpassed 100,000. Looking out, the fortress was teeming with people, the crowd so intense that Chandri's Feathermoon began to question her life. The walls were so crowded that the defenders barely had room to stand. If a battle broke out, would they be able to withstand the Naga attack? If Feathermoon Fortress fell, there would be no barrier to the north of Skarn City, and the Naga army would advance unimpeded. If a monster uprising were to ignite, the consequences would be disastrous. Thinking of this, a strong sense of responsibility washed over Chandri's Feathermoon, and she immediately called her personal guards, ready to join the battle. But just as Chandri's left the command room, she heard chaotic shouting outside. Get out of the way! We saw this monster first. You said it right? I don't even need to save my dignity. The Summit Guild is being inhumane. They're snatching monsters so fast. This destroyer can transform? Why isn't it called a transformer? Hurry, move somewhere else, or you won't get a single Naga. In Chandri's Feathermoon's view, there was no sight of Nagas threatening the fortress, only strangers chasing and hacking at them. Chapter 421. The Naga, charging aggressively from the Sodi River, had just reached the fortress, barely forming their formation to begin their attack when they were swept away by the throng. If they had been slower, they would have been gone before they even reached the monsters. What is going on? Chandri's Feathermoon was filled with questions. She had fought the Naga for so many years, and knew how formidable these enemies could be. And now they were telling her that the Naga were being chased and attacked? How could that make sense? But considering the foreigners outnumbered the Naga, it didn't seem surprising. General, look over there. It's the destroyer. The guard's voice was tinged with shock, forcing Chandri's Feathermoon to look over. 500 meters in front of the fortress, a mech over 20 meters tall was rampaging through the Naga horde, its barrage showing no sign of cessation. It had single-handedly decimated the Naga, forcing them to abandon their current attack and charge from another angle. Chandri's Feathermoon relaxed a little, turned, and walked back to the command room, leaving a message. The Naga have already lost this battle. Guild leader, the Dragon Dynasty ambushed us. Rakshasa Quanxue shouted, his health bar plummeting. Thankfully, a timely healing spell from the priest prevented his immediate death, but the next second, Rakshasa Quanxue's health bar began to plummet again, forcing him to sprint for a tactical retreat. Those Dragon Dynasty idiots, they're attacking us instead of monsters, are they crazy? Rakshasa cursed, his sword slashing through his chest. His condition wasn't much better, in fact, even worse. As the leader of the Rakshasa Temple, he naturally suffered the most intense firepower. Fortunately, he had good equipment and plenty of healers, otherwise he would have been the first to be sent packing. Lu Xiaodaozhen had never suffered such a loss before, and immediately organized his forces to launch a counterattack. They could choose not to participate in the incident, but the Dragon Dynasty must be crushed. Soon, the two guilds began a vigorous PK, even more intense than against the Naga. Qin Chuan had been monitoring the overall situation and, upon seeing this, immediately called in Ji Xing to launch the bombardment. After a burst of mechanically powerful transformation, the destroyer's 4 cannon barrels split into 2 groups and moved to its arms, unleashing several volleys of fire at the location of the Lusha Palace. The destroyer's firepower was equivalent to a full-strength attack from a Dark Gold tier boss, potentially slaying even a top-tier main tank, let alone those fragile classes. After several rounds of volleys, several blank areas appeared in the Lusha Palace formation, and the players there had been sent to the respawn point. Lusha Yudaozan was furious and shouted at Qin Chuan, Night Wanderer, "What do you mean?" Qin Chuan spread his hands and said seriously, "I was feeling uneasy earlier, feeling someone was plotting against me. After much thought, you're the most likely suspect. Who else should I attack if not you?" F***K. Lusha Yudaozan, his mouth spitting with rage, took 2 shells, and returned to the respawn point frustrated. The destroyer's firepower was too overwhelming, and they couldn't withstand it. As soon as the leader disappeared, the remaining Lusha Hall members followed him to the respawn point without hesitation. Longting Qianxiao waved his hand to Qin Chuan in gratitude, and led the guild members to kill the Naga. Qin Chuan didn't hesitate any longer, riding the Shadow Dragon to the Naga concentration area, and with a shadow flying knife, he declared the countdown to the Naga's defeat. The poisonous blood plague spread outward, dyeing the ground a dark green. 4 consecutive upgrade beams illuminated, and Dijiaolingyu and the others successfully reached level 30. Dijiaolingyu said to the team, "Boss, we reached level 30 now. I be leaving the team, and won't be sharing any more experience points with you." Xiao also said, "Yes, boss, you level up faster on your own. Even I, a lazy immortal, can't really just sit back and do nothing. I still have to work hard." Jing and Shueishan agreed. They slogged through dungeons and quests all the way to level 30, and even snagged a lot of goodies. They were already feeling unworthy. If they continued to slog through dungeons and quests, they feared they'd become completely useless. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, agreed with the others, and left the team to continue slaughtering the Naga. Quickly, Qin Chuan slaughtered his way through the Naga army and spotted the leader, commanding the entire operation from the rear. A level 55 epic Naga. A single shadow dagger shot into the battle. The Naga, attacking frantically, shuddered in unison. The connection from their souls informed them that their leader was dead, but none of them attempted to retreat. Instead, their frenzy intensified. But the Naga's counterattack barely made a splash, quickly lost in the throng of players. With the final Naga's fall, this zone event concluded. Zone event complete. Congratulations to everyone for successfully defending Feathermoon Fortress. At the same time, Qin Chuan, Dijiaolingyu, and the others received notifications. Ding! Chandri's Feathermoon confirmed alive. Mission completed. Receive 1 dark gold item. Chandri's Feathermoon's favorability increased by 30, and Night Elf reputation increased by 500. Xiao excitedly posted a level 30 dark gold dagger in the guild chat. Finally, not a halberd anymore. I have a dark gold weapon. Jing also received a necklace, grinning. Following the guild master will make you rich. Dijiaolingyu also coveted the quest reward. Qin Chuan glanced at his own quest reward, a level 50 dark gold glove. Its stats were decent, but definitely not as good as the Death Shadow set. He'd sell it to the merchant or have it reforged in the Shadow War. Compared to the quest's hidden gold equipment, Qin Chuan was more interested in what the Naga leader had given him. He swooped down and found 4 pieces of loot. Adding to his empty hands, he now had 3 more pieces of equipment and 330 additional attribute points. He was delighted. A quick glance revealed a very interesting item among the loot. Eternal Palace Pass, epic item. Benefit: allows entry to the Eternal Palace. Please note, the Eternal Palace has been contaminated by evil. Do not venture there. Chapter 422. Qin Chuan hadn't expected to find a pass to the Eternal Palace. Other players might not know what the Eternal Palace was, but he knew it all too well. It was the residence of the Naga Queen, the Naga clan's headquarters. The widespread corruption among the Naga is a chain reaction to the Naga Queen's fall from grace, a result of the old god's corruption. Thus, the Eternal Palace now harbors not only a large number of high-level Naga, but also old god tentacles. Going there rashly would be unwise. Qin Chuan's pollution resistance isn't high enough, and he struggled against the Naga Queen. The giant eyeballs in the old god ruins had already caused him to fall into a hallucination, and the old god's presence in the Eternal Palace would only be stronger. Qin Chuan could kill the Naga Queen on the spur of the moment, but he was under the old god's watch. He'd be immediately discovered upon reaching the Eternal Palace, and a special welcome ceremony wouldn't be ideal. But I definitely have to go later. The Naga Queen is a legendary boss. If I could get her, I'd definitely make a killing. But for now, let's let her go. Besides the Eternal Palace Pass, There are also several pieces of epic equipment. All of them are stored away for shadow reforging. Using these epic items as materials can at least increase the level of your equipment, thereby increasing its stats. It can also replace some less useful attribute effects. In addition, there's the epic item called the Deep, which, when embedded in a weapon, increases the damage of water-based skills. I set the points and add them to the guild warehouse later, so the water god can earn some contribution points. As the event concluded, the players gathered at Feathermoon Fortress gradually retreated. Longting Tianxia hurried over and said hurriedly, "Boss, I'm planning to play a few more rounds against Rakshasa Palace. Are you interested?" Qin Chuan shook his head. "If I went, I'd be bullying the weak. Going there specifically to wait for Lusha Yishislash would make me seem petty." He then traded a few 2,887 self-destruct robots to Longting Tianxia, instructing, "Just help me deliver my blessing." Longting Tianxia gasped when he saw the effects of the self-destruct robots. They could actually deal 50,000 fire damage to enemies within a 20-meter radius. It was simply terrifying. After all, even as a heavily armored warrior wearing top-tier equipment, he only had a little over 20,000 HP. He couldn't possibly withstand it. Long-Tongue Tianxiao laughed heartily, excitedly saying, "With this thing, Luosha can kill a guy with one strike. He won't have an easy time this time. He'd have to destroy all his equipment first." Then he rubbed his hands together and asked expectantly, "Boss, can you give us some of these self-destruct robots?" Qin Chuan spread his hands and said, "I didn't make this, Jixing did. But she's been a bit busy lately, so she might not have any extra for you." Qin Chuan sighed, "I don't know why she's so busy. There aren't many blueprints to study." "Achu," Jixing sneezed in the distance. Yi Yingluo asked with concern, "Sister Ji, are you catching a cold?" Jixing shook her head, "No, I'm fine." Su Chongqing speculated, "Sister Ji, is someone talking about you?" Jixing pondered for a moment, then said uncertainly, "I haven't offended anyone lately, so who's talking about me behind my back?" Snow Swordsman speculated, "Could it be Luosha Yudaizan? After all, Sister Ji just sent him to the respawn point with 2 shots." Jixing suddenly realized, clenched his right fist, and tapped the palm of his left hand. "So that's how it is. Next time I see Luosha Yudaizan, I teach him a lesson. He dares to talk behind my back." Ali said generously, "Sister Ji, let me lend you a hand." The others also spoke up, expressing their willingness to go along. "We must show Luosha Palace our peak strength." After discussing their plan, they decisively changed the subject and began discussing which dungeon to tackle next. They hadn't yet completed their equipment replacement, so now wasn't the right time to embark on their second-class advancement. Chapter 423. They could pass, but they didn't want to simply complete the quests. They wanted to challenge more difficult class quests to earn better rewards and more attribute points. Otherwise, the gap between them and the guild master would only widen. As for Xiao and Jiaolingyu, they had followed Qin Chuan through the dungeon and completed a few quests, and their equipment upgrades were decent. They planned to fill in any gaps, and then challenge their class advancement. Everyone had asked Qin Chuan for his opinion on the second class advancement, as he was the only one in the server who had completed it. However, Qin Chuan didn't have much advice to offer on this matter. Class advancement quests are highly individual, and tied to the first. If a player chooses a low difficulty level for their first class quest, the upper limit for subsequent quests will also be moderately difficult. Thankfully, the first quests for the peak players were all quite difficult. While not as challenging as Qin Chuan's, they were still far beyond the difficulty of the average player. After explaining the key points for the second class advancement, Qin Chuan summoned a shadow dragon and headed for Skarn City. He planned to teleport to Belly City to inquire about any follow-up to Edith's chain of quests. If so, he'd do it. If not, he'd go leveling, first getting Shadow Assassin to level 60. Then he began Shadow Reforging, upgrading all his equipment to level 70. With the Overlord certificate, that would be perfect. This way, he could proceed with the third-class advancement. As he hurried, Qin Chuan checked his backpack, considering what to drop into Kanai's cube for transmutation. The most valuable items he had were several pieces of legendary gear. Among them, the True Lie, the Wandering Agent's coat, and the Cunning Gloves were of higher value, so he kept them for now. The only item that can be used for transmutation is the legendary necklace Whisper Pendant. Whisper Pendant, legendary, magic points plus 14,000, constitution plus 1,000, spirit plus 1,500, level requirement, 70. Special effect 1, increases damage to demons by 15%. Special effect 2, blocks one spell attack, cooldown 2 minutes. Special Effect 3. Increases spell resistance by 20%. Legend. The demon within the pendant will periodically provide information, so be cautious when judging authenticity. This necklace is defensive, but Qin Chuan has the Shadow Prism, which provides sufficient spell resistance. Besides, as an assassin, being injured is already a disadvantage, so even 1 or 2 extra defensive gains won't be of much use. As for the demon within the pendant, it's better to wait for the darkness of fate than to rely on it to provide useful information. You're the one, Qin Chuan thought to himself, casually tossing the Whisper Pendant into Kanai's cube. You lost the Whisper Pendant, legendary. You gained the Teleporter's Chain, legendary. Teleporter's Chain, legendary, health plus 14,000, constitution plus 1,000, agility plus 1,500, level requirement, 70. Special Effect 1, movement speed plus 10%. Special Effect 2, spatial perception plus 10%. Special Effect 3, reduces the effects of restrictions by 30%. Legendary, mark 3 locations, opening a portal to teleport you and your allies to the marked locations. Cooldown, 30 minutes. The Teleporter's Chain stats aren't particularly impressive, but it's highly functional, especially for someone like Qin Chuan who travels extensively. Being able to mark 3 teleportation coordinates undoubtedly saves a lot of time. And time is money. After all this, it's like free money. Good stuff must be kept. However, with the Whisper Pendant being converted, it also means that if you want to use Kanai's cube in the future, you most likely have to convert only epic items. Hoping for a legendary boss to slay. Qin Chuan thought to himself. While he was thinking, he had already arrived at the black market. He checked Swan's antique shop. It was closed. Qin Chuan felt very disappointed. His nonsense skill had already cooled down. He had originally wanted to discuss trickery with Swan, but it looked like there would be no chance. Not opening the shop in broad daylight? How lazy. I need to make Swan correct his attitude. How can he make money if he's so lazy? Chapter 424. Qin Chuan complained a few words and headed back to the tavern. Edith was there, but she hadn't given him any quests. She was still tracking the movements of the Hand of the Dead. The last appearance of a replica of the Holy Grail of Death proved that the Hand of the Dead was determined to seize Belly City. They would undoubtedly make another move, which would reveal their true colors and bring on the quest. Having received no follow-up quests, Qin Chuan remained unhurried. He bid farewell to Edith and headed straight for the Crimson Mountains. He had previously killed the Flame Dragon Heloise here, triggering a world event. Back then, facing a legendary boss, he could only yield. But now, if the Flame Dragon's lieutenant dared to appear, he would be dead. I grown so strong without realizing it. Qin Chuan sighed. Looking back, this journey was arduous. It felt like it happened just a few days ago. Gathering his mind, Qin Chuan lowered his altitude and prepared for battle. The fire dragon that inhabited the Crimson Mountains was dead, but the flame creatures here lived on, and their numbers were even greater. As Qin Chuan approached, he was targeted by countless fire elementals, including several gold and dark gold level fire lords. This was undoubtedly a grand buffet. Let the killing begin. Shadow knives opened the attack, followed by dark rain, and with concentrated sniping, hundreds of fire elementals were defeated in a short period of time, and Qin Chuan's experience bar began to steadily advance. This time, Qin Chuan didn't summon the Shadow Dragon to share the experience. His leveling speed was already slowed due to his secondary class, the Trickster, and giving more to the Shadow Dragon would likely slow it even further. As for the Shadow Dragon's upgrade, it wasn't a big deal. There would be plenty of opportunities to improve it later. Thanks to the Shadow Dragon's strength attribute, there's a good chance it could break through the dark gold tier and reach epic or even legendary. If Qin Chuan fully masters the power of Shadow and ascends the long steps to divinity, Shadow Dragon might even have a chance to reach the divine realm. The Dragon God position has been vacant for far too long. This isn't just Qin Chuan's wishful thinking, it's a real possibility. SSS level talents, various items and skills that surpass their previous levels, and especially the legendary level Mir 2, are enough to allow Qin Chuan's advantage to continue to accumulate, and the advantage will grow even greater as time goes on. In this life, Qin Chuan's goal is no longer limited to surviving the gods' descent stage. His goal is the throne of the gods. As he pondered this, Qin Chuan's body trembled. The Shadow Assassin class had reached level 54, while the Trickster class had also advanced 2 levels to level 36. The attribute increase from these two classes was nearly 200, which was not to be underestimated. Qin Chuan calculated his leveling speed and concluded that at this rate, he would definitely reach level 60 today. The main problem was the poison blood plague's overwhelming power. Anyone who got in contact with it was guaranteed death. And the farther away the monster, the faster it died. The sniper god talent combined with the poison blood plague was truly a formidable weapon for mobbing smaller monsters. Even the boss couldn't hold its own, collapsing to the ground halfway through the fight after its health bar was completely drained. Sometimes, the boss's demise was so silent that Qin Chuan had to check the battle log to find out it had died, and then go and loot the corpse. The monsters in the Crimson Mountains were above level 50, the bosses were around level 60, and there were countless silver and gold level monsters. Qin Chuan fought bosses all the way, filling his ring with loot and earning over 3,000 free attribute points. A single boss might not give much, but their numbers are overwhelming. Especially the bronze and silver rank fire elemental lords. There's simply no way they can be slain. Qin Chuan even suspects he could earn over 10,000 free attribute points in the Crimson Mountains. After calculating this, Qin Chuan himself was a bit stunned. This strength increase was too rapid. Looking at the attribute panel, agility was already ahead, so he needed to improve the other basic attributes. Over 3,000 attribute points, I allocated 1,000 each to strength, constitution, and spirit, and used the rest to focus on agility. Attributes: strength 2911 plus 2,100, constitution 3,006 plus 1,800, agility 8419 plus 9850, spirit 2987 plus 2550. These 4 dimensions frightened even Qin Chuan himself. If they were fully transferred to the real world, he would be an undisputed Superman. I hope Tianqi won't ban me, Qin Chuan muttered to himself. But he wasn't cheating, so why would Tianqi ban him? Is a higher attribute unlocking it? Besides, Qin Chuan had fought against the gods before and knew their power. So, while his current achievements were impressive, they weren't enough to rest easy. Not enough, he wanted more attributes. With this obsession, Qin Chuan slaughtered like crazy in the Crimson Mountains. The fire elementals of the Crimson Mountains suffered greatly, facing a crisis of their own survival. Qin Chuan's ferocious killing spree even caused the temperature in the Crimson Mountains to drop significantly, nearly transforming them into the Breeze Mountains. Such reckless slaughter naturally aroused the enmity of the Fire Lord. You harmed the people of fire. You deserve to die. With a roar, the massive Fire Lord soared skyward from the crater, scattering boiling lava everywhere, charring the surrounding area for hundreds of meters, a scene reminiscent of Apocalypse. Qin Chuan glanced over. Wow, a level 65 epic boss. Isn't that the end? He originally found leveling a bit boring, but with an epic boss, he was no longer sleepy. Shadow knives, rain of dark erosion, the battle ended. The Fire Lord sighed deeply, his body solidified into a large block of obsidian before shattering. A flood of experience poured in, raising the Shadow Assassin to level 55, while the Trickster gained 3 levels in a row, reaching level 39. When the sound of the boss's collapse subsided, Qin Chuan reached forward and touched it, delighted by 390 free attributes. The equipment dropped by the boss was a level 65 epic item, with excellent stats, perfect for shadow reforging. Among the spoils, Qin Chuan spotted a blueprint. Fire Demon Hammer, epic blueprint. Required materials: 1 Eye of Sulfuras, 20 Arcanite bars, 30 Essence of Fire. Infused with the power of fire, this weapon will unleash its true power. It was the Fire Demon Hammer. This item starts at epic level, but can be upgraded to legendary, a coveted item for many warrior and knight players. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and decided to gather the materials and craft it, then upgrade it to legendary and consume it with Shadow Reforge. Chapter 425. The discovery of the Hammer of the Fire Demon was a bit of a surprise. Due to this weapon's ability to upgrade to legendary, its blueprint remains incredibly expensive. Although it's only a level 65 item, its exceptional stats have many players still carrying it at level 80. As for the materials needed to craft the equipment, Qin Chuan had already gathered most of them after his slaughter in the Crimson Mountains, with the only remaining item missing being the crucial Eye of Sulfuras. The Eye of Sulfuras can only be dropped by fire elemental bosses above Dark Gold rank. With the higher the boss rank, the greater the chance of it dropping. If it's a legendary boss, the Eye of Sulfuras is almost guaranteed to be dropped. However, given the strength of legendary bosses, most players who obtain blueprints try their luck on Dark Gold bosses, or try to tackle epic rank bosses. But for Qin Chuan, the rank doesn't matter, it's just a matter of a few hits. Concentrating his mind, Qin Chuan looked at the other spoils. Apart from the equipment used for shadow reforging, the remaining valuable items were the blueprint for the Hammer of the Flame Demon and a skill book. Crimson Flame, Epic active skill that gathers fire elements to attack the target. It can be bounced to surrounding enemies and stun them for 2 seconds. It can be bounced up to 5 times, causing magic damage asterisk 150% plus 2000 damage, consuming 2000 mana, and has a cooldown of 45 seconds. Only available to fire mages. Feature: repeated bounces can be made to the same target, reducing subsequent damage by 30%. Epic feature: the number of bounces is increased to 10. Hey, isn't this a bouncing blast? Qinchuan smiled. This skill's best use isn't actually for AoE attacks, but for bosses. Each bounce causes a stun, and even accounting for the boss's resistance, this skill can still effectively cripple the boss for at least 5 to 8 seconds. That's a considerable amount of cripple time. If paired with cooldown gear and 2 other cripple skills, it can achieve seamless cripple control, making solo bosses a breeze. The only downside is that this skill is limited to fire mages, and can't be used on water mages. Speaking of fire mages, Qinchuan does know a pretty impressive one. He opened his friend list and searched. Oh, the nickname doesn't exist, the person hasn't logged into the game yet. Since he already searched, he decided to search the previous name again to see if anyone had. This search actually yielded Qinchuan some results. Let me see. The strongest fire mage hasn't entered the game, but the strongest frost mage, Songling, has. She's still in the novice village at level 6. She needs to keep working hard. It just so happens that I got a bunch of frost mage gear from the Pale Throne earlier. I try to trick her a bit. Otherwise, she'd become more sophisticated and won't be so easy to fool in the future. Qinchuan muttered to himself. Although guild invitations don't require in-person contact, forget it. I add her as a friend in chat. If she's willing to join, I invite her in. Deba, the druid player with the most form abilities, is here too. Not bad, but how come you're still level 1 after 2 hours of playtime? Looks like he's been doing form quests again. Tianqing. Hey, this guy quietly left the novice village at level 11. He's got a lot of self-motivation. He needs to be rewarded. Let me see. He only replied with a single yes. Senior brother is here too, level 5. At this point I should just start the hidden class quest chain, so I add them first. Yulin AI is here too. He has the perfect paladin talent, but insists on playing DPS. And you have the protection paladin talent, but insist on playing DPS. Just like Yulin AI July 7th. You too have to play professionally this time. Otis, the mechanical genius of a shield warrior, his uniquely created perfect block is a miraculous skill that countless shield warriors imitate in the later stages. The appearance of several familiar IDs perked up Qinchuan, and he immediately added them as friends. Chapter 426. In the novice village, a giant rat, over a man's height, straightened up with a puzzled expression. Its front paws rubbed its chin in a very human-like manner, muttering to itself, Night Wanderer? Isn't he the strongest player in Apocalypse? Why would he add me as a friend? I better add him. I heard Night Wanderer is petty. If I don't add him as a friend, and he becomes a target, I'm afraid he become the next Rakshasa Yudaeazin. That would be disastrous. The rat muttered as it unmorphed. Its character was a plain-looking young man in his early 20s, with the ID Dabeta. After adding him as a friend, Dabeta sent a message, Boss Night Wanderer, what can I do for you? Qinchuan, young man, are you interested in joining my guild? Dabeta was a little confused. Although he had just entered the game today, he was already familiar with Night Wanderer and the Peak Guild he founded. It wasn't large in number, but it was incredibly powerful. The top 11 players on the global rankings were all at the top of the game. As for wanting to join, of course he did. Who wouldn't want to join the strongest guild? But Debate knew his limitations. He wasn't well known, and he hadn't known Night Wanderer before, so joining might be difficult. After all, many players on the forums were still denouncing Night Wanderer, hoping he relaxed the membership requirements. And now, Night Wanderer had actually reached out with an invitation. Debate didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. I must join. I must join. He didn't think Night Wanderer would plot against him. There was no need. The gap between the two was too great. If Night Wanderer wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't have to go to such lengths. Just a simple word would have countless players willing to help. Haven't you eaten yet? The player with the ID Otis, holding a wooden shield, taunted the kobold in front of him. The kobolds in the novice village were unintelligent, attacking according to a set routine. But Otis easily parried each attack, then struck back with a single blow, slashing away a significant portion of the kobold's health. This sword and shield slam talent is truly impressive. With a perfect block, you can deal significant damage. Otis's expression was filled with satisfaction. The players nearby were stunned, unable to help but ask, "Dude, why aren't you losing health?" Otis curiously retorted, "I perfectly blocked the attack. So why am I losing health?" The player, stunned by the question, muttered, "What does a perfect block mean?" Otis patiently explained, "I researched it, and found that using the game's preset actions, at best, only allows for a precise block, which reduces damage. But if you block with your own shield, you can achieve a perfect block, with no health loss at all. Health potions are so expensive, every penny saved counts." The player who had asked the question earlier was stunned. "Is that even human? What does it mean to block with your own shield? How can you play it like that?" Otis glanced at the player's expression and shook his head helplessly. This guy's comprehension was too slow. Isn't a perfect block a simple thing? Just as Otis was about to continue leveling, he saw a friend request. Looking back, it was Night Wanderer. Otis's first reaction wasn't excitement or daze, but rather serious thought. They say Night Wanderer's flying knife is unmatched. Can I perfectly block it? For the next few minutes, Qin Chuan leveled up while chatting with a few other players. Debate and Otis agreed quickly. Almost as soon as Qin Chuan proposed inviting them to join, they accepted. Tianqing also agreed quickly. "Boss, I heard Jixing in our guild is recognized as the best mechanic, isn't that right? To be honest, I'm a mechanic too. If I could receive Jixing's guidance, I'd definitely reach new heights. Boss, I also heard Jixing is beautiful, and has a sweet voice. It's a shame, I never had the chance to meet him. Boss, why haven't you added me to the guild yet? Hey boss, are you still there?" Looking at the dialogue box in front of him, Qin Chuan fell into deep thought. This Tianqing guy has ulterior motives. Chapter 427. However, this incident didn't surprise him. In his previous life, Tianqing had fallen in love with Jixing at first sight, becoming his biggest fan. However, until the God's Descent stage, their relationship had remained largely unchanged. Tianqing would be bombarded with criticism by Jixing whenever he appeared, ultimately fleeing in disgrace. After pondering for a moment, Qin Chuan decided to recruit Tianqing into the guild. He didn't interfere with the personal lives of guild members. Inviting Tianqing had taken some time, but inviting senior brother Hum was much simpler. "Qin Chuan, I'd like to invite you to join the guild." "Brother Yan, Qin Chuan, you're quite talented and have great potential." "Brother Yan, Qin Chuan, don't worry about how I know. I'm just asking if you're coming." "Brother Yan, Qin Chuan, if you don't come, I kill you in a second." "Brother Yan, After the conversation ended, Qin Chuan couldn't help but sigh. Brother Yan is such a straightforward person. Just as he was thinking this, he saw a reply in another chat box. "Song Ling, Master Night Wanderer, I'm willing." Bingo. Qin Chuan smiled. Sure enough, Song Ling was easier to trick at this stage. Otherwise, once she started soloing bosses, it would be harder to trick her into joining the guild. By this point, Qin Chuan had zeroed in on 5 players: Debate, Otis, Tianqing, senior brother Enan, and Song Ling. They weren't well known now, but in their past lives, each was a formidable force who made it to the God's Descent stage. Not only were they incredibly lucky, but they were also incredibly powerful. The remaining 2, Yulin Ai and Chi Yu-Chi, were still struggling. Mainly, they wanted to play damage, but the Night Wanderer required them to play either a healing paladin or a protection paladin based on their talents. In the end, the 2 agreed to join, mainly because Qin Chuan promised to prepare an extra set of damage-dealing gear for them, allowing them to play damage-dealing roles during normal activities, and return to their primary roles during key events. A sinister smile played on Qin Chuan's lips. Yulin Ai and Chi Yu-Chi, once you join the guild, you have no say. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Chuan extended the invitation. Player Deba joined the guild. Player Otis joined the guild. Player Tianqing joined the guild. Player Senior Brother N joined the guild. Player Song Ling joined the guild. Player Yulin Ai joined the guild. Player Chi Yu-Chi joined the guild. 7 players joined the guild in a row, surprised Jixing and the others. Where did the guild leader find these people? Looking at the levels of the others, the highest one, Tianqing, was only level 11, and the rest were all just hanging around in the novice village. They seem quite capable, so we can look forward to their continued success. Jixing, welcome, newbie. Photos are in order. Ying Luo, welcome. Xiao, no assassin class. That's great news. I can still maintain my top 3 rankings in the guild's assassin rankings. Su Chongqing, surprisingly, there are 2 paladin players. That's quite rare. Otis. Hello everyone, my name is Otis, and I'm a protection warrior. Tian Xing. I'm finally in the same guild as Ji Xing. Wow, that's great. AOE is very happy. Sister Ji, this is still a fan of yours. Ji Xing. Oh my, I didn't expect I'd become so famous. I'm so embarrassed, ha ha ha. Ying Luo. Sister Ji, please pay attention to your image and don't scare off the newbies. Song Ling. Are you really going to post a photo? Senior. Yes. Song Ling. Beautiful selfie.jpg. Senior brother Emma Ling Yu. Sister, your hair color is so pretty. If you come to Shanghai sometime, I treat you. I'm not the water god at Xiao. Our sister's been left out. Xiao, what do you mean by our sister? She's my sister, not yours. Yinmi, since you're here, we're all family. If you need any help, just let me know. You're welcome. Yulin AI. Wow, there's so much gear in the guild warehouse. Almost 100 dark gold items. How much does that cost? July 7, as expected of the strongest guild. Really awesome. I need to grind for some damage equipment. Qin Xuan. Let's talk more when we have time. We're all family. Otis, President, I'd like to have a duel with you to see if my perfect block can stop your flying knife. Ji Xing. I suggest not. Ying Luo. I agree with Sister Ji. Xiao, +1. Jing, +1. This series of +1s fully demonstrated Peak's unity, leaving new members, like Song Ling, marveling. They also became increasingly curious about what their leader had done to convince others so strongly. Otis thought for a moment and said to the guild, I hope the guild master will give me this opportunity. Qin Xuan thought for a moment and replied, at my current level, fighting you would be bullying. You level up first, and we can fight again when we're leveled. Otis, it's a deal. Ji Xing, new friend, guess how fast the guild master is leveling up. Ying Luo, an hour ago, the guild master was level 53, and now he's level 55. I suspect he reached level 60 today. Otis, damn, that's too hasty. AOE was very happy. Don't worry, brother. Once the guild master reaches the level cap, he can't level up anymore. You can just focus on catching up. Sooner or later, you reach the same level. Otis, that seems to make sense. I continue leveling then. While Qin Xuan was chatting with the others, he killed hundreds more fire creatures, and his experience bar advanced significantly. Looking around, he saw few monsters. He immediately summoned Shadow Dragon and headed deeper into the Crimson Mountains. There were many high-level monsters there, making leveling a pleasant experience. After passing a volcano spewing magma, Shadow Dragon abruptly stopped and shouted, Lord Shadow, so many fire elementals. We've been ambushed. Qin Xuan looked around and saw countless fire elementals gathered behind the mountain, numbering several thousand. Everywhere he looked, there were dancing flames. On the ground, a crimson magic circle patterned the ground. Qin Xuan's heart skipped a beat. Why does this magic circle look familiar? It seems to connect to the elemental realm. Could it be that the fire elementals of the Crimson Mountains are preparing to summon a large one? That would be truly great. Chapter 428. The fire elementals covering the ground made Qin Xuan quite excited. If he killed them all, even if he couldn't reach level 60, he would at least reach level 58. But Qin Xuan didn't rush to attack. With so many fire elementals gathered here, and a magic circle on the ground, there was only one answer. They were communicating with the elemental realm, preparing to summon a powerful fire lord. So Qin Xuan immediately sent a command to Shadow Dragon, telling it to quickly rise to a higher altitude, out of the fire elemental's attack range, and then to sink into the clouds and wait for an opportunity. As Shadow Dragon ascended, he analyzed, Lord Shadow, these fire elementals are behaving very strangely. My bloodline memories seem to show this happening. They're performing an interdimensional summoning. Qin Xuan nodded, his gaze spanning over 1,000 meters as he looked at the ground. Indeed, he said, the fire elementals, seeing the flame dragon here destroyed, are likely seeking to completely occupy this Crimson Mountains. Underneath the Crimson Mountains lies a lava pool that has been simmering for millennia. Fire elemental energy is exceptionally active, making it a favorite habitat for fire creatures. Previously, this area was occupied by the flame dragon, forcing the fire elementals to play second fiddle. But with Qin Xuan's slaying of the flame dragon, this Crimson Mountains region became unclaimed, attracting the attention of the fire elemental lord. Qin Xuan speculated that with such a large-scale display, the fire creatures summoned were likely legendary. If they were merely epic, then the environment of the Crimson Mountains itself would be sufficient to nurture them. Qin Chuan had just defeated an epic Fire Lord. Only legendary Fire Lords require thousands of fire elementals to perform the ritual together. Thus, Qin Chuan would not disturb the fire elementals as they completed their ritual. After killing these thousands of fire elementals, all he would gain was some experience points and low-level equipment. But killing the interdimensional Fire Lord would be a legendary trophy, and it didn't mean the fire elementals would perish after the ritual, they would still exist. As an adult, Qin Chuan's answer was that he wanted them all. The Shadow Dragon also grew excited. It hadn't had the opportunity to fight alongside Lord Shadow recently, and it felt anxious, fearing it would be left out. Now that the fire elementals were summoning a larger force from across the plains, it finally had a chance to be put to use. After noticing the Shadow Dragon's escape into the clouds, the fire elementals on the ground quickly reached a consensus and continued the summoning ritual. The surging flame energy caused the ground temperature to rise sharply, and the center of the magic circle even turned into a boiling pool of magma. Even at high altitude, Qin Chuan could feel the heat rising into the sky. Since the summoning ritual was underway, Qin Chuan didn't rush to act, simply waiting and answering some private messages. Jixing, guild leader, what's so special about these new players that you bring them into the guild so soon? Qin Chuan's heart stirred, and he calmly typed back, when I have free time, I browse the forums and look for players with unique performances. If they're suitable, I bring them in. This wasn't nonsense. Thanks to the built-in recording function in the game, many players post what they see as high-level players on the forums. All of the current top players performed brilliantly during their novice village stage. Jixing suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Since the guild master has said so, I'm really looking forward to seeing how these newcomers perform. Qin Chuan, I'm looking forward to it too. Just after finishing his chat with Jixing, Su Changqing sent another private message. Guild Master, these two paladin friends are a bit unreliable. One has the talent for a healing paladin, and the other has the talent for a protection paladin, but neither wants to follow their talents and only wants to go for damage. Is that okay? Qin Chuan, don't worry, they realize the importance of talent sooner or later, and eventually return to the right path. Su Changqing, that's true. I also wanted to go all damage, but after defeating the legendary boss with the guild master, I changed my mind. Buffing my teammates to increase their damage is quite rewarding. Chapter 429. Qin Chuan, if you have time, you can chat with him more and drop some hints. Su Changqing, leave it to me. Ding dong, another private message. Ying Luo, President, that Songling girl seems very interested in you. She's asked me, Sister Ji Xiao, and the others a lot of questions. Ying Luo, President, you're so welcome. Qin Chuan, basic exercises, okay? Ying Luo, humph. Qin Chuan, by the way, how are your preparations for the class advancement mission going? Ying Luo, a few more pieces of equipment will be enough. Qin Chuan, I'm very optimistic about you. As one of the earliest members, I've been watching your and Jixing's performance. I have even greater responsibilities for you in the future. Ying Luo, hee, thank you for your trust, President. I won't let you down. After a brief chat, Qin Chuan closed the chat box, thinking quietly. The number of peak members will continue to grow. If he handles everything himself, he'd be exhausted. It's necessary to appoint 2 vice presidents to share the burden. As for the candidates, Qin Chuan has tentatively chosen Jixing and Ying Luo. These two joined the guild the earliest, have performed well, and are highly recognized by the others. When the time is right, he will announce this matter. Recovering his mind, Qin Chuan looked down at the ground. The fire elemental summoning ritual is nearing its end. Under the influence of the intense energy, even the terrain has shifted. A volcano appeared out of nowhere, its center a boiling, rolling mass of magma. Boom! An arm made of magma burst out from beneath the lava and slammed into the crater, melting the solid rock. Followed by a second arm. Then came a massive figure. This was a fire lord composed of flowing magma, declaring its arrival upon this world. This place will become the home of my fire elemental clan. The surrounding fire elementals echoed with their breath of flame, creating an intense atmosphere. Qin Chuan was also observing the fire lord's attributes. Ragnaros, Lord of Fire, Legendary. Level, 70. HP, 400, 000, 000/400, 000, 000. Attack, 1,700,000. Defense, 1 million. Skills, Lava Trap, Lava Tide, Son of Flame, Lava Grains, Flame Field, Corrosive Flames, Burning meteor. Description: primordial hellfire from the elemental realm, master of the land of fire, possessing destruction and fury. It was indeed a legendary boss, and it was the renowned Fire Lord Ragnaros. This fellow was a familiar face among players, and his defining characteristic was his extreme difficulty to kill. Even if he was defeated this time, he would reappear after a while. The reason for this is that Ragnaros' source energy resides in the elemental realm. Unless it is destroyed, it will eventually be reborn. While pondering, Ragnaros on the ground looked up at the sky. With a wave of his hand, a fiery aura dispersed the clouds, revealing the traces of Qin Chuan and Shadow Dragon. Ant, who allowed you to fly above Lord Ragnaros? Ragnaros roared. With another wave of his hand, several massive meteorites, over 10 meters in diameter, plummeted from the sky, smashing toward Shadow Dragon. Shadow Dragon handled the incoming meteorites with ease. Despite its low dark gold rank, its superior flying ability made it fearless of any challenge. With the added benefit of the Ace Pilot's Handbook, it unleashed a dazzling display of midair, executing various tactical maneuvers with ease. Qin Chuan, rooted to the ground, completely unfazed, ordered Shadow Dragon to lower its altitude. He was about to strike. Ragnaros has been summoned, and it's time to reap the rewards. In this battle, Qin Chuan must not only slay Ragnaros, but also slay all the fire elementals present. A legendary boss plus the experience gained from thousands of minions will definitely allow him to reach level 60. By then, upgrading his equipment to level 70, he can progress to his third class advancement. Perfect, Qin Chuan muttered, hurling a shadowy dagger at Ragnaros. Boom! The tens of millions of damage dealt instantly created a massive hole in Ragnaros' body, with lava dripping down. Chapter 430. Any creature suffering this level of injury would essentially be doomed. But Ragnaros was an elemental being, so as long as his health bar wasn't depleted, it wouldn't be a problem at all. The lava flowed, quickly filling the gap. But a sense of fear welled up within Ragnaros. What was happening? Why was this human's damage so outrageous? A simple flying knife had instantly sapped nearly a fifth of its health. It had never suffered such severe damage in the elemental realm. Kill him! Ragnaros commanded, preparing to have the fire elementals restrain the human while he waited for his chance to strike. There was no response. Looking down, he saw that several high-level fire elementals around him had been reduced to wreckage, floating in the lava. Farther away, countless fire elementals were stained dark green, and in the blink of an eye, they were dead. Ragnaros was stunned. What was this? Where had it been summoned? Was this still Apocalypse? When had such a ruthless person appeared in the Apocalypse world? Ragnaros could tell that the dark green energy was most likely the ability of the vampires. But the problem was, the vampires he knew weren't that powerful. Thankfully, when it was summoned, the terrain had shifted, leaving the fire elementals scattered across a wider area, preventing them from being wiped out by the poisonous blood plague. Even so, nearly 1,000 fire elementals were slain. Ragnaros' heart bled. These were all his treasures. This area was rich in the aura of fire, making it an ideal territory. As a lord, everything here belonged to him. How could he sit idly by and watch his wealth be destroyed by Qin Chuan? He immediately swung his arms, and launched a continuous stream of flaming attacks. The Shadow Dragon was well prepared and dodged easily. It had a clear understanding of its role, assist. It was to allow the Shadow Lord to focus on his attacks. That was its mission. As it flew, the Shadow Dragon taunted Ragnaros. What's the point of being so big? You have no accuracy at all. Can you do it? I ask you if you can. If not, go back to the elemental realm. This is not your place, understand? Ragnaros grew increasingly furious, lashing out with curses. Damn Shadow Dragon, I skin you alive. The Shadow Dragon laughed heartily. Come on if you dare. In his rage, Ragnaros' attacks became increasingly haphazard. Qin Chuan felt somewhat helpless. The Shadow Dragon's quality needed improvement. He counterattacked with a necrotic rain, knocking off nearly 100 million of Ragnaros' health. While the Shadow Dragon dodged, he found time to cast a full 3-second focus sniper, reducing Ragnaros' health bar to less than half. These 3 skills sobered Ragnaros up considerably. It knew it had to kill Qin Chuan first, but the Shadow Dragon's speed made its attacks miss. To avoid defeat, Ragnaros unleashed his fire field to its full potential, attempting to disrupt the Shadow Dragon's flight path. If the Shadow Dragon were slain, the human would lose its speed advantage and become a threat. Swish. Another shadowy flying knife flew, ripping another large hole in Ragnaros' recently repaired form. At this point, the surrounding fire elementals, eager to save their lord, gathered together once again, attacking from all angles. Suddenly, the sky was filled with dancing fireballs, creating a terrifying anti-aircraft barrage. Even the Shadow Dragon struggled. Seeing this, Qin Chuan immediately activated his Shadow Curtain. With the added bonus of this ability, Shadow Curtain lasts for 20 seconds, just enough time for Necrotic Rain and Concentrated Sniper to cool down. Combined with Shadow Daggers, it would surely be a one-shot kill for Ragnaros. As the power of Shadow descended, Shadow Dragon and Qin Chuan vanished into the sky. The Fire Elemental, having lost its target, could only hurl fireballs in all directions, posing no threat at all. Ragnaros sensed it for a moment, a little surprised. Even he couldn't find the other party's trace. This level of stealth was truly terrifying. Though the battle was brief, Ragnaros was already tempted to flee. He could see that he was no match for the human, and defeat was only a matter of time. But the problem was, he had been summoned and couldn't leave for the time being. What are these fire elementals up to? They're trying to get me killed. The more Ragnaros observed the surrounding fire elementals, the more he felt something was amiss. Were they calling it their lord, or their prey? Fire, grant me strength. Ragnaros roared, countless pillars of magma erupting, and meteorites rained down from the sky, ready to annihilate the enemy from both sides. It was confident that if it could land a single hit, the Shadow Dragon would be dead. Then the human would be left waiting for death. But Ragnaros' attack was doomed to fail. The sky was vast. Unless it was targeted, the Shadow Dragon could soar freely, completely untouched. Time slipped by. The duration of Shadow Veil dwindled. But the cooldowns of Necrotic Rain and Concentrated Sniper were also approaching their end. The threat of death loomed in Ragnaros' mind. It realized that the enemy was waiting for an opportunity. This was a common tactic used by assassins. After unleashing a set of abilities, they would immediately retreat into stealth, waiting for the next burst. Judging from the previous situation, it couldn't withstand the next round of attacks. A smile played on Qin Chuan's lips in the shadows. If the apocalypse had already arrived, killing Ragnaros wouldn't be so easy. If it couldn't defeat him, it could run. But now was the apocalypse phase, and bosses, especially summoned bosses, were subject to restrictions. Most importantly, they couldn't easily leave the summoning site. And this doomed Ragnaros to his doom. When the veil of shadows vanished, the Shadow Dragon and Qin Chuan reappeared in the sky, and Ragnaros roared furiously. Children of Fire, eliminate the enemy. He responded with a 3-second charged focus sniper attack, and the simultaneous release of Dark Rain and Shadow Daggers. Boom! Ragnaros' body exploded, the de-energized magma solidifying into obsidian, scattering everywhere. Ragnaros, Lord of Fire, had accomplished the feat of a single cross-dimensional victory. Chapter 431. You have reached level 60. The level cap is locked. Please complete the class advancement quests as soon as possible to unlock it. With Ragnaros' fall, a massive amount of experience from the legendary boss fell, easily raising Qin Chuan's Shadow Assassin class to level 60, and also soaring his Trickster class to level 52, another round of explosive stat increases. This significant level increase was entirely due to Qin Chuan's solo boss defeat, allowing him to gain exclusive experience. Add to that the thousands of fire elementals gathered for the ritual, and it's not surprising that he has reached his current level. Even if the experience points were split in half to supply both classes, it would be more than enough. And this was because Qin Chuan brought Shadow Dragon with him, and shared some of the experience with him. When Shadow Dragon first joined Qin Chuan, it was level 30. With subsequent battles, it reached level 39. Shadow Dragon is a Dark Gold level boss, requiring much more experience to level up than a player. Even so, this kill of Ragnaros allowed it to successfully reach level 43. The Shadow Dragon, moved, couldn't help but feel grateful for its quick thinking. If it hadn't known this situation and surrendered immediately, it wouldn't have reached its current level, let alone survive to this day. Following Lord Shadow was absolutely the wisest decision I ever made. As the Shadow Dragon pondered, it lowered its altitude to allow Qin Chuan to land and retrieve the spoils. Qin Chuan didn't pursue the remaining fire elementals. Firstly, there weren't many left, and secondly, with Ragnaros' death, the fire elementals had completely fled, making pursuit too arduous. Without the poison blood plague, Qin Chuan's monster-killing efficiency wasn't very high. Besides, even if the value of these ordinary fire elementals doubled, it wouldn't be worth as much as one Ragnaros. Reaching out, he first discovered the 7 pieces of loot dropped by Ragnaros himself. A quick glance revealed the legendary Eye of Sulphurus. Not bad, that saves me some trouble. Qin Chuan was very satisfied. Normally, the initial quality of the fire hammer is epic. But that's based on a low-level Eye of Sulfuras. If it were a legendary Eye of Sulfuras, combined with high-quality materials, the finished product could reach legendary immediately, skipping the process of killing fire monsters and saving a lot of time. Qin Chuan didn't even examine the remaining loot. He simply used his cunning hand to obtain 3 additional pieces of loot and 490 attribute points. That wasn't all he had. In the previous battle, among the thousands of fire elementals, there were quite a few silver and gold level fire lords, and even 2 dark gold level ones, ranging in level from 50 to 60. After using all of the skills, Qin Chuan gained a staggering 3,740 attribute points. First, he used 1,100 points to increase his agility to 10,000. After taking 2 short steps, the scene before him rapidly receded. The remaining attribute points were evenly distributed among the secondary attributes. With this, Qin Chuan's stats reached a staggering 4057 strength plus 2,100, 4182 constitution plus 1800, 10011 agility plus 9850, and 4,133 spirit plus 2550. After adding the attribute points, the next step was to process the loot. Ragnaros's 7 items plus the 3 from the skill. Qin Chuan suddenly had 10 more legendary items. I should have all the legendary items from Apocalypse by now, Qin Chuan thought to himself. Having already seen the Eye of Sulfuras, he immediately put it in his ring, and returned to ask Master Kamal for help in forging it into the Hammer of the Fire Lord. The remaining loot consisted mostly of equipment, and it was predominantly fire-attributed spellcasting gear. I keep the equipment for now, and use Kanai's cube to transform it later. Even if I can't use it, at least I can get some useful attributes to replace it, Qin Chuan thought to himself. Shadow Reforged doesn't depend on the type of equipment, but the attributes that can be extracted from spellcasting gear aren't compatible with Qin Chuan's assassin class, unless they're damage boosting. But those are few and far between, and most are limited to spellcasting damage. Chapter 432. We can only wait for Kanai's cube to slowly transform. Thankfully, in addition to the equipment, Qin Chuan also obtained several quite good loot. Among them was a skill book. The dazzling light clearly demonstrated its legendary quality. Burning Meteor, legendary active skill. After chanting for 3 seconds, summon a meteorite to bombard the target area, dealing spell damage asterisk 500% plus 4,000 damage, leaving behind a flaming area that deals 1,500 damage per second for 15 seconds, consumes 4,000 mana, and has a cooldown of 180 seconds. Only available to fire mages. Trait. Increases meteorite falling speed by 50%. Epic trait. Additionally summons 5 small meteorites, dealing spell damage asterisk 200% damage. Legendary trait. Reduces cooldown by 60 seconds. As expected of a legendary high cooldown skill, this damage multiplier is truly high. Qin Chuan exclaimed. In the hands of top-tier fire mages, this skill could easily flatten a mountaintop. Adding to the epic skill, Ricochet Flame, Qin Chuan now possessed 2 top-tier fire mage skills. This made Qin Chuan ponder. Why didn't they drop skills he could use? Forget class-specific skills, at least there should be some universal ones. However, boss drops aren't determined by player desires, but by what Apocalypse wants to give. Luckily, Qin Chuan had previously intercepted a replica of the Unholy Chalice, obtaining the coordinates that lead to a clue to Shadow Power. He checked back later. Even if he didn't get the exclusive skill, at least he get a damage boost, a win-win situation. Putting away the Burning Meteor skill book, Qin Chuan looked at another piece of loot. A quest scroll. Flame Demon Legend, legendary quest scroll used to activate the quest, and upon completion, you receive the coordinates for Molten Core. Molten Core, Qin Chuan's eyes flickered. This was a raid dungeon like the Pale Throne. However, you had to complete the prerequisite quest to unlock it. Originally, Qin Chuan had planned to find another opportunity to get it. After all, quest scrolls had a very low drop rate. But now that the quest scroll was delivered directly to him, there was no need to hesitate. After completing the 3rd advancement and unlocking the level cap, he headed to harvest the attribute points. Molten Core isn't too difficult. Except for the last 2 bosses, which are legendary, the ones before that are all epic. Qin Chuan recalled silently. Mainly, Molten Core is an early-stage raid dungeon, typically reserved for players who have advanced 3 times. In his previous life, Qin Chuan hadn't been to such an early-stage raid dungeon since completing his 4th class advancement, so he needed to recall the relevant details. Actually, it doesn't matter whether you recall or not, you'd be gone in seconds anyway. Don't rush to activate the quest scroll, check the next piece of loot. Seal of the Fire Lord, legendary item. Effect 1. Holding this seal grants the status of a Fire Lord. Effect 2. Immune to fire damage. Effect 3. Activate the seal's energy, restraining the target with flame chains for 10 seconds, with a 5-minute cooldown. This item is similar to the Apostle Seal dropped by Belial. The difference is that Belial's seal allows you to travel to the abyss, while this seal doesn't. However, in combat, this seal is more practical. Both the immunity to fire damage and the restraint are very useful. The last item, which Qin Chuan finds more valuable, is an item. Damage Frost Core, legendary item, the effect is unknown. This is the first time Qin Chuan has encountered an item with an unknown effect. It's also ice attributed, seemingly the exact opposite of Ragnaros's attributes, and it seems out of place in the drop list. But Qin Chuan knew the origin of this item. This item was the key to unlocking the Frost Lord. The Frost Lord was an elemental lord as famous as Ragnaros. His true form resided in the elemental plane, and like Ragnaros, he usually appeared through interdimensional summoning. Chapter 433. But that was in the past. The current Frost Lord will not respond to any summons. The reason is simple. It was defeated, and its source power was divided into 3 parts, sealed in different areas. One part is in the Apocalypse world, and the key to unlocking it is this broken Frost Core. There are several steps to unsealing it. The most crucial step is to find the location where the source power is sealed. But this is the easiest for Qin Chuan. The second step is the broken Frost Core. Without this, even if you find the seal of the Frost Lord source power, you won't be able to break the seal. Once you have the broken Frost Core, you first need to charge and repair it. The method is not difficult. Use this to kill ice attribute bosses, absorb their energy, and eventually fully repair it. After repairing the core, you can proceed to the next mission. Qin Chuan remembered that the quest to rescue the Frost Lords was incredibly tedious and lengthy, requiring him to traverse nearly the entire Apocalypse world. The transportation fees alone were a significant expense. And this was only to rescue 1/3 of the Frost Lords. The other 2 quests were even more challenging to complete, as they were not located in the Apocalypse world. I remember one was in the Abyss, and the other was on Meteor Island. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. Both the Abyss and Meteor Island were fraught with danger. Qin Chuan did have a way to reach the Abyss, but with Belial's narrow-mindedness, he would undoubtedly receive a warm welcome. As for Meteor Island, reaching it proved more challenging due to its unpredictable location. It's more like a comet than an island. It only opens briefly when Meteor Island approaches the Apocalypse world. You must return within a certain time frame, otherwise you'll be left wandering the world with Meteor Island. While the mission is difficult, the rewards are considerable. Theoretically, anyone with the ability can possess the Frost Lord's essence and become the Frost Lord themselves, becoming a being on par with gods. Although Qin Chuan defeated Ragnaros in a few blows, the one who arrived this time was merely an avatar. Like Belial, such a powerful being cannot enter the Apocalypse world at will. Recovering his mind, Qin Chuan stored the Frost Core. With the power of shadow within him, he certainly wouldn't become the Frost Lord. With this, all the loot dropped by Ragnaros has been examined. To sum it up, it's a huge profit. Let's go back to Shadow Reforged first, and have Kamal craft the flame hammer while we're at it. I also accumulated a lot of evolution points, enough to evolve several legendary skills. Qin Chuan summoned a shadow dragon and flew towards Belly City, pondering his future plans. The third career advancement is a watershed moment for players. Skilled players will see further advancements, while ordinary players will remain mediocre. The reason for this is that the third career advancement not only further increases growth potential, but also proportionally improves the player's base attributes. Top players already have high base attributes, and with further increases, their advantage becomes even more pronounced. For Qin Chuan, the improvement is even greater. His current base attributes are beyond the reach of many players in the mid to late stages of Apocalypse, not to mention the fact that he can continue to grow stronger. As Qin Chuan pondered, the walls of Belly City came into view. Qin Chuan didn't enter the city, but headed straight for the Black Market. In the Black Market Tavern, Kamal and his 2 brothers were drinking ale and discussing how to use the fire dragon materials they had. Seeing Qin Chuan arrive, the 3 dwarves quickly greeted him. "Warrior, come and have a drink." Qin Chuan didn't refuse. He sat down and chatted for a moment, then took out the blueprints for the fire demon hammer and explained his purpose. "Master Kamal, I want to forge this equipment." Kamal took the blueprints, examined them for a moment, and said with surprise, "This is actually an epic level equipment with growth potential. It's rare." Qin Chuan nodded and took out the legendary Eye of Sulphurus and placed it on the table. If I have this, can I directly forge a legendary fire demon hammer? Puff. Kamal spit out a mouthful of ale. Ahem. Kamael coughed repeatedly, exclaiming in shock, this is the Eye of Sulfuras, which can only be found by a legendary fire lord. After that, he looked Qin Chuan up and down. Did you kill the legendary fire lord? Qin Chuan casually said, the fire elementals of the Crimson Mountains performed a summoning ritual, summoning Ragnaros. I happened to encounter him and sent him back. Kamael's mouth dropped open, unsure how to respond. This was just a casual thing? That was a legendary boss, but soon, Kamal calmed down. For him, the rank of boss Qin Chuan defeated was irrelevant. Crafting high-level equipment was what mattered. Kamael rubbed his hands excitedly. With the legendary Eye of Sulfuras, combined with some high-quality materials, it's indeed possible to directly craft a legendary item. Then I leave it to you, master. Qin Chuan nodded, and took out a large amount of materials. These were the drops from his slaying of the fire elemental. In terms of quantity alone, they could even be used to forge a second hammer of the fire demon, but without the all-important Eye of Sulfuras, all the other materials were meaningless. The three Kamal brothers, no longer bothering to continue drinking, decisively carried the materials to the backyard. Soon, the sound of bellows whirring and the clanging of hammers echoed from the backyard. Such a commotion naturally couldn't be hidden from Edith. A servant approached Qin Chuan and bowed, saying, Lord Edith, please come up to the second floor for a chat. Qin Chuan stepped up and said straight to the point, I need to advance my third class. Edith threw up his hands. I can't do that. Qin Chuan paused, thinking he hadn't explained clearly enough, and repeated, I need to advance my third class. Edith threw up his hands again. I can't do that. Qin Chuan asked curiously, Teacher Edith, can you explain the reason? Edith didn't hide the truth and said bluntly, your class is very unique. I can't offer you any advancement quests. Qin Chuan was stunned. That worked. If he didn't complete the advancement quest, his level would be stuck at level 60. Although there was a secondary class, the fraudster, the problem was that fraudsters weren't very strong in frontal combat. While pondering, Edith continued, although I can't give you a quest, I can give you a hint. Qin Chuan's mind stirred, and he blurted out, Holy Grail Wish. Chapter 434. After Qin Chuan mentioned the Holy Grail Wish, Edith praised him. Good response. This plan is feasible. After all, Qin Chuan happened to have an unused Holy Grail. Although it was only a replica, it shouldn't be difficult to use it to obtain the third-class advancement. That's the weight of 1,001 souls. However, Edith couldn't accept the third advancement quest, which meant she couldn't accept the fourth either. This wasn't good news. But from another perspective, it also meant that the Shadow Assassin class was truly unique. It was much stronger than other hidden classes. In his previous life, Qin Chuan was a hidden class warrior, but he was still able to receive 4 advancement quests from his class mentor. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan said, to make a Holy Grail wish, you need a soul and special activation methods, Teacher Edith. Do you understand? Edith shook his head regretfully. I never obtained the Holy Grail before, so naturally, I haven't studied it. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, then said slowly, in that case, I have to trouble Swand. I don't think he refuse. Edith said, ever since you went there twice, Swand has simply closed down. It's hard to say whether he's still in the black market. Qin Chuan smiled. He's definitely there. He has a network of connections in Bailey City, so he wouldn't just give up. After a pause, Qin Chuan added, furthermore, for Swand, leaving Bailey City might be even riskier. It would be better for him to hide in the dark and wait for the situation to clear up. Congratulations, you guessed right. Edith smiled, his tone firm. Swand is still in Bailey City. Or rather, he's still in the black market and hasn't left. Qin Chuan immediately stood up. Teacher Edith, I'm going to ask Swand for a favor. See you later. Edith didn't try to stop him, but simply reminded him, Swand isn't as weak as he appears. Qin Chuan smiled. Thank you, Teacher Edith, for the heads up. After saying that, he walked out of the tavern and headed straight for the antique shop next door. Seeing the closed door, he didn't hesitate a moment and banged on it. Mr. Swand, open the door. I know you're home. If you can trick the dead. Before he could finish his words, the door banged open, and Swand screamed, Stop! He was truly afraid Qin Chuan would tell others about his tricking the Hand of the Dead. That would be a disaster. The Hand of the Dead were a bunch of lunatics, and being targeted by them was no easy task. Swander glared at Qin Chuan angrily demanding, What are you doing here again? Qin Chuan smiled, Mr. Swander, don't be so distant. After all, we're all Trickster's family, and we have things in common. Swan shook his head repeatedly, his expression as if to say, don't even bother trying to get close to me. Who are you? Don't talk nonsense. Swan had only one thought in mind. Regret, deep regret. I should have known better than to settle in Bailey City. Even if I had settled in Bailey City, I shouldn't have acted so eagerly when this guy produced the Lord of Tricks Apostle seal. Now, he's completely attached to me, and there's no way to get rid of him. At the same time, Swander wanted to ask the Hand of the Dead, what on earth are you doing here? You brought the Holy Grail here to cause trouble, but instead of accomplishing anything, someone stole it. How dare you claim to be the strongest evil organization in Apocalypse, destroying the world? You're even more shameless than him. Swander's thoughts raced as he pulled Qin Chuan into the shop, closed the door, and said sullenly, what on earth do you want? Qin Chuan smiled and, without beating around the bush, stated his purpose directly. I hope Mr. Swander can contact the Hand of the Dead. Puff. Swandering out a mouthful of tea, he said with a hint of heartache, this is fine tea, supplied exclusively to the Qifeng City royal family. What a waste. Then, realizing what was happening, he leaped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, shouting, you want me to contact the Hand of the Dead? That's like asking me to die. Chapter 435. Qin Chuan asked curiously, Mr. Swan, didn't you say before that you never tricked the Hand of the Dead? Why are you so scared? Swan was stunned by the question. He chuckled and changed the subject, saying, everyone knows that the Hand of the Dead is guilty of heinous crimes. As a law-abiding resident of Bailey City, how can I be complicit in their corruption? Clap, clap, clap. Qin Chuan applauded, praising, Mr. Swan's character is noble and admirable. I contact Instructor Lei Huao, and have him help you apply for the title of Good Citizen. He was about to push the door open and leave. Swander quickly grabbed Qin Chuan and said sincerely, good deeds are done anonymously. Instructor Lei, please don't bother with such a small matter. Swan made up his mind and said, first, tell me why you want to contact the Hand of the Dead, and then I consider whether to agree. Qin Chuan immediately retracted his steps, and quickly said, I want to activate the Holy Grail. Swan pondered for a moment, then said slowly, so your plan is for me to contact the Hand of the Dead, sell them a replica of the Holy Grail, and then persuade them to use it, and then you jump in and reap the benefits. Qin Chuan praised, Mr. Swan is truly a master con man. His schemes are so easy to come up with. I admire him. Swan waved his hand modestly, it's just a little trick, not worth mentioning. Qin Chuan continued, I recorded this. If you don't help, I make it public. I heard the leader of the Dead Hand has a bad temper. If he knew he'd been tricked twice by the same person, he wouldn't let it go. You? Swan nearly spat out blood. This kid is so cunning, and yet, there's nothing he can do about him. In terms of direct combat capability, a trickster like him can't possibly defeat an assassin. Of course, he's not afraid of ordinary assassins. The problem is, the man before him is a ruthless warrior who has even defeated the incarnation of the Lord of Tricks. Killing a high-ranking trickster like him is a piece of cake. And most importantly, Swander is almost certain that this man possesses the Eye of Void Sundering. His most skilled deception techniques will be completely ineffective against him. He'd be completely defeated. This kid's abilities are too much for me. Swander was filled with frustration. In all his years as a professional, this was the first time he'd been completely helpless against a junior. Forget it, I promise. Swander let out a long sigh, completely resigned to his fate. He extended his hand toward Qin Chuan. Give me the Holy Grail. I go and see what happens. I'll let you know when I have any news. Qin Chuan didn't hesitate, handing it over. Swan took the Holy Grail, waited in his hands for a moment, and asked, aren't you afraid I take it and run away? Qin Chuan smiled confidently, you can't. Swan was a little unconvinced. Qin Chuan continued, I may not be able to find you, but Edith certainly can. In the end, Swan chose not to break off relations. As Qin Chuan had said, Swan could escape others, but he certainly couldn't hide from Edith. Qin Chuan firmly believed this, and so did Swan. So, Swan wisely changed the subject. By the way, as a fraudster, your mastery of the relevant skills doesn't seem very good. Qin Chuan smiled faintly. So, I have to thank Mr. Swan for your guidance. Swan wanted to slap himself. Why bring this up when there's nothing else to do? And now, I'm being blamed again. However, Qin Chuan didn't intend to push him too far. He said, Mr. Swander, I pay? Swan's eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands together and asked, how much can you offer? Qin Chuan rummaged through his backpack and pulled out an epic spell equipment, tossing it onto the counter. This can be exchanged for several skills. Wow, a nice piece. Swan examined the equipment carefully and gave a fair assessment. Spellcasters are all wealthy. They'd definitely be willing to pay for this accelerated chanting equipment. If they find someone in urgent need of it, they can definitely sell it for 30% to 50% more. Chapter 436. For Qin Chuan, with his pile of legendary gear, he even looked down on epic gear. But across Apocalypse, whether among players or the indigenous NPCs, epic gear is hard to come by. Even in the later stages of Apocalypse, epic gear is still the preserve of a select few players. Ordinary players would have to sell everything they have to buy just one piece. Similarly, for the indigenous NPCs, obtaining epic gear isn't so easy. If Swander's equipment is properly managed, it could fetch a fortune. Seeing Qin Chuan's politeness, Swan no longer cared about his earlier impoliteness and excitedly said, "What skills do you want to trade this equipment for?" Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and said, "The Trickster signature skills are Disguise, Feign Death, Deceptive Clone, and Confusion. Let's trade for these 4. Swan jumped up and shouted, "Do you know how precious these 4 skills are? They're abilities that many high-level tricksters haven't fully mastered. Do you think I have them?" Qin Chuan nodded yes. Swan was speechless. Qin Chuan had such confidence in him that he was completely lost. Swander said, "I don't have that many skills. I only have Disguise and Confusion, and they're only silver grade, nothing higher. Their value is nowhere near that of this epic equipment." Qin Chuan said nonchalantly, "It's okay. I can just use other items to pay for what I'm missing." Hearing this, Swander pointed at the surrounding antiques with a reluctant expression, his tone thick with hesitation. "These are treasures I treasured for years. Pick one. Remember, you can only take one. If you take 2, I lose money." Qin Chuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Mr. Swan, there's no one here, so don't try to fool me with these junk." "What do you mean by junk?" Swan protested unconvincedly, "These are antiques." Qin Chuan said slowly, "Mr. Swan, I learned about the matter of Wang Yen. Have I mentioned it to you?" Swan immediately put on a mellow expression, nodded, and said, "I also think it's a bit inappropriate to trade 2 silver-level skill books for epic-level equipment. How about this? I take 2 gold-level ones." Qin Chuan did not answer, but continued, "My professional mission as a fraudster is to expose the true face of the con man in public." Swan's tone became calmer. 2 gold-level books for epic equipment? Who came up with this unethical condition? I can't stand it. At least 2 dark gold-level skill books are required. Qin Chuan smiled. "Mr. Swan is right. 2 dark gold-level books for 1 epic equipment is not bad." For Qin Chuan, exchanging 1 epic equipment for dark gold-level Disguise and Confusion is definitely a win-win. He is not short of equipment, but skills. For Swan, this deal is also a win-win. Both of them got a satisfactory result, and they also liked each other better. Qin Chuan used the 2 skill books directly. Disguise, dark gold level active skill, get a new image, which can be used repeatedly before being revealed. Features, can store 3 images at the same time. Confusion, a dark gold level active skill that disrupts the target, causing them to lose vision for 2 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Features, the loss of vision effect is changed to disrupted perception. Compared to the previously acquired false face skill, Disguise is undoubtedly more comprehensive. The biggest difference is that Disguise allows one to transform into another race, while False Face can only alter one's appearance and body shape to a certain extent, but cannot completely change one's appearance. For example, using False Face, Qin Chuan can transform into a hunchbacked old man. But with Disguise, he can even transform into a goblin or a Naga. The other Disguise skill is also quite useful, especially since its ability to transform vision loss into perception disruption is incredibly effective in combat. It can be used both offensively and defensively. Acquiring these 2 skills marks Qin Chuan's first step towards becoming a top-tier trickster. However, he still has a long way to go to become a top-tier trickster, or even to replace Belial. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan said, "Mr. Swan, I leave the contact with the dead hand to you. I hope to have good news soon." Swan calculated in his mind for a moment and said, "It'd take about 2 days." "Too slow," Qin Chuan refused flatly. "I need news tomorrow at the latest." Swan tapped the table with his fingers, a look of sorrow on his face. "That's the dead hand, a group of lunatics. Human life is worthless to them. Even I have to tread carefully." Qin Chuan waved the shadow-flying knife in his hand without saying anything. Swan changed the subject. "I mean, there's going to be a fee." Qin Chuan didn't bother Swan much, handing him a dark gold level equipment. "This is for your hard work." Swan accepted it directly, patting his chest and promising, "Just wait for my news." Seeing this, Qin Chuan didn't linger. Instead, he left the black market and returned to Bailey City, heading straight for the shop. While waiting, I could use the time to reforge my equipment in a shadow mode. Also, I needed to evolve my skills. The black market was crowded and inconvenient. Qin Chuan had to reforge the two weapons, Forbidden and Robbery first. As for the Death Shadow set, the 8P set's death immunity and invincibility were sufficient, so I could prioritize it a bit. But weapons were different. They directly impacted Qin Chuan's damage output. First, upgrade the equipment to level 70, then try to reach Legendary. Qin Chuan made his decision. Chapter 437. Using the Shadow Reforged skill for the first time, Qin Chuan prepared to test the waters, and took out a level 55 gold-grade equipment he had found in the Crimson Mountains. A pitch-black energy enveloped the equipment, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished completely. At the same time, Qin Chuan sensed a surge of excess energy at his disposal. He immediately drew the Forbidden Disaster dagger from his waist and channeled the energy into it. Soon, the level of Forbidden Disaster increased from 50 to 51, and its stats increased proportionally. Not only that, Qin Chuan could also adjust the equipment's attributes. This was the effect of Shadow Reforge, and Qin Chuan wasn't surprised. However, the gold-grade equipment he used this time had ordinary attributes, so there was no need to replace it. After mastering the technique, Qin Chuan began to work vigorously. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 pieces of gold-grade equipment vanished, becoming energy that strengthened Forbidden Disaster. The level of Forbidden Disaster was successfully raised to 55. The higher the level, the more equipment is required. This only involves upgrading the equipment's level. If you want to upgrade it from Epic to Legendary, you need more than just the equipment. The key lies in the equipment's quality. To upgrade to Legendary, you must use Legendary items as reforging materials. Thankfully, only one item is needed. Essentially, it's an Epic item and a Legendary item fused together into one Legendary item. In terms of value, it's not a profit, it could even be considered a loss. The key question lies in whether the original equipment's upgrade is worthwhile and necessary. Qin Chuan's equipment, Forbidden and Robbery, are part of a set. They have an additional set attribute compared to just two weapons, resulting in a significant improvement. As for the Death Shadow set, that's a no-brainer. The 8-piece set's effects are incredibly powerful, and just for that alone, it's worth upgrading to Legendary or even higher. Unless a more suitable set is found later. But currently, that's unlikely. Only then, with Qin Chuan's boss-killing efficiency, replacing his equipment later wouldn't be a big deal. At worst, he could just go on another boss-killing quest and find equipment to use as Shadow Reforged materials. While pondering, he fed dozens more pieces of equipment, raising the level of Forbidden Calamity to level 70. He also replaced all three of his attributes, making it even more aggressive. Now comes the main event. Qin Chuan retrieved the legendary equipment he received from killing Ragnaros. Shadow energy enveloped it, completely disintegrating it into its purest form. The moment this energy came into contact with Forbidden Calamity, a flash of cold light flashed across its blade. Just one glance at it made him feel as if his body was being torn apart. A glance revealed the new attributes of Forbidden Disaster. Forbidden Disaster, Legendary, Attack Damage plus 14,000, Agility plus 2,000, Level Requirement, 70. Special Effect 1, Damage increased by 15%. Special Effect 2, Attack Damage plus 3,000. Special Effect 3, Agility plus 1,000. Legendary, attacks dispel any positive effects on the target and apply a random negative effect. Frigid Shard, attacks and spells deal 20% frost damage and slow the target by 50%. With Qin Chuan's current attributes, any slowing or severe damage effects were useless. He simply piled on damage, aiming for a one-hit kill. As long as the enemy was dead, he wouldn't be attacked, thus increasing his survivability. Even with his current strength, Qin Chuan's creed remained unchanged. Only when alive can he deal damage. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan once again looked at Forbidden Disaster, an unstoppable smile spreading across his lips. A single weapon, adding 17,000 attack damage, a full 3,000 agility, and a 15% damage increase. It's no exaggeration to say that while the name of Forbidden Calamity remained unchanged, its essence had been elevated to a level that would drive even level 100 players crazy. Chapter 438. Then, Qin Chuan followed suit, increasing the strength of Tyranny to become a level 70 legendary item. Tyranny Robbery, Legendary, Attack Damage plus 14,000, Strength plus 1,000, Agility plus 1,000, Level Requirement, 70. Special Effect 1. Attack the target 3 times in a row, dealing 15% of the target's maximum health in physical damage. 20-second cooldown on the same target. Special Effect 2. Strength plus 1,500. Special Effect 3. Attacking has a 1% chance to grant a deflection shield, preventing damage for 1 time. Legendary. Enters Tyranny mode, increasing damage by 30% and speed by 30% for 20 seconds, with a 5-minute cooldown. Holy Light Fragment. Attacks and spells grant 35% holy damage. Unlike Calamity Forbidden, Tyranny Robbery has 2 excellent attributes, so Qin Chuan only replaced 1. The original fixed health recovery of 1,000 on attack was converted to strength. With the elevation of Calamity Forbidden and Tyrannical Plunder to legendary status, their set benefits have also been enhanced. Set February 2nd, attack damage increased by 10,000, damage increased by 40%. Including the set benefits, the weapon's increased panel attack damage alone reaches 41,000. Combined with the strength attribute, Qin Chuan's panel attack power has already reached a terrifying 50,000. With the added bonus of skills, talents, and equipment effects, the final damage will reach an unimaginable level. It's no exaggeration to say that if Qin Chuan encounters Ragnaros again, he can defeat him with just 1 set of skills. You know, that was a level 70 legendary boss, a formidable force that would have wreaked havoc in his previous life. And yet, Qin Chuan slaughtered it like a chicken. While shocked, Qin Chuan was also filled with excitement and joy. With this kind of power, he could at least go further than in his previous life, perhaps even have a chance at a true comeback. Putting away the Calamity Forbidden and Tyrannical Plunder, Qin Chuan glanced at the equipment in his ring. There was still plenty left, enough to upgrade at least 4 Death Shadows to Legendary. Raising all of them to Legendary was a bit difficult. The main problem was that there wasn't enough Legendary equipment. I had looted 10 pieces from killing Ragnaros before, 5 of which were items. 2 had already been reforged, and the remaining 3, even with the Wandering Agent's tunic, could only upgrade to 4 Death Shadows. Even if you count the Deception Gloves and the True Lie, there were at most 6. However, the Deception Gloves were part of the Deception set, so Qin Chuan decided to keep some for now. Maybe I complete this legendary set. As for the True Lie, it's a legendary weapon after all, and its legendary stats are pretty good, so it's best to keep it for now. Let's reforge 4 Death Shadows first. Qin Chuan made his final decision and immediately began dismantling his equipment, upgrading the Death Shadow helmet to level 70, and dismantling a legendary item, successfully upgrading the helmet to legendary. As for the attributes, he retained the mental resistance effect of trait 2, replacing 1 and 3. The new Death Shadow helmet attributes appeared in view. Death Shadow helmet, legendary, defense plus 21,000, health plus 28,000, agility plus 1,500, level requirement, 70. Special effect 1, max health plus 20%. Special effect 2, will protection, immune to mind control effects, mental resistance plus 50%. Special effect 3, while uninjured, damage increased by 10%. Legendary, attacks continuously weaken the target's mental defenses. Compared to the epic Death Shadow helmet, it's a comprehensive upgrade. Aside from its legendary effects, the biggest highlight is the third special effect. Although the damage increase is conditional, Qin Chuan's chance of being hurt is very low. Unless it's unavoidable, all-around damage, there's no need to worry about the damage increase failing. The original effect 1 increased the chance of seeing through illusions, a relatively rare effect. But Qin Chuan has the Eye of Void, which has a stronger effect, so he naturally can't use it. Instead, he simply replaced it with a maximum health increase. Chapter 439. Once he upgrades all of his Death Shadows to legendary level 70, his health will reach 200,000. 20% isn't a small increase. At least for an assassin, this much health is more than enough. Afterwards, Qin Chuan successively upgraded his shoulder guards, chest armor, and belt to legendary, using up all the equipment stored in his ring. It's no exaggeration to say that the value of the equipment Qin Chuan reforged from Shadow is inestimable, not to mention the extra. It's definitely worth over 1 billion. Even if the player's army reaches level 50 or above and drops a large amount of equipment, the value of those gold, dark gold, and even epic level equipment won't be much lower. But for Qin Chuan, cash doesn't mean much, just enough is enough. Being able to upgrade 4 pieces of legendary Death Shadow equipment is a real improvement. It's enough to maintain his advantage, and even expand it. The stats for the shoulder guards, chest armor, and belt are primarily focused on increasing defense, with a focus on elemental resistance and maximum health. The main highlight lies in the legendary stats for the three pieces. The Death Shadow Shoulder's legendary effect creates a phantom that negates one spell attack. The chest armor's legendary effect makes the player intangible, rendering them immune to damage. The downside is that they can't deal damage while intangible. The belt adds 10 by 10 by 10 storage space, giving Qin Chuan more storage space. The 4 legendary Death Shadow items also enhance the set's effectiveness. Set February 8th. Attack speed increased by 150%. Set April 8th. Damage increased by 40%. Simply put, it increases damage. With this, Qin Chuan's Shadow Reforge has come to a temporary end. However, his improvement is not over yet. There are still skills that can be evolved. The first one is Shadow Stealth. Ding! Shadow Stealth has evolved. Quality upgraded, Epic upgraded to Legendary. Shadow Stealth LV10, Legendary level, enter Stealth state, break invisibility attack deals additional, attack power asterisk 240% plus 64,000, damage, consumes 200 mana, cooldown time is 7 seconds. Features, increase movement speed by 30% in Stealth state. Epic feature, has 3 charges. Legend feature, replace stealth with void walking. In addition to the damage increase of the break invisibility attack, the biggest improvement is the legendary feature. Void walking means that Qin Chuan will not be detected by regular skills in stealth state. Even if others throw skills at the location where he is, they cannot knock him out of stealth state, unless they use the space blockade skill. But such skills are not something that current players can master. Even among the native NPCs, only a few people know a little bit about it. It can be said that the evolution of Shadow Stealth to legendary level truly gave Qin Chuan the confidence to go wherever he wanted. Ding! Shadow Knife has evolved. Quality improved, Epic upgraded to Legendary. Shadow Knife LV10, Legendary level, uses shadow energy to create energy knives, causing attack power asterisk 330%, damage, consumes 100 mana, and has a cooldown of 5 seconds. Features, after hitting the target, it will ricochet and attack up to 5 targets within a range of 15 meters. Epic feature, Shadow Knife will definitely crit, causing 150% damage. Legendary feature, permanently mark the enemy hit. This effect is very strong, but it doesn't seem to be of much use at this stage, because the enemies you encounter are basically killed instantly. But in the later stages, the enemy's methods are endless, especially the escape ability is stronger than the other. If you want to completely kill the opponent, you have to find the person first. The mark of Shadow Knife can come in handy. Even if they escape to the ends of the earth, Qin Chuan can still get to the enemy and kill them. Perfect. Ding! Dark Rain has evolved. Quality upgraded, Epic upgraded to Legendary. Dark Rain LV3, Legendary active skill, summons Dark Erosion in the target area, condenses a rain of arrows to attack the enemy, up to 35 times of damage, each time causing attack power asterisk 80% plus 2400, damage, consumption, 500 mana, cooldown time 15 seconds. Features, release the skill will not break stealth. Epic feature, Dark Rain will weaken the target's defense, increase the damage it receives by 1%, stacking up to 10 times. Chapter 440. Legendary feature, leaves an undispellable shadow. This effect, combined with Shadow Jump, allows Qin Chuan to choose his own jump point, giving him greater flexibility without being restricted by the distribution of shadows on the battlefield. Ding! Shadow Prism has evolved. Quality upgraded, Epic to Legend. Shadow Prism, Legendary passive skill, shadow power flows through the body surface, automatically creates a prism upon encountering an attack, deflecting all types of damage once, cooldown time 20 seconds. Feature, recharge, Shadow Prism will automatically fill the number of uses, maximum number of layers, 5. Epic feature, Shadow Prism will reflect attacks. Legendary feature, cooldown time reduced by 10 seconds. Further enhances life-saving ability. Love it. If paired with a few more cooling equipment, the recharge time of Shadow Prism will become extremely short, and with 3 recharges of Shadow Stealth, it can be said to be basically invulnerable. There are still many evolution points in the skull of the alien beast, so continue to evolve. Ding! Shadow Jump has evolved. Quality improved, Epic upgraded to Legendary. Shadow Jump, Legendary active skill, removes restrictions and jumps into the target's shadow, Maximum distance, 400 meters, consumes 200 mana, cooldown time 15 seconds. Features, Traceless, enters stealth mode after moving. Epic feature, Double Jump, Shadow Jump can be released once more within 3 seconds. Legendary feature, there is a certain chance to jump to an unknown area, and releasing it again will return to the starting point. Qin Chuan was stunned. What kind of awesome feature is this? What if he jumps into the abyss? Wouldn't that be a bonus for Belial? Fortunately, with the epic trait's double jump, even if he did jump into a pit, he could still get back out. And Qin Chuan still had the teleporter chain, which had already marked the shop. Even if he did jump into a dangerous area, as long as he wasn't instantly killed, he could still use the portal to get back out. Complaints aside, this legendary trait gave Qin Chuan some additional ideas. It seemed as if someone was using it to meet him. Whether this was a blessing or a curse was unclear. Other skills, when evolved to legendary, had impressive and controllable effects. But Shadow Jump, having become a probabilistic skill, was absurd. The key point was that this probabilistic effect seemed like a trap. Combined with Qin Chuan's own speculation, he really wanted to ask if he could roll back the evolution points. He didn't want legendary Shadow Jump anymore. Epic was fine too. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Qin Chuan shook his head helplessly. He actually had very few opportunities to use Shadow Jump now. After Shadow Stealth evolved to legendary, enabling Void Walk, Qin Chuan could remain unmoved even when facing dozens of incoming skills, without having to rely on Shadow Leap to adjust his position as before. However, since Shadow Leap had evolved into this legendary trait, it meant he would inevitably encounter situations where he would need to use Shadow Leap. At that point, he would likely trigger the legendary effect and arrive in an unknown area. What will happen? Qin Chuan couldn't help but ponder. I hope I don't jump into the abyss. That old man, Belial, is desperate to kill me. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan held the beast's skull, preparing to continue evolving his skills. During this period of battle, he had slain countless monsters and bosses, and his accumulated evolution points were quite plentiful. Even after evolving 5 legendary skills, he still had some left. Evolve Shadow Curtain again. Ding, Shadow Curtain has evolved. Quality upgraded, epic to legendary. Shadow Curtain, legendary, uses shadow power to create a curtain that lasts 20 seconds, hiding the traces of party members and raid members within 50 meters. Consumes 500 mana, cooldown time is 3 minutes. Features, increases stealth speed by 30%. Epic feature, increases curtain duration by 5 seconds. Legendary feature, curtain cannot be dispelled. Shadow Curtain's effect is powerful, but not invulnerable. The simplest and most direct way to crack it is with the Flare skill. Chapter 441. Of course, they have to be at least of the same rank, otherwise they won't be able to penetrate. Now that Shadow Curtain's biggest weakness has been addressed, I can confidently make bold strategic moves. If Qin Chuan had the choice, he preferred to replace the stealth effect with Void Walk, just like Shadow Stealth. That would mean charging forward blindly. However, considering Shadow Curtain's group stealth, enabling Void Walk would require at least one more rank. Looking at the remaining evolution points, he could still evolve one more legendary skill. After much deliberation, Qin Chuan decided to evolve Shadow Reforge. Ding! Shadow Reforge has evolved. Quality upgraded from epic to legendary. Shadow Reforge, an epic skill that utilizes the power of shadow to reforge equipment, increasing its level and quality. This requires additional equipment or materials. Feature, Reforging does not damage the target equipment. Epic feature, allows you to automatically reconfigure equipment attributes. Legendary trait, use the power of shadow to upgrade equipment by 1 level for free. Cooldown, 3 days. The upgraded equipment level does not exceed the skill level. This is a very good trait. For Qin Chuan, it means he can get a legendary Death Shadow item for free. However, this method only enhances the legendary item's attributes to a certain extent, not replacing them. Glancing at his equipment, Qin Chuan chose to upgrade the Death Shadow leggings. Death Shadow leggings, legendary, defense plus 21,000, health plus 28,000, agility plus 1,500, level requirement, 70. Special effect 1, elemental resistance plus 100. Special effect 2, poison damage plus 15%. Special effect 3, dragon blood, all attributes plus 300. Legendary, poison damage severely injures the target, reducing recovery by 50%. Looking at the freshly made Death Shadow leggings, Qin Chuan pinched his chin and muttered to himself, 5 legendary Death Shadow leggings. Why don't they feel good? How about melting down the True Lies and upgrading another one? The effects of a 6-piece legendary Death Shadow set would definitely be enhanced, but the stats of the True Lies were truly impressive, especially the increased backstab damage, making it a truly elite assassin's item. Qin Chuan planned to keep some for now, hoping to see if he could use it himself. Luckily, he had a backup option. That was the legendary Fire Lord Hammer he had commissioned from Kamal. Originally, he planned to save it for Kanai's cube, but now it seemed like it needed to be used sooner rather than later. Since his evolution points were almost used up, Qin Chuan headed to the black market and found the 3 Kamal brothers in the backyard of the tavern. Their work was nearing completion. A heavy warhammer, its head blazing with flames, had taken shape. Even from a few meters away, one could feel the surging flaming energy. When the forging was complete, Kamal gazed at the fire demon hammer on the forge, his eyes filled with joy. For a dwarf, being able to personally forge a legendary weapon was a supreme honor, a lifelong wish many dwarves could never achieve. But now, it had come true. Kamal wiped the sweat from his brow and said excitedly, "Warrior, come and see if this weapon meets your requirements." Qin Chuan didn't dare tell Kamal that the hammer was about to be reforged. After checking the stats, it was indeed perfect, enough to drive any weapons warrior crazy. After a round of commercial praise, Kamal, with a satisfied expression, went to drink ale with his 2 brothers. Qin Chuan put the fire demon hammer into his ring and returned directly to the shop in Belly City to have it reforged, obtaining the legendary Death Shadow boots. Unlike leggings, which can be upgraded directly, combat boots can have their attributes adjusted. Death Shadow combat boots. Legendary, defense plus 21,000, health plus 28,000, agility plus 1,500, level requirement, 70. Special Effect 1. Immune to negative effects that reduce movement speed. Special Effect 2. Actively activates to double movement speed for 15 seconds, with a 5-minute cooldown. Special Effect 3. Agility plus 1,000. Legendary. Attacks deal 30% fire damage. This legendary effect comes from the hammer of the fire demon, further increasing Qin Chuan's damage. Chapter 442. Furthermore, he possesses the Sniper God talent, converting his damage to true damage. The added fire damage isn't negated by fire resistance, making it a substantial improvement. With the Death Shadow boots upgraded to legendary, the 6-piece set's benefits have also been updated. Said June 8th, each attack grants a stack of Dragon's Fury. When the stack reaches 8, the next attack's damage is doubled. The triggering conditions have been lowered, allowing for more instances of high damage. At this point, Qin Chuan has almost fully converted his resources into actual combat power, at least doubling his output compared to when he killed Ragnaros. Now everything is ready. All he needs to do is wait for Swan to contact the Hand of the Dead and have them activate the Holy Grail. Then, Qin Chuan can wish for his 3rd-class advancement quest. There's a 12-hour time difference between the apocalypse and reality right now. It's a bit frustrating. Qin Chuan exited the game and stared blankly at the bright sunshine outside. It was late at night in Apocalypse. He probably wouldn't get any more news from Swan if he continued waiting. Plus, he'd been playing for over 10 hours straight, so he simply logged off to rest. Then he realized it was incredibly bright outside. Recalling the scene he'd seen the previous night, Qin Chuan's heart stirred, and he went to the balcony to survey his surroundings. Although it was broad daylight, he could faintly see pillars of light rising into the sky. It was less visible than at night. This was understandable, after all, at this stage. Most players worked in companies during the day and farmed monsters in Apocalypse at night, leading incredibly fulfilling lives. This situation would continue until Apocalypse fully merged with reality. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Chuan waved his arms, his expression changing slightly. His strength increased, and significantly so. He walked to the dining table, lifted the thick marble tabletop with ease, and lowered it gently with equal effort. With 2 jumps on the spot, he effortlessly leaped nearly 2 meters. With a short run-up, he could have even hit the ceiling. This was utterly unreasonable. If the apocalypse had already arrived, and players could transfer their character attributes to the real world, then leaping 2 meters, not to mention 2, would be a piece of cake. The top 100 strongest men in the past were each superhuman, a walking nuclear bomb, their single strike causing mountains to collapse, and the earth to crack. But that was the late stage of the apocalypse, after all. It was still early, not at that stage at all. A terrifying hypothesis surfaced in Qin Chuan's mind. Could it be that the apocalypse had already begun its arrival in another form? If not, the changes in him were inexplicable. In my previous life, The apocalypse began to descend during the 5th version update. Players received notifications about ability extraction after logging off, and with the appearance of monsters, it was assumed the apocalypse had begun. Qin Chuan frowned, thinking. He hadn't received any notifications just now, and this was the first version of Apocalypse, with no updates. However, considering he brought the fragment of the Archer God's will with him when he reborn, the unexpected situation seemed to be expected. Check the forums to see if anyone else has experienced this kind of physical change, Qin Chuan thought to himself. If Apocalypse had undergone a change he wasn't aware of, then it wouldn't just affect him. Many more would surely be affected, and someone would post online to raise questions or brag about their own changes. Then, we know the full extent of the impact. Either way, this gave Qin Chuan a sense of crisis. Having almost finished his rest, he simply lay back in the game cabin and logged back online. The game time was around 4 in the morning, and the NPCs hadn't woken up yet, but players were unaffected and continued leveling and grinding for equipment. Qin Chuan had just logged in when he saw the guild channel buzzing with activity. He checked the chat logs and saw that Ji Xing and Yi Yingluo had completed their second-class advancement, successfully unlocking the level cap. Using their previously stored experience points, they had soared to level 36. Chapter 443. This shocked the new guild members. As expected of a pinnacle, he's quite capable. Debate, who had just completed his transformation quest, sighed, the seniors are firmly at the top of the level leaderboard, and I'm lagging behind. Brother yeah. Song Ling, the guild leader and his team lead the server in level, but I just left the novice village. No, I need to go monster hunting. Otis, it seems my PK agreement with the guild leader won't work until we both reach the level cap. The leveling speed is too fast. Tianqing, although the guild leader is very strong, I still have to vote for Jixing. Jixing, thank you, but don't let the guild leader see this, or he send me blueprints again. Yixingluo, too late, the guild leader just came online. Qin Chuan, isn't this a coincidence? My shop just received 2 blueprints, and they already been placed in the guild warehouse. Remember. Take it. Jixing, Tianxing, I'm not done with you. Di Jiaoling you. Everyone cheer, applaud. I completed the class advancement quest. I'm giving you a red envelope to celebrate. Xiao, Sister D is awesome. Yulin AI, his. I opened 12,000? You're not seeing things right. Aoe is very happy. You're not seeing things right. This is Sister D's strength. Why don't you just say thank you, Sister D? Song Ling, thank you, Sister D. Di Jiaoling you. Sister Song Ling, you're so polite. Since you call me sister, I give you another red envelope. I'm not the water god at Xiao. My sister has completely fallen from grace. Xiao, shut up. Chi, I heard Sister D is the wealthiest woman in the Peak Guild. Her reputation is well deserved. This huge red envelope is truly eye-opening. Su Chongqing, I finally completed the advancement quest. I finally lived up to the guild master support. Jing, to be honest, I just completed the advancement as well. Dijiaoling you, well done, Sister Jing. I give you a big red envelope. Jing, thank you, Sister D. Snow Swordsman, oh my god, how did you guys complete the quest so quickly? Why am I still running around? Yinmi, don't worry, I'm also running around collecting materials. Aoya is very cool. I'm waiting for my skills to cool down. Qin Chuan, seeing everyone so energetic, I'm relieved. Since everyone's here, I have something to say. Given the current number of members in the guild, and the fact that more members will be joining in the future, I'm planning to appoint Ji Xing and Yi Yingluo as vice presidents. Does anyone have any opinions? Ji Xing, I object. I have to work on blueprints and manage the guild at the same time. Are you trying to tire me out? Qin Chuan, objection invalid. Next. Xiao, I unconditionally agree with all the decisions made by the guild leader. Su Chongqing, I agree. Yinmi, I accept that Sister Ji and Brother Yi are the vice chairman. Debate, as a newcomer, I have no objection. Senior Brother In, yes. Song Ling, the guild leader decides. I just want to level up. Yulin AI, guild leader, look at my damage dealing gear. July 7, and me. Qin Chuan, I'm ready. Yulin AI, whatever the guild leader says, I do. July 7, me too. Amidst the unanimous approval of the crowd, the matter was settled. Originally, Dijiaoling Yu had wanted to celebrate offline, inviting everyone to her yacht, but considering the new members hadn't yet gotten to know each other, they had to wait a while. Qin Chuan chatted in the guild while heading to the black market, awaiting news from Swan. Just as he reached the entrance, Qin Xuan saw Swan rushing back from afar. Swan, looking exhausted, immediately said upon seeing Qin Xuan, "I was just about to find you. Once the matter is settled, the Hand of the Dead will launch a surprise attack in Lingang City in conjunction with the Sea Clan." Qin Xuan asked, "When?" Swan glanced at the sky and said, "It's already begun." Qin Xuan looked at Swan without saying anything. Swan felt a little guilty, but he still defended himself. "You know the Dead Hand is inhumane. They act on impulse, without any plan. I urged them to plan and act tomorrow, but they insisted on doing it tonight. I can't do anything about it." Swan's voice dwindled as he spoke, and finally, he just threw up his hands, stiffened his neck, and said, "It's already happened. There's no point in killing me." Chapter 444. Qin Xuan smiled and said, "Mr. Swan, we're not close enough to fight." Changing the subject, Qin Xuan continued, "Besides, you're just a fake. Killing you wouldn't be of much use." Swan's expression froze. Remembering that the man before him could see through illusions, he changed the subject. "Aren't you going to Lingang City? If you're too late, the Holy Grail will be used up." Qin Xuan replied, "I'd be there soon, Mr. Swan. See you later." Swan thought it would be best if they never saw each other again. If the Hand of the Dead could kill this guy, that would be the best. But it was just a thought. With the Hand of the Dead's men, unless the leader himself took action, there was no way they could do anything to this young man. Qin Xuan ignored Swan's thoughts and headed straight for Bailey City, simultaneously instructing in the guild chat. An event should be triggering in Lingang City. Anyone freaking go. Jixing, I'm free. Watch me, the Destroyer, unleash my might. Ying Luo, it's a great time to try out the skills granted by the advancement quests. Jixing, new members come join us. I help you level up. Just like the guild leader led us back then, now it's our turn to lead the newcomers. Tianxing, Sister G, you're so kind to me. I'm touched. Otis, then I trouble you, Sister G. Jixing, no problem. Deba, I was careless. I was so busy doing transformation quests that I haven't leveled up yet. I'm still in the novice village. It seems I won't be able to catch this train. AOE is very happy. I'm still working on the advancement quests. It seems I'd be late too. Xiao, I'm still running errands. This assassin mentor is really good at getting people to do things. Yinmi, we're both lost. I just finished one errand, and now I'm taking on another. Dejaling you, Sister Somling, join the group. I lead them one-on-one. Ying Luo, I lead you Lin Ai and Chi Yu Chi. Sister G can't just do it all. Jixing, then I lead Tianxing, Otis, and senior brother NN. Jing, I also completed the advancement quest. You can't just leave me to watch. I want to contribute to the guild too. Jixing, Tianxing, you join Jing's group. Tianxing, okay. Qin Xuan, why don't you just start a group fight? Jixing, that seems to be the case. Ying Luo, a word of wisdom awakens me. After the discussion, everyone boarded the teleportation array and arrived at Lingang City. Qin Xuan had already gone ahead to explore the coast. Before arriving, they saw a large number of monsters charging towards them. It was a swarm of countless sea creatures, among them cloaked members of the Hand of the Dead. But the one holding the Holy Grail hadn't been found yet. Qin Xuan shared a coordinate with the guild. The monster cluster is here, hurry over. This time, he planned to observe the battle from the shadows for a while, leaving the chance to attack to Jixing and Ying Luo. These sea creatures were around level 40, too low for him to gain any experience points from killing them. Furthermore, he needed the Hand of the Dead to recharge the Holy Grail. Killing them too quickly might cause it to abandon the mission, which was exactly what he wanted. While he was thinking, the massive figure of the Destroyer appeared in the distance. "President, we're here," Jixing called from afar. Next to him were Ying Luo, Jing, and Dejaling Yu. New members like Otis had also arrived. Only Dabada was left, completely obsessed with transformation, still wandering around the novice village. "It's not a big deal though. I just take him with me next time." Qin Xuan nodded and replied, "You guys are free to play. I wait for my chance." Jixing rubbed his hands together, excitedly saying, "President, I learned 2 new skills. Just watch." With that, he piloted the destroyer forward and fired 2 shots into the monster pile. A fierce explosion illuminated the night sky. The newcomers in the group trembled, instantly leveling up, and looked at each other in surprise. This leveling speed was simply relentless. Is this how peak players always level up? No wonder they're at the top of the global rankings. Before they could finish their size, 3 small drones appeared beside the destroyer, targeting and dispatching the low-health monsters. Chapter 445. As if not satisfied enough, Jixing simply exited the cockpit and fired over a dozen rockets in one go. During this time, the destroyer continued its attack, completely unaffected. It was clear that Jixing had mastered the ability to remotely control machinery. Presumably, this was the reward for her advancement quest. Yingluo, Jing, and Di Jiaolingyu were not to be outdone, unleashing their skills one after another. Though their killing efficiency wasn't as high as the destroyers, they still managed to defeat these level 40 monsters without a single blow. Faced with the sudden attack, the Sea Tribe, after a brief moment of confusion, immediately launched a counterattack. However, they walked directly into Jing's psychedelic magic circle, spinning in circles, and were struck by a heavy cannon from the destroyer, sending them plummeting to the ground. A clever Sea Tribe attempted to take a detour, but before they could take 2 steps, Yingluo activated a resistance aura, rendering them unable to move. Frustrated on both sides, the Sea Tribe continued their efforts, preparing to break through Di Jiaolingyu's encirclement. Di Jiaolingyu was still slaying monsters with her sword when she suddenly saw hundreds of sea monsters charging towards her. Overjoyed, her body aglow with magical light, she plunged into the monster pile. A powerful magic shockwave spread outward, stunning all the sea creatures. Even if a sea boss was out of control, and its attacks landed on Di Jiaolingyu, it would be of little use. A moment later, a second magic shockwave swept through, slaying the sea monsters one after another. Thanks to the active efforts of Jixing and the others, the levels of the new members began to soar. Although the team was large, the monster killing speed was so fast that it made up for the lack of experience sharing. Add to that the high-level monsters, and the newcomers also received a large bonus of extra experience. The experience bar filled up in the blink of an eye, making leveling up a breeze. And it wasn't just newcomers like Otis and Song Ling who were leveling up quickly. Even Jixing and Yingluo, who had already reached level 36, saw their experience bars begin to rise. The Sea Clan's attack was failing, leaving the hidden hand of the dead anxious. Their plan should have been foolproof, and they hadn't alerted anyone along the way. They were on the verge of reaching Lingang City, but then a few sudden and decisive men appeared, halting the Sea Clan's advance. If this continued, let alone conquering Lingang City, even further advancement would be a problem. Several cloaked members of the Hand of the Dead gathered to discuss. Should we take action? It's too early. Even if we use the Holy Grail to make a wish, Lingang City will surely be alerted, and the raid will fail. Who leaked the information? I have to skin him alive. I think it's better to make a wish with the Holy Grail first, and then find a way to destroy Lingang City. If we delay any longer, the sea creatures will be in trouble. That makes sense. By the way, who are you hanging out with? I don't know who you are. Don't worry about the details. Let's activate the Holy Grail first. At the suggestion of a concerned person, the Hand of the Dead quickly reached a consensus and decided to perform the Holy Grail activation ritual while the sea creatures were still alive. They would then eliminate those blocking their path, and then lead the remaining sea creatures straight into Lingang City. Destroying Lingang City directly would be difficult, but inflicting heavy casualties should be no problem. As long as they make a good start, Lingang City will be there sooner or later. Under the expectant gazes of their members, the leading member of the Hand of the Dead quietly arrived at the center of the battlefield, clutching the Holy Grail. A magical circle instantly spread across the battlefield. Qin Chuan immediately warned the guild, retreat first, leave the range of the magic circle. At the same time, he activated Shadow's stealth, waiting for his opportunity. As the destroyer retreated, the Hand of the Dead leader, clutching the Holy Grail, sneered, thinking about running now? Too late. With that, he mobilized all his magical power, and a black mist emanated from the evil Holy Grail, devouring the sea creatures' corpses on the ground, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 446. The remaining sea creatures had no intention of seeking justice for their own kind. This was all part of the plan. They simply intended to use the power of the Holy Grail to conquer Lingang City. As for who would become the Holy Grail's sacrifice, that depended on their luck. Jixing and the others immediately retreated from the range of the magic circle, but they remained in the outer circle, hunting down the pursuing sea creatures. Meanwhile, everyone in the guild was still discussing what had happened. Jixing, President, what is this magic circle for? Qin Chuan, it's nothing serious. It's just a Holy Grail that can be used to grant wishes. Yingluo asked curiously, such an evil energy aura, and it's actually a Holy Grail? Qin Chuan, the evil Holy Grail. Di Jiaolingyu, that makes sense. By the way, how many wishes can this Holy Grail grant? Can it allow me to reach the maximum level directly? Xiao, Sister D, your idea is brilliant. Qin Chuan, it's a good idea, but it can't be realized. At least not with the power of the evil Holy Grail replica. Di Jiaolingyu said disdainfully, what a lousy Holy Grail. It can't even grant such a simple wish. In fact, Di Jiaolingyu's idea had already been verified by a player in a previous life. It didn't work. Because this wish was anything but simple. The level cap of Apocalypse is gradually unlocked through advancement quests. This is a fundamental rule that cannot be circumvented by both players and NPCs. While the replica of the unholy Holy Grail is powerful, it can't stand up to Apocalypse head-on. Unless it's the real unholy Holy Grail, and with the help of a large number of souls making wishes, then it can be done. Besides, if one could obtain the true unholy Holy Grail, why would they need the Holy Grail to level up? They already maxed out long ago. While he was pondering, the distant ritual had already concluded. The sea creature corpses on the ground had been completely devoured. Black liquid seethed within the unholy Holy Grail, emitting a chilling aura. Those who obstruct the Hand of the Dead, your time has come. A high-ranking member of the Hand of the Dead clutched the Holy Grail and laughed wildly. He had every right to be arrogant. Already a level 65 high-level black mage, now possessing the power of the unholy Holy Grail, he was unstoppable and unmatched. As the unholy Holy Grail completed its charge, the aura of death enveloped the area, and the Deathbringer was about to arrive. I promise. Before he could finish his words, a flying knife flew from the void, instantly slaying the Hand of the Dead black mage. Until death enveloped him, he was somewhat unaware. He had clearly erected a mana shield, and even used several defensive scrolls, practically impenetrable. How could he be killed so easily? Before losing consciousness, the black mage saw a familiar yet unfamiliar face, the member of the Hand of the Dead, who had previously suggested using the Holy Grail. But the next second, the figure shifted. Clearly, they were disguised. A trickster. With resentment etched in his heart, the Hand of the Dead black mage lost consciousness and fell from midair. Before the surrounding Hand of the Dead members and the sea creatures could react, they were struck by pitch-black arrows and followed the black mage. The poisonous blood plague erupted, completely wiping out the scene. The unholy Holy Grail lost its support and fell from midair, where it was caught firmly by a hand. Qin Chuan's expression was calm. I want to make a wish. The death messenger's voice was tinged with surprise. You again. Hearing this, Qin Chuan knew he had run into someone familiar. The death messenger he had encountered earlier when wishing for the Holy Grail. Qin Chuan smiled. Yes, it's me again. The death messenger condensed its form. A pair of eyes stared at Qin Chuan from within the black mist. Without saying anything, it simply asked, what do you wish for? Qin Chuan was prepared. Please give me the third-class advancement quest, the most difficult. The death messenger grasped the Holy Grail in Qin Chuan's hand, and it instantly appeared in its hand. Chapter 447. Sweet Soul. The death messenger took the Holy Grail, and drank it all in one gulp. He casually dropped the tarnished chalice, flicking his finger, and sending a scroll floating toward Qin Chuan. I hope you enjoy this quest. The death messenger's figure gradually faded as he murmured. Qin Chuan took the scroll, his expression becoming slightly odd. He finally understood why the death messenger had left so quickly. Because this quest scroll was a complete bummer. Ding! You have automatically accepted the third advanced quest. Quest requirements: journey to the abyss and slay 10,000 demons of level 60 or higher. Please note, this quest cannot be abandoned. With the prompt, the quest scroll gradually dissipated like sand in the wind. Qin Chuan felt a headache. 10,000 demons, and they had to be at least level 60. This was incredibly difficult. Of course, for him, even level 100, let alone level 60 demons, would be no problem. That number was acceptable. The key issue was reaching the abyss. That was the demon's lair. Qin Chuan had a prior feud with Belial, so he was sure to be warmly welcomed there. Destroying 10,000 demons, while Belial was pursuing them, was even more difficult than taking down a legendary boss. Recalling the Deathbringer's words before his departure, Qin Chuan wanted to reply, I don't care. Whoever wants to do this lousy quest can do it. But the quest had already been automatically accepted. No matter how reluctant he was, he had to complete it, otherwise he would be stuck at this level forever. Even if he could continuously plunder attributes, he wouldn't be able to begin his path to godhood after the apocalypse without completing the advancement quests and breaking through the level block. That's the most deadly. Forget it, it's just the abyss, let's go! Qin Chuan said sternly. This was the game stage, and he had the Death Shadows suit on. Even if Belial was powerful, It would only make him invincible. He could easily return to the Apocalypse main world and wait for the equipment to cool down before going back. After all, the mission only required killing the demon, not Belial. At most, it would just mean a few more trips. Once his mind opened up, Qin Chuan immediately felt that this mission was nothing special. With the death of the high-level black magician of the Hand of the Dead, and the complete annihilation of the Sea Clan, the plan to attack Lingang City was declared a failure. From the results, Qin Chuan received his third advancement mission. Ji Xing and Yi Yingluo were admired by the newcomers. Otis and Song Ling gained a huge amount of experience points, and their levels soared, each leveling up 5 levels. Everyone was very satisfied. If I had to point out a flaw, it's that the Hand of the Dead's operation was too hasty and too small scale. They probably contacted the Sea Clan and set off immediately upon obtaining the Holy Grail, with only a little over 2,000 gathered. It was Qin Chuan who controlled himself and didn't attack, otherwise the battle would have ended with just a few skills. If the Hand of the Dead had planned well and made a large attack, then the newcomer would have had no problem reaching level 20 or above. So, haste is the enemy, Qin Chuan concluded. But he couldn't help but think there was another possibility. That Swan was goading the Hand of the Dead into a quick victory. That guy was a high-level trickster. He couldn't be so honest and just do whatever Qin Chuan said. Qin Chuan even suspected that if he had gone online a little later, the Hand of the Dead would have been defeated. As for the Holy Grail, it naturally had nothing to do with him. It seems Mr. Swan is a little dissatisfied. I have to have a good talk with him later, Qin Chuan thought to himself. He wanted to make Swan understand that only cooperation could lead to mutual success. Passiveness and complacency were futile. While pondering, Ji Xing led the others closer. After this battle, everyone began to become familiar with each other. Dijialing Yu asked curiously, President, I just saw that guy called Death Messenger give you a quest scroll. Is that the wish you made? Chapter 448. Qin Chuan nodded. My class is unique. My instructor can't offer a third advancement quest, so this method is the only option. Otis looked thoughtful. You can actually do it this way? I learned it. Song Ling added. I learned it too. Where can I get the Holy Grail? I want to learn more ice spells. Qin Chuan casually said, as long as you build good relationships with the NPCs, and convince them with your kindness, they give you all kinds of clues. Not only can you get a replica of the Holy Grail, but even stronger items can be obtained. Jing asked, what if the NPC refuses to obey? Qin Chuan's face was firm, his tone was firm. Then we beat them until they're convinced. Yi Yingluo threw up his hands and said helplessly, President, we can't replicate your method. All those high-level NPCs start at level 60. We can't defeat them. Ji Xing sighed. I'm done trying to learn this. What about you? Dijialing Yu and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Defeat the NPC? What kind of lewd language is that? I can't learn it, I really can't. Everyone chatted and laughed as they began to clean up the battlefield. The sea creatures weren't numerous this time, and the bosses weren't high-ranking either. The highest was a dark gold Tide Walker giant, and the rest were mostly bronze and silver. Qin Chuan didn't care about the equipment, so he threw it all into the guild warehouse. His focus was on accumulating stat points. After one round, he collected 1,150 stat points, not bad at all. He added them all to agility. Having just finished clearing the battlefield, before Qin Chuan could even consider heading directly to the abyss for the quest, he saw flames rising into the sky in the distance, and could faintly hear a series of explosions. Looking at the direction, it was clearly Lingang City. At the same time, a notification floated in the sky. Emergency triggered. Demons are invading Lingang City. Players, please be on the defensive. Emergency triggered. Demons are invading Lingang City. Players, please be on the defensive. Emergency triggered. Demons are invading Lingang City. Players, please be on the defensive. Qin Chuan was stunned. What was going on? Could there be another expert? Ji Xing was also puzzled. If it were the Sea Tribe, I could understand. But what the hell is a demonic attack? Where did this come from? Yi Yingluo smiled. No matter where it comes from, since it triggered an emergency, it means there are a lot of demons. Everyone can continue to level up. Jing sighed. Lingang City has been plagued by many disasters. I remember that it was targeted by the Sea Tribe at the beginning, then besieged by the undead. This time, it was targeted by the Hand of the Dead, and then attacked by demons. What kind of evil has it done? The players and NPCs of Lingang City also wanted to know this question. Late in the night, while sleeping, hundreds of demons suddenly appeared on the city streets, slaughtering anyone they saw with unparalleled ferocity. Luckily, there were enough players, using a massive wave of players to slow the demons' advance. Otherwise, the city lord's mansion would have been completely destroyed. But this was only a temporary solution, as more demons were emerging, and boss-level demons were beginning to appear, further increasing the pressure on the defense. Qin Chuan quickly said, "Pull me in. Jing, open a portal, and let's level up." Previously, Qin Chuan had wanted Ji Xing and Yi Yingluo to make their presence felt in front of the newcomers, so he hadn't made a move or joined the group. But now, with demons rushing to attack, and this being an emergency that threatened Lingang City, there was no room for concealment. He had to go all out. Jing immediately complied and began chanting spells. Ji Xing pulled Qin Chuan in and transferred the leadership role to him. When the portal took shape, Qin Chuan walked in first. "I go check out the situation first. Wait for my news." The current situation in the city was still unclear. If he plunged headfirst into the demon swarm, he would be fine, but the newcomers would most likely be sent to the respawn point, which would be no fun. Quickly, Qin Chuan typed in the team chat, "Come on." When Ji Xing and the others crossed the portal, they saw only demon corpses scattered all around them. Chapter 449. This was clearly a one-shot kill by Qin Chuan. Looking out, the entire city of Lingang was in chaos. NPCs, startled awake, emerged from their houses, and ran headfirst into the swooping demons, leaving them scattered here and there. And demons weren't just appearing in the city, demons could also be seen on the city walls, charging from the wilderness. There are demon portals both inside and outside the city? Qin Chuan saw the clue and couldn't help but feel puzzled. If demon portals can be placed inside the city, why go to the trouble of placing them outside? Isn't that redundant? But that didn't matter. The more demon portals, the more demons, and the more experience points. Summoning a shadow dragon with a wave of his hand, Qin Chuan instructed, "Newcomers, take the shadow dragons back. Ji Xing, you drive the destroyer to escort them. Don't let them be sent to the respawn point. First, find the location of the demon portal, and then we directly spawn monsters there." With a thought, Qin Chuan brought Deba into the group. Deba asked curiously, "President, I'm in the novice village. Even if I join the group, I can't get any experience." Qin Chuan quickly typed, "I have a plan." "Which novice village are you in?" Although somewhat puzzled, Deba replied, "Number 1145. Generally speaking, players below level 10 cannot leave the novice village. But there are exceptions. For example, the teleportation chain Qin Chuan possessed. Marking his location, Qin Chuan stepped directly onto the teleportation array and arrived at novice village 1145, where he found Deba dancing at the village entrance. He had just completed his transformation into a cute bear and was standing upright, shaking his head and tail, dancing with great joy. Surrounding him were female players exclaiming in amazement. Words like "so cute" and "kawaii" kept coming out. Qin Chuan helplessly held his forehead. He finally understood why Deba had always been at level 1. He clearly lost himself in the constant exclamations of the girls, completely forgetting to level up. Seeing his guild leader appear, Deba danced and curiously asked, "Guild leader, why are you here?" The moment he spoke, the players nearby immediately turned their attention and let out even louder screams. "Wow, it's Night Wanderer. Boss Night Wanderer, can you give me an autograph?" So, this player named Deba really joined the Pinnacle Guild? How did he do that? "Boss, can you add me to the guild? I'm a 36D, pure and innocent." Qin Chuan's appearance immediately captured the attention of all the players, leaving only Deba dancing alone under the moonlight. Deba exclaimed, "Strength truly reigns supreme." Then he rushed forward, shouting, "President, I'm your fan." Qin Chuan grabbed Deba, who was swamped by the crowd, activated the teleporter chain, and quickly said, "Come on, level up with me. It's rare for a demon to volunteer for death, we can't waste it." Deba entered the teleportation array dazed, and reappeared in Lingang City. Before he could rejoin the others, several golden rays of light emanated from his body, and he had soared from level 1 to 10. Hearing the prompt, Deba finally came to his senses, and exclaimed in surprise, "Holy crap! So fast!" This result was entirely thanks to the full firepower of the destroyer. Ji Xing's destroyer immediately became the focus of the demon's attacks, charging towards them like a black mass. After taking 2 shells, it quickly surrendered its experience points. Deba was the lowest level, but received the highest experience bonus, rocketing directly to level 10, reaching the level lock limit. Thankfully, experience points can be stored, so once the event is over, you can begin pursuing advanced quests. Given the number of demons, it's possible they could reach level 20 by then. With Debade's arrival, the rest of the peak team, save for Xiao, Yinmi, and others currently completing advanced quests, gathered in Lingang City. Qin Chuan shook his hands and feet, grinning, "My turn." With that, he transformed into a phantom and rushed out. Chapter 450. With his current agility of nearly 30,000, any movement was supersonic. Shadow Flying Knife launched, easily dispatching the raging gold-rank demon boss, and sending forth a poisonous blood plague. Instantly, the demons fell like wheat seedlings in a gust of wind, scattering in droves. Upgraded beams of light continuously lit up on the shadow dragon's back, illuminating even the sky. Yulin AI sighed to the heavens. "I just received a set of damage-dealing equipment, and it was immediately eliminated." Qin Chuan said, as he slew the demon, "The damage-dealing equipment is already given to you. I fulfilled my promise. From now on, you two must focus on mastering your talents." Qi Yuqi's body trembled, a flash of inspiration dawning on his mind. He said, "President, was this also part of your calculations?" No wonder the president was so forthcoming with the damage-dealing equipment, even proactively asking if it was enough, and if they wanted more. It seemed he had known all along that the equipment wouldn't last long. Although they knew they eventually play as a healer or protection paladin, having promised the guild master, this was too soon. The gear wasn't even warm yet. Qin Chuan smiled, but said nothing. "Yulin AI, the guild warehouse, has the healer plate armor that Su Changqing replaced. Remember to take it. There's even more defensive gear. Don't forget July 7th. At this point, the two could only accept reality and dutifully changed into their new gear, solemnly storing their DPS gear into their backpacks. Farewell, my DPS dream. Outside Lingang City, Luo Shaquangxue was in high spirits as he watched the demons charging towards Lingang City. After continuous effort, he finally gathered the materials to create the demon portal, completing the hidden quest given by the Lord of Deception and successfully receiving his reward, a bottle of high-level demon bloodline factor. After absorbing the bloodline factor, Luo Shaquangxue received a new quest prompt. Ding! You have triggered the second step of the chain quest. Quest description: the Lord of Lies and Deception is pleased with your actions and has decided to give you more tests. Gather more materials to build a more powerful dark portal. Quest reward: epic skill, half-demon transformation. Lusha Quangxue's delight grew. He had indeed received a hidden quest. I have absorbed the demonic bloodline factor, and will immediately gain the half-demon transformation skill. As long as I continue to complete quests, I will definitely become a true demon. Luo Shaquangxue muttered to himself. He didn't care about the change in his character's appearance. It wasn't a big deal, as long as he could become stronger, that was all that mattered. In Lingang City, Luo Shayedaizan stood in a dark alley, a puzzled look on his face. How could there be demons outside the city? He had clearly only set up the demon teleportation array within the city. Could it be that the teleportation point might be slightly off? Luo Shayedaizan was puzzled. But the mission was complete, and with the high-level demon bloodline factor in hand, it didn't matter where the demons appeared. Just as he was about to use the demon bloodline factor, he received a notification. Ding, power conflict, cannot be used. Accompanied by the notification, a tentacle slithered along Luo Shayedaizan's arm, emerged from the gap in the arm guard, and shattered the demon bloodline factor in his hand. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to react. Luo Shayedaizan was stunned. What was going on? He had spent a huge amount of money to purchase materials to build the demon portal, and finally completed the mission, but the mission reward was gone. This is bullying. But the next second, Luo Shayedaizan's face was filled with joy. Ding, you triggered the hidden quest, Shadow of the Old God. Quest requirements: travel to the Eternal Palace to meet the Naga Queen and assist the Naga in completing the dungeon corruption. Quest reward: Blood of the Old God. A one-time teleportation scroll has been added to your inventory. Please use this item to reach the Eternal Palace without interference. Rakshasa Yedaizan quickly reacted. The reason he couldn't use the demonic bloodline factor was because he had absorbed the deformed tendon, effectively absorbing the bloodline factor of the old god. Chapter 451. Although I can't use the demonic blood factor, the blood of the ancient god is not bad. Rakshasa Yedaizan muttered to himself. Night Wanderer, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for your deformed tendon, I wouldn't have accepted this quest. Humph, you really miscalculated this time. After a fierce battle, Qin Chuan quickly found the demon portal within the city, but there was no sign of demon worshippers nearby. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. Not a demon worshipper? Then it must be a player. Qin Chuan immediately concluded. There are only a few possibilities for who could have created the demon portal. The incarnation of Belial occupying the Yellow Sand City has been sent back to the Abyss. Since it wasn't an NPC worshipper of the demon, it could only be a player. As for who did this, it's unclear at this time. Qin Chuan could guess the reason. It was simply a demon-issue quest, and he went for the reward. After all, from the perspective of other players, this was a game with an extremely high degree of freedom, where there was no psychological burden in aiding the demons. Qin Chuan could even guarantee that even if the apocalypse struck and players learned the truth, many would still join the various opposing factions. In his previous life, humanity's enemies weren't just monsters, but humanity itself. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Chuan swept away all the demons surrounding the portal. Then, calling Ji Xing and the others over, he instructed, "Let's guard this portal and spawn monsters. I see if you can. If you can, I find a portal outside the city and bring the newcomers there to gain experience while you level up here." Although players can share experience equally once they join a group, this is limited to a certain range. Players too far away won't get any. If there were no distance limit, players being led could simply stop at the main city and wait to level up, which is not what Tianqi wants. This time, it's preliminarily speculated that there are 2 demon portals. To maximize profits, they must occupy both. However, there's a question. Can Ji Xing and Yi Luo and the others block the demons and kill them? If they can, this area can be left for them to level up, while Qin Chuan leads the newcomers outside the city. Ji Xing immediately said, "President, just stand by and watch. Everyone, attack together, and don't miss a single one." Yi Luo's sword gleamed with a holy light, and he confidently said, "My skills have bonus damage and control against demons, and with Jing and Sister D's damage output, it's definitely enough." As he spoke, a new batch of demons emerged from the portal. Before they could even marvel at the fresh air, they were struck by 2 heavy artillery shells, followed by several more, sending them back into the abyss. After slaying several waves of demons, the demons on the other side of the portal seemed to have noticed something was wrong and immediately dispatched bosses. And there were more than one. A small team of gold and silver level bosses appeared, roaring their presence. Divine light chains. Yi Luo shouted, swung his sword, and golden chains pinned the demon boss to its spot. Ji Xing, Jing, and Di Jiaolingyu then followed up with their damage output, engaging in a righteous siege that easily ended the battle. Ji Xing naturally contributed the most damage. With the Dark Gold Destroyer by her side, defeating this kind of boss was no problem. However, without Yi Luo and the others' controlled chains, Ji Xing's quick kill wouldn't be so easy. Atop the Shadow Dragon's back, Otis and the others watched with excitement. Trying to kill bosses like minions, those peak veterans were truly impressive. They were fortunate to join this guild. They must quickly catch up and not fall behind. Qin Chuan watched from the side until the Dark Gold Demon boss was surrounded and killed. Then he nodded and said, "I leave this to you. If an epic level monster appears, remember to call me." Chapter 452. In fact, with the cooperation of Ji Xing and Yi Luo, as long as their levels and equipment are upgraded, they can defeat the epic boss. Even if they're not enough, Xiao and Yinmi will definitely be enough later. Ji Xing bombarded the destroyer with abandon, excitedly saying, "President, go ahead and relax. We take care of this." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice of objection came from the side. "I object." Everyone turned to look and saw Lu Xiaodaizhen. Several other guilds were nearby. After realizing he had no connection with the demonic bloodline, Lu Xiaodaizhen turned his attention to the demons. This was all experience points. As soon as he went to gather the troops, he returned to see that the demon portal had been blocked by peak-level experts. The key is, if it's blocked, then it's blocked. This time, Yushin didn't even take action, and the others alone had utterly routed the demons. Lu Xiaodaizhen couldn't sit still. One Night Wanderer was already overwhelming him, so how could he possibly survive if a few more ruthless guilds showed up? Other guilds, aware of the emergency, had come to join in the fun, hoping to scavenge for some gear and other supplies. They were happily killing demons, but the numbers kept dwindling. They came over to see, and wow, the spawn point was completely blocked by the peak. They were trying to take the spoils all by themselves. How could this be possible? The demons belong to everyone, not just you, Night Wanderer. One player shouted, "Night Wanderer, you're already at this level, and you're still trying to pick up these monsters." That's right, you don't gain experience from killing monsters, so you can't just sit there and wait. You peak players want to level up, but we don't? Let go of those demons. Let me do it. God is watching. Don't go too far, Night Wanderer. Just as everyone was indignant, another group of players approached. It was the Dragon Tongue Dynasty, led by Long-Tongue Tianxia. Upon their arrival, Long-Tongue Tianxia immediately rallied behind Qin Chuan, shouting, "Monster fighting is all about skill, isn't it? Since the peak players can block the portal and kill them, that's their strength. Even if we release the portal, how many demons can we kill? We still have to rely on NPCs." Long-Tongue Tianxia's sworn enemy, Luosha Yadaozan, taunted, "Long-Tongue, you're really going backwards. You're a top guild after all, yet you're afraid of Night Wanderer? Telling anyone about it would be a joke." Long-Tongue Tianxia smiled calmly, "I can't beat Big Boss Night Wanderer. There's nothing to be afraid of. Do you think you can?" Luosha Yadaozan was speechless. He couldn't beat him either. The guild leaders of the other guilds around them seemed lost in thought. They killed demons simply for experience and equipment, but these other monsters also provided them. If they angered Night Wanderer by stealing monsters, they would be in big trouble. With this in mind, many players immediately changed their tune, saying that monsters belonged to the capable, and the peak was blocking the portal to kill them for the safety of Lingang City. Looking at these fence-sitters, Luosha Yadaozan's mouth twitched in anger. What a loser. But now that things had come to this, the situation had completely tilted in favor of Night Wanderer and Peak. Luosha Yadaozan snorted coldly, "Let's go." "Stop," Qin Chuan said calmly. "Did I let you go?" He turned to look at Ji Xing. "Ji Xing, send our Luosha guild leader to the resurrection point." "Night Wanderer, I'm not done with you." At the resurrection point, Luosha Yadaozan's face was so gloomy that it looked like water dripping out. He had never expected the Night Wanderer to be so unsportsmanlike as to attack right in the city. Also, Ji Xing's damage output was simply too high. Even with his defensive skills activated, he couldn't withstand the second blast, and was sent flying back. Just as Luosha Yadaozan was raging, Luosha Quangxue called out from the side, "President, I'm here." Luosha Yadaozan then remembered that Luosha Quangxue hadn't shown up when he called for help, claiming he was out on a mission. Chapter 453. Seeing Luosha Quangxue, Luosha Yadaozan was filled with resentment. "Where were you when we were sent back to the resurrection point?" Luosha Quangxue also realized this and immediately said indignantly, "President, I heard what the brothers have said. Let's fight back now. We can't let this go." Luosha Yadaozan quickly calmed down and said, suppressing his anger, "We are no match for Night Wanderer and Peak. Going back would only bring humiliation upon ourselves." Luosha Quangxue asked anxiously, "Are we just going to let this go?" Luosha Yadaozan shook his head. "What I mean is, we should plan before we act. How about this? Let's disband today. I go on a few missions later. Maybe I have a chance to obtain the Naga bloodline factor." At this point, Luosha Yadaozan became annoyed again. At first, he wanted to obtain the vampire bloodline factor, but Night Wanderer ruined his plans. Later, he had a chance to obtain the Deceiver bloodline, but Night Wanderer also ruined it. Thinking of this, Luosha Yadaozan couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I hope I don't run into the Night Wanderer again this time when I go to the Eternal Palace." Nearby Luosha Quangxue asked, "I didn't hear what you said, Guild Master." Luosha Yadaozan waved his hand, "Nothing. Quangxue, make arrangements. Take the brothers to level up and clear dungeons. I have other things to do." Then he announced to the guild, "I made a wasted trip for you, brothers. I give you a red envelope as a late-night snack." The guild immediately became lively. Luosha Yadaozan was known for his generosity. The Luosha Hall members were all beaming with joy after receiving the red envelopes, and they didn't mind being sent to the resurrection point so much anymore. They had already gained experience, and had already stripped off their gear before being sent back, so there was little loss. As the guild's atmosphere returned to activity, Luosha Quangxue began assigning tasks, dividing members into teams and groups. Whether it was hunting monsters in the wild or clearing dungeons, there was always something to do. Watching Luosha Quangxue's neat arrangement, Luosha Yadaozan sighed, "Quangxue, it's a waste of your talent to have you be the vice president. I'm increasingly feeling powerless. When the time is right, you take over as president." Hearing this, Luosha Quangxue glared, shouting angrily, "President, what do you mean by that? Do I look like someone who covets the position of president? I'm putting this on notice. If you truly believe that, I delete my account immediately. I, Quangxue, am absolutely not that kind of person." Luosha Yadaozan quickly said, "Don't misunderstand, Quangxue. I simply feel you've given too much to our guild." These words were spoken with such sincerity that Luosha Quangxue's expression softened slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he reiterated, "Guild leader, I've been with you for 6 years and played so many games. Don't you know what kind of person I am? I'm content being just vice leader." Luosha Yadaozan sighed and said slowly, Alas, it's mainly because Night Wanderer is constantly opposing us. I'm getting tired of it. Luosha Quangxue quickly consoled him. Guild leader, you can't just give up like this. The brothers are still waiting for you to lead us to take down the Peak Guild. He then looked at the others and said, brothers, isn't that the truth? Everyone responded. That's right. I joined the Luosha Temple because I couldn't stand the Night Wanderer's actions. President Luosha, I believe you. I long wanted to slay the Night Wanderer and claim the title of server leader. President, lead the brothers in another charge. Luosha Yudaeazan was deeply moved by the crowd's words. He waved his hand and said, brothers, hurry up and level up. I predict this game will definitely have guild wars and other events. When that happens, we must show the Peak some of their strength. In Lingang City, the gathered players quickly dispersed. The demon portals here were completely occupied by Peaks. They couldn't even catch a single demon. There was no point in staying here. It would be better to level up outside the city. I heard there were demons outside as well. Chapter 454. When the players excitedly arrived outside the city, finally following the demon's trail to the portal, they saw a giant, pitch-black dragon soaring through the air, and the ground was strewn with demon corpses. Ouch! It's the Night Wanderer again. Qin Chuan felt a little embarrassed and said, I accidentally discovered this portal. What else could the other players say? They simply changed direction. Why kill demons? Let's go find wild boars. There's abundant grass and water outside Lingang City, and wild boars are plentiful. On Shadow Dragon's back, Songling asked with some concern, President, will this anger the other players? Qin Chuan dispatched the newly appeared demon with a flying knife and casually said, it doesn't matter. You encounter this situation again as you level up. Apocalypse is a unique game, with a huge gap in player skill. Otis followed up, indeed, I noticed back in the novice village that many players struggle to kill even a small monster, but I think it's pretty simple. Just block and counterattack. Tianqing also said, I think what those players said before is right. Wild monsters are a game resource that belongs to the most capable. We can't deliberately slow down the monster spawn rate just to accommodate other players. The others agreed. As he spoke, the demon spawn rate slowed, and the portal began to dim. Qin Chuan said, it looks like this portal's energy is running low. I'm guessing Jixing's level is about the same. Looking at the newcomers' levels, except for Debate, who hadn't completed the advancement quest, and was stuck at level 10, everyone else had reached level 20. Tianqing was at level 22, putting him a bit ahead. This time, thanks to an anonymous player who created the demon portal, the newcomer wouldn't have been able to reach this level with just the sea creatures gathered by the hand of the dead. A moment later, the demon portal collapsed with a bang. A notification echoed through the sky. Congratulations, players. The emergency is over. The demons have been repelled. In the guild, Jixing and the others were excitedly discussing the recent battle. Qin Chuan, however, was lost in thought. Come to think of it, when the Rakshasa Palace gathered earlier, I didn't see that kid, Raksha Quangxue. Could he have been responsible for the portal outside the city? At this point, the only one with any connection to demons is probably the Rakshasa Palace in the Yellow Sand City. If the portal outside the city was created by Raksha Quangxue, then what about the one inside the city? Raksha Yudaeazan? But it doesn't make sense that he brought people here to kill demons. Could it be that the deformed tendon he had previously caused him to attract the attention of the ancient gods, preventing him from joining the demon camp? Interesting. This demon invasion was just an appetizer. Even if it was indeed caused by Raksha Yudaeazan, Qin Chuan didn't take it seriously. Now that the incident was over, everyone had gained a lot. The guild's new members' levels skyrocketed, and they could continue leveling after a new set of equipment. Even Jixing and Yingluo gained something, each leveling up by 1 level. Qin Chuan's gains were a large amount of equipment and attribute points. Boss-level demons appeared at both portals. By looting them all, the stat points were piling up, easily amassing 2,000. Dozens of pieces of equipment also filled the guild's warehouse. It can be said that this demonic invasion made Peak a lucrative enterprise. The only drawback was that the equipment's wearable levels were too high. Even Jixing and his companions, who had completed their second-class advancement, couldn't wear these level 50 or 60 gear, which would just sit there gathering dust. However, with their strength, leveling up shouldn't be difficult. They should be able to upgrade their equipment quickly and achieve even greater strength. By then, they shouldn't have any trouble defeating epic bosses. Chapter 455. As for the legendary level, further effort may be needed. Adding all attribute points to agility, combined with the equipment stats, Qin Chuan's agility officially broke through 30,000. Everyone met in Lingang City, and the newcomers were excited, saying this was an eye-opener. I always heard the guild leader was amazing, but I didn't expect him to be this impressive. Wow, leveling up is like riding a rocket. No wonder he's consistently at the top of the level leaderboard. After a brief chat, everyone dispersed, ready to continue their progress. Leveling up, grinding for gear, there's always something to do. Qin Chuan began to think about how to complete the advancement quests. Going to the Abyss would undoubtedly lead to encountering Belial. However, given the vastness of the Abyss, even the Abyss Lord couldn't cross from one end to the other in one go. Most importantly, there is more than one Abyss Lord, each with a vast territory, and none of them interfere with each other. For an Abyss Lord, rashly entering another's territory would be tantamount to declaring war. As long as Qin Chuan didn't teleport to Belial's face, he had plenty of room to maneuver. With this in mind, Qin Chuan formed a plan. However, it wasn't time to set off yet. He had to at least wait for the teleporter chain to cool down. That way, even if he was unlucky enough to teleport directly to Belial's face, he could at least use the portal to return. As for whether Belial would follow him, Qin Chuan could only say that it was the best of luck. Beli had come to the Apocalypse main world as an avatar, meaning he possessed legendary strength. Not only would he not be able to kill Qin Chuan, but he would actually be offering him some support. I don't have any legendary items to transform into in the Kanai Core. I hope Belial will give me some. Qin Chuan thought to himself. Now that the teleporter chain is cooling down, Qin Chuan naturally needs to find something else to do. For example, talk to Mr. Swand. After teleporting from Lingang City to Bailey City, and then heading straight to the black market, Qin Chuan spotted Swand, sneaking around with a package on his back. Mr. Swand, what a coincidence to meet you here. Qin Chuan smiled, and stopped in front of Swand. Swand's face froze, but he quickly regained his composure and said with a smile, I couldn't sleep, so I got up and stretched out a bit. Qin Chuan glanced at the large package behind Swand and said pointedly, Mr. Swand, you're not planning on running away, are you? Swand quickly denied it, no. These are antiques that a client ordered, and I'm delivering them. Qin Chuan circled around Swand, but every time he took 2 steps, Swand would adjust his position to ensure he was facing Qin Chuan. This intrigued Qin Chuan, and he smiled, Mr. Swander, I wonder if these things won't fit into your storage equipment. Then he muttered to himself, I heard that some items are so powerful that they damage the equipment if placed in it. With Swander's abilities, acquiring items, like storage rings wouldn't be difficult. But the fact that he went to such great lengths to carry this bag of stuff was clearly unusual. A flash of panic crossed Swander's eyes. Who was this kid, and how did he know so much? But outwardly Swander maintained his composure, saying casually, to be honest, these are newly minted antiques. I wanted to give them a bit of a bump or two, to give them a more aged feel. You know, antique dealers are getting harder and harder to scam these days. Qin Chuan suddenly realized, so, did I misunderstand Mr. Swander? Swan waved his hand, not really. I'm going to deliver the goods. See you later. He tried to run away. He had barely taken 2 steps, when he saw Qin Chuan reappear before him, and his heart sank. What speed? Too fast. He hadn't even heard the footsteps. How agile was this guy? Qin Chuan said slowly, Don't leave, Mr. Swander. I need your help with something. Chapter 456. Hearing this, Swan's scalp tingled. The reason he asked him for help was to contact the Hand of the Dead, to activate the Holy Grail. Judging from this kid's demeanor, the Hand of the Dead was in grave danger. It was also because he suspected the Hand of the Dead would suffer a great loss that Swan wanted to flee overnight. He had cheated the Hand of the Dead before, and he cheated them again this time. Given the Hand of the Dead's madness, they would definitely not let him go. He had thought he had plenty of time, but he never expected that, as soon as he left the black market, he run into the person he least wanted to see. He felt extremely miserable. Swan wanted to say, We're not familiar with each other, how can you have the nerve to ask me for help all the time? But his words changed as he spoke. What's the matter? With our friendship, there's no need to ask for help. As long as I can, I definitely help. Qin Chuan smiled. It's nothing serious. I'm just going to the Abyss. To avoid death, I'd like to borrow some life-saving items from Mr. Swander. Swandered, he asked curiously, why would you think of going to the Abyss out of the blue? Don't you want to live? Qin Chuan said helplessly, I don't want to go either, but the advancement quest requires going to the Abyss to kill demons. What else can I do but go? Swander was shocked. This was the first time he heard of an advancement quest requiring a trip to the Abyss. And to kill demons, wouldn't that be courting death? What kind of place is the Abyss, It's the demon's lair, not only teeming with demons, but also with the Abyss Lord lurking around. Swandering thought, if this guy died in the Abyss, wouldn't he be able to escape his shadow and embrace a new life? With this in mind, Swan immediately patted his chest and said, leave it to me. I have 2 ancestral straw dolls. If they're not enough, I get a few more. Just go with peace of mind. Qin Chuan looked at Swan and said slowly, Mr. Swan, you seem very eager for me to go to the Abyss. Swan's heart skipped a beat, realizing he was being a little too eager. He immediately put on a sincere expression and said seriously, you are the most talented young man I ever met, and your career advancement is crucial to your future success. How can I not care? Swan sighed worriedly as he spoke, if you can't complete the mission and your level is stuck, that would be a huge loss. I can't just sit there and watch. Qin Chuan smiled and said, I didn't realize Mr. Swan was such a kind and enthusiastic person. Swan waved his hand modestly, everyone says so. The two of them exchanged glances and laughed. I never met such a shameless person. Despite his complaints, Qin Chuan had no intention of antagonizing Swander. He spread his hands and said, give me the straw dolls. Swan fell silent. He felt like he'd been tricked again. Huh? Why say again, but words once spoken could be taken back. Swander could only search through his storage ring and produce 2 straw dolls. Qin Chuan accepted them without hesitation and asked expectantly, any more? Swan raged, don't go too far. Qin Chuan glanced at the package Swan was carrying. The stuff inside. Swan immediately pulled out 2 scrolls and forced them into Qin Chuan's hands. It suddenly occurred to me that straw dolls alone aren't enough insurance. It would be best if you could return home immediately in the event of danger. So, these 2 teleportation scrolls are for you. Qin Chuan looked down. Single-use teleport scroll, dark gold item used to teleport yourself to a predetermined area. Good stuff. Qin Chuan rubbed his hands. Are there any more? Swan's eyes twitched, his heart swelled with rage. He stiffened his neck and said firmly, no more. Qin Chuan said nothing more. He simply took out the apostle seal of the Lord of Lies and Deception, waited twice, and said with a hint of emotion, Mr. Swan, your fate is uncertain this time in the Abyss. I don't know if this item will be left there. Swan then remembered that the man in front of him still held the apostle seal of the Lord of Deception. Chapter 457. I've been tricked by him several times before, so I've forgotten about this. So, I couldn't let him die in the Abyss. Or rather, the person might not return, but the seal must. With this in mind, Swan tentatively said, shall I keep it for you? I give it to you when you complete your mission and return. Qin Chuan put the seal away. What a joke. Asking Swan to keep it for him would be like throwing meat buns at a dog. How could he make such a low-level mistake? Mainly, Qin Chuan himself had a use for the apostle seal. He now had the frauds or subclass. After the apocalypse, he could use the seal to analyze the Lord of Fraud's abilities, and prepare to replace Belial. Even if Swan offered him more generous terms, he wouldn't accept. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan said, to be honest, I'm very likely to be targeted by Belial, the Lord of Lies and Deception, this time when I go to the Abyss. So, I need something to protect me from him. Swan immediately shook his head. If you truly want to face the Lord of Lies and Deception head-on, then no amount of things I can give you will be enough to save you. Qin Chuan pressed. Will the teleportation scroll you gave me not work? No, Swan replied firmly. With the Lord of Lies and Deception's power, they can easily block off certain areas of the Abyss, rendering all means of teleportation ineffective. Don't forget, they're the Lord of the Abyss, representing the will of the Abyss to a certain extent. It's completely impossible for us mortals to confront them. Thankfully, Swan added, but the substitute straw man is effective, so there's no need to worry. Hearing this, Qin Chuan paused. Strictly speaking, he had never faced the Lord of the Abyss directly during the game phase in his previous life, so he couldn't be sure of their full potential. For this reason, Qin Chuan didn't rush into the Abyss to complete the quest. Hearing Swan describe the Abyss Lord's abilities, he couldn't help but feel a bit daunted. If the teleportation scroll doesn't work, then the teleporter chain is likely to be useless either. As for Swan's claim that the stand doll can be used, that has to be discounted. Normally, the stand doll resurrects at a predetermined location. Qin Chuan definitely said it at the shop. But if Belial is powerful and interferes with the resurrection point, Qin Chuan will most likely resurrect in the Abyss, still unable to escape Belial's pursuit. If he can only resurrect in the Abyss, the problem becomes severe. This means Qin Chuan will be endlessly vulnerable to Belial's attacks, even if he can resurrect infinitely during the game. Being trapped in the Abyss is no different from being dead. When the death mark manifests itself in reality, death is inevitable. There's no way around it. As the Abyss Lord, Belial possesses powers comparable to those of a god. But it's not so easy for players to fight against gods. Thankfully, Qin Chuan isn't completely without a chance. The key to success lies in the Shadow Leap skill. This legendary trait has a chance of sending him to an unknown area, and as long as he escapes the abyss, he can teleport back. Furthermore, Qin Chuan vaguely senses that if he jumps to the unknown area, he'd likely encounter some powerful beings. Perhaps, he'd even be able to uncover more secrets about Apocalypse. To be honest, even after 10 years of fighting in Apocalypse in his previous life, Qin Chuan can't claim to know much about it. This game, of unknown origin, hides so many secrets. Qin Chuan's heart raced. This trip to the abyss is incredibly risky, but also holds endless possibilities. There's no point in dwelling on it. I'm going to the abyss anyway. I might as well figure out how to complete the advanced quest while facing Belial's pursuit. That's the key, Qin Chuan thought to himself. Even if he were defeated countless times by Belial during this trip to the abyss, it didn't matter. As long as he completed the mission and unlocked his level, he could always get his revenge later. Momentary gains and losses didn't matter. The one who had the last laugh was the true winner. Chapter 458. After thinking this through, Qin Chuan calmed down. He looked at Swan and said calmly, "Mr. Swan, I take care of this abyss." Swan said anxiously, "Did I not express myself clearly enough? Even if I send you the scroll and the substitute, you'd be powerless if you really encounter the Lord of Lies and Deception." Qin Chuan was quite open-minded and smiled. "I'm confident I can come back alive." Swan sighed and stopped trying to persuade him. He simply untied the bag on his back, pulled something out, and said with a pained expression, "I lend you this. Remember to return it to me when you return from the abyss." Qin Chuan reached out to take it, his expression slightly dazed. Wow, Mr. Swan had really given him a big surprise. In Qin Chuan's hand was a legendary item. Boundary-breaking talisman. Legendary item. Holding this item breaks the effects of spatial blockades for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 48 hours, usable 3 fist times. Please note that this item is temporary, and will automatically return to Swan after use. How did this end up in your hands? Qin Chuan asked curiously. Swan, with a look of remorse, said, "I remember when I accidentally stumbled into a ruin and was trapped by a trap for 3 whole months. 3 months? Do you know how I spent that time? After leaving the ruins, I traveled extensively and finally found this boundary-breaking talisman. However, by the time I found it, I was already thinking of retiring, so I kept it with me and rarely used it. You're heading into the abyss this time, facing many dangers. After all, you learned the Trickster's methods from me, so you're considered a student. I hope you return alive." Qin Chuan held the boundary-breaking talisman in silence. After a moment's thought, he said, "Mr. Swan, please tell me the truth." Swan's expression froze, and he muttered, "I'm afraid you'd be trapped in the abyss and unable to return. The Hand of the Dead won't be able to find anyone to avenge you, so they target me." This reason seemed somewhat plausible, but Qin Chuan felt it wasn't the real reason. Swan might not be strong in direct combat, but he had many means of survival. Even if the Hand of the Dead came for him, he could just run away. It wouldn't be a big deal. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan suddenly realized that he seemed to have foiled Swan's escape plan. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan asked, "Mr. Swan is so generous, I can't be stingy. This time, when we go to the abyss, I can do something for you within my ability." "Really?" Swan's eyes lit up, and he paced back and forth excitedly. Seeing this, Qin Chuan felt like he'd fallen into a trap. Could this guy be waiting for him here? The more Qin Chuan thought about it, the more likely it seemed. You know, even after Swan had tricked Edith, he dared to remain in the black market. While Edith's tacit approval certainly played a role, his sheer audacity was also crucial. How could such a ruthless person be frightened into fleeing overnight? The key point is that with Swan's abilities, it's unlikely Qin Chuan would have caught him running away if he truly wanted to. In other words, this escape was actually a self-directed act by Swan, designed to elicit Qin Chuan's promise to help him in the abyss. But on second thought, even if Swan's intentions were truly such, for the valuable items he offered, a simple favor wouldn't be a big deal. Just think of it as accepting a mission. When Swan saw Qin Chuan's expression change slightly, he knew he'd seen through his intentions, so he laid it all out, saying sincerely, "What I want you to do is simple. Help me rescue someone from the abyss." Qin Chuan looked at Swan without saying anything. "You call that simple?" Now that Swan had revealed his true intentions, Qin Chuan didn't want to beat around the bush and said bluntly, "I'd like to help, But the abyss is so vast, how can I find the people I need to save? And don't forget, I have a grudge against Beryl, and he won't let this go. Chapter 459. Swan, prepared, took out an antique brass ring, a trace of sorrow flashing in his eyes. This is one of the rings. When you reach the abyss, take it out, and the holder of the other ring will sense it. Qin Chuan took the ring, and put it away. After a moment's hesitation, he said, Mr. Swan, if I'm not mistaken, the other ring must be in the hands of a demon. Alas, you can't hide anything from me. Swan sighed, and slowly recounted the past. Remember that boundary-breaking spell? When I went to the ruins, I wasn't alone, my partner was there too. We were trapped in the ruins for 3 months, on the verge of death. My companion made a deal with the demon and broke the trap, but she was also taken to the abyss. But I can feel she's still alive. With my strength, I can't even reach the abyss, let alone save others. I had already given up hope, but your announcement of a mission to the abyss gave me a glimmer of hope. Qin Chuan listened quietly as Swander spoke. When Swander finished, Qin Chuan slowly spoke. The consequences of making a deal with a demon aren't always good. Your companion may no longer be the same person. Swander's body trembled. He understood what Qin Chuan meant. Those who make deals with demons usually have to sacrifice their souls. His companion, even if her body remained, was probably no longer the same soul within. Swan was silent for a long time, then said bitterly, I understand what you mean. If things really come to that, please let my companion rest in peace. Qin Chuan nodded. No problem. The air fell silent. Swan silently shouldered his bag, and returned to the black market. Qin Chuan said nothing more, watching Swan leave. Now that he had the boundary-breaking talisman, Qin Chuan felt it was almost time to set off. He arrived at a secluded valley, cleared all the monsters there, and retrieved the Apostle's seal from his ring. To reach the abyss, he needed this thing. As the Apostle's seal activated, a gate composed of black mist appeared in the open space. A roar echoed from behind the gate. Also, there was Belial's ecstatic voice. Offender, I wait for you in the abyss. Qin Chuan showed no fear. Belial wanted to kill him, but he also wanted to kill Belial. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan stepped directly into the demon's gate. When his vision returned, the surroundings were completely different. The crimson sky, the cracked, dry earth, and the lingering scent of sulfur all pointed to the abyss, a demon's paradise. Before Qin Chuan could express his gratitude for reaching the abyss, the sound of flapping wings reached him from afar. Turning his head, he saw a sea of demons, each armed with a variety of weapons, their faces adorned with excited, cruel smiles. Living. Flesh. All my flesh. Kill this human. For the demons here, the sudden appearance of a human, even if it was an art major visiting a construction site, was like adding hot oil to a cold dish, a riot of excitement. Qin Chuan glanced around. Excellent. All demons above level 60. Kill. The shadow-flying knives launched, instantly killing nearly 100 demons. But the noise of the battle had already attracted the attention of even more demons, and demons continued to attack from afar. Qin Chuan wasn't in a hurry. He sprinted across the abyssal landscape, turning back and unleashing his skills from time to time, creating a scene where no one dared to confront the demon head-on, and could die at any moment, thus luring more demons into his trap. Seeing Qin Chuan's performance, the demons grew even more excited. This human wasn't strong. If they just pushed harder, they surely have a feast. The demons, captivated by the delicious food, completely overlooked one thing. Qin Chuan only needed a single skill to dispatch a whole group of demons. In a corner of the abyss, a massive figure emerged from the thick sulfur smoke. It had a powerful, burly upper body, for sharp horns atop its head, and a ferocious, terrifying face with multiple eyes. Chapter 460. 3 eyes swiveled from side to side on each of its spiky shoulders. Descending below were arms fused to the keratin, a bony spur extending forward from the forearm. Below its chest was a soft abdomen, resembling that of an insect. Behind it was a dark green membrane of flesh, shaped like a cloak. This was Belial, the Lord of Lies and Deception, one of the abyssal lords of the abyss, possessing boundless power. At this moment, Belial's eyes were filled with madness. It could sense that the human had arrived in the abyss. The damned human who had killed its avatar in the city of yellow sand and ruined its plans. Roar. Baal roared, and the surrounding demons fell to the ground, trembling. Bring that damned human here. Baal's roar echoed through the air. All the demons under its command received a revelation, and a human face emerged in their minds, Qin Chuan. The demons went wild. Belial's command was the very meaning of their existence. They immediately abandoned their own clashes and swarmed towards the distance. Their numbers were overwhelming, at least 50,000. And this was only a tiny fraction. It should be noted that only high-level demons could move near Belial. Those who were not even considered cannon fodder could only wander from afar. However, with the deployment of these elite demons, the demons roaming the abyss also became active. They didn't know what was happening yet, but following the main force was the right thing to do. When the demon army converged, Belial activated the teleportation array, sending the demon army far away. At the same time, its body began to move, accompanied by flames and lava. It wanted to see Qin Chuan destroyed with its own eyes. Not only Belial, but the other Abyss Lords also issued orders. They didn't intend to kill Qin Chuan, but rather to see what methods this human, who had caused Belial such a great loss, had. In addition, the Abyss was sending them a message. Leave that human behind. This forced the Abyss Lords to take it seriously. A mere mortal could actually cause the Abyss to respond. Interesting. Capture this human. Instantly, all the Abyss Lords issued orders to their demons. The Abyss demons paused their endless battle for the first time in a long time and rushed towards the area where Qin Chuan was. Fortunately, it didn't reach Belial directly. Qin Chuan secretly congratulated himself as he slew the demon. He had come to the Abyss this time to borrow Belial's apostle seal. This thing was a tool for Belial to communicate with his apostles. Qin Chuan had been worried about being attacked. Not that he was worried about being killed, but that he wouldn't be able to complete the mission in time. Fortunately, the power of the apostle's seal wasn't enough for him to face Belial directly. Or perhaps there were other reasons. But regardless, it was a good thing. If he stayed far enough away from Belial, he could even complete the mission quickly and return to Apocalypse. But as the saying goes, what's coming will come. Qin Chuan was enjoying his killing spree when he saw another group of demons swarming in from the distance. Leading the way was a demon standing 7 or 8 meters tall, wielding heavy weapons, covered in black iron armor, and radiating green demonic flames. Every step he took left deep footprints on the ground, causing the stones to bounce. Another look. An epic demon lord, level 80, and its stats were extremely powerful, even stronger than the flame dragon Heloise. Insignificant human, I come by the orders of Lord Beryl. The demon lord charged, weapon brandished. Despite its massive size, its speed was astonishing. With its 4 legs flailing rapidly, it transformed into a phantom, charging straight at Qin Chuan. The surrounding demons cheered. Too powerful. This strike will surely resonate with the power of the Abyss. Chapter 461. Boom. The demon lord's body rolled helplessly on the ground, the luster in his eyes rapidly fading. The cheering demons froze. What had happened? Has this epic lord just died? Qin Chuan scurried over to the demon lord's side, reached out, and gathered up all the spoils, then used his magic hand to harvest them again. He then unleashed a rain of dark erosion at the distant demons, significantly increasing his quest completion rate. These demons were sent by Belial, meaning he was also en route, and not far away. To avoid further complications, he had to complete the quest as quickly as possible. That way, even if he was beaten and forced to flee, it wouldn't matter. As long as the level block was lifted, he could return and get his revenge later. The countless demons that had perished had caused Qin Chuan's Trickster class to soar to level 60, enabling him to receive quests for advancement. I just have to find Swan when I get back. A Trickster is a standard class, so I can't be without advanced quests. Qin Chuan muttered to himself. He kept observing his surroundings from the corner of his eye. The thing he feared most had finally happened. After Qin Chuan had slain thousands of demons, and was on the verge of mission completion, Belial's figure appeared in the distance. The series of question marks on the panel clearly indicated that this was Belial's true form. Belial looked down at Qin Chuan, the mortal he hated with such a deep hatred, with an uncontrollable cruel smile in his voice. Human, you're dead this time. Qin Chuan remained calm and smiled. Belial, I'm standing right here. Kill me if you dare. Such a confident display left Belial somewhat undecided. He was the Lord of Lies and Deception, expert at setting traps, and playing with his prey. This also instilled in Belial a habitual mindset. His enemies would surely set traps for him to fall into. Belial's eyes flickered back and forth, and he snorted coldly, trying to trick me. Hey, boys, go! When in doubt, he sent his subordinates to take the blame. This was Belial's usual tactic. If this human truly had some special tricks, he could observe in secret and wait for the right opportunity. With 1,000,000 demons under his command, it wouldn't be a piece of cake for him to surround and kill a single human. 1,000,000 to 1, the advantage was his. Belly's demons had been waiting for a long time. Upon hearing their boss's order, they roared and rushed forward, ready to take the lead and receive Belial's commendation. For demons, there was only one way to ascend, to receive the commendation of a higher-ranking demon. What a privilege it would be to receive the commendation of the Lord of the Abyss. Besides, this is the Abyss. Even if one dies here, their soul won't dissipate, but await rebirth. So what's there to fear? Just do it. And that's exactly what Qin Chuan wanted. Come on, more of them. It's best if I can complete the mission before Belial reacts. For demons, killing and death have been a constant companion since their birth, a familiarity they couldn't have known. Even without Qin Chuan, they wouldn't rest, but would do whatever they could to kill any living creature they could. But now with fresh flesh and blood, the flesh of their own kind no longer holds any appeal, so they naturally unite against the enemy. Add to that Belial's presence on the battlefield, and the demons are incredibly excited. They don't care about their own casualties, simply charging forward. And that's exactly what Qin Chuan wanted. Exerting all his agility, he transformed into a phantom, effortlessly maneuvering through the numerous demons' pursuit and interception, unleashing his abilities to take the lives of demons, steadily advancing the mission. However, Qin Chuan remained vigilant, especially regarding Belial's every move. This was the demon king of the Abyss. Even though he was restrained by Apocalypse, he could not let his guard down. Boom! Chapter 462. Dozens of flames erupted from the ground, blocking Qin Chuan's advance. But he was prepared, dodging the attack with a flick of his body, and simultaneously unleashing a rain of dark erosion, carrying off a large number of demons. However, by this stage of the battle, the demons had already discovered the characteristics of the poisonous blood plague and were separated by great distances, greatly reducing Qin Chuan's killing efficiency. Belly, watching the battle from behind the demon army, let out a hearty laugh. Mortal, is this all you have? I'm truly disappointed. Qin Chuan's expression was indifferent, and he smiled. You could come and try it yourself. He knew Belial's character well. He was the most cunning of the many Abyss demon lords, never striking unless absolutely certain. But it was precisely this caution that allowed Belial to survive the longest. Throughout the history of the Abyss, demon lords, who wielded other powers were either sealed or killed, but Belial alone survived to this day. Qin Chuan even suspected that the Belial that appeared this time wasn't his true form. However, he had observed that Belial's name didn't contain any references to avatar or projection. This meant it was his true form, but not necessarily his entire true form. Huh? Qin Chuan let out a long sigh, wanting to greet the Death Messenger cordially. With so many extremely difficult missions, why had he been sent to the Abyss to slay demons? This was clearly a way to use him to weaken the power of the Abyss. I'm still too weak now, Qin Chuan thought to himself. Clearly, he had been caught up in the conflict between the Death Messenger and the Abyss Demon King, and he had no choice. Sooner or later, I pull you all down, Qin Chuan muttered as he ran. Behind him stood an innumerable demonic army, roughly estimated to number at least 100,000. Farther away, even more demons gathered in a steady stream. And this wasn't the worst. Qin Chuan's sharp eyes spotted a new demonic army appearing directly ahead. Another towering figure, obscuring the sky and the sun, emerged from the horizon. Its appearance was vastly different from Belial's, its frame more muscular and powerful, clearly a master of combat. Anariel, the Lord of Torment, ? Only the name was visible, all other information was question marks. But this was enough for Qin Chuan to confirm his identity. Another abyssal lord. Belial, I want this mortal, Anariel declared as soon as he appeared. Belial withdrew his gaze from Qin Chuan and looked at Anariel, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Anariel, are you declaring war on me? Belial didn't think Anariel was unaware of the feud between him and this mortal. The fact that the mortal wanted to take him away the moment he appeared showed that he completely disregarded him. It seems that my long hiatus has made these brainless creatures underestimate me, Belial thought to himself. After he finished off this mortal, he would attack Andariel's territory. He would definitely teach Anariel the consequences of angering him. Anariel conjured a warhammer and slammed it heavily on the ground. His tone was filled with disdain. Belial, you, who only know how to hide in the shadows, are you worthy enough to be my opponent? Belial's eyes flushed with anger, and he gave the order, kill. His demons immediately turned and charged towards Andariel's demon army. Anariel, naturally unwilling to be outdone, also dispatched his demons to engage. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of demons engaged in a fierce battle, their roars and wails filling the air. Qin Chuan stood there, like an outsider, as the demons ran right past him, barely a glance. Looking down from the sky, Qin Chuan's position in the vast abyss seemed like a lone figure in the boundless ocean, drifting unsteadily on the waves. Such a bizarre scene did not surprise Qin Chuan in the least. Chapter 463. This is a demon, acting with absolutely no logic. Of course, the main reason is the presence of two abyssal lords. Their will is supreme, and even if a low-level demon wanted to devour Qin Chuan's flesh and blood, it would be impossible. Qin Chuan knew that Belial and Anariel had simply engaged in a fight, because they wanted to use this battle to determine his fate. Qin Chuan had already tried, but the space here had been sealed off at some point, rendering the teleporter chain and teleportation scroll ineffective. However, with the boundary-breaking talisman, Qin Chuan could still leave the abyss. But he hadn't completed his mission yet, so he clearly couldn't just walk away. Watching the two demonic forces fighting until their brains were fussing, Qin Chuan felt an itch. This was a rare opportunity. He had to join in. He immediately unleashed his skills towards the distant battle line. He didn't aim. To him, these demons were all the same. Be it Belial or Andariel's minions, they all had to die. Qin Chuan's attack intensified the chaos of the battle, and the demon casualties multiplied several-fold. Anariel shouted, "Beryl, if we continue fighting, I'm afraid this mortal will only benefit." Beryl's expression was indifferent. "Anariel, my brother, the war has begun. If you are willing to admit defeat, I can let you go." Hearing this, Anariel was so angry that he laughed. He raised his hands, and more than a dozen demon portals appeared before him, pouring out countless demons. Then the earth shattered, and the war fortress emerged from the ground, bringing even more ferocious firepower. Not to be outdone, Belial summoned more demons and war machines. The intensity of the war escalated so quickly that Qin Chuan was baffled. So reckless? Before Qin Chuan could process it, another demonic figure appeared in the distance. Sharik, the Lord of Corruption, ? Seeing his two brothers fighting so fiercely, Sharik immediately dispatched his demonic army to join the fray. The scene quickly devolved into a three-way melee. Over 1 million demons were engaged in this area, the ferocity unimaginable. Things had escalated to this point, catching Qin Chuan off guard. Before arriving, he worried about being hunted by Belial. After arriving, he discovered not only was Belial targeting him, but the other Abyss Demon Lords had also been dispatched. Recalling the warning he received when he killed Belial's avatar, Qin Chuan couldn't help but smile wryly. Destroying the avatar had actually boosted his reputation with the other Demon Lords. These guys were truly bored out of their minds. However, the current chaotic situation was very beneficial for his advancement quest. A single skill could easily dispatch dozens, or even hundreds of demons. Since arriving in the Abyss, Qin Chuan had already reached more than half of his quest, having slain over 6,000 demons. His Trickster class had also reached the level cap of 60. He only needed to wait until he returned to Apocalypse to ask Swan for his advancement quest. At this thought, Qin Chuan's heart stirred. Before coming here, Swan had given him a ring, saying that the holder of another ring would sense it and appear. However, the current situation was too chaotic. The demons that had taken Swan's companions here would likely become cannon fodder. Let's just wait and see. The most urgent task was to complete the quest first. That way, even if something unexpected happened, he could at least find a way back to Apocalypse to continue his advancement. With this thought in mind, Qin Chuan's killing became even more intense. Just as he had slain about 200 demons, another demon king suddenly appeared in the distance. Deliri, the Lord of Pain, ? For Abyssal Lords had gathered in this area. Such a grand welcome ceremony was something even Deathbringers had never experienced. Beryl grew increasingly furious. These guys usually hid themselves deeper and deeper, yet now they had all surfaced. Chapter 464. After his fury, Belial quickly calmed down. He suddenly realized that the appearance of this mortal was likely to cause unprecedented changes in the Abyss, otherwise his brothers would never have been so eager and proactive. Anariel, Sharik, and Deliri, all three have appeared, and that damn fellow will probably be here soon. Belial gazed into the void, as if searching for something. A majestic voice echoed and swirled in the void. "Belial, my brother, are you waiting for me?" The clouds that perpetually lingered in the abyss turned a crimson red, as if ablaze. A demon king, shrouded in dark crimson flames, broke through the clouds and appeared in the other direction. Qin Chuan glanced at it, and felt a burning pain in his eyes. The Lord of Burning Hell, the incarnation of the destroying demon god Baal, ? "Good boy," Qin Chuan exclaimed. "Never expected that even Baal would be alarmed. The power of the abyss is immense." The most powerful beings are not merely on par with gods, they are gods themselves. For example, Belial, known as the Lord of Lies and Deception, is a demon lord of the Abyss. But Baal is a demon god of the Abyss. He is even one level higher. This is why even Baal's incarnation made Qin Chuan feel somewhat uneasy. His power is too great. So great that he cannot freely move in the Abyss. Normally, the demon gods are dormant, with only a few of their incarnations awake, and they rarely take action, leaving everything to their apostles. But this time, Baal's incarnation arrived at the battlefield in person, and with incredible speed, demonstrating the importance he holds Qin Chuan in. However, this attention didn't make Qin Chuan happy. Instead, it filled him with immense pressure. He was only a newcomer, only a few days into the game. Facing a demon so early was truly a stretch. But now that he was here, he couldn't leave easily until he finished his work. Qin Chuan even doubted whether breaking the spell would be effective under Baal's blockade. But the more such moments unfolded, the more clear-headed Qin Chuan became. He seriously considered the situation. It wasn't truly irreversible. If he had just faced Belial, Qin Chuan would have considered fleeing. But now, not only had the 4 demon kings appeared, but even the demon god's avatar had appeared. The situation had become extremely chaotic, a perfect opportunity for exploitation. After Baal's avatar appeared, Belial's eyes briefly showed signs of panic and solemnity. He still had a few doubts. Why was it Baal's avatar? Anariel and the others weren't following Baal. Anariel and the other 3 demon kings were also pondering this question. Qin Chuan didn't dwell on it. Taking advantage of the demon army's moment of distraction, he unleashed a flurry of skills, successfully completing the mission. Ding! You completed your 3rd career advancement quest. Please return to Apocalypse to unlock the level cap. As if sensing Qin Chuan's change of heart, the incarnation of Baal chose not to attack, but instead offered a suggestion. Belial and Anariel, you guys, I'm in a good mood today, and don't want to bully the weak. How about we divide this mortal equally among the 5 of us, each taking a portion and leaving? Anariel, Sharik, and Dulari exchanged glances and responded in unison, we will obey Lord Baal's wishes. Their patron was of the same level as Baal, but for some reason hadn't arrived yet, which made the 3 demon lords somewhat worried. They simply followed Baal's suggestion. After all, if they divided it equally, they would get 3 shares, which was clearly a great deal. But Belial flatly refused. This mortal has ruined my plans. I will torture his soul. The avatar of Baal expressed clear dissatisfaction, and a terrifying pressure swept over, causing millions of demons to tremble on the ground. Belial endured the avatar of Baal's wrath, but remained steadfast. He had to take Qin Chuan away intact. Chapter 465. It wasn't just to vent his anger, it was also to verify his suspicions. At a stalemate, Qin Chuan shouted, have you asked for my opinion? You're kidding. What's the difference between splitting him in 5 and killing him? In his previous life, Qin Chuan would have been more open-minded. At worst, he'd just go to the resurrection point. But after witnessing those pillars of light soaring into the sky in reality, Qin Chuan had a different perspective. He wasn't 100% sure whether his death, at the hands of Baal, would be reflected in reality. Even if death didn't reflect reality, there was a high probability his account would be forcibly deleted. If he created another character, Qin Chuan didn't think he could obtain the sniper god talent. A thunderclap echoed in Qin Chuan's mind. He suddenly realized that whether it was Baal's incarnation or demon kings like Belial, their target might be the sniper god talent he possessed. If this talent developed to its advanced stages, it would definitely be a force capable of threatening the gods. Beings like Baal couldn't remain indifferent. This led Qin Chuan to another thought. Why did the Death Messenger want him to come to the Abyss? Qin Chuan thought it unlikely that the Death Messenger intended to use the Abyss to eliminate him. For the demons of the Abyss and the Death Messenger are not of the same ilk. Even if the Death Messenger wanted to kill Qin Chuan, he wouldn't let him die in the Abyss, becoming nutrients that nourish it. Furthermore, based on previous events and the information Qin Chuan learned from his previous life, the Death Messenger, while not his friend, was at least not his enemy. The fundamental reason lay in the properties of the shadow power. Shadow and light, death and life, they are opposites. And while shadow and death, while not sharing the same origin, are at least on the same side, there's no reason for the Deathbringer to let him die in the Abyss. Based on this speculation, Qin Chuan's thoughts further developed. What exactly was the Deathbringer's purpose? Is it to get me to the Abyss? Now that I'm here, what's next? Qin Chuan pondered, wary of several terrifying figures. What exactly is in the Abyss? Aside from the demons swarming the ground, there seems to be nothing else. If anything, This place is far from the main world of Apocalypse, and Apocalypse's power isn't pervasive here. Does the Deathbringer want me to travel somewhere in the abyss, away from Apocalypse's gaze? Qin Chuan had an idea. The main reason was that when he evolved Shadow Leap, he had gained a rather strange legendary trait. It seemed that many mysteries could be solved there. Now that his mission was complete, and there was no way to kill Belial and the others right away, Qin Chuan prepared to flee. But he had to pretend. He immediately pulled a teleportation scroll from his ring and laughed. Everyone, chat slowly. I'm leaving now. He then tore the scroll apart. Qin Chuan immediately received a notification. This area has been blocked. Teleportation is unavailable. Please leave the area and try again. In the sky, the incarnation of Baal laughed with disdain. Mortal, you seem to underestimate our abilities. Want to leave? Not so easy. Beryl fanned the flames. You're dead this time. Surrounded by 4 demon kings and a demon god incarnation, Qin Chuan showed a hint of panic, but he still said stubbornly, I'm a stranger. Your threats are meaningless. Ha ha ha. The incarnation of Baal trembled, as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. His massive body trembled, and a look of sarcasm crossed his face. Do you think strangers are truly fearless? Qin Chuan's heart sank. It seemed that even during the game, these guys had the means to forcibly delete accounts. But this was expected, so Qin Chuan didn't panic too much. He then took out the boundary-breaking talisman, waved it, and said confidently, this thing can break the blockade. You still can't stop me. Chapter 466. Seeing the boundary-breaking talisman, Baal's avatar was slightly startled. He waved his arms, raining down boundless flames. But they were all blocked by Belial. This wasn't out of kindness, but rather because Belial didn't want to see Qin Chuan defeated by Baal's avatar. Even if this guy was going to die, it should be at his hands. At the same time, Anariel and the other 3 demon kings also took action, releasing barrier after barrier, completely sealing off the area where Qin Chuan was. This prevented Qin Chuan from escaping, and also prevented him from being accidentally killed. Baal's avatar was furious, staring coldly at the demon kings, his tone threatening, do you want to challenge me? Although he only had 1 avatar now, if he was truly angered, his true form could awaken at any time. By then, not only these demon kings, but even a few more would be no problem. Belial's eyes darted around as he flattered. We're well aware of Lord Baal's formidable nature. We don't wish to be your enemy, but this human is too fragile. We must keep a close eye on him to prevent him from being killed. Anariel, Sharik, and Deliri echoed his sentiments. They didn't want to truly antagonize Baal. It wouldn't be in their best interest. The situation briefly reached a stalemate. Faced with the layers of barriers surrounding him, Qin Chuan decisively retracted the boundary-breaking talisman. Even if he used up all 3 remaining charges, he wouldn't be able to activate the teleportation. But now that his goal had been achieved, he immediately unleashed the dark rain. Seeing this, Anariel couldn't help but sneer, Mortal, no matter how many skills you employ, you won't be able to break through these barriers. Baal's avatar, however, saw the clues and shouted angrily, remove the barriers. He's leaving a shadow. As soon as Baal's avatars and other beings appeared, a dazzling array of lights shone around Qin Chuan, rendering him completely invisible. Even the shadow cast by the previous release of the dark rain had been dispelled by the Demon King's tactics. But now, with the barriers erected by Belial and his companions, while the shadows remained invisible, the dark rain shadows found space to exist. A shadow appeared beneath the layers of barriers. Anariel and the other Demon Kings reacted immediately and retracted their power. The barriers gradually faded, threatening to vanish. But there was still enough time. Qin Chuan waved his hand toward the Demon King present, activated Shadow Leap, and vanished from the spot. The moment he vanished, countless attacks descended, shattering the surrounding space. The shadows left by the dark rain naturally vanished. But Qin Chuan's figure did not reappear. The avatar of Baal stared at Anariel, and the other 3 Demon Kings with uncontrollable fury in his eyes. Useless wretch. More trouble than good. You let the prey escape. Despite being chastised, the 3 Demon Kings dared not utter a single word. From the results, it seemed that the barrier they had set up had indeed allowed the human to escape. But the 3 Demon Kings also felt aggrieved. If the avatar of Baal hadn't launched an attack, intending to kill the human, they wouldn't have set up those barriers. Sharik, the Lord of Corruption, exhaled a puff of mist and speculated, could that human be hiding in the void? Belial flatly denied this speculation. Our previous attack was enough to shatter the void. If that human was hiding there, he would have either been torn to pieces or kicked out of the void. There would have been traces. rather than being untraceable like now. After a pause, Belial added, he possesses my apostle seal. As long as he's in the abyss, I'd definitely be able to sense him. But unfortunately, I haven't received any feedback. Hearing this, Anariel, the Lord of Torment, burst into laughter. Belial, you even lost the apostle seal. You completely disgraced the abyss. Chapter 467. The avatar of Baal had a different view. He glanced at Belial and said seriously, swear allegiance to me, and I can grant you even greater power. Thank you, Lord Baal, for your esteem, but I'm used to being at my own pace. Belial politely declined, changing the subject. I'm going back, and waiting for that human to reappear. You're all right. With that, he vanished into the sky, and his demons also departed through the portal. Anariel and the other demon lords exchanged glances, but chose not to leave. Belial was notoriously cunning. What if he was merely feigning a retreat, secretly intending to return and take that human for himself? Since that human had left from here, there was a strong chance he would return. After all, time meant nothing to them. They might as well wait and see. The avatar of Baal shared the same thought. At this moment, Qin Chuan, the demons of the abyss worried about him, stared blankly at the figure before him. As predicted, he had leaped into the unknown region. He had indeed witnessed the existence of this place. But the question was, why did this guy look exactly like him? I saw myself. Looking at the figure before him, Qin Chuan began to doubt his own existence. If he had always been here, then what kind of existence was he now? Incarnation? Imposter? Countless speculations surfaced in his mind. Qin Chuan calmed himself and observed his surroundings. This space was desolate and small. It was a piece of land trapped in a bubble, only about 100 meters long and wide, and the end was visible at a glance. In the corner stood an iron rod with a half-cut iron sheet attached to it. The two letters 11 were faintly visible, but otherwise, there was nothing special. Through the surrounding bubbles, he could see the bizarre world outside. Countless lines of varying light and dark tangled together, their source and destination unseen. Furthermore, this place was so unique that he couldn't even sense apocalypse. Simply put, he couldn't bring up the game menu. Qin Chuan wanted to ask, Kaiba Akihiko, is that you? Gathering his thoughts, Qin Chuan looked at himself, speculating secretly. Qin Chuan, standing before him, was completely shrouded in a cloak, even his head hidden within the hood, revealing only his features. Tired, weathered, and uncertain, this was Qin Chuan's first feeling. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan couldn't help but ask, who are you? Why do you look like me? Cloak Qin Chuan seemed to be laughing, his cloak trembling slightly as he replied, I am you, and you are me. Can't you see that? Qin Chuan sneered twice, I am me, but you are not me. Although the being before him looked exactly like him, Qin Chuan knew he would never show such an expression. Cloak Qin Chuan seemed to read Qin Chuan's thoughts. He sighed deeply, stretched out his hand, and his face immediately transformed, becoming a cloud of black mist. If one looked closely, one could even see a flash of light within the black mist. Like a shooting star, it vanished in an instant. As the cloaked figure extended his hand, Qin Chuan's sharp eyes saw that beneath the cloak, there was no body. Even the arm he had just seen was formed from black mist. The overall style was strikingly similar to that of the Deathbringer. Or perhaps, the Deathbringer is very similar to the being in the cloak. Adhering to the principle of asking questions whenever possible, Qin Chuan asked, what is your relationship with the Deathbringer? Then he added, and why did you call me here? The being in the cloak didn't answer directly, but said calmly, you have too many questions. Qin Chuan shrugged and said calmly, you called me here just to answer questions, didn't you? The other party remained non-committal. I can answer some, but not all. Qin Chuan smiled and said, that's enough. Tell me about your background first. My background? Are you sure you don't want to ask about yours first? Hearing this, Qin Chuan said curiously, my background is very clear. There's nothing to ask about. Chapter 468. The cloaked figure's voice was a bit strange. Really? Are you sure your memory is intact? Memory? Qin Chuan fell into deep thought. This question was honestly unanswerable. How could he be sure his memory was flawed? The cloaked figure said softly, this area is not under apocalypse observation. In other words, skills are not affected. Qin Chuan understood, and used his delusion skill directly on himself. Are there any gaps in my memory? As he asked and answered himself, an invisible force swirled over Qin Chuan's lips, causing him to unconsciously answer. No. Then yes. Have my memories been altered? No. These two questions made Qin Chuan's heart sink. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan asked his final question. Do I only have memories of one world? Yes. Qin Chuan fell silent. He actually possessed memories of 2 worlds? Then he wasn't just a reborn being, he had another identity. This cloaked figure before him might be connected to another world. It's a pity that the delusion only works for 3 questions, otherwise Qin Chuan would have wanted to keep asking. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan said, if I have memories of 2 worlds, why can't I detect it? Oh, my memories are missing and altered, so it's hard to detect. By the way, do you have a name? I don't even know what to call you. The being in the cloak pondered for a moment and said, you can call me the No-Returner. Okay, No-Returner, Qin Chuan said quickly. Since you brought me here, it means you also know the secret of Apocalypse. I wanted to ask what I can do. The No-Returner shook his head. You're too weak now, you can't do anything. Qin Chuan said unhappily, then why did you call me here? Are you kidding? If I'm not mistaken, you can't call me often enough, otherwise Tianqi will definitely find out. So don't hide it, just say whatever you want. The No-Returner's hood swayed slightly, probably laughing, his voice tinged with emotion. As expected of you, you're as smart as ever. But we all failed back then, so what can you do now? Qin Chuan smiled. The past is the past, and the present is now. It's boring if you keep bringing up the past and talking about the present, bro. The No-Returner fell silent. After a long pause, he managed to utter a word. This sentence confirmed to Qin Chuan that he definitely knew this so-called No-Returner, and even knew him very well. Many of his missing memories were probably related to this guy. After a moment's silence, the No-Returner said, I'm here to remind you that history won't repeat itself. Any change will bring about completely new outcomes. You only have one last chance. Our world is exhausted and can offer no assistance. Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow. That's an interesting idea. Has he already attempted to challenge Apocalypse? When did that happen? How brave, as expected of him. However, judging from the No-Returner's tone, it seems the previous outcomes weren't so favorable. So what's different this time? Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan said, do you have a story to tell me? Or perhaps something you want to give me? The No-Returner spread his hands and said, no. Sharing too much information with you would likely lead to Apocalypse's discovery. In fact, this meeting is already incredibly risky. If nothing unexpected happens, it will trigger unexpected changes. Qin Chuan felt as if a heavy hammer had struck him in the heart. After a long silence, he said quietly, you could have simply not summoned me and used Shadow Leap to send me back to Apocalypse's main world. The No-Returner scratched his head with his black mist arm and said cheerfully, I was negligent. Qin Chuan raised his middle finger. Thank you so much. The No-Returner ignored Qin Chuan's uncivilized gesture and reminded him again, be prepared. The battle is about to begin. Everything is for our home. Chapter 469. He waved his hand and said goodbye. The next second, Qin Chuan felt the scene before him rapidly recede as he flew out of the bubble, transforming into a stream of light across endless space. When his vision returned, Qin Chuan smiled shyly at the stunned Belial standing so close. I said it was an accident, do you believe me? Qin Chuan had never expected that, after leaving that mysterious space, he would end up directly before Belial. This was practically sending him to his death. After a brief moment of shock, Belial immediately fell into an uncontrollable ecstasy. Ha ha ha. The entire sky was filled with Belial's laughter. The eyes on Belial's shoulder stared at Qin Chuan with hatred and greed. After laughing, Belial looked at Qin Chuan, a cruel smile on his face. Mortal, you're dead. Qin Chuan said seriously, is it too late for me to become your apostle now? Look, I have your apostle seal, and I'm a trickster myself. If we work together, we can definitely take over the abyss, and even the entire Apocalypse world. Seriously, consider it. These words made Belial think briefly for half a second, but ultimately, hatred took over, and he replied coldly, the apostle can choose someone else, but you are the only one who has offended me. I will never appease the hatred in my heart unless I tear your soul out and torture it. Qin Chuan folded his arms over his chest and sneered twice. Where do you think I was just now? Since I dared to appear before you, I must have a backup plan. He was gambling. He was gambling that Belial couldn't predict his current state. Since the encounter with the No-Returner could evade even Apocalypse's observation, it was even more impossible for Belial to track him down. For a being of Belial's caliber, the unknown was the most terrifying. As expected, a flicker of wariness flashed in Belial's eyes. To be honest, he was a little panicked. This was where his true form was, and yet this mortal had appeared without warning. He didn't believe there wasn't some conspiracy. Belly was determined to kill Qin Chuan, partly to avenge the attack on Yellow Sand City, and partly to conceal the coordinates of this area. But Qin Chuan's words had Belial worried. If the other party truly had a backup plan, a rash attack would likely backfire. Observing from the shadows, Qin Chuan noticed Belial's hesitation and breathed a sigh of relief, quickly pondering his next move. But after much reflection, it seemed the only solution was a dead end. With his current strength, he had no chance of defeating Beryl. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan laughed. If you don't make a move, then I will. With that, he took out the rings Swander had given him, and threw them at Beryl. Go, Pikachu! Beryl instinctively slapped the rings away, and became alert. Nothing happened. Qin Chuan scratched his head in confusion. This was not what he had expected. Beryl realized he had been tricked, and was about to slap Qin Chuan to death, but instead stared into the distance. Qin Chuan looked back. The space in the distance shattered like a mirror, and inky black mist emanated from the gap. Beryl threw several energy balls in succession, trying to dispel the mist and repair the damage to the space. But both attempts failed. Not only had the gap in space not been repaired, but it was growing even larger. The black fog had taken root there, further expanding its territory. Soon, the voice of the Deathbringer rang out. Beryl, we meet again. We finally found your true form. This time, we must utterly annihilate you. Today's battle will mark the beginning of the Abyss return to our control. Oh, isn't this the heir to the power of Shadow? What a coincidence that you're here too. Chapter 470. 7 Deathbringers appeared before Qin Chuan. However, Qin Chuan's focus wasn't there, but rather the distance. There, a demon flew rapidly from afar, heading straight for the rings that had been knocked away. As it advanced, its shell gradually disintegrated, and wisps of black mist escaped from the cracks. When the demon's shell completely dissipated, Swan reappeared in the same spot. The name above Swan's head had changed. Swan, chosen of death. Swan placed the rings Qin Chuan had thrown on his left hand, while in his right was another pair of rings. How did you discover my identity? Swan asked curiously. Qin Chuan shook his head. I'm not completely sure of your identity, but the 2 ruins you described earlier give me some doubt. Let's call the ruins where you discovered the Holy Grail number 1, and the ruins where you were trapped number 2. There's a paradox here. If you had obtained the Holy Grail in ruin number 1, before going to ruin number 2, there's no need to wait 3 months. You could have simply performed the ritual and prayed for the Deathbringer's help. Why make a bargain with the devil? If you had gone to ruin number 2 first, then after you lost your companions, and discovered the Holy Grail in ruin number 1, you would have surely made a wish to rescue them from the abyss. Why would you have entrusted it to me? Others might not be able to do it, but the Deathbringer certainly can. So I hazard a guess. Ruin number 2 doesn't exist, and since you have no companions, you naturally wouldn't have made a bargain with the devil. The true purpose of these 2 rings is to rely on their effects for location. You, or rather, the Deathbringer, need to determine the location of Belial's true body. But you can't do it by your own means, you need the help of an outsider. As for the person, it's definitely the handsome me. Swan's eyes twitched. I never seen anyone so shameless. But judging by his lack of objection, Qin Chuan's guess was essentially correct. The main reason for Qin Chuan's speculation was the existence of the no-returner. That guy's appearance was so similar to the Deathbringer's, there must be a connection. From the no-returner, Qin Chuan learned that his memory was flawed. Based on this, he could infer that if he knew the no-returner and was carrying out a plan that didn't exist in his memory, then the no-returner would likely be secretly assisting him through the Deathbringer. This was evident from the Deathbringer's previous reaction. And the no-returner's throwing him in front of Belial this time was probably part of his plan. Belial is the master of lies and deception, possessing the ability to conceal his true identity. Seizing Belial's authority would help establish a foothold in the abyss, and establish a secret base to counter Apocalypse. The key to achieving this lies in Qin Chuan. Only he can bring the location rings to the abyss, and present them to Belial. Apocalypse will detect anyone else, whether Swan or the Deathbringer, as long as they approach the location of the no-returner. This is because they are part of Apocalypse. But Qin Chuan is not, he is a player. At this stage, players are not fully influenced by Apocalypse. The plan went smoothly. Qin Chuan arrived at the no-returner's location, and the no-returner successfully threw him in front of Belial. After Qin Chuan threw the rings, Swan, the chosen of death, locked onto the location, which also meant that the Deathbringer had also locked onto the location. As for why the Deathbringer appeared first, the reason was simple. The Deathbringer ran faster. They arrived directly across space, unlike Swander, disguised as a demon, who had to fly. In fact, The fundamental reason for suspicion of Swander was that Qin Chuan didn't trigger the quest when he received the wedding rings. No quest means no lost companions. Chapter 471. Combined with Qin Chuan's speculation about the two ruins, he could conclude that there was no trace of demons in the entire incident. Since there were no demons, why would Swan fabricate such a lie? The fundamental reason was that he needed a plausible reason to get Qin Chuan to accept the wedding rings. Qin Chuan peeled back the layers, reconstructing the entire process. It wasn't 100% accurate, but at least the main idea was correct. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan looked at the Deathbringers and said curiously, "Are you going to kill Belial yet? Since you're here, don't hesitate." Boom! Before Qin Chuan finished his words, hundreds of explosive balls erupted in the sky. The clash between Belial and the Deathbringers unfolded in an instant, the power of both sides flooding the area, shattering the space. Swan, the chosen of death, leaped in front of Qin Chuan, waved his hand, and created several barriers. He quickly said, "You can't intervene in the battle here. I send you back." "Wait." Qin Chuan quickly stopped him. "I have one more question." Swan, the chosen of death, smiled. "You have too many questions." Without regard for Qin Chuan's reaction, he raised his palm like a blade, slashing through the air. "Goodbye, my friend. Our time together was brief, but very interesting." With a whisper, Swan's body transformed into a stream of light, charging straight towards the Death Messenger. To ensure this battle was foolproof, Swan performed a death sacrifice, transforming himself into the Death Messenger's power. Critically, his identity had been revealed. Whether he returned to the Apocalypse's main world or remained in the Abyss, he would be watched by Apocalypse, with unpredictable consequences. Qin Chuan fell silent. No matter the outcome of this battle, Swan would be completely wiped out. Was it worth it? He couldn't say. While pondering, Qin Chuan was uncontrollably sucked into the spatial rift. Before the rift closed, Qin Chuan saw the 7 Deathbringers jointly erect a barrier, enveloping them and Belial. When his vision returned, Qin Chuan found himself lying on the ground. Judging from the color of the sky, this was Apocalypse. And with his return, the level blockade was lifted. Ding, you have completed your 3rd class advancement. Based on the difficulty of your advancement quest, you gain a 20% increase in all attributes, and an additional 10 in agility. Ding, 20% fixed attribute increase. Ding, 1 legendary skill for this class is gained. Ding, 2 legendary equipment gift boxes are gained. Previously in the Abyss, Qin Chuan defeated several demon bosses, and looted nearly 2,100 attribute points. He added 500 each to Strength, Constitution, and Spirit, and 600 to Agility. As the light of the fixed attribute increase descended, his dashboard soared. His original base stats were Strength 4,597, Constitution 4,722, Agility 13,881, and Spirit 4,673. After a 20% increase, they became Strength 5,516, Constitution 5,666, Agility 16,657, and Spirit 5,607. As soon as the stats were upgraded, a series of upgrade beams lit up, and Qin Chuan's Shadow Assassin class jumped directly from level 60 to level 65. He had slain so many demons in the Abyss before, and had accumulated a considerable amount of experience. And the upgrade brought a significant increase in stats. Including equipment, his stats had reached Strength 5771 plus 4150, Constitution 5946 plus 2650, Agility 17017 plus 18,000, and Spirit 5862 plus 3900. Such impressive stats in all 4 dimensions made Qin Chuan admire them a few more times. The chatter of the passing players echoed in his ears. "Oh my god, isn't that Night Wanderer?" As expected of the strongest player in the server, he showed up so suddenly, catching me off guard. A handsome man looks cool no matter what he does, even just lying on the ground. Wow, he can level up even while lying down, and you claim he's not cheating. "Hey Guild Master, why are you here?" Following the familiar voice, I saw Dijiaolingyu. At this moment, Dijiaolingyu was peeked over the edge of the flying magic carpet. Under the magic carpet, a banner hung. Swimsuit Ruriko sale. 20% off everything. Click the link to be redirected to Big Sixy. Chapter 472. Qin Chuan fell silent. What I'm saying is you, Dijiaolingyu, are a famously wealthy woman in the server after all. Couldn't the advertising you accept be a bit classier? Just as this thought emerged, Qin Chuan noticed the banner beneath the magic carpet had changed. Yes, it was still a scrolling at space. But with this interruption, Qin Chuan regained his composure. He stood up, dusted himself off, and said with a smile, "Are the advertising fees you collected enough to cover the cost of the magic carpet?" Yu excitedly said, "It hasn't paid off yet, but judging by the current progress, it's almost there. In 2 months at most, it'd be pure profit after that." Hearing this, Qin Chuan was a bit surprised. You have to remember that Yu spent a full 80 million yuan on the flying magic carpet, and now, it's already paid back in 2 months. Its ability to generate revenue is astonishing. Even if advertising fees decrease with the increase in flying mounts, this profit cannot be underestimated. Yu said, "President, how about you rent me the Shadow Dragon? We split the profit 70% and 30%. Qin Chuan asked curiously, "Why only 70%? Yu blinked, but didn't respond. "So it's a 70% split." As expected of the guild leader, the moment he spoke, he sounded like a seasoned veteran. Yu immediately dismissed the idea of renting the Shadow Dragon. She had only mentioned it casually. She knew her guild leader was well off and often traveled the world. He certainly wouldn't give up the convenience of the Shadow Dragon for a small profit. After a brief chat, Qin Chuan headed towards the black market. He wanted to see if Swan was still around. He was a fraudster, after all, he wouldn't die so easily. And given Swan's personality, a heroic death wasn't something he'd do. But when Qin Chuan saw the empty antique shop, he knew Swan was indeed gone. "You idiot. I'm a level 60 trickster, and I can take on advanced quests. You just leave without a word? That's really too much," Qin Chuan muttered. At that moment, Edith's voice came from behind him. "Swan has something for you." Turning around, Edith was dressed in black leather armor, her eyes filled with a complex emotion. She didn't know what had happened to Swan, but since he entrusted her with something, he probably wouldn't be back. Edith handed over a wooden box. Qin Chuan took it, revealing several items inside. You obtained the Advanced Trickster Class Change Certificate. You obtained the Epic Fake Death Skill Book. You obtained the Epic Fraud Clone Skill Book. You obtained the deed to the Black Market Antique Shop. It was clear that when Swan handed the box to Edith, he had already prepared himself for the possibility of not returning. The two of them were silent for a moment, and Edith was the first to break the silence. "Since you're back, you can help me with something." Qin Chuan agreed immediately. "Teacher, just tell me." Edith handed over a map. "There are signs of Hand of the Dead activity in this area. Go check it out." Ding! You have triggered the second link of the chain quest. Requirement: clear the Hand of the Dead from the target area. Reward: 2 random dark gold level items, plus 10 Edith's favorability. Killing Hand of the Dead? He's an expert at it. Qin Chuan has never been one to hesitate. Although he witnessed some unexpected events in the Abyss and learned some truths, he wouldn't let that change his mind. His main task at this stage is to improve himself, gaining an advantage after the apocalypse, and ultimately changing his destiny. As an assassin mentor, Edith may not be able to provide Qin Chuan with much help with Shadow Assassin, but she will be an important NPC in later versions, so cultivating a good relationship with her is essential. Furthermore, according to the game's progress in his previous life, once the player defeated the leader of the Hand of the Dead, the first major update would be complete, and Apocalypse would immediately update to the next version. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan glanced at the map and headed out of the black market. Chapter 473. He did not forget to check the previous rewards on the way. He completed the third advanced task, not only unlocked the level cap, but also obtained a legendary skill book, which is for this profession. Qin Chuan took it out and looked at it, with a smile on his face. Shadow Prison Kill. Legendary level, uses shadow energy to entangle the enemy and imprison it in the void ball, and performs 10 rapid slashes on it, causing attack power * 60% plus 2400 damage per shot. The cage lasts for 3 seconds, consumes 2000 mana, and has a cooldown of 45 seconds. Features: after the slash, launch a finishing blow, causing attack power * 150% damage. Epic feature: Shadow Prison Kill cannot be avoided. Legendary feature: the range of the void ball is expanded to a radius of 10 meters. A top-level skill that combines control and damage. Thanks to the legendary feature, it has changed from a single target skill to a small group skill, further improving its practicality. The only drawback is its limited range. Expanding the radius to 100 meters would be fantastic. With one skill, hundreds or even thousands of monsters are trapped in the void sphere, unable to move. With Qin Chuan's damage output, 10 slashes plus 1 finishing blow, combined with other skills, can effectively annihilate even a legendary boss. The Shadow Prison skill completes Qin Chuan's journey into the abyss. And that's not all, he still has 2 legendary items of his choice. In fact, the choice isn't important, as Qin Chuan plans to smelt these 2 pieces to reforge the final 2 pieces of the epic Death Shadow set. He immediately took action, pulled out the equipment selection box, randomly selected 2 pieces, and activated Shadow Reforge to dismantle them. The remaining items that haven't been reforged are the Death Shadow Gauntlets and Arm Guards. After some adjustments, both pieces of equipment look brand new. Death Shadow Gauntlets, Legendary, Defense plus 21,000, Health plus 28,000, Agility plus 1,500, Level Requirement, 70. Special Effect 1, Immune to Disarm Effects. Special Effect 2, Next attack will deal 3 additional hits, with a 30-second cooldown. Special Effect 3, Strength plus 1,000. Legendary, Attack steal 5% of the target's attack speed, stacking up to 6 times, lasting 10 seconds. Death Shadow Arm Guards. Legendary, Defense plus 21,000, Health plus 28,000, Agility plus 1,500, Level Requirement, 70. Special Effect 1, Immune to negative effects that reduce attack speed. Special Effect 2, Attacks add knockback. Special Effect 3, Agility plus 1,000. Legendary, Immune to limb-severing effects. Needless to say, the stats of the 2 pieces of equipment were incredibly powerful. What Qin Chuan cared about most was the legendary effects. The gloves steal attack speed, which was only slightly useful, but not much, given Qin Chuan's limited opportunities for melee combat. But the armed guards were quite useful. Especially after the apocalypse, combat was truly devastating. Having limb immunity saved a lot of trouble. With the last 2 pieces of Death Shadow equipment upgraded to legendary, the benefits of the AP set were also updated. Set August 8th, automatic immunity upon taking critical damage, creating a 5-second invincibility zone with a 12-hour cooldown. Not only is the cooldown halved, but the invincibility effect changes from personal invincibility to spatial invincibility. It might not seem like a big difference, but Qin Chuan knew it was a significant one. An invincible zone means that the area is unaffected by any effects, such as spatial blockade. If Qin Chuan had the AP set in the abyss, he could have easily found an opportunity to kill himself, triggering the invincibility zone, and then directly teleported back to Apocalypse. Of course, if he had done that, Qin Chuan might not have seen the no-returner, nor would he have realized his memory was distorted. With Qin Chuan's Death Shadow set fully upgraded to legendary, his next focus would be on upgrading other equipment. Items like the Dragon Hide Shirt, Gunnar Family Seal, Blood Moon Ring, and Scarlet Cape all had considerable room for improvement, either through Shadow Reforging or by finding better items. Chapter 474. Besides these, there's also Qin Chuan's Trickster class. Taking out Swan's final gift, and the Advanced Trickster class transfer certificate, Qin Chuan calmly applied it. Ding, you become an Advanced Trickster. Ding, gain the class trait Deny Recognition, reducing the chance of being revealed by 30%. Ding, main class detected as Shadow Assassin, gain the unique class trait Puppetry, you can control your own shadow and swap positions with it. The series of prompts left Qin Chuan somewhat surprised. I hadn't expected Shadow Assassin and Trickster to have such a synergistic effect. Not to mention the Trickster's class trait Deny Recognition, it's incredibly effective in casinos, but less so in combat. This, however, also has to do with the Trickster's role. The Trickster isn't a class focused on direct combat. But another class trait, Puppetry, caught Qin Chuan's attention. It allows you to control your own shadow. The description was simple, but as someone who had spent 10 years chopping an apocalypse in his previous life, Qin Chuan immediately recognized the power of this trait. The crucial point was whether he could control his shadow in combat. If he could, it would mean Qin Chuan's damage output would be doubled. My main body will use Shadow Prison first, then the shadow will follow. With 6 seconds of control and billions of damage per second, even legendary bosses will be left waiting for death. Qin Chuan's eyes blazed. Combined with Teleport, even if Qin Chuan was in danger, he could control the shadow to flee secretly, then take its place and escape safely. His ability to survive would be taken to the next level. Satisfied, quite satisfied. He then looked at the 2 epic skill books Swan had given him, Feign Death and Deceptive Clone. These were the Trickster's signature abilities. The former caused the enemy to lose their target, while the latter created a lifelike double to absorb damage. Looking at the 2 skill books, Qin Chuan couldn't help but pinch his chin in thought. Could that Swan have faked his death first, and then sacrificed his clone? As for whether this speculation was true or not, Qin Chuan didn't want to delve into it. Swan in the apocalypse world no longer existed, that was the result. After processing all his gains, Qin Chuan left the black market and returned to the surface. He summoned a shadow dragon and flew straight towards the location Edith had given him. The map showed the coordinates were north of Belly City, several hundred miles away. Qin Chuan checked the map and saw that it was the bear monster's territory. It seemed the Hand of the Dead had also discovered that the goblins were unreliable and was preparing to find a new partner. Compared to the puny goblins, bear monsters are undoubtedly far stronger. Adult bear monsters possess thick skin and immense strength, causing not only headaches for the native NPCs, but also significant harm to the players. After the apocalypse, bear monsters have overrun several cities, causing heavy casualties. I wonder what new tricks the Hand of the Dead has in store this time, Qin Chuan thought to himself. With the speed of a shadow dragon, hundreds of miles can be covered in the blink of an eye. Nearing the edge of the bear monster territory, Qin Chuan sheathed his shadow dragon and activated shadow stealth, heading deeper into the bear monster territory. Soon, Qin Chuan spotted a large gathering of bear monsters deep within the territory. They gathered around a high platform built of giant stones, their expressions brimming with excitement. From time to time, bear monsters would bring prey from afar and pile them on the platform. The blood of the beasts trickled down the platform, further exhilarating the surrounding bear monsters. Atop the platform lay hundreds of members of the Hand of the Dead. Given the Hand of the Dead's secretive nature, gathering so many members is certainly no small feat. Qin Chuan observed from the shadows, thinking quickly. Judging from the shape of the stone platform, the Hand of the Dead likely intends to join forces with the bear monster to perform a sacrificial ritual. But the question is, who are they seeking help from? If it's the Deathbringer, that would be a real problem. Chapter 475. Qin Chuan thought to himself. The battle between the Deathbringer and Belial won't be over in a moment. Even if all 7 Deathbringers gathered, they couldn't instantly kill Belial. At their level, their vitality is incredibly tenacious. Add to that various strange methods, and it's easier to defeat them than to kill them. If the Hand of the Dead truly prayed to the Deathbringer for power, then their elaborate ritual would be in vain. However, as Qin Chuan continued to observe, he noticed something unusual. This time, the ritual was led by the bear monster. The Hand of the Dead's presence here seemed more like a technical guide. Wow, the Hand of the Dead's scope of work is quite extensive. Qin Chuan couldn't help but grumble inwardly. But his inner guard was heightened. Because this was the proper way to activate the Hand of the Dead. In fact, the fundamental reason the Hand of the Dead became the first major villain in the game was that they adjusted their strategy. They no longer proactively engaged in conflict, but instead retreated to the shadows, inciting monsters to attack humans. Relying on the technology mastered by the Hand of the Dead, combined with the monster's own abilities, they caused unrest throughout the world of Apocalypse. Since the Hand of the Dead has begun technical guidance, it means the big one is coming soon. Qin Chuan felt a surge of anticipation. While he was pondering, the bear monsters in the distance had already piled their platform with prey. Bear monster shamans, armed with wooden sticks, scattered around the platform. Dozens of burly bear monsters, their bodies painted with totems in special paint, stepped onto the platform. Clearly, the bear monsters intended to use this ritual to strengthen their tribesmen and grant them greater power. Qin Chuan chose not to take action, but waited for the ritual to begin. He wanted to see if the Hand of the Dead had any new tricks up its sleeve. The Hand of the Dead members evacuated the platform, stood beside the bear monster shaman, and began chanting together. Boom! A red light shot up into the sky, darkening it. In the sky, a phantom with a beast's head and a human body cast its gaze upon him. Even though Qin Chuan activated Shadow Stealth and was in the void, he could sense the violent and savage aura. A deity from the beast god line? Qin Chuan's brow furrowed further. He vaguely remembered that this version hadn't reached the stage where the beast god appeared yet. Why could the bear monsters communicate with the beast god through ritual? Was it an accident, or was it intentional on the part of Apocalypse? This was what Qin Chuan needed to understand most. He vaguely sensed that Apocalypse was changing. As the no-returner said, history doesn't repeat itself. Any change brings about entirely new consequences. He had been reborn, not only with new talents, but also with a completely different profession from his previous life. With such a dramatic change, if the Apocalypse's progress remained unchanged, Qin Chuan would be terrified. Ability to tightly control the variables, Apocalypse's power is absolutely beyond imagination. Change is not necessarily a bad thing. Has Apocalypse realized something, and therefore accelerated the god's resurrection? Qin Chuan made a bold guess. Although Apocalypse is only a game now, those gods hidden in the shadows are real. They are merely dormant due to Apocalypse's suppression. They will only reappear before the world when the time is right. Now, the appearance of the beast gods has further complicated the situation. While pondering, the gods in the sky cast their light and sank into the bodies of the bear monsters on the platform. They instantly grew in size and stature at a visible speed, their rank steadily increasing, quickly reaching the gold level and above. And this was clearly not their limit. For the prey on the platform had not been completely consumed. Unable to contain their inner urge, more bear monsters leaped onto the platform, competing with the previous bear monsters for the divine blessing. The fight unfolded almost instantly. But the shadow in the sky showed no signs of life. Instead, it cast even more light, further irritating the bear monsters. Chapter 476. Soon, a gold-level bear monster was torn to pieces by its companions, its flesh devoured, leaving only its skeleton to be discarded beneath the platform. One followed another, and the bear monsters continued to fall, but more rushed onto the platform. Qin Chuan watched with deep distress. Those were all attribute points. But with the divine phantom still there, it might not be wise to act rashly. Qin Chuan simply waited. As soon as the ritual ended, it would be his time to wreak havoc, but the next second, Qin Chuan saw a series of messages flashing across the guild chat. Snow Swordsman, oh my god, the sky in Qifeng City has turned red. Jixing, Skarn City too. Ying Luo, what a coincidence. A red light appeared outside Lingang City. It doesn't look like a good sign. Xiao, I was doing a quest in Feiyin City, and the sky turned red too. Watching the chatter in the guild, Qin Chuan's expression grew serious. The Hand of the Dead had really pulled a big game. Not only were they providing technical guidance outside of Belly City, directing monsters to perform rituals to communicate with the gods, but they had even appeared in other major cities. The Yin Kingdom region has 12 major cities. If the Hand of the Dead were in all of them, that would mean the appearance of 12 phantom gods. The density was too high. Normally, the appearance of more than one phantom god would trigger Tianqi's suppression. But now, with 12 phantoms, it was impossible to say that there was no Tianqi's connivance. Through information gathered from guild members and other channels, Qin Chuan discovered that phantom gods had appeared outside of the 12 major cities. Qin Chuan was wary, but also puzzled. Such a large-scale operation was not something the Hand of the Dead could pull off. Their specialty is still scheming in secret. And with the Hand of the Dead's strength, creating one phantom god is reasonable. 2 would be a stretch, and 3 would require unleashing their most powerful weapon. 12? It's not that Qin Chuan looks down on the Hand of the Dead, but that group simply isn't up to the task. There's another point of doubt. The Hand of the Dead's beliefs are diverse, but they generally believe in the pantheon of death, plague, destruction, and suffering. These are what they pursue. The beast god isn't one of them. He's more inclined toward power. What stands out is his recklessness. In Apocalypse, sacrifice is a technical skill. To communicate with the gods, not only does one need offerings and faith, but other factors, such as bloodline, are also required. The bear monster can communicate with the gods of the beast god lineage because, in a sense, they are incredibly powerful beasts. The phantom of a deity with a beast's head and a human body summoned by the bear monster this time had a bear's head, showing a close connection to the bear monster and possibly even being the ancestor of the bear monster clan. It's natural for it to reveal itself when its descendants call for it. The Hand of the Dead usually summons the death messengers. But the problem is, there are only 7 death messengers. At least Qin Chuan has only seen 7. Summoning them all wouldn't allow them to appear simultaneously in all 12 major cities. Furthermore, the death messengers likely wouldn't have the time to respond to the summons right now. Are all those who appeared this time from the Beast God clan? Qin Chuan frowned and quickly asked the rest of the guild to send pictures of the scene to the guild. He clicked on the pictures that were sent one after another. The Snow Swordsman, who was in Qifeng City, sent back a picture in which the 2 massive horns on the phantom's head stood out. They were those of an elk. Skarn City, where Jixing was a serpent-headed city. The image Ying Luo captured outside Lingang City was of a leopard head. And in Feiyin City, there was a phantom with a bird's head. The phantoms that appeared in the other major cities also represented different beasts. All 12 phantoms were indeed from the beast god lineage. This was no coincidence. A name swirled in Qin Chuan's mind. The Beast God Cult, an organization that believes in the beast god lineage and seeks to return the world to its wild and chaotic state. The Hand of the Dead has really made a big deal. Chapter 477. Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. Before arriving, he assumed the Hand of the Dead was preparing to stir up trouble as usual, only to discover upon arrival that these guys had actually dragged the Beast God cult into the mix. However, considering the Beast God cult slogan, "Overthrow human tyranny, the world belongs to the Beast God," does bear a resemblance to the Hand of the Dead's principles, it's not surprising that these two notorious organizations could merge. What surprised Qin Chuan was the timing. According to the course of events in his previous life, the Beast God cult appeared in the third update, incorporating the remnants of the Hand of the Dead, which had been decimated in the first update, and began to flourish. And yet, in only the first update, and only a few days after the server launch, the Beast God cult had already appeared. It was undoubtedly Apocalypse's doing. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan continued to observe the scene in the distance, while urging his guild members to gather and act as a team. The current situation was unclear, so it was best to proceed with caution. As he pondered, the battle on the distant stone platform was drawing to a close. Only one bear monster remained standing out of the hundreds. But it was this one that made Qin Chuan's face grim. The savage bear, thunder-roaring God's chosen, Stinger. The bear monster named Stinger stood nearly 10 meters tall, with a massive build and sturdy limbs. Its mere presence in the air intimidated him. Parts of its tan fur had turned golden, outlining a complex and profound totem. Golden dots of light drifted and faded around the totem. With every breath Stinger took, thunder roared in his chest, and lightning flashed around him. The bear monsters surrounding the stone platform cheered with fervor. Their god answered their call, and bestowed his power upon them, sending them the Chosen One. The Chosen One is a being even higher than an apostle. Apostles walk the earth on behalf of the gods, proclaiming their majesty. The Chosen One, on the other hand, is an individual personally chosen and empowered by the gods, their strength far exceeding imagination. As for the savage bear, Thunder Roar, Qin Chuan also recognized him. A lower-level deity of the beast god lineage, he was tyrannical and brutal, renowned for his brute force and thunder. During the god's descent phase, he descended into the wilderness of North America, killing over 3 million people in just half a day, including one of North America's top 10 strongest men. Damn it! This isn't the Hand of the Dead's doing this, it's the Apocalypse. Qin Chuan muttered inwardly. Releasing the Chosen One at this stage would leave the players no chance of survival. As he pondered this, a majestic mechanical voice drifted through the sky. A divine event has been triggered. The beast god's chosen descends with slaughter, destroying everything in sight. Players, please return to the main city immediately. Please note, players who die during this event will have their characters forcibly deleted. Players will not be able to log off during the event. Players whose characters have been deleted can create new ones after the event ends. For a moment, the entire Apocalypse was in an uproar. Countless players posted complaints on the forums. What a crappy game. They even force you to delete your character. I worked so hard to reach level 15. If I die, I have to start all over again. Where's our strongest player, Night Wanderer? Please save him. I bet Night Wanderer has already gone into hiding. If his character is deleted, he'd be crying his eyes out. I actually hope Night Wanderer is killed. If he's not, there's no hope for us to rise again. Now that you put it that way, it seems to make sense. According to this explanation, ordinary players like us aren't really at a disadvantage in this incident. Even if we die, we can just rebuild a character and maybe even get a better talent. But it's different for top players. If they die, the loss will be huge. Get started, get the event started. The players on the forum quickly split into several factions. Chapter 478. One faction craves chaos, even believing the more chaos the better, as they have nothing to lose. Another group complains that Apocalypse is outrageous, even resorting to forced character deletion. Another group, represented by top players, expresses concern. After finally achieving some success, if they were to die like this, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Many players even bluntly stated that they would rather wait in the wilderness for the main city to explode than return to defend it. Qin Chuan also received numerous private messages. Guild leaders from guilds like Longting Tianxia asked how to respond. Qin Chuan's answer was simple: protect himself and wait for an opportunity. An incident of this magnitude couldn't be resolved by players alone. Either an NPC would intervene, or the incident would automatically end. But deep down, Qin Chuan knew that Apocalypse was most likely targeting him. Forced character deletion had never occurred in his previous life. The Peak Guild channel was also quite lively. Ji Xing, I strongly suspect this lousy game is targeting our guild. If there's any character deletion, we're definitely the ones who suffer the most. Ying Luo, this incident came about out of nowhere. Regardless, Let's all reunite in Belly City. With our abilities, as long as we're careful, we won't get our characters deleted. Su Changqing, my advanced quest grants me the Fountain of Life skill, which inflicts a 3-minute status effect, allowing you to revive if you die. Snow Swordsman, Uncle Su, your skill is incredible. Please use it for me. Xiao, Guild Leader, what should we do? Aoya is very happy. President, why don't you go out and stay out of the spotlight? Come back after the incident is over. If we die, it's fine, but if you do, the loss will be enormous. I'm not the water god. You're not allowed to log off during the incident. I protest. Otis, by the way, you can only see the boss's name this time, no other attributes. What's the meaning? Songling. From the screenshots other players have taken, the bosses outside the 12 main cities are all XXX gods chosen. Are they a group? Debate. These so-called gods chosen are all beast-like. Will they drop transformation skill books? Senior brother, Yulin AI, I already arrived in Bailey City. Why are there so many players here? DJing you. They must be here for the president's reputation. He has his shop here. He's definitely not going to sit idly by. Qin Chuan, I'm not old. Yi Sakura Luo. Guild Master, you finally appeared. Qin Chuan, I'm north of Bailey City. Stinger, the chosen one here, is 200 meters away. Xiao, as expected of you, Guild Master. You actually managed to get right under the boss's feet. Why don't you just kill him? Qin Chuan, I can't do that. Haven't you noticed? These guys only have names, no health bars. They're currently in a special state where they can't be killed, at least not by players at this stage. Ji Xing, can only take a beating and not fight back? What kind of a mess is this? Qin Chuan, wait in Bailey City for now. Don't leave the city on your own initiative. I continue to observe the Chosen One's movements. Ying Luo, Guild Master, please stay safe. Don't let anything happen to you. Xiao, take care, Godfather. I be waiting for you in Bailey City. Yeah, me too. After finishing their conversation, Qin Chuan looked at Stinger, the Chosen One, a savage bear, on the platform and had a bold idea. Who says you can't kill someone without a health bar? If I could kill the Chosen One, the reward would be immense. However, achieving this goal wouldn't be so easy. Let's test the waters first, Qin Chuan thought to himself, concentrating on the shadow, attempting to make it move. A strange feeling emerged, and Qin Chuan saw his shadow shift. After some experimentation, Qin Chuan successfully found the trick and began to control the shadow's movement. Chapter 479. A black shadow slithered across the ground, using the bear monster's shadow as cover, quickly arriving behind Stinger. This way, even if Stinger launched an attack, as long as it didn't inflict widespread, indiscriminate damage, Qin Chuan's true form wouldn't be affected. With a thought, a portion of the shadow separated, condensing into the shape of a flying knife. Whoosh! The shadow knife flew with incredible speed. Almost as soon as the thought arose, it had already crossed 100 meters and landed on the chest of the Chosen One, Stinger. -0. Divine armor, damage immunity, this result wasn't surprising. Only gods can harm gods. While the Chosen One isn't a god, they possess divine power, and their essence is no longer a living being. Take Stinger, for example. It appears to be an oversized bear monster, but within it lies a mass of divine energy. Qin Chuan may have mastered the sniper god talent, capable of dealing true damage, but without the divine blessing, he was powerless against a being like a god. If gods were so easily defeated, they wouldn't have fought humans to the death in their past lives. As he pondered this, Stinger, in the distance, opened his blood-red eyes, instantly locked onto the shadow's location, and roared angrily, "Mortal! How dare you offend the majesty of God?" At the level of the Chosen One, every word he uttered could accurately convey its meaning to every living being within range. As he roared, Stinger slapped his palm through the air. Instantly, the earth and mountains collapsed, and a massive palm print appeared on the ground, over 100 meters long and wide. As the ground crumbled, the shadow exploded with it. But the shadow had no substance. Though it shattered into pieces, it quickly reassembled. Qin Chuan, watching from the other side, was secretly horrified. As expected of the Chosen One. With his current abilities, killing a legendary boss would be a piece of cake, but facing the Chosen One, he could only stare blankly. Unless I, too, touched the divine. Qin Chuan's eyes flickered as he pulled an item from his ring. The Apostle Seal of the Lord of Lies and Deception. Apostles are one level lower than the Chosen One, but there's no essential difference, they are both beneath the gods. If Qin Chuan possessed the identity of an apostle of the Lord of Deception, perhaps he could inflict damage on Stinger. As long as he could inflict damage, a kill would only be a matter of time. The only problem was that this apostle seal belonged to Belial, and Belial was currently engaged in a battle with the Deathbringer. Qin Chuan wasn't sure if using this seal would affect the outcome of the battle. If Belial escaped, the Deathbringer's plan would likely fail. With this in mind, Qin Chuan decided to wait and see. While he was pondering, Stinger in the distance struck Shadow again. The impact was so devastating that it even dragged down several bear monsters and members of the Hand of the Dead into a pulp. Qin Chuan placed down the apostle seal and controlled Shadow's movement. Bang, bang. Stinger swung his massive claws repeatedly, leaving palm prints several meters deep. The edges were charred black, and the earth melted with the fierce current. Ding! Mission accomplished. Please return to Edith to submit the mission. The notification in his ear brought a smile to Qin Chuan's face. This stinger was quite useful. But the bear monsters and Hand of the Dead in the distance didn't see it that way. They were furious but could not say a word in the face of Stinger's attack. The Hand of the Dead, with only a few remaining members, shouted at the bear monster shaman to spell that Shadow. Find the hidden enemy. Complete the ritual quickly so the Chosen One can leave the platform and attack the human city. The bear monster shaman roared in frustration, implying, don't rush me. I know you're anxious, but I'm more anxious. Snap. A shadowy flying knife struck, instantly killing the bear monster shaman. Chapter 480. In the void, Qin Chuan smiled. Stinger can't move now, then he'd be rude. The sudden triggering of the divine event was a bit of an unexpected twist, but it didn't put too much pressure on Qin Chuan. For one thing, the ritual of the Chosen One didn't seem to be fully concluded, leaving Stinger passively standing on the platform and taking the beating. Although Qin Chuan couldn't inflict any damage on him, during his repeated attempts, Qin Chuan discovered many details. First, Stinger's perception seemed to have weakened. You have to understand that Qin Chuan was controlling the shadow to launch his attacks, while his true form remained hidden within the void. If it were a true Chosen One, he would have realized it was just a shadow after the first strike. He wouldn't even have needed to make a move. A single sense would have revealed the clue. But now, Stinger roared and roared, furious to the point of rage, yet he never changed his target, constantly focusing on the shadow, being toyed with. This guy's brain isn't working properly, Qin Chuan concluded. He then proceeded to infer further. The resurrection of the gods should be phased. Even if Apocalypse were to directly lift the restrictions now, they wouldn't be able to awaken just because they wanted to. The Chosen Ones receive direct blessings from the gods and possess terrifying power beyond common sense. Such power not only places stringent demands on the recipient's strength, but also limits the control of the Grantaire, the god. Bestowing power all at once is very likely to cause the divine power to dissipate, causing irreversible damage to the recipient. For example, mental collapse. The more Qin Chuan thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Looking back at the information he learned in his previous life, and the apostles and chosen ones he fought against, each one was inherently formidable, considered to be at the pinnacle of the mortal realm. This time, Stinger had fought his way out of a horde of bear monsters. He couldn't be considered inferior. But he was still a long way from the pinnacle. If a legendary bear monster had received the blessing and become the chosen one, it would have been a powerful addition. But now, it's just forcing things. A flash of insight struck Qin Chuan. It was clear that Stinger hadn't successfully accepted the divine blessing. He had only gained power, but lost his mind. Rather than being the chosen one, he was more of a mere vessel for divine power. And that vessel was bound to be broken. With this in mind, Qin Chuan decisively focused his attention on the shadow, launching a series of attacks. Because it was a shadow, it could be shaped at will, giving Qin Chuan's attack methods a remarkable variety. Not only did he throw his usual flying knives, but he also condensed arrows, spears, and even fireballs and wind blades. As his proficiency grew, Qin Chuan became increasingly adept. This, in turn, caused Stinger's rage to build. Soon, Stinger ceased his futile attacks. This didn't mean he was giving up, but rather that he was about to unleash his ultimate attack. Countless tiny flashes of lightning converged around Stinger, becoming dense and thick in the blink of an eye, quickly transforming into a dancing silver snake. The crackling sound of the arcs turned to thunder. Boom! A bolt of lightning, the thickness of a bucket, fell from the sky, landing where Shadow had landed, creating a crater over 10 meters in diameter. This force would have surely shattered a person. The first flash of lightning sounded the clarion call for the attack. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, covering an area hundreds of meters in radius. Qin Chuan's main body was forced to retreat, temporarily avoiding the direct attack. But after retreating 2 steps, Qin Chuan suddenly stopped. He had a bold idea. Use their own spear to attack their shield. He hadn't mastered divine power and couldn't inflict damage on Stinger, but Stinger could. Give it a try. If things don't go well, then run away. Qin Chuan thought to himself. He immediately released his shadow stealth and, finding the perfect moment, rushed to the spot where the lightning had struck. Chapter 481. -0. Bang! The shadow prism shattered. At the same time, a bolt of lightning appeared above Stinger's head and plummeted down. -100 million. Fixed damage. Stinger's body trembled imperceptibly. As the chosen of Thunder Roar, it could control thunder and naturally possess corresponding resistance. But having resistance was one thing, being immune to damage was another. Even a true chosen would suffer if struck by his own attacks, let alone a quick-made chosen like Stinger. Qin Chuan saw hope. As long as he could deal damage, time would do the rest. It didn't matter that Stinger couldn't see his health bar. Thanks to Apocalypse's extreme flexibility, killing him didn't necessarily mean emptying his health bar. Now, all the furballed shamans and hands of the dead around the platform were dead, leaving no one to continue the ritual. Stinger was already a piece of meat on the chopping block. Unless Thunder Roar, the wild bear, unleashes even more power to help Stinger complete the ritual and regain mobility. But would Thunder Roar do that? Qin Chuan could say with certainty. No. Stinger's death only proves its own weakness. Thunder Roar wouldn't even have time to despise him, so why would he waste his energy saving a worthless creature? Qin Chuan's fight grew increasingly exciting, leveraging his high agility to chase the lightning. Then, relying on the reflective properties of the shadow prism, he inflicted damage on Stinger. As long as he managed the rhythm, the shadow prism, with its 10-second charge, would surely give Stinger a massive surprise. However, after releasing Shadow Stealth, Stinger locked onto Qin Chuan's true form. He turned, his crimson eyes fixed on him, a white mist emanating from his mouth, and a menacing growl. Qin Chuan waved his hand through the air, a gesture of greeting, and without stopping, he charged towards another bolt of lightning. Bang! The moment the shadow prism shattered, the attack rebounded back to Stinger, causing it to tremble again. As a precaution, Qin Chuan maintained at least 2 layers of shadow prism, giving him some cushion even if Stinger prepared for a burst of attack. In addition, he already had feigned death and deceptive clone in hand. Shadow had also lurked in a safe area, ready to reposition at any moment. Not to mention skills like Shadow Leap and Shadow Stealth. It could be said that Qin Chuan's safety was maximized. With a way out, he became even more courageous. Qin Chuan even felt like rushing directly to the base of the platform to observe Stinger up close, and to touch the bear monsters that had failed in the competition. During the previous ceremony, the bear monsters had fought each other, and many boss-level bear monsters had appeared. Previously, for safety's sake, he had only been able to observe secretly. But now that Stinger couldn't move, he naturally had to seize the opportunity to quickly loot the corpse. After one round, Qin Chuan was delighted to collect a backpack full of equipment. Although the highest was only dark gold, the sheer quantity was impressive. Besides the equipment, there were also a large number of attribute points. Nearly 20 bear monster bosses contributed nearly 5,000 free attribute points. But to Qin Chuan, these were insignificant. He now had only one thought. If he could kill Stinger, how many goodies would he find? While Qin Chuan and Stinger were fighting each other, things weren't going so smoothly in the other main cities. With the bear monster shaman and the hand of the dead, Stinger's ritual couldn't continue, preventing it from leaving the platform. But the rituals elsewhere were not interrupted, and all completed successfully. The 11 chosen ones stepped down from the ritual platform and led their tribesmen towards the main city. The chosen one's speed wasn't fast, even quite slow. But they were unstoppable. Everything in its path, whether players, monsters, or NPC-organized intercepting forces, was ruthlessly crushed. Due to the unique nature of this incident, unless players possessed a resurrection item, they would be instantly kicked out of the game, their eyes blacked out, and they would be forced to wait for the event to end before creating a new character. Chapter 482. As players' accounts continued to be deleted, the number of complaints on the forums exploded exponentially. I was just walking in the wilderness, and I got shot. Is there any justice in the world? What are the Apocalypse officials doing? They don't care about activities that harm player rights. I had a B-level talent, and it was gone before I could even warm up. By the way, did you feel dizzy after your account was deleted and you were forced offline? I just got out of the game cabin and almost fainted. It must be because you've been playing for too long. Dizziness is normal. Rebuilding your character means leveling up again. If it weren't for the fact that this is the only holographic game on the market, I would have quit. Any news on Night Wanderer? Is he dead? No, he's still on the leaderboard. In this critical moment, it's time for experts to step up. I suggest that Night Wanderer go first. Second, not only was the forum bustling with activity, but the game itself was also in turmoil, with the exception of Bailishing. The players of Bailey City were already prepared for a desperate fight. Some players, with tears in their eyes, raised their arms and shouted, "Brothers, as long as we're here, we're here." The NPCs in Bailey City are very welcoming, and the girls have long legs. No, I don't mean they're white, but no, I mean, I'm a Bailey City person in life and a Bailey City ghost in death. If you want to conquer Bailey City, you have to step over my corpse first. I, Lonting Tianxia, hereby promise that if any of our guild members are unfortunately forced to delete their characters, I give them 100,000. I also arrange for them to help with leveling up later. I won't abandon any of you. As long as we all work together, we can overcome this. We withstood the dragon attack back then, so we can definitely do it this time. A large number of players gathered on the thick walls of Bailey City, their eyes fixed on any sign of trouble outside. If the enemy dared to approach, they would be crushed to pieces. Soon, battle reports arrived from other major cities. The chosen ones there had already begun the assault with their monster armies, and players were being carried away every second. Back in Bailey City, the players stood on the walls, looking at each other in bewilderment. No, what's strange, the members of the Peak Guild were also confused. What was going on? Didn't the guild master say there were chosen ones north of Bailey City? Why haven't any monsters come over? Jixing opened the destroyer's cockpit, gazed into the distance, and boldly speculated, is there a possibility that the guild master has stopped the monster mid-flight? Ying Luo pondered for a moment, then said uncertainly, but didn't the guild master say before that the chosen one is invincible? This means he's not confident of victory. Xiao laughed heartily, his face filled with admiration. As expected of you, my godfather. You're truly amazing. Imya. Xiao is right. Di Jiaoling summoned the flying magic carpet, and quickly said, I go see what's going on. Jing volunteered, I go too. Di Jiaoling lowered the magic carpet, allowing Jing to climb aboard. Under Zhao's worried gaze, they flew out of Bailey City and headed north. As everyone chatted on guard, Lonting Tianxia approached with several team members and asked Jixing, Vice Chairman Jixing, did Boss Night Wanderer say anything? Jixing thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, the guild leader simply told us to wait in the city and not leave. He then said he would continue to monitor the Chosen One's movements, and there's been no further news since then. Lonting Tianxia gazed north and sighed. As expected of a boss, he's actually able to contain the Chosen One. I heard that the Chosen Ones in other major cities can easily wipe out dozens of players with a single attack. They're incredibly ferocious. At this point, the guild leaders of several other guilds also joined in the discussion. They felt that with the Night Wanderer in Bailey City, it was relatively safe, so they decided to try their luck. As it turned out, it was more than just safe. There weren't even a single monster, and there was absolutely no danger at all. Look at the miserable conditions of other main cities on the forum, and then look at the peaceful city. The players on the city walls are almost bored to death. The contrast is too strong. Chapter 483. One guild leader sighed, sure enough, following Night Wanderer is the wisest decision. In Lingang City, Luosha Yudaizhen regrouped the Luosha Hall, whose size had shrunk by 1/3, and issued an order. Retreat. This battle was a dead end. That damn Chosen One was truly formidable. His defenses were unbreakable. Thankfully, the core members of the Luosha Hall were all present, and none of their characters had been forcibly deleted. The losses were within acceptable limits. Luosha Yudaizhen led the guild members back into the city, glancing around. Quanxue, where are you? Someone nearby said weakly, Guild leader, Vice leader Quanxue said he's on a quest and won't be back. That brat, he's slipping away again at this crucial moment, Luosha Yudaizhen said with discontent. Looking at his friend list, Luosha Quanxue hadn't been killed or deleted, so he didn't bother asking any more questions. He told the other members to leave the city and disperse into the wild. As for whether Lingang City would explode, that was none of their business. As the members of the Rakshasa Palace gradually left, Raksha Yudaizhen also left the city and came to a deserted corner, where he retrieved the one-time teleportation scroll to the Eternal Palace. Now that the Chosen One has appeared, all of Apocalypse is in chaos. This is a perfect opportunity for me to go to the Eternal Palace. Raksha Yudayazin's eyes flashed. I heard that Night Wanderer stopped the Chosen One in Belly City. He certainly doesn't have time to go to the Eternal Palace, so he won't ruin my plans. He, Night Wanderer, when I return from the Eternal Palace, I definitely teach you the truth about cruelty. With that, Raksha Yudayazin crushed the scroll and vanished from the spot. Elsewhere, Lu Shaquangxue removed the last of the materials and fused them into the black stone gate before him, his eyes gleaming with a hint of fanaticism. This was the dark gate he had forged from the materials he had gathered. Lu Shaquangxue believed his opportunity lay within his grasp. He would not sit idly by and wait for the Lord of Lies and Deception to issue him a mission. Instead, he would proactively journey into the abyss to seek greater benefits. Abyss, here I come! Qifeng City, this oriental-inspired main city, was now engulfed in flames. Countless beast-headed, human-bodied monsters with massive antlers gathered beneath the city walls. Using their powerful bodies, they occasionally leaped onto the city walls to engage the guards and players. A few hundred meters outside the city, the towering Chosen One, his arms folded, seemed to be overseeing the battle, taking in the entire battlefield. Roar! The Chosen One roared resoundingly, raising his hand and unleashing a beam of divine light that blasted the city wall. Such a casual blow tore a gaping hole over 10 meters long, instantly vaporizing all players and NPCs within range. The opening triggered a chain reaction. The city walls began to crumble, and monsters roared and charged into the city with excitement. Behind the walls, soldiers on high alert immediately advanced to engage. Farther away, numerous ranged players took turns unleashing their skills, attempting to dispatch the incoming monsters. But their attacks either failed to penetrate defenses or only achieved double-digit HP, a meager result compared to the monsters' HP pools, which could easily reach tens or even hundreds of thousands. Many players began to retreat. It wasn't that our forces weren't strong enough, it was simply that the enemy was too fierce. I'm done with this. This is fucking pointless. Exactly. I unleashed a set of skills, and the total damage barely broke 100. These monsters just stood there, and I couldn't kill them even with my slashes. What a lousy game. Not only do they force events, but they even force account deletions. This is an infringing, unfair clause that infringes on player rights. Is Qifeng City going to explode? Where are the NPCs? Help them. Not only were the players in Qifeng City terrified, but players in other main cities were also crying out in pain. Many players who managed to escape the flames of war opened their friend lists and saw, wow, they were completely black. Isn't bothering to fight anymore, and laughing loudly, they rushed towards the monsters, vanishing in a flash of white light. Chapter 484. It's just deleting a character, isn't it? Give it to me, and then I rebuild it and level it up again with my teammates. I wasn't satisfied with my original talents to begin with, so this incident was a good opportunity to level up a new one. Thinking about it, it seemed like a good deal. As the situation became one-sided, monsters had already invaded the main city, and just as the players were about to give up, a dazzling light erupted from the center of the city, rapidly expanding, soon enveloping the entire city. Under this light, the monsters entering the city howled in pain, blisters of varying sizes appearing on their bodies, before exploding with a loud bang. The players looked back and saw a massive army marching out of the church district. They were clad in exquisite armor, their bodies aglow with various colors of magical light. They were the Knights Templar, affiliated with the church. There were also numerous priest NPCs in the group, performing blessings. As soon as this army appeared, they rushed towards the breach in the city wall, easily annihilating the monsters within and firmly occupying the breach, preventing any monsters from entering. One player discovered they had gained several buffs. Double health, double attack and defense, added holy damage. Wow, these buffs are insane. I knew the main city wouldn't be destroyed so easily. I think I'm back. Follow me, guys. Look, those priest NPCs are resurrecting. We don't have to worry about getting deleted anymore. Time to show off our skills. With the arrival of these new NPCs, the players who had been holding back were energized, charging forward with roars, and surprisingly, they gained the upper hand. Just as the counterattack on the monster camp was about to begin, before the players could even breathe a sigh of relief, the Chosen One outside the city launched another casual attack. Boom! Half of the newly emerged Templars were instantly wiped out, the entire area seemingly wiped out, not a single trace left. With not even a single body to be found, the resurrection spell naturally couldn't work. The players, who had just mustered up their courage, wilted again. This reinforcement was of no use. As the Templars' casualties mounted, the Archbishop in the church grew restless. God, please bestow your grace and protect your people. The archbishop prayed devoutly. Before him stood a statue carved from pure white jade, clad in armor, holding a short spear and round shield. Its face was stern, its eyes gleaming with endless fighting spirit. This was the deity of Chifeng City, the god of war. Boom! A beam of light descended from the sky, piercing through the church dome and illuminating the statue with pinpoint accuracy. The next second, the statue actually moved. It opened its eyes, its gaze piercing through the layers of obstruction, looking towards the chosen one outside the city. Heretic! With a roar, the statue rushed out of the church, stalked out of the city, and engaged the chosen one in a direct fight. Its round shield blocked the attack, and its short spear thrust forward, leaving a gaping wound in the chosen one's chest. A dark liquid gushed out from the wound. The statue showed a hint of disdain. The evil in the shadows dares only reveal itself in this form? With a scolding, the statue beat the chosen one back, one step after another. The player was once again stunned. What had happened? Where did this thing come from? Just as the players were puzzled, the archbishop appeared on the city wall, his voice echoing throughout Chifeng City. Our Lord has bestowed divine grace. Warriors, our Lord, the god of war, is with you. With a wave of his hand, several more rays of light spread across the battlefield, bestowing new buffs upon the players. Fuck, the god of war. He looked so impressive. I was wondering what the purpose of such a large cathedral area in the main city was. So there really is a god there? That's ridiculous. Even a deer has a chosen one, so it makes sense that there are other gods too. By the way, can we become the chosen one? It sounds impressive. I guess we have to join the Church of the God of War first, then work our way up to a high position. Maybe we can actually achieve it. Chapter 485. We have a God of War in Chifeng City, and the other major cities should have some too. This incident seems like we have a chance of winning. Will we win? Definitely. Not only in Chifeng City, but also in the cathedral districts of the other major cities, they sprang into action. The statues enshrined there all came alive under the radiant light, engaging the chosen ones outside. The archbishop within took advantage of the situation to preach his teachings, attracting the attention of many players. The only place with a strange atmosphere was Bailey City. The archbishop waited and waited, but saw not a single monster, let alone a chosen one. Even if a stray monster occasionally reached the city walls, it would be instantly killed by the bored players above. What monster could withstand hundreds of skills flying at it? The archbishop fell into deep thought. He had clearly sensed the presence of the heretic chosen one to the north of Bailey City, but from the beginning until now, it hadn't moved. Playing around. With all the commotion the beast gods were causing, it's impossible for Bailey City to be overlooked. But the question arises, why isn't the chosen one moving? If the chosen one doesn't arrive, Bailey City won't be in crisis. If Bailey City remains safe and sound, how can the lambs here accept God's guidance? The players in Bailey City are bored, but they can still learn about what's happening in other major cities through forums and other channels. When they learned that a statue had burst out of the cathedral district and engaged the chosen one, they couldn't help but yearn for it. What a powerful statue that would be. One player, looking towards the cathedral district in Bailey City, muttered, "Why aren't our statues moving?" The player next to him took over, "We haven't even seen the chosen one yet, so surely the statues in the cathedral won't move. I suspect it's those scumbags in the church, who are just nurturing their own enemies, and deliberately creating the chosen one to show us the church's strength." Makes sense. But seriously, if you join the church, wouldn't you be able to get hidden quests and special classes? I think the Templars are pretty powerful. What the hell? Didn't you see how the chosen one killed hundreds of Templars with a single blow in Chifeng City? All show no action. Yeah, if you ask me, Night Wanderer is the most impressive. He was actually able to hold the chosen one back. It's a bit outrageous. How did he do it? Ask the people in the Peak Guild. I asked them, but they don't know either. The players were bored and were just bragging. In the church, the archbishop was also a little panicked. He could sense that the churches in other major cities had already activated their statues, and they were sure to gain a lot of faith. But they were so calm, what would they do if the gods blamed them later? Come on! The archbishop decided to take the initiative. Call the Knights Templar. We take the initiative to find the chosen one. We must not allow heretics to set foot in God's city. With the archbishop's order, the cathedral district immediately sprang into action. The Knights Templar marched off in a stately manner, preparing for the northern expedition. The players watched with rapt interest. Some even exclaimed, "Look, these guys are getting impatient." As the saying goes, if there's a mountain, I take it. If there's no difficulty, it doesn't matter. I can create it myself. Since there are no monsters, why don't we go along and see what's going on? You're risking your life. What if your character gets deleted? It's a D-level talent anyway, so it doesn't matter. Now that you mention it, shouldn't I, with my E-level talent, be the one to go and give it my all? Let's go and watch the fun. Soon, a large number of low-level players gathered and followed the Knights Templar, ready to see what was going on. But the top players remained unmoved. They have good talents, decent equipment, and decent skills. If they were given a bunch of crappy talents, they'd be heartbroken. It's a blessing that Night Wanderer helped them hold back the Chosen One. If they kill themselves, they'd be laughed at for a whole year. In the Peak Guild, Jixing typed, at Emperor Jiaoling. Have you seen the Guild Master? Chapter 486. Jiaoling, I haven't seen it yet. It's been thundering here the whole time, and all the level 50 monsters are being killed instantly. It's not convenient for me to go in. If I screw Sister Jing, I feel guilty for the rest of my life. Shao, a group of Knights Templar have gone there. You can wait and see what happens. Yingluo, the Guild Master hasn't said anything. Is he fighting the Chosen One? Aoi is very happy, I think so. Yinmi, me too. Otis, I have a feeling the Guild Master is going to make a big news story. Yinmi, me too. Su Chongqing, it's a shame I can't witness the Guild Master's battle in person. It's truly a great regret. Yinmi, me too. Tabata, no, brother Yinmi, have you been possessed by a repeater? Yinmi, no, that was an automatic reply. I was just reading the forums, and heard a player complain about his Deceiver Bloodline hidden quest suddenly becoming inoperable. Songling, quest inoperable? Either the NPC who submitted the quest is gone, or the NPC who issued it is gone. Those are probably the two possible scenarios. I'm not the water god. I guess he was killed by the Chosen One. Look at the heavy losses in other major cities this time, and many NPCs are gone. Tianqing, oh my god, you just realized 2 Feiyan city quests are inoperable. I almost had all the materials. This NPC died at such a bad time. Jean Chuan read the guild chat, and couldn't help but wonder. Cheater Bloodline quest inoperable, could it be? After deflecting Stinger's lightning once again, Jean Chuan retreated several dozen meters, and took out the Apostle Seal. Apostle Seal of the Lord of Lies and Deception, legendary item. Effect 1, hold the seal to gain the equivalent of an Apostle status, expired. Effect 2, opens the gateway to the Abyss. The duration of the passage varies, with the user's level, with a 15-day cooldown. Effect 3, hold the seal and enter the Abyss, and you will be watched by the Lord of Lies and Deception, expired, both attributes indicated as expired. Jean Chuan immediately realized that Belial was dead. It's possible that he managed to escape with some of his soul power, but having lost the authority of the Lord of Deception, he was no longer a threat. However, Jean Chuan was more inclined to believe that Belial was killed directly. The Death Messengers had staged such a large-scale attack, they couldn't possibly return empty-handed. That was a siege by 7 Death Messengers, even the most cunning Demon King couldn't withstand it. Well, I was originally talking about gaining Apostle status and killing Stinger, but now that's out of the question, Jean Chuan muttered to himself. After all, he had found a way to harm Stinger, so there was no need to take any risks. After putting away the Apostle Seal, Jean Chuan plunged once more into the lightning, utilizing the reflective power of the Shadow Prism to strike Stinger with bolts of lightning. After a period of effort, Jean Chuan had already discovered tiny cracks in Stinger's body. This vessel was about to be broken. Try harder. Jean Chuan cheered up. Just as he was about to fire back another bolt of lightning, he heard muffled footsteps in the distance. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a cavalry unit galloping towards him. The horses' hooves, enveloped in light, hovered above the ground, accelerating their speed to the limit. Heretics! Die! The leading knight drew his sword, clamped his grip on his horse's belly, and charged headfirst. Behind him, the Knights Templar, with a fearless demeanor, charged headfirst into the lightning zone. Boom! The thunder roared incessantly. The Templar's armor became the perfect lightning attractant. In an instant, countless lightning bolts surged, and the smell of scorched flesh wafted across the open field. Jean Chuan was stunned. Were these Templars brainless? Seeing the minefield, not only didn't they avoid it, but they charged forward with extraordinary vigor. This was outrageous. Just as he was thinking this, a slightly hunched figure emerged from behind the Templars, a look of sorrow on his face. God, do you see? Your followers are being slaughtered by heretics. Chapter 487. Please bestow your grace. The archbishop's voice was resounding and resonant, filled with uncontrollable fervor. He raised his scepter and bestowed further blessings upon the Knights Templar. With the blessing, the surviving Templars felt resilient. They charged into the minefield one after another, utterly annihilated. The archbishop's grief deepened, tears streaming down his face as he cried out like a madman, "God, are you abandoning your people?" Bang! A beam of light descended, accompanied by the sound of a heavy object falling. A statue appeared out of thin air behind the archbishop, shimmering in the light and moving, charging towards Stinger. Qin Chuan was stunned. "No, buddy! Can you be more explicit with this script?" And, that's my prey. With the arrival of the church, the battle suddenly became chaotic, threatening to spiral out of control. Especially when the statue began to move, charging straight at Stinger. Qin Chuan's hair stood on end in anger. He'd been tinkering with it for a while, finally finding a way to wear Stinger down, and it was showing initial success, only for these church thugs to come and reap the spoils. This was unbearable, but the statue had just been activated, its divine power overflowing with energy. Rashly confronting it wouldn't be a wise decision. The statue wasn't immobile like Stinger, passively taking blows. It would fight back. And with hundreds of Templars as a catalyst, the divine power summoned down was incredibly potent. "Forget it, I let you fight it out for a while," Qin Chuan thought to himself. He then activated Shadow's stealth and vanished from the spot. The archbishop stared at the suddenly vanishing stranger, his eyes flickering, his thoughts unseen. He could sense that the stranger's aura carried shadow and destruction, the very opposite of the deity he worshipped. Qin Chuan was also observing the archbishop. The church in Belly City worshipped the sun god, a member of the light pantheon, clearly not aligned with his shadow power. Additionally, the sky god church in Feiyan City and the shining goddess in Skarn City were all members of the light pantheon. The 12 major cities in the Yin Kingdom region were roughly divided into 3 factions: the light pantheon, the war pantheon, and the nature pantheon. Logically speaking, the time for the gods to manifest themselves in this version had not yet arrived. However, with the beast god sending down the chosen one, this process had been significantly accelerated. The reason for this was that Tianqi had made a big move. Recovering his mind, Qin Chuan continued to observe the battle between the sun god statue and Stinger. It was more of a one-sided beating than a battle. Because Stinger's ritual was incomplete, it was unable to move. Facing the sun statue's attacks, it could only passively defend, relying on its own reserves of divine energy to neutralize them. But the sun statue's attacks were clearly no match for Qin Chuan's reflected lightning strikes. With each strike, Stinger roared in pain, and the cracks on his body grew larger and larger at a visible rate. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Stinger was dead. By then, the divine energy it contained would surely be purified by the Statue of Light. This meant Qin Chuan had worked so hard for nothing, a fact he couldn't accept. Just trying to destroy the Statue of Light was unrealistically difficult. It wouldn't strike like lightning and wait for Qin Chuan to react. Thankfully, Stinger was still holding on, giving Qin Chuan plenty of time to contemplate a countermeasure. If all else failed, he planned to rush over and seize the spoils the moment Stinger died. However, the consequences of doing so would likely attract the attention of the sun god. Even if he couldn't descend, he would use the oracle to instruct the church to cause trouble for Qin Chuan. Can I use a more drastic move and kill both the sun god statue and Stinger? Qin Chuan couldn't help but wonder. Chapter 488. As soon as this thought arose, the sky darkened, and a black mist enveloped the earth. This was the Death Messenger. So many delicious souls. The Death Messenger's voice was as lazy and calm as ever, but Qin Chuan felt a mixture of joy and sorrow. The joy was that the Death Messenger's arrival meant Belial was dead as could be. And with the Death Messenger's abilities, he must have known the situation here, yet he came anyway, indicating he wasn't afraid of the Statue of Light and Stinger, and was determined to plunder souls. You have to remember that a large number of Templar Knights had perished here before. They were fervent zealots with unwavering faith, their souls pure and strong, a precious tonic for any god. But therein lay the problem. Normally, a believer's souls were distributed according to their faith. Whoever they believed in during life, they would belong to after death. The gods wouldn't break this rule until they were at loggerheads. But now, the Death Messenger had descended directly and begun plundering souls. This revealed a crucial message. They were wounded, and seriously injured, and urgently needed souls to replenish their strength. It seemed Belial's dying counterattack had troubled the Deathbringer. After the Deathbringer appeared, the sun statue immediately ceased its attack on Stinger, its stone face etched with anger and surprise. My followers will find their own place. The meaning was simple. Don't reach out to grab food from my table. The Deathbringer remained completely unmoved. If the Sun God had come in person, he would certainly not have jumped out, but now he couldn't even see his shadow. There was no point in worrying. He just ate first. The Deathbringer grabbed dozens of pale shadows from the air. Amidst the sun statue's roar, he tossed them directly into his mouth and began chewing. The lamb tastes quite good. The Deathbringer chuckled, and with a few more frantic grabs, he devoured all the Templar souls, burping contentedly. The sun statue, furious, issued a threatening declaration. Deathbringer, do you want to start a war? The Deathbringer's face, outlined in black mist and starlight, sneered. There has never been a truce between us. He glanced at Stinger with a gleaming, greedy look. Appetizers are over. It's time for the main course. The sun statue could no longer hold back. Endless light ignited from its body, dispersing much of the black mist. Gathering the sun sword in its hand, it soared into the air and engaged the Deathbringer. It was merely a statue, not the real thing. The Deathbringer could not destroy it until its divinity was exhausted. In the sky, the clash of light and darkness erupted in endless flashes. On the ground, Qin Chuan glanced twice before retracting his gaze, turning to look at Stinger. With the sun statue pinned down, his chance had returned. But Stinger was now dazed and unable to sustain his lightning attack, leaving Qin Chuan with nothing to reflect his attack. With a roll of his eyes, Qin Chuan muttered softly, Death Messenger, could you lend me some strength? I kill Stinger and split the profits 30-70. He didn't think the Death Messenger's presence was accidental. Looking across the 12 major cities, the statues of the Church of Light possessed the strongest power against the Death Messengers. 7 Death Messengers could easily challenge the main cities of the Contention and Nature pantheons and seize their souls. But the Death Messengers still came. They have me in their hearts. Qin Chuan felt a warm warmth in his heart. While thinking, a whisper echoed in his ears. 30/70ths won't work. It's 90 out of 10. I give you 90/10. Wow, Qin Chuan exclaimed. I seen some shady things, but never the shady. Qin Chuan felt that a 30/70th split was already a huge concession, and one that had been carefully calculated. After all, there were 7 Death Messengers. Giving them 70% was just enough for each of them. Perfect. Chapter 489. I didn't expect the Deathbringer to go all out with a 90-10 split. That was outrageous. You're insulting my character. Qin Chuan's expression was filled with righteous indignation, but then he changed the subject. 90-10 is fine, but you have to make sure I can kill Stinger, otherwise forget it. Okay. The Deathbringer's response was succinct. The next second, black mist spread through the void, condensing into a ball that hovered in front of Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, but instead of directly touching it, he used the deceptive clone skill, creating a clone and modifying its form, allowing the deceptive clone to contact the black mist. The black mist enveloped the deceptive clone, and Qin Chuan received a notification. Your deceptive clone has gained divine power. Qin Chuan nodded and gave the order. Go, Pikachu! The deceptive clone, enveloped in the black mist, rushed out from the void and unleashed a barrage of skills at Stinger. Roar! A painful roar echoed as the sun god statue in the sky glanced down at the ground, instantly seething with rage. They were stealing people. No, stealing bears, right under their noses. This was unacceptable. A radiant wing of light gathered behind the sun god statue, and it turned and prepared to dive, but was immediately intercepted by the Death Messenger. Your opponent is me. The Death Messenger waved his hand, and dozens of black mists transformed into various weapons, circling the sun god statue and launching an attack. The sun god statue dared not take the attack head-on, choosing only to dodge. The battle in the sky reached a stalemate once again. On the ground, Qin Chuan controlled his deceitful clone to continuously attack Stinger. His clone, blessed with divine power, was finally able to inflict damage. Furthermore, thanks to the sniper god's talent, Stinger's divine armor offered no protection. Each strike dealt over 1 billion damage, quickly leaving Stinger's body covered in cracks. Qin Chuan's damage output was now much higher than before. Before, he could only reflect Stinger's lightning, waiting for the shadow prism to recharge, and dealing damage every 10 seconds. Even with a fixed damage value of 100 million, the DPS was only 10 million. But now, Qin Chuan's DPS had increased by more than tenfold. Stinger's eyes nearly popped out of his head at the sheer volume of his damage output. Where did this guy come from? Even the Archbishop was puzzled. Where did this stranger come from? Had the previous rogue stranger already left? Confused as he was, the Archbishop made no further move. He knew that the current battle was no longer one he could participate in. Bringing the Templars here and activating the statues was his mission. After that, he would have to wait for the Oracle. But after glancing at the battle in the sky, the Archbishop felt that the Oracle might not be able to arrive. The statues were being outgunned, and the Deathbringer had completely gained the upper hand. These evil beings only know how to play with souls. The Archbishop was filled with resentment. He couldn't understand why the Deathbringers had the upper hand, when they were clearly the side of justice. God, please send down more oracles. The Archbishop prayed devoutly. But there was no response. Just as the beast god's phantom only bestowed its power initially, and took no further action, the gods the Archbishops prayed to were unable to intervene much. Apocalypse had opened a gap for them, but only one. Boom. Stinger's left arm severed at the root, detaching from his body. Pain filled his face. No blood flowed from the broken wound, only a black liquid dripping continuously, corroding and melting the stone platform beneath his feet. The power of the gods is not something to be easily endured. If one is not prepared, that power can become a poison that penetrates the intestines. This was the fundamental reason why Qin Chuan had initially taken out the Apostle Seal, but hadn't used it. On the one hand, I didn't want any accidents to happen during the Deathbringer's battle. On the other hand, I was worried that if the power couldn't be withstood, the character would be forcibly deleted. That would be a disaster. Chapter 490. Including the agreement just made with the Death Messenger, Qin Chuan was merely borrowing power, and even using his deceptive clone to shoulder the burden, taking the utmost precautions. Bang. Stinger's right arm fell. After this blow, Stinger was practically doomed. The beast god power it had acquired was no match for the Death Messengers. Victory was in sight. Although the sun statue in the sky struggled to break through, attempting to descend and seize Stinger's power, it was firmly held in check by the Death Messenger. Soon, Stinger's chest split open, and a large amount of black liquid gushed out. As the black water receded, a brilliant divine light shone beneath the cracks in his chest. Through the crack, a ball of holy light could be seen quietly suspended, replacing Stinger's heart and channeling its power. At this point, Stinger's aura was extremely weak, and the deceptive clone's attacks remained unaffected. In the sky, above the battle zone between the Deathbringer and the sun statue, the roaring shadow of thunder was fading. At the same time, the phantoms of the gods above the major cities also faded. The players were overjoyed. It seemed this incident was almost over. It had been so difficult. Qin Chuan controlled the deceitful clone to launch a final attack. His main body began to move forward, controlling the shadow to slip into a blind spot, ready to escape at any moment. He knew that when Stinger's body was completely shattered and the divine power was revealed, the sun statue would absolutely fight to the death. Whether it would succeed depended on that split-second clash. When Stinger's body was completely shattered, the black fluid within his body drained away, leaving only a ball of light floating in the air. The sun statue simultaneously erupted with dazzling brilliance, transforming into a white meteor that swooped down from the sky. The Deathbringer was naturally prepared. Black mist condensed into a 7-layer shield, blocking the sun god statue. Qin Chuan controlled his deceitful clone and unleashed the remaining divine power in one swift motion, sending the light ball flying. However, the backlash caused the deceitful clone to disintegrate on the spot. However, Qin Chuan's goal had been achieved. He reached out from the void, caught the light ball, and immediately activated the teleportation effect, swapping positions with his shadow. The next second, the area was blasted into a deep pit by divine light. The sun god statue crashed to the ground. Glancing around, it found nothing. Knowing its prize had been taken, it stood in the ruins, raised its head and roared in anger. However, its divine power had also been exhausted, its radiance fading, and it returned to its stone form. Crack. Cracks covered the stone statue, and it shattered into pieces. In other major cities, after defeating the god of choice and seizing its divine power, the statues also turned back to stone and completely disintegrated. The godly event is over. Congratulations to all players for successfully defending the main city. The game will be updated in 1 minute, and the game will be forced offline. Please do not panic. The updated content can be found on the forum. A brand new version is coming soon, so stay tuned. Where are you going? The Deathbringer's voice echoed in Qin Chuan's ears. A cloud of black mist drifted around him. Qin Chuan's attempted escape failed, but he remained calm and said, "Oh, I find a safe place to wait for the spoils." Just now, after Stinger was destroyed, Qin Chuan snatched the divine power and ran away. On the way, I heard the game notification that a forced update would be in 1 minute, and a small idea came to my mind. If the Deathbringer didn't react within that minute, Wouldn't he be able to take all of Stinger's and use divine power? Although it was a bit unkind and unfair to the Deathbringer, he was so powerful that he probably wouldn't care. Before he even gotten a few dozen meters, the Deathbringer arrived. Seeing this, Qin Chuan wisely stopped running. The black mist transformed into an arm holding a sharp knife and waved in front of Qin Chuan.